now. Shepard with a quadra kill.
And now it's all up to Bassetto. Bassetto slaughtered by Shaco. I don't even think he knew what happened.
And Philippe wants to genius! Steal that round for Furio!
Are you ready for this? Bangu, are you kidding me with a third getting taken down? And then the drop right below, and it's just to the face! Penta are going to the grand final!
This could be difficult. If the swing Mason a second, Mason a third! Ryder, oh my god! Wow!
Pre-day, holding up for the platinum!
It's a 1v5. They had everything going! 1v5! For a second though, just didn't fully commit. Waiting to pop the last available second, was hoping he baited them out! Soliton's down! Pre-day's up! He's also down!
Good afternoon and welcome to the second day of the Munich Major. My name is Anne, I'll be your host for today, and as yesterday, I'm joined by Lexing and Alfama. We're getting ready for another day. We're going to send some teams to the playoffs, but we're also going to send some teams home. Ready for the drama?
I don't think I'm ever ready for the drama. You know, I like getting to this point, but it's also sad once we send those teams home, especially because everyone has worked so hard to get to this point, and then when you leave so early, it stings a little bit.
Yeah, and I always feel like sometimes it's just up to the bracket and just a team maybe having a harsher path all the way. And
Some teams have.
I feel like it's unfair sometimes when a team is being sent home, and I think it could have done better. But you know, this is maybe just the player. I
was going to say, going back to the player perspective, and already bringing up excuses as to why you had an early elimination of the tournament. We understand that. It is fine. Let's have a look at our schedule then for today. What really is up ahead of us for today? Again, on a dual stream setup, we have an A stream as well as a B stream. And to guide you through the schedule, we first have 2 games on each stream where you have the 1-game won, 1-game lost teams going up against each other. And then later on, when we move towards the best of 3s, on the A stream, you have the elimination games. We're sending teams home on the A stream, and on the B stream, we actually send teams to the playoffs. So when we're looking at this, of course, you know, the teams that have gone 1-1 so far, any chances that we're thinking when we look at the bracket as well, who's going to make it up maybe towards that 2-0 or 2-1, sorry.
You're going to say matey, I know you.
I feel like you were going to say secret.
I'm going to say secret, obviously I have to, but I will say this game is going to be an absolute banger. I made secret, but even Falcons W7M, I think I'm planning on Falcons to make it, not just because I'm European, but also because I really believe they're above W7M. As for Secret M80, this one is super tight.
No, I mean, M80 coming into this event, you know, we haven't seen a lot from them, but this stage, they've been looking phenomenal. And then to come here and the performance that they put out yesterday, especially even beating a team like FaZe 7-2 was very impressive. They are definitely hot on their tail.
Yeah, something we've been talking about a lot yesterday, just on the first day of the major, is the chances of making it to SI based on the points that you've gathered over the course of the regional leagues as well as this event. And we're looking at the biggest changes in SI probability for our team. So these are teams that either got a lot of gain in that percentage of probability due to their results yesterday, or those that have dropped a lot in their chances of making it to SI. Some things that really stand out, though, is, of course, for W7M, Secret, M80, amazing that they've improved, but that 26% loss on the side of KAG, ouch.
It goes to show every single game matters in this Swiss stage, especially not only for the major, but obviously for SI. And if you look at KAG, if you look at NIP, it's the 2 teams that are facing eliminations today. It matters so much right now that these guys are putting in better performance if they want to make it to SI.
Absolutely, and we also talked about KAG in the back saying, you know, if they can't make anything happen here, their next shot is the regional finals. And the only way they will even have a standing chance is if they even make a grand final appearance in their regional final, let alone winning it, which would then secure them a spot. So really, it's about pressure today.
It is, and well, you can probably hear it and see it as well behind us. The players are getting very ready for their games. We had Maria speak to 2 of the teams earlier today when they came to the venue.
Let's take a look in this guy. Shoes matching the jersey. Is that in uniform?
Blue-green. Well, it's my own choice, but yeah, it's intentional. A little Shopify color matching a bit. The best I could do. The best I could do.
Love it. Well, let's talk about the preparation for this major. We didn't talk that yesterday, so I want to talk to you now. Did you guys did a boot camp? Where was it? It was good. You did see some changes, some positive changes.
Yeah, so we boot camped in the Netherlands at the Liquid facility. Liquid actually from Brazil, they showed up there partway through, so we got to practice online against them, which was cool.
Tell me more about that after.
Okay, sure. But yeah, it was a good time, and yeah, good practice. I think the big thing for us was using it so that we could adjust to jet lag. Like we don't need to adjust to the time zone. Normally you only have a couple days to do it, so having like 10 plus days to get used to it, it really helps. You show up to the event with good sleep, all that, and then just better practice, different practice, rather than the same North American teams over and over. So yeah.
Before, how are you feeling today?
I'm feeling good, and you?
I'm great. Thanks for asking. Not a lot of pro players do that. Thank you so much. I mean, you did great yesterday, so that's why I also want to talk to you. But I also want to talk about the IGL role that you have on BDS, because I mean, you kind of live a roller coaster. You were doing really great, and then you go to the IGL role, and then the performance was not that good. But now you're kicking again. So how does the IGL role changes for you? How does that work for P4?
I think at the start it was hard because I'm a French player. I need to learn the English and every stuff. But now I'm feeling good in my IGL role. I think for the start I'm happy because for the moment I played good for the start of this major, and I changed nothing. I just try to be comfortable on my game and the team be comfortable.
And of course, they will talk about the results from yesterday as well. And we'll have one more look back at what happened yesterday by jumping into our panorama. And when we talk about the monster, it feels like it is the era of the IGLs, because when we talk about our monster from yesterday, who was one of the MVP as well of day one, it has to be Savage.
Yeah, Savage has been amazing. It's been amazing for the entire stage. When Secret was struggling at the beginning of EML, he was the only player on the roster that was still playing well. Well, going into this major, once again it's him playing on the Valkyrie here, but most importantly, doing so on hard support roles. You're gonna see him perform, get multi-kills with Smoke here. This action, for example, was crazy against Wildcard, and then he's gonna get another one here. Savage has been incredible as an IGL, as a hard support, and as a player overall for Team Secret.
And the fact that he's doing it on the IGL role, being that proprietor, being that big step-up performance for this team only instills hope and confidence for the rest of the team. I mean, he's the second highest rated player here at the event, going 28 and 13. And again, who else would you want rather doing that on your roster if it's not your IGL?
Yeah.
Now we're staying in EU. We're staying in EU territory though for the moment of yesterday. The biggest thing that happened, the one that made all of our jaws drop and everybody inside the
watching it, it was an unbelievable play from him. And again, the intuition from stopping was unreal.
The best reaction is here. Alema, look at his face. He's not realizing something. That player is on his team. That player is someone that has a sixth sense, and that player is going to be able to carry him all the way to maybe another major title. Look at his reaction. He's laughing. He's like, oh my God, this guy is with me. There's no way we're going to lose. And I will say this is the kind of stuff that cements a team, that really helps have synergy. They not trust each other. This is the kind of action that can be a game breaker for G2 going in this major.
Absolutely.
Yes, I mean, I love that. Of course, I think I might even like those reactions from the players more than the clutch itself, even though that was already insane to think of. And I'm glad we got to hear from Stompen as well, how he talks about what happened in that moment.
To be honest, there was no info. I kind of just heard them. I heard them through the wall, and I just wall banged them, yeah.
Incredible.
As simple as that. I just heard them.
PC.
I guess that's like 18-year-old ears, because I couldn't hear it.
Yeah, we're deaf. We're deaf by then.
All right, well, we'll see, of course, buffs when you're younger here now. But we use the must-see for looking forward to what's happening today. The game that you have to keep your eyes on.
Drops will start when the game officially starts, guys.
The pressure is really on the shoulders of both teams.
Absolutely, and I think it definitely has to be the Keg versus Furia, just for the simple fact we had seen this during Reload, and it was a stomp from Furia. But again, when we saw this Furia come throughout the stage and even in group stage, this was the most dominant that we all talked about, that we've seen Furia look. And then to come into this tournament, already be 0-2 and lose to D+ in this matchup in a very convincing fashion. Sure, it wasn't 8-7, but by no means is that the Fury that we all knew watching throughout the SAL.
And I mean, continuing, you know, they lost to Shopify Rebellion afterwards. It was not even close. Furia has been struggling clearly yesterday. And if you look at KAG on the other side, they took some of the biggest teams in the world. You know, all the way almost to match point. They were leading 5-0 against G2, for example.
So drops will be live here
I think that
once the game officially starts, when they're loaded into the game, banning ops, all that fun stuff.
Make it to a side, like you said, their performance to qualify has been really, really low after losing 2 games in a row. It's the moment where they need to perform and to take on their former rivals of the grand finals of Reload. It's going to be a banger match for sure. It is.
Bit of a revenge one. I'm looking forward to that one in general. Now, one more thing we'll do before we dive into the first game is something we did yesterday as well. We had a look at the social media to see what is all being said about the tournament by our players, coaches, community members. And I liked it so much that I wanted to do it again because so much happens on social media during an event. And LMAO had us reminiscing a moment 2 years ago when G2 had an issue with the map veto, and that happened yesterday as well.
You know, we were in the back questioning whether Fabian did that on purpose. I think it was, again, an accident when it was in that matchup versus FaZe. And then, you know, we see Alamau take a little bit of a shot, and then we almost immediately saw Fabian. I think they've had a couple interactions throughout Twitter as this event has started. And
I am exhausted,
really
bro.
You would probably have a little more insight on
I mean, it feels like Alamau never learns. When you start to his Fabian, then you're going to get a reply, and that reply is always going to burn you. And I will say this, to say that Alamau could be white as a ghost and shutting down in big games against Brazilians, that's a little bit too specific not to be true. And I'll say this, y'a que la vérité qui blesse, that's the French saying for there is only truth that hurts you. The fact that Fabian burns him is also because most of his tweets are actually a little bit of truth.
Yeah, he has the way to back it up as well, what he's saying. I love the picture they chose for it as well, really matches the sentiment of that tweet. And I guess a little beef that we had on social media, want to see more of that today. So we'll keep our eyes peeled for it in case there is more social media coming up on the stream. And then speaking of these rosters, of course, G2, the one that was involved in the social media beef, they're playing in our first match today when it comes to playing against a fellow EU team. Against BDS, we're looking at that as our first best of one for the day. Once again, a reminder, both these teams have won one game yesterday and they've lost a game yesterday. That's why they're playing against each other right now. And when we're talking about BDS,
you need a new mouse pad,
you know, bringing this back
this is still good for now.
When they played against each other in the playoffs, I was really happy to see BDS actually
cleaning my mouse pad really quick.
To a team like G2.
Yeah, because when you look at BDS in general, or across the EML, across the full year, maybe they didn't have the best performance, or at least what they're looking for. But I think as soon as they came into the playoff of stage 2, they really came alive. That's it. In those BO3s, in that environment, they had the right game plan. And against G2, honestly, it was such a good game from them. They could have taken it. And I think it's an announcing of one thing. When BDS plays against a strong team, they're going to rise to the occasion. They're going to rise their level. And it's always the case against G2.
And I think that's something for me. You know, you asked us when we said, you know, say a team, one word to describe them. I said untapped because there's so much untapped potential in this roster. When you look at this 5, they can achieve greatness. And we've seen greatness from
I'm going to go grab some food while we still wait.
Match versus SSG, going against a very strong, aggressive opponent, they dominated them. They shut them out in a 7-1. Very convincing. You even heard him P4 with his interview from Rio. Having to switch to English, that's already a task in its own while trying to be that IGL.
Yeah. They collect dirt and especially sweat from your hands.
In that game versus Secret,
and oil.
It was relatively close. They are staying very competitive, and it's a matter of, are they looking at these games and extrapolating things from it to just increase their potential where we can see this team be a rising team from the EML and be one of the best?
Yeah, it's crazy to me that, for example, P4 was the one that really showed up yesterday, only to think of what's going to happen when the usual suspects step up alongside him in this matchup coming here today against G2. And we'll start talking about them as well, because we have to talk about the results from yesterday, okay? We already mentioned it a little bit, but against KAG, I feel like that game, it got a little bit too close for comfort.
It definitely got too close for comfort, but I think that's the important thing to take away from that match, is they never gave up. The resilience was clearly there when it looked like all odds were stacked against them, and especially for a young player like Stompin, in this moment where you can truly make or break newer players, to have that confidence, to have that round, and what it was, round 11, to be able to pull out that clutch and instill confidence and hype into the rest of everyone for them to be able to close out that game, it just goes to show G2 is more than confident and ready to keep these games going.
Yeah, I just don't think everything is so positive in the sense that at EWC, they make grand finals and everyone says, they should have won it. And it's okay. They will be the Munich major, they will be the favorite, and they will take the Munich major. For them to come in, they were 2 rounds away from dropping 0-2 and being in the elimination match today. I think for me, it's not all positive. The most important thing, and that's what we said, I think they really turned things around by that winning 7 rounds in a row against CAG, and that maybe is what they needed, that wake-up call. We're gonna see today against BDS. Now is the moment to prove that it was just the start of the tournament, and they're still very confident, but I'm still not convinced yet.
All right, we'll see if we get convinced by this best of 1 here, though. We'll pull up the map veto as the final thing that we need to do before this matchup can really start, and we can dive into it. We're looking at the decider. We're looking at Bank. We have seen this film before.
Yeah, during EML, they played each other, obviously. G2 is the one team that managed to break the crazy win streak from Falcons on that map.
8-7.
And so they basically took the European crown of being the Bank champions. And BDS is never afraid of that. They're never afraid to take a team to their best map to counter-strat. They tried to do it. It was a 7-3 loss during the stage against G2, and then a 7-5 loss during the playoffs. Very close, but getting better.
I say that. I think that's the biggest thing. There is little there's minute improvement with each game. You said a 7-3, 7-5. I feel going into this matchup with the confidence that they have behind them, the exuberation with it, I think this is a game where BDS can overcome G2.
We can only hope that this game will be competitive and close, and therefore we'll bring in our casters as well, as we're joined by Intero and Jesse on the A-stream for the first 2 games. You guys get a good game to start with. Are we excited?
I am. We were saying that we haven't casted Stompin' yet.
Yeah.
Everybody wants to cast Stompin'. We finally get to do it.
It's exciting, too. We got the all-European matchup. We did another all-European matchup yesterday, and I think it makes sense because who knows the EML better than the 2 NA casters?
Well, I love that for you. You're going to dive right into it, though. The match is ready. Take it away.
Thank you so very much. G2, a team that got into maybe more controversy outside of the server last night. I don't know if anybody saw Fabian, former member of G2, multi-time world champion with G2, and Ali Mao deciding to do some trash talk. They're not playing each other today, but G2's got to save some of that energy for this game because BDS, Jesse, has been a bit of a surprise so far through the first day of games.
No, you're absolutely right, Parker. I think a lot of people had BDS kind of come in as this like 4th European team. Who knows how good they're going to do, but they played really well yesterday. Despite going 1-1, they had a really strong contest to end out the day. It definitely felt like they could have gone 2-0, but here they are now up against the Titans from Europe. G2 won both contests when these two faced off against each other in Stage 2. They beat them in groups, they beat them in playoffs, and it's kind of surprising to me that we're heading to Bank. The Deaths touched on it, but these 2 teams faced each other on Bank. It was G2's map pick in the EML playoffs, and they won it 7-5. So a bit of history might suggest that G2 are coming out on top. Already, we got the operator bands coming out. Maybe not thrilled about the Kaid.
Drops are live, officially. Drops are live. Drops are live.
Interesting to see here on Bank. Very strong operator for holding down that top floor, locking it down. Attackers will remove both the Ying and the Monty, which leaves up all the ranged hard breach that often gets targeted on a map like Bank.
Yeah, I don't hate these bans. Leaving up the hard breachers is going to make it more difficult to defend that bottom floor bomb site, which will be where G2 decides to go right off the rip. So down to lockers they will go. No Kaid will make defending these hatches a relatively impossible task, as you see from the operators brought by G2.
Yeah.
They're not even going to try. They're just going to leave the hatches as is. I imagine from the lineup that we see on the side of G2, this will be a roam setup for a couple. You've got the Tachanka, obviously, and the Echo.
Surprised Jinx isn't watching Stompin'. I don't think that he even knows Pro League's going on, bro.
And he's actually supplanted a smoke.
1, he's a console guy. 2, he's doesn't really care about Siege anymore.
G2 making a deliberate choice not to run what has historically been one of the strongest operators on this bomb site. Another notable operator absent is Goyo.
Yeah. Yeah, Goyo can be really strong. It is hard countered by Twitch, and if we do see a Goyo, Twitch is always quick to follow. But teams like running this kind of strategy with the Tachanka instead. A lot of teams will run that Tachanka starting off at the top floor on elevators. You're hoping you don't die there. Vlad's playing the position currently, where then he'll try to fall back off and maybe play more with the team, shoot a couple of drones. I know Furia really likes to do this strategy. You can see his outline there on your screen now. So going to be exciting to see what Blaz can do from that point of view, but nobody else really roaming too heavily. Stompin' and Archives maybe the most aggressive player, and he's getting looked at by Robbie just at the top of square right now. doesn't have the greatest way to escape.
But he has Lawyer watching at the top of blue. Jesse, it's not just going to be about regular games here at the Major. There's also SI qualification on the board. So a win here against BDS will all but certainly lock in G2. They have 1% chance that they wouldn't make it to SI, which at that point is, it's probably not going to happen. So BDS has a bit of a harder hill to climb. They were only at 40% with a victory there. Freck's going to die real early to Blaz. That's the Deimos off the board. An operator that you tend to see on the front lines and often the first kill or casualty. On the side of BDS, it's the latter.
Yeah, and I like this from Stompin. As soon as his teammate gets a kill, you know you have man advantage, retreat back to site. You don't have to risk dying up here. You go down, it's a 4-on-4. That would be a real tough situation. So smart from Stompin to retreat. You do have to open the hatch. You weren't able to reinforce it for that rotate, but I think that's totally fine. With the kite ban and no Harborage bans, it was going to get opened up anyways. So maybe you lose a tiny bit of time, but it's a good retreat from Stompin. Everyone can now play inside the site. Be a little bit of pause here in the action now as BDS start to clear out the utility, get the hatches open. I'm looking at the util they have on them, Parker, and I do like what I see. Smokes from Laznu, a lot of displacement with both the Grim and the Capitao. It's going to mean that some positions inside the site will be really awkward to play for G2, and they might want to kind of get aggressive to increase their advantage before they get to that point.
So they're just stalling and wasting as much utility as possible. This is an intriguing play by Loira. He had the assistance of the Yokai drone, but Robbie still capitalizes off of that, and it's a nice answer back from BDS. But they need to be very wary of this clock, Jesse. Just 45 seconds remain, and it will continue to tick away from BDS. We did see BDS have some issues with aggression and getting into the site. That middle portion of the round onward yesterday was a bit sluggish for them. No Goyo canisters mean that the fire will have to be applied a different way. There's Capitaos on the board for BDS, so those fire bolts can be thrown out from the side of the attackers, and from the defenders the same, but Robbie just walks right in. Alimau dies. What is happening? Stompin, the only one able to shut him down. Traded out by P4, and what was a terrific start to this round has completely collapsed at this point, leaving just Doki, who's now spotted and killed by Virtue. P4 looked like he was in on it as well, as there was multiple players staring in his direction. Diffuser almost got planted at the same time. Robbie just waltzing into the site and slaughtering 2 players completely turned the tide of that round.
Yeah, absolutely. The Italian stallion doing it the most here in Munich. Doing a great job of making that entry. I believe he got 3 kills total in that round, 2 in the execute, 1 earlier on as well from Robbie. So massive play from him.
I grabbed crackers with hummus.
Kill death ratio in their opening game against Space Station yesterday. Went 10-1 in that matchup, and you see how good he was here. Just making that space for his team, walking down blue. You do have to maybe look at the Azami playing those server stairs as well. I know Loira is a great player in that position, but he often plays some different operators there. You've seen him play the smokes, the mute in the past, sometimes what he wants to bring out to that bomb site. The Azami can be tough sometimes when you're playing at the top of the stairs.
Oh yeah, someone had a crazy clip yesterday.
Do more than he already did.
Loira is also the lowest rated player in this entire match.
Yes.
Which is quite a shocker given Loira's prominence. I mean, I remember when Loira was a highly touted up-and-coming player over in Brazil before being imported towards G2. You have to imagine that the Brazilian connection at G2 played a big role. But yeah, Loira really underperforming his numbers so far.
Yeah, for sure. And he had a great stage too. So I think it's just opening day of the tournament, maybe some jitters, maybe just getting warmed up. I expect Loira to still be a big part of G2 during this tournament run. I don't expect him to continue to play as he did for the first couple of games, and he's not, you know, completely underwater. He went 13-19, so he still was performing well in some rounds yesterday, but we are expecting more from him today.
Very important here in Munich that you keep your head above water.
Yes, that's our motto for the event. Well tied in, Parker. I like that. I like that.
Somebody in the audience you just know is like, oh my god, it is water themed. After seeing the fact that there's rising tides in the bars of the numbers in between rounds and in between matches. And
yeah, and listen, I don't want to spoil anything, but when we get to main stage, ooh, there's excellent theming going on.
What Jesse is saying is they're actually going to fill the entire arena with water. So bring your swim trunks here. Oh my goodness.
Wow.
Yet again, Robbie finds an opening. It's exploited right away. Loira has been a target dummy through 2 rounds. And now Robbie will aggress up to the smoke. Has him completely turned around. Blaz killing Alimau amidst the chaos.
Oh, TK.
G2 does come ahead in kills. Not that they haven't lost the smoke. And
Yeah.
Janari.
Awkward operators to lose. Blaz was the last guy alive on the top floor, and he just falls off now back to open area. So it's going to be a 3v3 when we do get to that execute. I think you're happy with that if you're BDS. It's effectively 2 kills from Robbie. That team kill was caused by the chaos that he was providing. That's mine. It's valid. That's valid. Effective 5-2 start from Robbie. Extremely good from the top frag of BDS, their primary entry player. But now they've got to do work on executing into the bomb site. They've still got Freck on that Ram, who can do so much good work on the soft destruction. They've still got Virtue on the Ace as well, which can be really important if you are going for a square take. He's already used 2 of his Selmas to help his teammates clear the top floor. I believe that was from the lobby repels, so you won't have full utility going in for this, but I do like what they have. Vault cams are going to be a bit of an issue. I see one side of the office hallway that Alamau is currently staring at, so be careful about that. But with the Nitro already expended too, it's not like they're going to be able to deny the plant with the big C4. They're going to have to take these gunfights because it's likely BDS will have a good point to get into the site and plant.
Yeah, there's a good likelihood that BDS could take it.
That's a throwback. I like it.
It's been quite some time.
Yeah.
It's our good friend Caliber Jacob. He was actually casting with Iconic at the DreamHack Atlanta Siege event that was just a couple weeks ago. Or just last week, actually. Blaz now the next casualty in line. G2's defense here on Bank, notwithstanding scrutiny whatsoever. Doki in a clutcher kick scenario for the 2nd time in a row, just narrowly evading the bullets from the R4C in the hands of Freck, and he almost gets both of them, only good enough for one. Freck secures the round after the diffuser goes down. BDS is off to a 2-0 start.
And nice try by Doki there. Came so close to clutching it up. We've seen him do so many incredible things like that throughout the years. This is his 15th S-tier event, nearly all of them now with G2. A couple with Na'Vi at the start of his career, but he's been incredible for this team in the past.
I was gonna say, oh yeah, he won Tokonami with Na'Vi, but
no.
Maybe he's suspended. Maybe he was suspended from play.
Wasn't quite on the roster for that one.
No, but he was definitely there for some kind of moral support. I don't know. Those beers aren't gonna drink themselves. So.
Yeah, pure chaos on this top floor clear. But from what we saw from BDS yesterday, I mean, we casted both of their games. They like a lot of these chaotic pushes where things do get a little scrappy, they get a little wild. But even that execute, I thought you saw the coordination. There are still players acting at the same time. One from printer window, one coming in from the doorway from the hall. So you've still got 2 plays happening. They're disconnected, they're on different parts of the map, but they're happening at the same time. They're still being played together, and it really does pull the attention away from G2. I think they got to find some way to halt the aggression in the early game so they can get set up for a late round advantage. Because both times the executes happened, it's been even man counts, and BDS have come out on top.
It really is quite striking that in the most recent round we watched, BDS waltzed in. Robbie got the kill, blew the red line, effectively got a 2nd kill.
Yeah.
But in round number 1, G2 struck first, but it didn't feel like they gained anything from that because immediately Lawyer got traded back on blue stairs. They asserted themselves inside a server on the side of BDS. They then carried that forward, transitioning back up top to pinching all of those hatches in open area, and then Robbie just continuing to move forward.
Yeah.
And G2 gained nothing from that. It felt like even when you drew first blood, it was still an even 4v4, even though it took about 35, 45 seconds for Loira to die. So just a bit of a feckless roam from G2 that they're going to need to tighten up.
Well, 3rd time's the charm. At least that's what Loira's hoping for. He gets caught on a drone. Another thing that BDS was doing really well yesterday was their drone game, and I think we're seeing that again today. They've been very proficient at catching players, not letting players recognize when they're on drone, and they got quite a few free kills in their Lair matchup that we were watching just the other day. So, gonna be interesting if that does keep up. They spotted Loira a little while ago. They know he's down.
Has a bad
job number 1 in this round is going to be to take him out.
Steam.
Zophie is an operator that doesn't see quite the amount of play that she used to, but still has some good application here. That lifeline not just good for explosives, which are very much in the meta at the moment, but additionally, you can use those concussives very effectively as a roam clear or identification tool. P4 will swing in, Doki goes down, Blast follows. Nothing slowing this BDS assault down, and with over a minute to go, BDS will now isolate these off-site players, and they have pretty good control. Stompin will creep his way back to the bomb site. He's got Loira side by side, and there's Loira finally on the board, shredding P4, who was playing over that position by Banana. Freck will need to go on in with Virtue as Robbie gets cut down, and this mid-round for G2 has been much better than the previous two.
Yeah, that move from Loira, absolutely huge to get the numbers back. Stomping a big kill in the midst of that too, leaves just Freck and Virtue alive, and Virtue's on the roof. So they've got to find some way to reconnect with one another. The Spider-Man repel doesn't go the way for the Australian. Used to be an upside down, but this time he's not able to get a kill with it. Thankfully, Freck and him can regroup, and they've got a decent bit of time. 35 seconds now to redecide where they want to go for this push. Diffuse kit was dropped towards the front side of the bomb site towards lobby, so that's where the push is going to end up. It's a long rotate as they move their way over. It's going to be a very late finish coming in from BDS.
Reloading. Only 10 seconds left. And G2 is really well positioned here to catch both of these players. Virtue and Freck will have to play these angles perfectly. Virtue finds two. He needs just one more. Ali Mal hiding, and there's no way that Virtue's going to get him in time. I was way too close to end there, but Carl, our good friend Carl, you can't just hide like that. But indeed he does, and G2 wins their first round.
It's a smart play from the captain of G2 and former captain of Virtue in the 1v1. Were teammates on this G2 squad a couple years ago, won a world championship together, and then eventually did decide to remove Virtue from that lineup, went to Secret for a while, and then now finds himself here on
They're going to
BDS.
swap games to the Shopify game
It's been really
after
nice
this.
to see his evolution as a player. Hasn't always had the luckiest of times, has been struggling in certain moments, but still good to see him succeeding.
Look, we can go basement default Dallas, but it's like, guys, what I want to ask for you guys, like, he's more proactive, okay? In the beginning of the round 5v5, like, let's be proactive, like, to take the opening kill, like, fuck the execute. Let's not play so pussy, okay? And it's the same in the late rounds, like, we lost the two first rounds because, like, we are scared to play. We are just letting the execute on us, like, can communicate better. Also, the aims we need. We always need garage. Doesn't matter, like, if they don't go garage, like, we always need garage to hold the deep push. So don't forget these fundamentals, like, basic fundamentals, okay? So, like, let's be proactive in the beginning of the round, like, to take the opening kills, and then, like, also, like, don't be scared if they don't do virtual new. Stay in the archives. We don't give a fuck, like, if it's a turtle strat, like, if they do virtual new, they need to push doors, you know? So, like, I trust you to hold the doors, you know? Like, you are so good, like, don't be afraid to stay there, okay? Let's go, guys.
The default is the one I play smoke.
It is, Logan.
That's Romallo, the coach of G2, giving some words to his players after they go down 2-1 through the first quarter. Wants them to be a bit more proactive in the early round, and this is kind of what I was saying after that second round too. They can get a little bit more active. They can deny some of that space to BDS. It might lend the rounds to be closer in their favor. Felt like they were able to bounce back. I mean, it was that real mid-round where they came alive for the top floor defense, but I think there's still plenty to be talking about. You heard it from Romallo, some wise words coming in, and hopefully will turn the tide for G2.
Sorry, Shopify game's already on. And it's not looking good.
Going to have some pretty cool plans in mind. Now, the interesting part is on the other side, it's matched up by a very similar operator in the castle, Rebellion bringing that along. Now, I spoke in the ban phase about how we'd seen the Azami taken away, we'd seen the Mirror taken away. Of the three architects in the game, only the castle stayed standing, and I was kind of surprised that we didn't get to see it sooner. But here we go. I love this use of it, by the way. If there's no barricade on the door, you shot it out to make sure it's first safe. You drop down the Rara door, you put the exothermic on the left-hand side, it opens up the wall into site itself. It's basically a guarantee that you will be able to get the wall off, and they can do very little about it. So it's a nice little bit of trickery that you can get away with there as Weibo to ensure that you have a direct line in towards site.
Surf has picked up that opener onto Ape though. That's the Nomad gone. I don't know if the air jabs have been deployed or not. Very possibly not, as they're only just working themselves into the positions. So that's something to consider. Need to be careful of those flanks, but also it gives Shopify Rebellion that start that they haven't had yet. As I've said, Weibo have been really good at identifying the weak link and going in there and exploiting it at the beginning of the round, giving themselves an advantage. Shopify Rebellion, they need to, for me now, double down, find that next kill, get themselves to 5-3, that little bit of a comfort blanket rather than relying on, you know, Weibo coming in and chasing them back down.
Playing Protect the President, where the President in this case is 90 Hall. So like 2 or 4 players are all dancing around this spot. Surf onto a second in the round, saying he'll do it himself, but Speakeasy, come on, man! You're watching too much stomping, I think, at this point, Tim. A spray through the wall finds one. Turn picks up Rex, and it is all falling apart. Surf probably wondering what more he can do. He had a 2K to start the round. They were in a 5 versus 3.
Oh, my God.
and suddenly Weibo cruelly snatch it away from them and are now in a commanding position, Tim, 3v2.
That's just great use of intel from Weibo there, just feeding it into Speakeasy so he knows exactly where those players are. He can pinpoint them and take them down through that soft wall. Absolutely beautiful stuff. Weibo now sitting in the driving seat. Shopify Rebellion have got to be wondering how they've got here. Blink of an eye and the 2 versus 3 from a 5 versus 3. Canadian manages to find with a Nitro onto Speakeasy. Takes down the man of the moment in this round, brings it back to a 2v2. And we see now Weibo just taking their foot off the gas. They've got 40 seconds. They've got top floor control. They can now just work their way around a little bit and decide what they're going to do. But those seconds won't last forever. And saying that, they start to move in towards customs.
There's the use of it here as well. Going to try and mask the sound, I think, of it going off, but no need at this point. Turd, the sole one on the cover. Hover going to be able to get away with this, Tim, and get himself... No, yeah, just about gets it.
Let's
but
go.
Turd is down behind him as well. Canadian and Ambi pulling together to finally get Shopify Rebellion on the board.
Yep, they dragged it over the line there. I was a little bit concerned when that plant went down. It was a nice little play from Weibo to try and get it done on the threshold of the site. And for a second there, you thought they might just be able to turn it around, but just shows the levels that are being played with here. The Selma charge going in, as you quite rightly say, to just mask that sound, to just prevent them knowing necessarily that that's what's going on. Take away that visual as well. If it lands on that bulletproof camera, it will take away that visual and just prevent them being
probably
able
going
to
to keep
see.
Stream
So
Beyond most of the time because the game's
around.
look a
Shopify
little bit
Rebellion
better.
managing to claim that one in customs. Maybe just give them a little bit of confidence to build from. But as I said, they need all 3. 2 more to go.
I can't stress as well how important Canadians' kill onto Speakeasy was. They get stuck in a 2 versus 3 there. The guarantee is going to be you have one player providing cover from the door as the diffuser's going down, then you have one player on the upstairs. And as soon as that diffuser is down on the ground, you just don't win that back as the defenders. There's just zero way that Rebellion managed to fight their way back in. So getting that C4, Canadian, it's one of the moments that you look at and go, then it wasn't the closing moment, it wasn't the 2v2 being won, but it's what enabled the 2 versus 2 to see the round conclude out that way. So a big moment for him and a big moment for Shopify to keep themselves going. It is only a single round for now, Tim. Of course, got to see what they can do across the next 2, but already I'm starting to think about that second half here and what can they show when they get on the attack.
I'm watching this with interest. Canadians getting those trip connectors all over the place.
Look
just
at that.
Yeah, I was just interested to see the kind of intricate design we were going to have. It's just blocking off a couple of windows, but just shows the distances that you've got to think about with these new Denari gadgets, because you're wanting to clear them out to get through the window that it's blocking without taking that damage, without taking that slowdown, and you've got to be thinking maybe 2 rooms away. It's it's not as simple as just thinking immediately around that object of your desire anymore.
The worry I do have is, of course, the setups always look beautiful, and in theory they are. But then it comes to actually stepping into a room, and there's always a really, really simple answer, like, I don't know, toss an aid or something like that. And I think back to the ways when it still kind of happens today on few maps, to be fair. When mute was the go-to, you put a mute on loads of single doorways throughout the map and just really impede attackers by taking away their ability to get info. What do teams often do? Just roll a grenade in through the door and destroy it. No problems, because we're not seeing much Jaeger or Wamai. I say that as there is one in this round, Tim, so maybe that's partly there to try and deal with it. There are 4 frags on the other side they've got to contend with, but you've also got to worry about the Flores, as we've already seen has been chewing through a couple of those Goyo canisters, through a shield, for example. So this classic game of siege chess continues when it comes to the utility.
We've seen this position being used an awful lot recently.
Gunner yesterday.
Yeah, Gunner used it. G2 at times were able to punish it, at others they were not. And it's just playing that aggression out of that door onto the balcony and just making it a little bit less safe outside of the map for the attackers. Appy just going to be watching up that hatch for the time being. And Speakeasy takes a little bit of ground, but then backs off and gives it back for the time being. Here comes the immediate challenge, though. It's going to be Ambi who manages to pick him up. And that is another good opener for Shopify Rebellion. 5 versus 4.
Was that Ambi or was it Batman? Dude descending from the heavens there to close up that kill. Speakeasy. Please do that again. Oh, that's really tickled me. I've got tears in my eyes.
You're right there, Des.
I don't know why it made me laugh so.
Neither do I. I thought we'll throw away.
Tim is around and see.
We've lost him. We've lost him. Reese is going to get the last of those kills. Spike manages to pick up the trade. 3 versus 2. The diffuser's going down, Des. The diffuser. Hoven manages to get the plant. Stop it, stop it. 2 versus 2. Rexon is down effectively. Shopify Rebellion are coming through here. Ambi manages to get the kill onto Ape. They're going to have the time that they need here, I think. Hoven is half health, and they're going to get straight
on, Ambi. Come on, Batman. I'm Ambi.
Let's go. Come on.
Oh, good lord. I think he actually was Batman in the round because you saved, saved it for him. Oh,
what are the casters yapping about right now, bro?
I've got a feeling that round might end up getting clipped.
I really hope not. Good lord. Oh, okay.
Regular scheduled programming
I'm back.
Has returned.
I'm back, Tim. It's just so out of character for you. Forgot me, but it's so bad.
Just a little throwaway comment.
Oh.
Just send me one.
It was a bit more than a comment, wasn't it, Tim? It was probably the worst Batman impression I think I've ever heard.
No, it was. You knew what it was.
I knew what it was trying to be.
You knew what it was.
Oh, Benson Workshop for the last round of the half then. Shopify, they've got another one on the board. God bless. They are starting their fight back in the exact time out the second quarter. Maybe it actually is a case that Weibo are running short on ideas here and don't have too much more to bring that can surprise Shopify. But one thing I will say is it feels like the change in sites that we've seen them work through definitely have helped out in that one. Rather than going towards, back upstairs again or trying to jump onto Battering Tellers like we saw in last round, that was the only real predictable one. I'd say Benson Workshop and Customs and Supply, obviously the 2 sites that we see the least. So maybe here's a little bit of that at play. You're really kind of trying to test the strap book that Weibo brought along for this game.
Yeah, look, I said that Shopify Rebellion needed to win the final 3 rounds after that timeout. They've got 2 out of 3. Brilliant stuff from them, great turnaround. And it is showing that, mental fortitude, that resilience that we look for in great teams. So, very, very good from them. Can they continue that? Weibo, I do feel that they've got another attack in them here, but Shopify Rebellion seem to have just figured them out now and have been able to really sort of lock them down. If you're wondering why they're shooting off the bottom of the Selma there, it's because they don't want that to be a vault. They just want the line of sight to be going through. So you just take out that second cartridge and then it prevents that being something that can be used as a rotate against you.
Camby's Batman. Who's the Penguin?
I don't know. I'm not going to do another impression.
I dare not. Who's the Joker?
I was
what about the Riddler?
You, I think, after the last round.
Maybe. I'm never going to not be able to see Shopify Rebellion as a Batman lineup now. Cheers, Tim. Absolutely excellent. But yeah, as always, the focus that you often see at the start of this map, East Stairs. We spoke about it an awful lot yesterday, so forgive us if you watched our cache yesterday. You'll, of course, know what we're about to say. East Stairs is that power position. You get that part of the map, and you can control so much from there. In towards Passport, through in towards downstairs, towards the main doors, in towards site. All across the top floor really. They took it down 90, in towards Break Room. It is a great spot to have as attackers or as defenders, which is why the attackers tend to put so much in trying to get control of it, and as you can see, why the defenders are committing so much to try and hold on to it. Here we go, though. March on starts for, but is looking entirely the wrong way. A couple of kills come through for the side of Shopify Rebellion, but there's 3 back the other way, down to a 2v2 as Canadian still holds on to East Stairs, but cut down on the retreat out. It's all down to Surf here to hold on against 2. And Tim, there's a phone call in the back pocket of Ape. Out it comes. Surf, they know exactly where he is. They know what's going on. They can ignore him and just try and hit site if they really wanted to, but for now, just letting him slowly slip away back in towards site. Hopefully able to play behind a bunch of reinforcements and keep himself a little bit safer from the onslaught of Weibo.
Yeah, Hoven has got case in hand, but they don't want to rush that. Plenty of time on the clock. They want to use those seconds just before they start diving into sight and trying to put the diffuser down. They're going to have to play this game of cat and mouse with Surf now, as he is just playing this. I like the way he's playing it, keeping himself away from sight for the time being. He's got the gadget to know if anything is going on inside of there. So he's just keeping himself off to one side, in a position, ready to strike. If he activates his gadget, he's probably going to hear this anyway. He's going to know it's going down around the corner, but he's been too slow. Hover manages to get guns up off the back of this, but cannot win the fight as Surf takes him down. But the problem is, as you say, he's got that vertical above him. He's going to get straight onto the counter diffuse here. He might get away. No, he's going to. I thought he might get away with it, but Ape plays it perfectly, pushes back. There goes the flashbang. He's just trying to tease him. Is Surf going to stick this? No. Pros do fake sometimes, Des.
I wish he'd stuck it there, because I don't think Ape would have found him in time personally, but he's going to try again one more time. Can he get the angle? You're letting him get away with it. No, you've dropped a bit late. What are you doing? No.
What the fuck?
Yeah, I thought that as well, Rexon. I thought exactly the same. Yeah. Yeah.
Well, it's a big mistake from Weibo. There's no two ways about it. They're in a 2v1 there. It's really well played by Surf, by the way, as well. I said, I liked his positioning initially. He moves himself in.
He faked so many times,
and
he could have stuck it like 3 or 4 different times.
He's a little bit late for stopping the plant go down, so he leaves himself a tricky situation, but it's always difficult to judge how long that's been going on for, but he gets round, gets the kill, and then plays it beautifully at the end. Just tricks him out a couple of times, but then says, yeah, I'm confident in my cover. I'm just going to stick this. He's not moving quick enough. He's used that information that he's gained from those first 2 attempts, and he's just, played it beautifully. And Ape too slow in the end on the uptick, and they're going to lose the round. Shopify needed 3. Shopify get 3.
That is honestly a magical turnaround, given how dominant those first 3 rounds were. And it's, again, the power of the attack timeout, but also, as I mentioned, maybe the slight exhausting of the strap bot there, that there wasn't much more Weibo could do to surprise Shopify Rebellion. Really, really good stuff. And now they've got themselves a golden opportunity, Tim, to push on forward, go to that 2-1 scoreline and put themselves in the, would you call it a promotion bracket? We'll call it rather than the winners bracket. The promotion bracket tomorrow, because they'll be 2-1, and they go into their best of 3s, whereas Weibo, well, they go down to the elimination bracket.
That's it. It's a massive difference for both Shopify Rebellion and for Weibo on the back of this in all of the 1-1 matches. You're either going into multiple opportunities to qualify or multiple times that you're going to have to save yourself. So definitely a big difference. I still think, despite those last 3 rounds and the loss of momentum, I still think that Weibo can be competitive here in the second half. As I said, they do generally improve on the defensive border. So we'll see how that plays out now. Shopify Rebellion going to have to find some answers here. It's not going to be easy for them.
Sure not. But we'll see. As we always say, 2 hours to game of Siege, things can turn on their head incredibly quickly. So it's hard to say which way it goes from here. We'll pretend it's a bit of a reset game, given the sides have now swapped over. Shield, of course, in front of Canadian. No big surprises there. We spoke a lot about him and Speakeasy in the first half, seeing the Ossa matching up against the Clash. We had the Blitz being brought along, the Clash being banned away. Looks like we may have a rehost call coming on through, but it may well proceed given where we are into the game. But we'll find out shortly. For now, we carry on as if nothing else has really happened. One operator I'm kind of surprised to see getting through, truthfully, Tim, is that mirror. Instead of opting to see the mute taken away, the mirror being available does mean you'll see some spots in this map be quite hard to break down. Of course, you'll want things like the Twitch on side or the Ash to help chew through those. We'll see how it goes. Here we go. Immediately, Canadian taking large and in charge control of these East stairs as the first Dockerby call comes out.
I think we're going to have a rehost.
I think we may well be.
We've just got the disconnection there. Everybody seems to be taking headphones off and whatnot. I think M80 taking a leaf out of G2's book there yesterday. They saw how well Alamai went in. I think
someone has got to Photoshop, by the way, that he's got the hand warmers and shaking him. Put Maracas there instead. That's got to be an edit at some point. Someone's got to have the skill somewhere to make that a thing. It'd be beautiful.
I think they got punished by Alamau yesterday. And, I said at the time, some of the best Monty player that I've seen for a little while. He was so confident in going in, taking space, got into office, got a kill, got the plant down. And I think M8 definitely taking a line out of that book, a lesson there, and coming in and wanting to focus behind that shield as it is. We've gone through the rehost, so we'll see whether that's a tactic that they continue to use to try and take East Stairs when we do play this round. But one way or another, definitely learning from the difficulty the shields caused to them yesterday.
Yeah. So I do want to touch on this, as we did actually speak about this before we came on broadcast today, and we waited to see if anything would happen before referencing it. What happened there, and the reason why we have the rehost coming on through, was Rexon stepped his way up on towards the balcony, wasn't near an Aruni laser gate and got zapped by it. Now, this is a known bug in the game at the minute, and that's okay. We've had the call internally by the admin team that we're going to allow Aruni to be played. It's been communicated to all teams, so they are aware of it. They can choose to pick her or not. That's entirely up to them. And what we're going to do is, of course, map how this plays out, because the pick rate isn't super high, because lots of teams pick her because of the fact she has a DMR, for example, and because the rate at which it's happening is relatively low. We've accepted that, and if it does happen, then teams have the ability to call in a rehost. Now, of course, if it starts happening all the time, that may well be revisited, but that was just what happened there, and this is why we've now jumped into a rehost for clarification. Everyone is nearly back in the lobby, so we will be back underway nice and quickly. And in case you are just joining us, as a reminder, the score is currently 3-3. We just got into Shopify starting out on the attack here on Border. After Weibo started out 3-0, looking great on their attacking side, and then before you know it, well, they let the ball slip away, and Shopify Rebellion battled their way back in.
I think the first round here for Shopify Rebellion on the attack is going to be particularly important. If they can continue that momentum that they've got on this side of things, get themselves into the lead, because let's not forget, Shopify Rebellion have been behind the entire time, apart from after that last round where they've drawn level. They haven't yet had the lead in this match. So I think if they can get in here and get themselves that lead, I think, you know, the confidence level of these players is just going to soar, and they're going to then feel like they're on the downhill and they're on the way towards that victory that they'll be expecting to take them into the 2-1 bracket. So I think really now's the time for Weibo to step up immediately and say, you know, we know what we can bring on defensive border and get that round. They need round 7. I'd normally say we're looking a little bit further down the line for those kind of critical, you know, rounds, but round 7, I think definitely.
That's Shopify Rebellion tweeting that, by the way. So the clip did make it onto social media, and they have jumped straight in there. Ambi is now Batman. Absolutely incredible.
Oh dear, just being a silly goose.
Just Tim being a silly goose. A couple of you said, oh, what happened, I wasn't listening. Rehost due to an Aruni bug, which again is known, teams all understand it. They play at their own risk. We have a whole procedure and process in place. It's all good. It's all sorted. Don't worry. Oh, well, actually, I actually need to double check, Tim, what the exact ordering of games is today, because as we mentioned over on the A stream, our 2 best of 3s later today are the elimination games. Over here, we've got the ones that are the promotion games. 2 very exciting series coming up for you for the teams that are currently 2-0. As a double check, we have Secret versus M80 first, and then we have Falcons versus W7M. Now, we didn't have the pleasure of casting W7M yesterday, but I am very curious to see how they're performing. Because I believe at one point yesterday, they were down quite bad. They were down pretty heavy and have managed to fight their way back through and become a 2-0 team. But you could say exactly the same about Falcons. So it's the 2 comeback teams coming together. What happens?
I don't think that W7M were, you know, necessarily kind of outstanding yesterday. They did well. They got themselves to 2-0.
How do you know you were casting?
I don't want to talk them down, but Enterprise certainly gave them a good old run for their money along the way. And, you know, the wins weren't necessarily as clean as they might like, but it's day 1. Look, everybody needs to wake up a bit. Everybody needs to get into it.
I did see someone in chat earlier say, what mouse are they using? And I actually caught there was a player on Weibo who's got another... We're going to get into the, like, green
the lime
debate.
Green, yeah.
Yeah, but obviously yesterday's green that we discussed was seafoam green. This one here, look. How would you describe that one? Lime green?
That's lime green.
Solid lime green?
Yeah, that's lime.
No, that's definitely got an off shade of lime, though. I can guarantee it's, again, got some really quirky name.
Almost.
What we've got to do is get it later, grab a screen grab, and then grab the pixel like colour picker, and then go and search that hex code online. I guarantee it will not just be lime green.
Oh, no colour is.
It'll have some weird name. What's your favourite colour, Tim?
Purple.
Why purple?
Just like it. I don't know. What else do you want from it?
Do you think it looks good on you?
It's
Do you like
very-
it when the walls are painted purple? Is it because it's quite a regal colour?
It's quite regal, isn't it?
It
I think
is,
it
yeah.
just. I think if you've got something that's like, you know, get a bit of purple on there. It looks like, you know.
Mum's favourite colour's purple as well,
elevates
actually.
it, yeah.
Well, she really loves lilies. Not lilies, sorry. What are the purpley flowers? Lavender, that's the one, sorry. It began with an L. I was like, hang on a minute, that's not right. Yeah, she loves lavender, so purple's her thing as well.
My wife likes lilies.
We like lilies, but they're really poisonous to cats. So if ever I buy my missus flowers that have got
I don't
lilies
have a
in,
cat, you see.
so you're all right then. That's the problem, mate. You need to get yourself a cat. They always have to live in our like little small ensuite box bathroom that we've got, and we lock all the flowers in there, which kind of like ruins the point of having flowers. But my missus went in there a couple of days ago, and the lilies had exploded everywhere, and when they explode, it coats everything. It is horrific.
The pollen stains
That's the problem.
really badly.
They're really pretty, but they are an absolute nightmare. They try and kill cats. They stay in my bathroom. I just can't win. So we keep on saying to people, please don't buy us flowers, or don't buy... People don't really buy me flowers. They buy my missus flowers. I'm like, please don't buy them with lilies in. What do? Buy them with lilies in.
Well, let's get back into this one. It's going to be Shopify Rebellion 3, Weibo 3, and we have switched sides. Shopify Rebellion moving on to the attack now. It's going to be a lot more onus on them. We're going to see a different approach from Canadian. It was Monty originally, but after that rehost, he's going to move on to the blitz. It's brilliant. Goes in, does the job. He's got Ambi behind him, takes down Turd. They've grabbed Office already. Reaps manages to find Spoik with a Nitro. That's going to be the Dockerby offline. Not ideal, but certainly not the end of the world for them. Having now Reaps to get more aggressive if he wants to challenge this. Manages to tickle the toes of Canadian, but not enough to back them up.
I was quite perplexed there, because I swear I heard a laser gate go off as he jumped.
Oh,
Oh,
no.
hello, Speakeasy. That's certainly one way to turn things around with a double nitro onto Canadian and Ambi. Leaving just Rexon and Surf here to try and rescue the round. Feels like a pretty tall order to get away with. They have got utility to play behind. They've got a couple of Twitch drones available. They've got the smokes on side. They can make this work, but it's a pretty tall order, Tim. I'm a bit nervous for them now.
Yeah, it's a tough one for Shopify Rebellion here. They started the round so well. It was like clockwork. Just went in there, got those opening kills, took the ground really quickly, really easily. But it shows how quickly in Siege things can be undone with just one good piece of utility usage. And this is why I often talk about, you know, the prowess of players with utility. If you've got the nitros in hand, you've got to be good at using them. Speakeasy proved that he was. Reaps manages to pick up Rexon. That leaves Surf on his own, cut down by Speakeasy. And that is going to be the round to win. But I think that was a really important round for them. As I said, historically, good on defensive border, but they needed to make sure that was showing in the server because Shopify Rebellion had some real good momentum up to that point.
Well, the power of hindsight is really back. We're on the B stream. I like referencing chat. We're on the B stream. There's only a few thousand of us. Monkey Desi was like, slow rehost into a quick attack. Genius. Defenders won't be expecting it. True, but they handled it very, very well.
They did. Yeah, they certainly weren't rattled by it there. No. And like I said, I think this is kind of what I expected. That's their number. It's not the end of the world for Shopify Rebellion. They've got their 3 rounds in a row, 4, 5, 6. You know, losing 7. It's Weibo's better half is generally defense on border, as I've said, and it was their number 1 side choice. So really not the end of the world. You just kind of shake it off and move on. And Shopify Rebellion now going to be attacking onto Bathroom Tellers. So it's going to be, again, largely the same as they did last time. Try and get that office, fountain, archives control, and then just an extra step, work downwards from there.
Yeah, again, of course, we've got the mirror available, but Hoven is jumping over onto the castle. Spoke a lot about this operator on this map. So many soft walls, so many long angles that you can hold as the attackers. Of course, those scopes giving you a massive advantage in that case. So a castle just helps give you a couple of angles that as defenders, or at least more like avenues that you have to move more safely back into towards side to give you a little bit more protection and make the map not hostile for you to play inside of. The main one, of course, that you can see is the double one inside of Red Corridor itself. Gives you a little bit of peace out towards east. Doesn't really give Ambi much peace, so he's already been dealt with very quickly here. And Surf's also dangerously low. Now, great start, to be fair, from Upper. He gets away with the reinforce as well. Wonderful start to the round.
It's clear that Shopify Rebellion are backs to the wall here and really up against a big challenge in the face of Weibo, who might just have an opportunity tomorrow to take themselves through to the latter stages of this competition if they can get this win done. 5 versus 4, good advantage. Deimos off the board as well, super valuable on border. There's so much destructible floor in there that you can work above and try to rattle shots down onto those defenders once you force them back into sight. It's not going to be possible now. They know that this one do there. Good. Yes, Canadian manages to hit Hoven as he tries to hit him on the fadeaway in return, but will lose his head as he goes through that hatch.
Ying shotgun is a virus, man. I forget, was it Spirits who started running it a while ago and then everyone else has just now followed suit? I've seen it a couple of times over the years, but it really has become like the go-to thing, and you can see why exactly there. The amount of utility that Ying brings along with those smokes, the 4 candelas, with a shotgun that you can just go and blast someone up close like that. Wonderful stuff, and a great way to start recovering the round here for Shopify Rebellion. It's still a 4 versus 4. Surf is still down to very, very low HP, but half a round still to work with. It's not looking too bad for Shopify Rebellion.
Not too bad, not too bad. Candela is going to go over the top. Yeet. Are they going to be able to use that to get the ground that they want? Reeks picks up Canadian, so the answer at the minute would be no. Turd is just playing this cool. They've no idea. It's.
They found out too late.
Yeah, it's unforgivable. Do I say unforgivable?
You
is that too harsh?
It kind of is. They're ban mute.
Yeah, you know, they've ban mute. They've not got the drones in there. They don't know. They've no idea that Turd's playing in behind the desk.
You've got a Dockerbee.
It's just too easy for Weibo.
You've got a Dockerbee. You've got a Dockerbee. You've got to call him back. Just pop it now, Spoy. Get it out and tap in them digits. There we go. Would have been handy probably about 20 seconds prior, admittedly, to help his team out on their push on forwards, and now he's got to try and find a way through 4 players. He played brilliantly well yesterday, Tim. You know, he was singing his praises in the first map, but I don't think he realises there's a man right underneath his nose at this point. He's taking the longer range fights. But like I say, it's a bit too much for him to do here, and I don't think even Weibo are going to find themselves giving him the room to be able to fight this one. Back, Ape with the closeout. That's 2 in a row for Weibo, Tim, and their defense is starting out strong.
Yeah, as expected. Big problems for Shopify Rebellion now, and let's not forget they've already had that tactical timeout. There is nothing that Super can do to interject here to try and give any information. I mean, fortunately, he's got a very experienced IGL in there in the face of Canadian, but I'm just not sure that Shopify Rebellion have got the answers here on board.
A guy called Durrell just popped up. SR equals selling rounds, lol. I mean, you can go that way if you want to, but they've had some good. It's the same thing I'd say about them yesterday, to be fair, in their game against Falcons. That what did I say yesterday on Labs? They're really good at the PvE part of the game, not so good at the PvP. They're really good at getting things opened up, getting their utility in there and clearing things out in rapid time. They had a lot of control of Labs multiple times over yesterday. Inside half the round, I was like, wow, these guys have moved so fast. They've not lost any players on the entry. They've done a really good job. But Falcons didn't mind it. They sort of sat back and said, okay, we'll just play crossfires on site. Like, it doesn't bother us in the slightest. It was never really an issue for them. And I think we're seeing probably a little bit more of that here, where the idea is good, what Shopify are bringing to the round. The actual execution is where things are lacking, you know. But admittedly, you can't do much about a double nitro over the top. Like, we had to stop that too easy. Not pushing in with a Dockerby call, I'd say probably is a little bit more obvious or something that could be improved. And so I just want to see them tighten up in those little areas. The challenge for them being, Tim, they've already used attack timeout. So something is now horribly wrong in this team. Like, Super can't step in and offer some words of wisdom. The Rebels have got to figure this one out for themselves.
It's going to be another fight over top floor then, I would expect. Ambi on that Deimos. Let's see if they can get any more value out of that this time. Lost in the entry battle last time around, weren't able to utilise it. Great for the roam clear, great for pressure inside. So they need to maybe treat Ambi with a little bit more care here and make sure that he is getting in the building, can use that gadget and can be effective. Immediate pressure towards main door and bottom main stairs though, interestingly. Just a little look through both, see if he can catch anybody out. But as expected, Spoit opens up that top floor window, and I think that is where we're going to see the initial push coming in from Shopify Rebellion.
Here we go, battering down to this castle barricade here. 11 hits to charge your way through. It's always good to see Ambi standing in this round, because one thing you got to miss out on the previous one was the Dockerby and the Deimos combo. I speak about it a lot. We see teams like Falcons who love using it when Deimos isn't banned away. Just going to help cover for each other's weaknesses in a way. Like, of course, the Deimos, the whole counter that was first sold when the devs revealed him was, well, he can only trap one target. You can bait a teammate almost and have them waiting in the wings, ready to snipe that Deimos off as he steps on forward. A Dockerby helps cover for that one as well. A Dockerby, of course, doesn't give you the exact location of someone, but if there's someone that you really want dead, you bring a Deimos along. So as a pairing, bring an awful lot to a team, but here comes that util dump. We are going in. Ambi is down on the deck. Ying Candelas are through, and we are in towards the back of site. Canadian probably looking to get in here and get this plant down short. Well, I say get the plant down. We're on that top floor, of course, duh. But gets in and gets a kill. A 5 versus 3, starting to look really good here for Shopify, Tim. They've gone past the PvE.
Yeah, that's not
started winning the PvP. Can they now close out this 5v3?
Yeah, much better from Rebellion there. Get themselves in behind that utility. This is what we like to see. I don't like wasted Candelas. You send them in, nobody follows it. You know, what are you really gaining from that? Get in there whilst those flash effects are working and try to get something going. How about this, though? Absolute freebie for Ape as Surf is on the drones, and he slipped the net there. That's, again, you know, Shopify Rebellion making these simple intel mistakes. They cannot be allowing people to get on the flank and hurt them like that.
Until a second ago, Hoven was on the top floor as well. They had all 3 players upstairs. No one was on site. Now looking in towards the spot to be able to come and challenge in here as well. Do they see the plant going down? They should. And they managed to stop Canadian, Tim. A 5v5 is now a 3v3. How are Rebellion letting this happen again?
Yeah, it's certainly slipping away. Diffusers down in no man's land as well. That's going to have to be retrieved, but with players on the top floor looking to challenge, it's difficult to then cover everywhere for Rexon. This is not an easy solution for Shopify Rebellion. Spoit manages to get the diffuser, but they lose Ambi along the way. 2v2, Rexon making it pay from having dropped down in towards site himself, but he's super low health. He's going to have to cover Spoit if he goes for a plant here with 10 seconds left to go, but there's no way that he gets away with this from here.
No way. Not again, boys. It's becoming a bit too much of a theme for me, Tim. When they start rounds solidly, they're playing great as a team, they're making great progress through the map, they're even getting into a 5v3. I believe that's the second 5v3 we've now seen them lose in this game. That should not be happening.
Yeah, they're going to be coming away from this scratching their head and asking big questions, I think, because like you say, it shouldn't be happening. Yes, Weibo are good on border. It's their second preference map. They like playing here, and they are good on the defensive side. But Shopify Rebellion, at the end of the day, you can't lose games in the map ban phase. You've got to come through and play somewhere that you know you can take it to the other team, and they just haven't delivered is the top and bottom of it. It's kind of been weird. You can see Rebellion's plans a lot of the time. You can see what the intention is. You can see how they're trying to massage the utility and the space and the opportunities for themselves, but they're just unable to hit that final minute and get it over the line.
So painful. Yeah, getting to jump on one player's back, but Ambi had a couple of tracks left there towards the end when they were in the 4 versus 3. You've known that you've already been hit on the flank by Apes, who's picked up Surf, for example. Get a track straight on him. Figure out where he is, where he's hiding off around the map, punish him, and then think about the site later. What I'll also give praise to, though, admittedly, is Ape, because when he came back a little bit later on the smoke, he held onto those 2 smoke canisters in back pocket. And yeah, we've already spoken a bit today about Canadian dying with a couple of those left in back pocket back in round 1. He did manage to use them all before being the entry death in round 2, but Ape held onto 2 and dropped both in towards Vents and Workshop. So even when they were in a spot to maybe get a plant down, they had to navigate around the smoke. Wrexham was on 1 HP. He takes one bad step and he's just gone and out the round as well. So it's real good composure, I think, from Ape and the rest of Weibo there, knowing they were in a 3 versus 5, but still having the belief they could get it over the line. Shopify Rebellion just cannot let this carry on, though, Tim. You can't give rounds away like that.
That's a nice shot from Spite on the Twitchtron, just using the elevation inside the dome there to get through to take out one of those Vulcan canisters into Archives. So it might just give them a little bit more space for Canadian to be able to work his way in on the shield. Given that they've got the Monte, I would expect them to be working from East Stairs in towards Office, in towards Archives. It is going to be a push that comes from that side, and Surf is ready to head in towards Break as well. They're just kind of waiting, and I like to see this. They're on the drones. As I've said, it's something Shopify Rebellion have fallen foul of a couple of times now, is that intel game and not really knowing exactly what's happening around them. Don't think that's the case here. They've got themselves inside safely, and the slow march of Canadian can begin.
They often say that it's a sign of a team that's flailing a little bit when you're jumping onto the shield after not playing it for the majority of the half and then trying to hope it's going to save you. Canadian, as we know, a very, very proficient player. Harvin taking a massive risk on the cross, but it's going to have into quite an annoying position here as well. Anyone stacking up behind Canadian is now under threat. There's a second player here, but Hoven in a bit too much danger, unfortunately. Now looking for another, tries to get the kill at range. It's Arpe stepping out, but can't find his man, and what a great angle being held outside as well. Missed out on which player that was. I want to say it was Surf there who was ready and waiting, but at least off the back of it, they managed to get it down. Hoven finally finished off. Arpe recovered. It's a 5 versus 3 again, Tim. Surely this time it goes the right way.
Yeah, you've got to expect that it will. Wrexham manages to pick up Reaps. There is a trade there from Ape, 2 versus 4, but Ambi manages to absolutely slam him out of the round. Headshot onto Ape. Leaves us now 1v4, all up to Speakeasy. Using that Tubarão smartly to avoid the Deimos tracks, but it is surely a matter of time. He picks up 1.
It's a great pre-fire.
But they know exactly where he is after that. Top Metal is taken down. Spike finds the final kill. Shopify Rebellion keep themselves alive for another round at least.
What I will say is it's very strange to have a team with Canadian on it where the only real noise is coming from behind them, the coach. Yeah, a little bit yesterday. Again, he spoke about the motivation being low, and the guys have got to reset here, take a deep breath, pick themselves up. And it even feels like today that's kind of what he's trying to encourage. Of course, he can't actively engage with his players unless we're an attack timeout, but at least creating a little bit of noise behind them should get their own energy up. Even saw Ambi trying to participate there a little bit too. But maybe it is just that, Tim. Maybe it's a motivation and energy thing, because it does look a little bit flat. And I remember when Canadian was back on Dark Zero, we had this whole conversation before where we were all very used to the very loud Troy of SSG, you know. They'd win a round, he'd go bananas. He'd have banter with the other side. And at one point, he went really quiet for a time. I remember asking him, I was like, you know, why are you now suddenly quiet? Like, that's not you, right? And he was like, well, the problem is if I get too excited, then it can kind of like overexcite the other players a little bit and make them unstable. We'd rather be at this constant middle level where the energy is always the same throughout a game until, of course, we win it, in which case then we can do whatever. But I worry that the average now for Canadian is probably below where it should be to get the best out of his team.
It's a little bit of energy breeds confidence sometimes. It's a fine balance, though, to make sure, as you say, that it's not sort of bubbling over. Shopify Rebellion have managed to get themselves 1 back. They saw them in the first half get 3 rounds in a row. So will they be able to repeat that feat? That is the question at the minute. We've got a pattern has developed. First 3 rounds went to Weibo. Next 3 rounds, Shopify Rebellion. Next 3 rounds went to Weibo. So, Shopify Rebellion get the first
Surely I'm
of
in the
their
next
3.
two then, right? Yeah.
Yep, you know, surely the pattern will continue.
Well, surely. You say surely like it's a surefire thing. I don't think it is, Tim. I don't think it is.
Neither do I.
But maybe. Well, just maybe. We'll see how things play out. A lot of intel being brought along in this round by Weibo, admittedly, as well. We've got the Valkyrie on side, of course, got the Pulse. No IQ to match on the other side. And we see a lot of teams showing respect towards even Echo drones as well, and there's no Valkyrie on side. Just respecting there's a lot of info coming back and forth here. Getting rid of that is a pretty key part of the attack. So I hope to God Shopify aren't sleepwalking into an early demise here by not showing respect towards Reaps on that Valkyrie.
Ambi's just working his way into CCTV nicely there. Going to take up the same position that we saw Surf caught out in earlier. Drone in up on the desk. I don't think he's going to be at the same sort of risk here. Drone's raining all around him. And he will send out that first track. It's going to be on to the Pulse of Hoven, who manages to get it cleared off, I think. I don't know whether maybe Ape was in support there.
Drone party there on the balcony.
Yeah,
Three of them all stacked up.
Maybe the Tubarão has just dumped a little Zoto canister onto the Pulse to prevent that track coming through. But the half a second that it was on.
Can we bring it back?
As well as the intel, of course, let's not forget that we have got that Tubarão Kaid combo. You know, very rarely do you get to see it because Kaid is banned away so often. But the ability to waste time, so to tell you what, that was almost terrible for Canadian there, almost lost his life, but no, Ambi's in, has found 2 for himself. He will not lie down and die in this game, Tim. Hoven at least puts him to bed early on with a C4 from below. Down now to a 3 versus 3. No C4s remaining. This is Shopify's to win, in my opinion.
Yeah, I'd agree. I think, you know, Weibo now are boxed in on site. Shopify Rebellion, 55 seconds, 50 seconds left to go. They've got plenty of time to start massaging this site, to start forcing these defenders into difficult positions. They can't they can't miss opportunities like that, though. When they do force one out, they've got to make sure that they find them. Wrexham picks up Speakeasy. That leaves just the Pulse and the Valkyrie to try and hold on. This is all going to come down to gunfights. 25 seconds left to go. Shopify Rebellion need to make a move.
I tell you what, Reach is looking real cheeky here. Like, he's vaulted over there in quite a risky way in towards Workshop and could be a bit of an X factor for his team if they don't expect him to be in here. That could be a free kill, maybe even 2 if they're not too careful. Hoven's the one whose eyes up here as well, and there it is. Reach strikes, working his way in from behind, but they've got to get the diffuser, and sure enough, they find a couple of kills they need. Tim, a great closing play, but yet again, Shopify Rebellion find a man advantage situation going against them. And they lose out and move down to our elimination bracket tomorrow.
Yeah, what a result for Weibo there. Came in, just did what they needed to do, a border, a map they are confident on, get the result that they want. And
those G2 rounds where they are relatively separated going into that push. You've got Blaz walking up lobby stairs, loses his gunfight to Virtue in the elevator shaft. You've got Alamal walking up the main stairs, loses his gunfight to Robbie up above. And then you've got Weibo with the Fuse Kit swinging in CEO. So 3 completely different angles where nothing goes their way. Loira, a 4th angle, pushing in through square and gets stalled out by Lazu in a pretty tough spot. So, unfortunately with those pushes from G2, when they're not able to trade when they play that style of a siege, gives BDS the advantage here in overtime. You can see how good they're feeling. Robbie, the key focal point for this team all game long. He was the highest rated player the last time we had a major 1 year ago in Montreal.
You called him the Italian Stallion.
I'm not the first to say that about him, but...
No, I'm aware.
It's a good name.
Robbie 18 and 9 G's.
They used to call Sylvester Stallone the Italian Stallion.
I don't know who that is.
That's just not true. You absolutely know who Sylvester Stallone is.
Is he an actor?
He's Rambo.
Oh, yeah, okay. Oh, yeah. No, I know.
Jesse.
I don't watch a lot of movies. I'm not a movie guy. I'm a gamer.
Alberta has yet to get electricity.
Oh, buddy. We got another top floor defense, Parker, and we might have a very fast conclusion to this game because I'm looking at BDS rocking an Amaru, a Grim, a Blitz. This could be a very explosive execute, especially given that P4 has the defuse kit. He's going to want to go straight into the site with this under the cover of smoke. Robbie on the perfect operator to cover him with this Glaz as well. It's going to be an explosive push. The question is, does it come now or do they wait and set up for a minute 31st?
Wow.
Well, First Blood doesn't really have much of an impact when these teams are on these current sides. Doki will find his 4th First Blood of this matchup. Freck guns down Doki, so it's traded right back. Freck slightly overperforming his numbers when it comes to first engagements. I know that I was a bit critical of him just a couple rounds ago, but I don't know what's changed in his deployment, but doing much better and shutting down Doki, who has an active gadget in those Zoto canisters. Doki loves to play operators with active gadgets, especially in this matchup, and he's been dying with a lot of utility in pocket. That's not ideal for G2.
No, it's not great, but you're still, I think, happy with the trade. You took down the Glass. That was supposed to be the coverage. Now if you're going to go for this Amaru smoke plant, it gets a little bit harder to stop G2 from just stepping up, denying it with a Nitro Cell, firing into the smoke blindly. You're going to have to really rely on Freck with these Bs, maybe even Virtue from Square.
The Glass goes down next, traded out immediately onto Virtue. Lasmu trades himself with Loira still alive. All of this action happening with players still on repel from BDS, not yet in the bomb site. Freck and P4, the last two that remain, up against Loira and Stompin. Loira and Stompin now both at 10 kills, trailing Doki in terms of frags. P4 was the highest rated player on BDS, and he is now the second lowest rated player, just ahead of Lasmo. So again, small sample size, and P4 should not be the guy getting all the kills on your team. That is just not his role, that is not his application. Again, playing on this Amaru with the Gara hook, but at this point in time, close enough to the bomb site where he can do some serious damage, but won't really be using much utility, I suspect.
The two youngest players left alive on G2 to save them in this game. Otherwise, it'll be an 8-6 BDS victory to push G2 to the brink in the Swiss phase. P4's deep.
Just taking
He
it
shot
off a
him
lot of
with a shotgun?
Freck is outside on the
fuck?
window looking to go positive. 9
Hello?
kills. 20 seconds left to push that up to 11 and a swing in, and he's dealt with by Loira. First blood for G2 is successfully converted, and we will need all 15 to settle this inter-regional matchup between the European squads.
I really like that G2 didn't panic in that round, Parker. It got a little bit crazy in the early game. You saw a lot of kills being traded back and forth. P4, an interesting journey through that round. He starts on the Amaru. The plan is to jump in CEO window with a plant. Ends up going in through the stock window. Pushes all the way down to the bottom floor. Then's got to come back up. He's not really with the rest of his team as the most of that chaos kind of goes down. And, you know, people talk about P4 a lot. He's one of the most discussed players inside of EML. And sometimes that does come in the form of criticism. And sometimes that's about his positioning. And I think that round was really a tough one for him, where unable to really be with his team through the brink of it. And even in a 2v2, a little bit solo inside the site.
Well, I love to talk about BDS and G2. Let's take a moment to discuss what's going on over on the B stream. For those of you that are dialed in here, there are 2 streams that will be running until we lose enough teams that all of them can be squeezed onto just a single stream. So if you do want to know what's happening on the B stream, I have an update for you. Game 1 has officially finished, and Weibo toppling Shopify Rebellion 7-4, which has put the Rebellion in a position where they need to win a best of 3 or they will go home. Weibo needs a best of 3 to qualify for main stage. And we'll be hearing that an awful lot today. Best of 1s will continue onward for a little bit longer, but we'll be moving to best of 3s later this afternoon.
And we're not going back. This is the last best of 1 day that we'll have here at the Major. This game and the next game on both streams, and then it's all BO3s until we get to the BO5 finals next Sunday. So that'll be a really exciting finish to this excellent event here. 7-7, round 15 between BDS and G2. It is do or die, and we've gone down to the basement, finally from BDS, going to what is thought to be the strongest bomb site for defenders on Bank. You got to think that gives them the edge, but G2 have been sharp when attacking this site so far. Top floor roam clear is going to be critical because Freck is playing up at the top floor, and he is all alone.
Reload. I mean, Freck has been playing a far less sheltered position on this top floor, Jesse, and he's been in the line of fire quite regularly. They'll use one of those death marks to track him down, or at least it looked like Doki was prepping that. Freck will get away through the lobby and look to link up with the rest of his teammates. The timer will begin to run, and he'll be tracked down by that death mark as it circles around him. He's trapped at this point in time inside of Tellers, not just nearby, but also above, and he's finished off by Doki. Doki and Freck have been on a constant collision course here, and Doki just continues to get the upper hand.
And that's expected when Doki is one of the best Deimos players in the world, and Freck is the primary roamer for BDS. You expect that engagement to come through, and frankly, it looks routine for Doki, but that is not easy as a Deimos player.
5th first blood for Doki through 15 rounds. That's quite the tally.
Wow.
But also, when BDS is defending and G2 are attacking, I would like to reiterate, the team that draws blood first has a 100% conversion rate. That means if you're a fan of G2, you're just crossing your fingers and hoping that that keeps up, because if so, that means an 8-7 victory for G2. So now it becomes incumbent upon BDS to change that trajectory, as they've got a minute to figure out what to do with G2's assault.
Yeah, it's going to be a chaotic end to the round, Parker, because I don't think BDS are looking to get aggressive in the 4v5. They still have really good utility in towards the bomb site, strong positioning in the basement as well. These hatches need to be dealt with. There's a mirror on the server wall, which is going to be awkward to get through. You'll need the Habana to do something important with that.
It's just a moment of affection.
Yeah.
They just really wanted to just rub bodies in that corner. I was a little confused as to what they were thinking. Alimat will now assume the position behind the server rack. The smokes will go out. The Glaz will quarterback this offense.
Okay.
There looks to be an opening for Blaz to walk that diffuser into the bomb site. Pugilism will reign the day as you wait out all of the utility from the defenders. Alimat slaughtering P4. The Hibana of Blaz charging in, but getting softened up by the gas. Where is G2 to get into position? Now it's Alimat to pick it up. He and Stompin are the last two left. Virtue takes him down. Stompin last man standing.
Oh.
But Ravi sends BDS away. Ride the Italian Stallion into a 2-1 score line for the Swiss group, and they are a single best of 3 away from the main stage as BDS takes it against G2 8-7.
It's not the same players we're used to seeing on this lineup, but this organization knows how to perform on a big stage. BDS looking so good against their European rivals. G2 came into this expecting to be the victors. They've won the last 2 games up against BDS, but not today. You see the smiles on their faces, and they know how well they just played that game. Wasn't flawless by either team, but I really do think it was a high-level match between these squads, and for both of them, they'll be looking dangerous heading deep into this tournament.
There's a lot of good teams that are 1 and 2 right now, Jesse.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, if you're down there in the lower bracket, we've got some 0-2 teams that are really good as well. It's going to be quite the gauntlet to run through this, I don't want to say lower bracket, but elimination bracket, I suppose you could call it. What a bounce back by BDS. Rematches always tend to favor the losers. And in this matchup between these two teams, BDS more often than not have been the loser.
Yep.
I mean, you can lose in EML, but I would say you're better served winning a matchup here. I will gladly take a victory in the playoffs at a LAN event over a single best of 1 in EML.
For sure. A nice little revenge tour from Virtue as well, playing his 2 former teams back-to-back last night and today. Lost the first one, but managed to get the W against G2. That's got to feel good for the former player of that team.
Absolutely. 19 kills for Robbie, by the way, to settle that matchup. Good Lord. That's a high water mark for everybody, and I mean, Robbie also broke double digits in his very first matchup. Had a rough go of it against Team Secret, but you're gonna have off games, right?
For sure.
I think Stompin had a really slow start. Loira had a really slow start. Both of them ended up doing quite well by the end. But you do have to wonder if Loira and Stompin were a bit dialed in on those first 3 rounds. If we would have needed all 15, does G2 get out of this before going to overtime? Because they had to claw their way back. But enough speculation for us. We have an interview with the winners. Ready?
We need to talk to Robbie. He was the highlight of the game, the MVP, because you did really great with the shoots, and now you just closed the game in a 1v1, and what a crazy last round. But I want to talk about the bank. And in the last 2 banks against G2, you guys lost in a 7-5 and a 7-3, so it seemed like you really did a great deep study over their bank, right?
We had a lot of work on bank, especially with all the staff, with all the players, and especially our IGL before. It works a lot, even during events. Like, he stayed up till I think 2 a.m. to work about the maps, all the possibilities.
You never
so, yeah,
see it coming.
Our IGL Nico before.
D2 looked kind of lost in some rounds. You could see that. And I want to talk about how does that timeout from Leilu helped you, actually, because you were really nervous, right, in the middle of the game, and she was like, okay, guys, you are doing perfectly fine. You are dominating the game. Just keep calm. And that really changed it for you.
Yeah, after that round, our comms were a bit messy, I would say. So the timeout really helped us to relax and calm down the comms. Yeah.
You did great. Can you give some tips to anyone if they want to use shields on ranked or be like you?
Game, if you want to play ranked, remember #SaveSiege to improve ranked and the experience for every player, and make sure to 5-stack.
Good, great. We'll take a quick break, and when we
said
come
save
back,
Siege.
Enterprise versus Wildcard, so stay with us.
Swarby with the Prime. What up, baby? Okay, the pros are back in now. I know. It's. Will they get fined for that? I don't know.
Available now.
now Shepard with a quadra kill. And now it's all up to Basetto. Basetto slaughtered by Shaco. I don't even think he knew what happened.
And Philippe will see. Steal that round for Furio.
Are you ready for this? Bango, are you kidding me with a third getting taken down? And then the drop right below. And it's straight to the face. Penta are going to the grand final.
This could be difficult.
If the swing
Mason a second. Mason a third. Ryder. Oh my God. Wow.
Free-day, holding up for the blood.
It's a 1v5. Attackers. They had everything going. 1v5. For a second though, just didn't fully commit. Waiting to pop the last available second. Was hoping he baited them out. Soliton's down. Free-day's up. He's also down.
Hey, baby.
Ink is the mark of the soul. Dragon, tiger, imprints of power and boundless ascents. If fate's dumb enough to stand in my way, I'll paint over it with my own damn hands.
They can try and stick it. The drop. Sharla comes in, finds one, can't find the second. Shepard getting the shutdown, but not before.
I'm so disappointed in you, Bruno. That could have been so much more intense. Bruno's our producer, in case you didn't know, so a fun little fact about breaking the fourth wall down here. We're working with a guy that we used to work with back in the EOL back in 2020. It's always good to be back together here in Europe, working on home soil. Well, Tim, we're going into another game here about our first one. It was already quite an interesting affair there with Shopify Rebellion losing out to Weibo. Now we get to go into another really interesting best of one, and we were talking about this last night. FaZe coming up against D plus Kia. You hear those two names and you think, oh, FaZe, easy breeze through this, right? Right?
Right?
Don't think so.
Maybe not. It's been a morning of upsets so far, Des. You know, Weibo coming in and beating Shopify Rebellion on the other stream. Spoilers, in case. G2, beaten by BDS, dropped down to that 1 and 2 bracket. They will be playing best of threes to survive as well. So, you know, it's one of those days where you look at it and you think, you know, FaZe, surely they come in and get a win. But we saw them yesterday. They were not great. They were not up to their own usual standard. Very quiet game from Souls, from Cyber, not getting themselves into it. D plus Kia have already shown that ability to beat the Brazilian teams, taking down Furia, put them up against FaZe, and it might not be that big a surprise if they come away with a result.
We'll see. I think that graphic's from yesterday. Yeah, it is. That's the one we're looking for. This is the schedule on this stream, of course, the B stream. We've got other games going on the A stream, so you can go and check that out on social media if you do want to see the full schedule. We've got this best of one here, D plus Kia versus FaZe, and then we go into M80 coming up against Secret for our first best of 3, and Falcons versus W7M for the next one. And you've got us for this series and for the next one. And then I want to say it's Jesse and Parker jump in for Falcons versus W7M, which will be great fun. We'll leave you in their very capable hands. But let's talk a little bit more about these two teams then, Tim, because I feel they both had a very, very similar story yesterday. They had a nice close match and then got absolutely dominated in the other one, like barely even close. For D plus K, that was against Falcons in their first game. They got 7-2'd. We were sat there like, this doesn't even look remotely close.
Yeah, no, it's like I say, I think D plus Kia had that result against the other Brazilian team. These are players, these are teams that they've, you know, played against for years in most cases. So, yes, they step up, and that's exactly the situation as it is today against FaZe. So, for me, I kind of write off that Falcons result a little bit, and I say, you know what, it was European opposition, it was something different, maybe something unexpected for them, something not used to. They've shown us when they're in their comfort zone playing against Brazilian teams, they do perform a little bit better. But let's not write FaZe off either. You know, we've said that they weren't great yesterday, but they are our reigning world champions. Of course, winning the 6th Invitational in Boston 2025. They are lethal as far as teams go, and they're not going to take yesterday lightly. I think they're going to be looking for a bounce back.
I think kind of what we've got to see proved today is that for both teams, it wasn't just like a one-off like day where they've managed to have a good game, like D plus Kia beating Furia 8-7. Was that more D plus Kia being good, or was it Furia being poor? At least given Furia are now 0-2, it points towards maybe them being poor. And on the other side here for FaZe, yeah, they look set to lose Skyscraper against CAG. They were down, I think it was 5-3 at one point, only for FaZe to then come back and win 4 rounds in a row to get that one over the line. It was a close one, and then they got battered, embarrassed, I think it's fair to say, on Lair by M80. We cast that game. It wasn't even close. It didn't even feel like they were particularly competitive. So neither team has really shown the grit and the power, I think, against the top team so far. Does it mean that neither team is a top team and therefore it's a balanced game? You might argue it that way. And that's why we're kind of sat here saying, well, D plus Kia could actually do this. We were saying to all the guys back in the green room behind the scenes, you know, don't be surprised if D plus Kia win this game, because it won't be a big surprise.
No, not at all. I think, for me, the big question mark rests over FaZe. Which FaZe is it going to be that show up? Is it going to be the one that we, you know and love and that we see so often, or is it going to be the kind of dip that we saw yesterday? And I think, I know what I expect from FaZe, and it's a better performance than we saw out of them against M80. That's not to take anything from M80 either. They looked fantastic. But having a look at that D plus Kia roster, we've got Levy, Mite, Nias, Foles, and Bullet, all names that will be very familiar to you if you have watched Brazil over the last 3, 4, 5, 6 years. These are names that have been around for a long time. Of course, moving across to D plus Kia to compete in the Korean region. But it's been, I think, a stage of limited success for them. They've got themselves to the major, which is fantastic, but the results have been up and down at times.
Absolutely. It's always that question of when are you going to see them really live up to the reputation that I think many import teams expect to have, which is they dominate the region and then can then go on and perform at events. Well, that's still being tested. A similar story for FaZe, as we've already spoken about. You guys know who these are. They've been around for the longest time. Sol's a player that look at him, particularly in their second game yesterday. I'm pretty sure he ended like 0-8, Tim. It was rough. First game was okay for him, but the team definitely know they've got improvements to make today. Whoever loses this one as well, just to set out the stakes, because some of you may well be curious or aren't quite aware of where we're at in the tournament. This is still in the Swiss stage here. You have to win 3 games to get promoted, or you lose 3 to get eliminated. Both of these teams currently sit at 1 apiece. So whoever wins this one goes into promotion games tomorrow. If they lose, they go into the elimination bracket tomorrow because they'll be 1 and 2. And all of your promotion and elimination games are best of 3s. That is why we've got best of 3s coming up later today. So no one's going home or no one's qualifying from this game. But you either give yourself a second chance going into tomorrow, or you find yourself on your last legs and you have to win every single game from that point forwards.
Yeah, it's a really important sort of turning of the tide for either of these teams. Obviously,
I love these huddles we've seen. Like every team feels like they've got one now.
The Brazilians particularly are very, very loud about them as well.
Yeah, they are. SSG as well, I think, definitely win the title for loudest.
Shock.
Yes.
I'm so surprised, Des.
Well, we were kind of joking and saying maybe it's being quieter as the play, because given where they currently sit in the tournament, Tim, you'd hope for a little bit more.
Everybody just getting themselves prepped and ready. A couple of minutes and we will be on into this matchup. And Nighthaven Labs, you know, what are we thinking, Des?
Well, we've got to talk about the veto.
No,
You've just ruined it for
I've just
everyone.
ruined the veto. Unless
that actually isn't the map.
The lobby's not set to the right map.
That is a good point. We're going to find out now as you take a quick look. Here we go.
Please. Oh, I did ruin it.
Well, Labsville is an interesting one, because whenever I think of FaZe and I think of Labs, of course, we all think back to that very, very eventful occurrence that happened, of course, on home soil for them. Should have potentially won out that final. Did not win it out. Of course, came back with a vengeance in Boston earlier this year and lifted the hammer finally. But Labs, I think, for me, always carries a special mark towards FaZe as a map that they know that they cannot afford to give away maps and series as they did before in that best-of-5 grand final against W7M.
No, absolutely, absolutely.
I'm guessing you're about to try and dig up the stats.
Of course,
I'm doing exactly the same for you there, Tim.
Why would I not?
So for both teams, they like it. 3-1 record for D plus Kia, 4-2 record for FaZe. A second pref map for FaZe, 4th for D plus Kia. So actually we are getting a map here that both teams quite like. And we often say in best of ones, you tend to end up on these middle-of-the-road maps. You know, neither team loves it, neither team hates it, but they'll tolerate it. But it does feel here like we've actually got to a map that FaZe quite like, and I think that's going to be because D plus Kia have looked at how they play this map, have kind of come in prepared and knowing that FaZe will go there if given the chance, and maybe, just maybe, D plus Kia are ready to spring a little bit of a trap.
So, my concern for D plus Kia here is...
Enunciation lessons with Tim.
My concern for D plus Kia here is, if we look at their defensive win rate on Labs recently, it's 85%. But that is 85% when they've played it in the APAC region, in the Korean League. Now, not to disparage any of those teams, but they're not going up against FaZe.
To be fair, they beat CAG and they beat FearX there, 7-3, quite handedly.
Yeah, but you know, both good sides, don't get me wrong, but you're not going up against FaZe. You're not going up against that FaZe attack. And the reason that I pick up on this, the reason that I say this, is because this is a high preference map for FaZe. It is a map they play a lot. It is a map that they're very good on. And so I look at that and I think, you know, have you been swayed a little bit by looking at it and saying, oh, we're great defensively there. We've got this great defensive win rate. You know, let's take them to Nighthaven and we can, you know, rely on a good half on defense. And I don't know if that's going to, you know, necessarily translate the same when you're playing against a team like FaZe.
It may be, but as we know, FaZe maybe aren't quite the strongest at the minute, so there's a good chance. And I'm looking back over the stats from that game against Cyclops and the one against FearX. D plus Kia won 4 of 6 attacks on the top floor. Very proficient at doing so, which I think is really interesting for this map. So, truthfully, it's going to be about how well FaZe can play it, how proficient their defense is on this map. We know that they love it. We're going to find out what it looks like when coming up against some of their old brethren again. D plus Kia, made up of these Brazilian players. These boys all know each other. But it should mean it's a little bit of a throwdown, because when Brazil faces Brazil, Tim, anyone's guess as to what happens.
It is Cyber and Bullet, of course, old teammates back from the MIBR days. They were the dynamic duo for MIBR back in kind of 2021 and late 2020 as well, just before MIBR moved across to FaZe. So, you know, there's plenty to look at here between these two teams. Plenty of stories, plenty of respect, I'm sure, but also plenty of bragging rights to be fought for.
There is. Well, let's get into bans first and foremost and see how things shake down. We'll take a look at what was banned against D plus Kia last time they played this map, and it was double shields against them from one side, and I imagine it's probably going to be a similar sort of vibe here, though. Blackbeard has changed and may well not follow. Kai going to go away first and foremost. In fact, thinking about it yesterday, we did see a lot of hard breach ban coming through on this map as well. Forced teams into playing quite a bit of Maverick. We saw mainly Ace and Hibana being taken away, the two range hard breaches. We then played around C4s to try and keep the walls locked up nice and tight, to limited success, admittedly. But the Electro Bros both taken away, and interestingly, the Maverick is going to go here, Tim. So typically, if you see like electrification being let through, then a Maverick makes sense. You need that to be able to counter and respond it. Maybe FaZe weren't quite anticipating they'd see a double electrification ban coming out, but I wonder what they're going to do to try and keep these walls locked up.
Yeah, I think, there's going to be a bit of reliance on mute there. We can see the Tubarão has been picked, another option to try and at least stall. For those, you've got the Mirror. We see Mirror tricking occasionally. I don't think that's how Souls will play it here. I think he'll be wanting to use that utility, for example, looking into Connector. But with the Electro Bros of Kaid and Bandit being banned away, it gives the opportunity to use that Mirror, and we know how powerful those back mirror windows can be. So, yeah, I think FaZe are looking good here. I think they've got everything they need. They've got the Azami for Catwalk. They've got the Clash. This is going to be very, very difficult for D+Kia to break down. I like that they've got the Capitao in there. Good answer to the Clash. Also a good answer to that Catwalk 90 elbow area that the Azami is almost certainly going to play. Thank you very much. So, yeah, it's a good response to that.
That's a good... I actually don't know where our observer is for this stream.
I don't.
And also we have Medics and Easy. Yes, yeah, they're sweeping around.
I know Red Light was on the B stream yesterday.
It is Red Light. Yeah, I don't know what accent that was, but I'll take it.
I think Red Light's sat there cringing now.
Yeah. I should do a lot. I'm getting married in Italy next year, so I really should be a lot better at the accent, but I'm definitely not.
Oh, we move on.
Onwards we go. Onwards we go. I tell you, he can actually help me out, I think, with an Italian accent. He can sort me out.
Well, he probably could, yeah. I think his is quite good.
Yeah, bloody hell, I hope so. But yes, indeed, on we go. We've got IT opened up again. We spoke about this back on Border about E-Stairs being the power position. Well, IT, at least for this top floor, and normally when attacking in towards control and storage, or even into the other side on the first floor as well, you tend to look in towards getting control of IT because it opens up a lot of the top floor. It gives you other angles to work through rather than trying to slowly push your way through single doorways all the time. And it gives you pressure in towards Catwalk. You can force players away from it. That's why we've got these Kiba barriers coming on through. Falls, walks up and just gets rid of Cyber. 1, 2, and 3. Bish, bash, bosh. They've got control of this top floor. Team is looking good, at least for Catwalk and IT itself.
Yeah, that's a great start. Taking out the Azami there on that corner can be so difficult. We see it time and time again. The Clash is actually coming forward. Vitzking just trying to make things difficult by positioning inside of IT, but all he can really do is slow things down at the minute. And of course, that electricity doesn't do any damage anymore. So it's just sort of delaying the inevitable, really, which is IT control. Nia's managed to find Handy as well. It's all falling apart for FaZe until a big double from Souls. He is the clutch master, and he doesn't always have to leave it to the end of the round. He comes in big for his team with a triple. While Souls is on the board, there is always a chance, Des.
Well, like we were saying earlier, Tim, I believe he was 0 and 8 yesterday. Turns out he was saving all the kills for round 1 of today. 3 to start things off on the Mirror. No chance here that Nia's manages to push his way through. He's got a Clash in front of his face. 2 players know where he's coming from. It's certainly not going to look pretty for him, even though he's got 60 seconds of this round still to play. Beautiful stuff.
That's the final. That's 4K for Souls. Great round from him. And look, that looked good for D+Kia, but this was my concern.
I stand corrected, by the way. He was 0 and 9 yesterday. 26 EPS.
I'm sure he'll thank you for that correction.
Rough.
This was my concern for D+Kia. Like I say, they've come in there. They've had a good start to the round, but I think they've just seen as well the size, and they'll have known it, well enough. Like I've said, the Bullet and Cyber played together for a long time. They'll know exactly what they're coming up against here. But they now must recognise the size of the task ahead of them. I know that Nighthaven is it's a map that's pretty good for them, but it's one that FaZe really like playing, and I think you're going to have moments like that where you think that rounds are going your way, where you think that you've got them on the ropes, and then you find out that actually you really don't.
Well, Mr. Booney is a busy boy behind the scenes, Tim. We've got some more stats for these two teams and what their odds are of making SI based on the outcome of this game. So, Mr. Bruno, let's have a look at your magical stats and have a conversation about them, because we spoke about it on the last map, and as we spoke about back then, based on where you finish at the major overall is the points that you will get as you go through this, right? You get knocked out very early on, you get less points than someone that makes it through to a couple of days' time, for example. It's very, very simple. There's points also available at the regional finals, but there aren't too many teams that are involved in those, and the number of points on offer aren't quite as drastic as what you get at a major, so it does have an impact. We'll pull that up in a minute for you. Apparently there's a small issue getting it up on screen, but we'll talk about it when it's ready, Tim.
Yeah, as soon as we can do. Typical timing, as soon as we think we want it.
Yeah.
The computer says no.
Wow. That's definitely a throwback, that one, Tim.
So, Bullet's going to be opening up that external window, just looking to cut off the warehouse corridor rotate. We actually see it used quite often when you've got players up here on the roam, which if we have a look, Cyber up on top floor is the one who really needs to be dealt with, but he's got support from Handy as well. So it's going to have to be a focus for D+Kia. I don't think direct to site is going to be the smart move here, because we're going to see a lot of vertical defence. They've got the wall open. It looks like they might actually just go for this, but FaZe will be well aware of that. Glaz is going to be providing cover.
C4. No?
They're going to get away with this.
Police shot out, and yeah, Vidaking's gone down as well, so won't even be able to pull the trigger on it. But has been stopped before the plant could go down. KDS, the one who instead finds a kill with that C4 on the sentry. Into a 4 versus 4, and the problem is, Tim, they've blown their load here. They've used all their smokes.
Yeah, that's as expected. Like I said, going direct to site, it was going to be a big risk, and it had to work first time. It didn't, and they've now got Overwatch of that case as well.
This is Siege, actually, Tim.
Foles has managed to recover it. Good one. Foles has managed to recover it. I thought that they were keeping an eye on it from that mirror window, but handy it is to pick up Nias. And you can see now there was kind of a collapse from FaZe when that plant attempt came in. They kind of started, you know, Cyber, Handy were running back from second floor, trying to get themselves back into striking distance. But now that they've prevented it, they've been able to spread themselves back out. And Souls,
come on!
He's not spreading the kills around. He's keeping them all for himself. Can he? Souls! Souls! It's disgusting. A triple K on the stairs.
Someone stop this man! Oh! He couldn't get going yesterday. As I said, he was 0-9, and now here he is, just absolutely demolishing D+Kia. Making it look like he's having a bit of fun in ranked at the minute.
7-0.
Yep, he's certainly making amends, Tim. He is certainly making amends. Wonderful stuff. It's a very dominant start here for FaZe so far, Tim, up to 2-0. D+Kia, I think, okay with the ideas, but the execution is lacking. Onto our third site, control and storage, and now apparently the graphic is actually ready, so now we can bring it up on screen and talk about it. There we go! Yay! Very interesting world here where things are pretty tight between the two. D+Kia currently, assuming things stayed as they are closer to making it. They've got more SI global standing points than FaZe do, which sounds dead strange to say, but that's the reality of it. And so, as we said, winning games is very important here. Even if you eventually get knocked out, the deeper your run, the more SI points you pick up.
And we're looking at well into the 90% for both of these two teams should they get the win here. So it just shows how much is at stake in this matchup, even when we look at the 1-1 bracket where we're not talking about qualification or elimination within the tournament yet. It just shows that there are so many other things at play as well that put value on this. And I'm getting a little bit concerned for D+Kia here. FaZe are doing really well on the defence. I think D+Kia have looked towards that second half. 85% defensive win rate for them historically on this map. And I think they look at that and think, yeah, you know, defence is going to be our good half. That's where we're going to really bring it. But that FaZe attack is a different beast than maybe they are used to. And I think if they let FaZe get too far ahead of them here, which they might not be able to help, they're going to be in big trouble.
I do like how Souls has moved over for this Warden as well. You know, we've seen the flashes being used. We've, of course, had smokes going down on that plant downstairs. Just acknowledging there might be a lot of utility play coming out from D+Kia. We have, of course, got the smokes in back pocket of the Twitch of bullets. So even though it feels like sometimes a bit of a wasted pick these days as you don't see an absolute overwhelming number of flashes, of course, a lot of operators got brought down to 2, well, all operators down to 2 rather than 3. Warden sort of fell out of the meta a little bit, still played on some maps like Bank. But I think it's just a good sign of respect from Souls here to come prepared and ready for any kind of aggressive push that could come out of D+Kia.
Storage is going to be the third choice site for FaZe, and a full successful rotation is going to be
and there he is again.
Devastating realistically.
Well,
Going for the plant though, Bullet has gone in. He's looking to get it down. The Nitro did get the kill, but there's nothing that FaZe can do to stop this. This is a good understanding from D+Kia of exactly what they need and taking no more. 5 versus 3 though, as Bullet gets taken down. 5 versus 2, surely an opportunity to hop on that diffuser as we find ourselves 4v1. They have to take a risk, and you can only expect that FaZe kind of invited that plant almost.
I don't understand Portuguese, but I'm pretty sure he said, "Your shit, where are you?" I'll take a best guess.
That's your guess?
What would you guess he'd say?
I think you might be along the right lines.
You want to put your own spin on it?
No.
All right, fair enough. It's been rough. FaZe 3-0 up now. They've won all 3 of those sites. We played that first quarter. Now we go into a ban, and I wouldn't be shocked if we see, given we just saw PGH ready with his notebook stood behind the boys of D+Kia, Notebook at the ready. We'll have the ban and then probably go into a tack timeout. Mira and Ace going to be taken away.
Okay then, 3-0 FaZe. D plus Kia on the ropes. Certainly looking towards that second half now. I think taking the mirror away makes sense. Souls, absolutely destroyed them in the first round. 4K on the mirror, but also the utility as well, of course, particularly important for FaZe. And so they're going to have to do things a little bit differently here. The mirror window last time, like I say, it's generally used out towards connector to prevent too much control being taken there by the attackers. So they're going to have to come up with an alternative option, and it looks like Goyo is going to be that option. We'll keep an eye on where those Vulcan canisters go, but I would expect to see them maybe over that side just to try and assist in keeping too sort of aggressive a push from forming over there.
The problem is, Tim.
What's the problem, Des?
Souls died.
10 seconds to go.
He did. He doesn't get the full correction. Yeah, 0-9, then 9-0.
He won't mind.
Thanos, bro, just like snap. All things in balance they need to be, Oh well, I'm sure he'll still find himself a few more in this game with how things have been going so far. D plus Kia, as you've seen, not taking that tack time out here, believe they can maybe fight their way through these next couple of rounds, potentially saving it for the second half. But my classic worry is, Tim, if you're having a tack timeout when you're down 6 rounds, it's already too late at that point. The mountain to recover is absolutely enormous, and so timing on it is really important. But I worry they may just hold on a little bit too long here when the classic has been after round 3. We tend to see those tack timeouts.
The drone has been hidden away in sight there, going to be gaining a good bit of intel, but it's not going to be intel that D plus Kia can use just yet. Of course, need to get themselves into a more advanced position before they can worry about what's going on inside of sight. We're going to see the Thermite just opening up that IT wall to begin with. There was attention being paid towards top blue. I like to see that. Try and stretch FaZe a little bit. Try and force them to fight you on multiple fronts.
Cyber very much locked in, as you just saw, with loads of his armor keeper barriers around to hold down this spot. That's why you often see bans for her on this map, is this exact reason. It can be an absolute nuisance to remove her away, Tim. Same as when you're playing on like Clubhouse Catwalk, for example. In fact, it's nigh on identical. You have to commit a lot of utility, a lot of resource to be able to force that player away. Can of course shoot out the keepers, but they tend to just get replaced, and there's always assistance available from others on your team. So yes, they've got control of IT, but they don't yet have garage control, which means they're always going to find the Azami is a little bit of a threat.
Again, that drone still hasn't been spotted out, and as I said, the later we get into the round, the more valuable that information is going to become, because FaZe, they're going to find themselves with D plus Kia surely closer and closer to them and more able to use it. How about this, though? I love this from Souls. He snuck his way in. Does he get his kill? Of course he does. He can't miss the heads today. Manages to take down Nears. That's going to put him on to 9-1. Souls continues to fly as the FaZe.
It is balmy how much players can fluctuate from day to day. Souls carrying on into a double. Make it a third, son. Why not? But no, it's a Blackbeard. Went for the feet when he realized he couldn't quite find the head, but it's enough to at least dissuade Mighty here. 2 more coming in through connector. Souls down to about 40 HP. Playing with fire, but feels full of confidence in which to do so.
I feel this game, like Souls on 40 HP, is it's bringing him down to everybody else's level. Vitter King manages to get 2, Bullet and Levy taken off the board, and it's another round that is pretty much over for D plus Kia. Mitty trying to force his way in with the Blackbeard, can't get past Cyber, and that's going to be FaZe 4-0. And as I said, I feel like maybe a little bit of overconfidence from D plus Kia in taking FaZe to Nighthaven Labs.
It's certainly looking that way, isn't it, Tim? It's not looking pretty. How much I can guarantee. We are in for a D plus Kia timeout. See if we can hear a little bit what's going on.
Oh, yes, kitchen. Should kitchens. Kitchens. If they play control, Years can play them. Play them.
Agora você baixa o Sony faz só caçada. Eles vão ficar fugindo do jogo por quê? Só vão buscar eles, tá? Tá tentando fazer foco bom, mas não tá dando certo.
There's 3 shields open. You can spend.
Não, a parada dele.
Bora, guys. Let's go, guys. Bora.
I had the same conversation yesterday when the team was getting battered, and we were like, yeah, your tack timeout's focused on like 1 or 2 things you need to course correct. I want to say it was G2, and we were talking about putting down traps where a team had just rushed. I was like, you're not going to see that attack again, though. And I kind of worry PGH has just basically had the same conversation with his team there.
Yeah, look, we'll see. We'll see in round 5 and 6. I'm not sure how much value, like you say, was brought from that, but maybe it is something that can just change the pace a little bit for D+Kia. There was talk of shields there. We can see Nia's immediately picking up the blitz. There's only the Monty that's not available, so rather than the Blackbeard this time, it is going to be the blitz brought along. Need to get up close and personal, get into their faces though. Attacking onto basement. It's no surprise to see the Ram being brought along. Taking the fuse out of the mix. I don't hate the fuse. Great for clearing the utility. Great for helping to open the wall as well, should they choose to do so. But I think that's the more interesting point at the minute. That attacking into basement, they're going to be a little bit limited here for hard breach gadgets. They've not got any sort of primary hard breachers. They've only got the one operator that is bringing along that secondary gadget. So that puts a lot of weight on those two charges, and it would suggest, I think, that there will be no pressure towards that main wall.
I was thinking about it a little bit in the last round, actually, because FaZe haven't... they obviously can't without a Kaid or a Bandit on side, but they've not really bothered fighting over, like, walls and breaches. They said, you know, if you want to open things up, go for it. And part of me was then thinking, okay, well, we're seeing them bring along things like a Thermite. Like, you might find that hard breach charge is all you need, in which case you've then got a more versatile operator with a different primary gadget that you can use as part of the attack. So, although, yes, I agree with you, it is a risk, at the same time, I'm a little bit like, I get it, I understand.
As soon as Levy's gone here, they're in real trouble. The Deimos is the one with those two hard breaching charges, and it's going to leave them basically having to go downstairs and through single doorways, and it's going to become an absolute nightmare for them. Cyber does manage to pick up Bullet. Long-time teammates previously. Cyber comes out on top, and again, that's not good. If those air jabs weren't properly deployed in time, it's going to give a lot of freedom for FaZe later in the round to be able to get themselves out onto the flank. And right now, D+Kia, they're moving across that top floor. They've got control up there. They've forced all of FaZe away from the second floor, but we're now halfway through the round, and I feel like this is exactly what I was talking about. They're going to take out the air jab. The option is now there for Cyber to move across that top floor if they try to push from that warehouse side. Levy does manage to find Vita King. Hasn't used any hard breach charges yet, so Hatcher's all still intact. And Cyber just with those castle barricades as well. It's going to be difficult to get to him and impact on him.
The kind of beauty is they know where Nia's is because they've seen him on the Solus. They've, of course, got the reverse track coming out from the Deimos. They know where Levy is as well. They know where half the team is right now of D+Kia without really having to make much effort, like one of those tracks literally being given over by D+Kia. And now that we've had that track wear away, Cyber fancies his chances here at stepping up and going aggressive once again, leaving his teammates off towards Kitchen, off towards the safe side, and just begging for the right opportunity to step round and snap a couple of necks.
Yeah, Cyber's just waiting for his moment. He knows that time is key here because he can absolutely destroy them for the entire round. The thing is, even though he's not getting kills, it doesn't matter because he's taking attention. He's forcing them. Look, he's absorbed another track here. He's forcing them to pay attention to them and to know that he's on the flank, and it's not something that D+Kia can ignore. So are they pushing towards site? Are they in a position to get the diffuser down right now? No.
And while they look at Cyber, Handy has been waiting very patiently out towards Kitchen to start his flank as well, and as soon as the execute begins, they're going to spring their trap. They're going to appear on Hatches, and now would be their time to go because the hit is coming on through, but that means D+Kia have got to go fast. Cyber gets rid of one, trade out straight after. Handy trying to look to retake the vertical here as well to do what they can, but it's a 1 versus 3. Too little too late, I'm afraid, and finally D+Kia get on the board.
Yeah, they've missed their opportunity there at FaZe. They've got the timing all wrong. They had Cyber and Handy out on the flanks for the longest time. Handy particularly hidden away. I know Cyber was being plagued by those Deimos tracks, but they just felt like there was a couple of moments there where you're thinking, go for it, Cyber. Go, you know, he's gone up to the top of the stairs. You're thinking, get yourself into warehouse. Get peeked round into this corridor from the bottom of blue stairs. You know, do it. And he was waiting, and I think, yeah, he just waited a little bit too long there and just gave D+Kia the opportunity to get too close to sight. And they were punished, so a good win for D+Kia. Honestly, with the way this first half has gone, if D+Kia come away with a 2-4, they've snatched it out of the jaws of defeat, really. You know, they should be looking at a 5-1 or a 6-0 here. So if they can come away with a 2-4, it's a bit of a steal.
Completely agree. Well, let's see how things build up for, because for all we obviously focused there a lot on the Solus and Handy and what they were looking to do with the sidestep. It was also well managed by D+Kia, use of the tracking as you were speaking about as well to keep the Solus at bay there. They were aware that he was asking questions but didn't want to get sidetracked. And when they do pull the trigger and say go, they do an excellent job of it. It's going to be a return to that downstairs though. FaZe feeling they can course correct what went so horribly wrong in that last round for them. We've got Souls once again jumping across the playing on the Solus. Handy moving off the Legion onto an Ellis, and still a trap operator here. I imagine more looking towards those gadgets to at least help for the most part in slowing down the push when it comes through from D plus Kia.
Must-win round for them. Isney is able to be that tip of the spear with the Blackbeard that's going to create the space that they need in order to do so. He's looking to go straight up to the top floor, I think, for that clearance. Handy is up there in servers at the minute on the Ella. Going to be the perfect operator to try and fight against this Blackbeard, should he need to, but not going to be able to. Falls goes straight in there on the book. Great opening kill. Exactly what D plus Kia needed. Are they waking up into this one just in time?
If they get the 2 rounds at the back end of this half-time, it's going to feel like an absolute steal, and FaZe will feel really hard done by, but they're the ones letting it happen. The 4 versus 3 with more than 2 minutes still to play is ludicrous, frankly. And even though D plus Kia across those first 4 rounds did look like a team on the back foot, I think even they can take a 4 versus 3 team and see it through to a close.
I think losing that Blackbeard could be a bit of a problem, though. I look now at, you know, where does your execution come from? The Gridlock is there to try and close out the flanks, and then you've got like Mitty to work above and get the verticals, but this is the option, is go and find those kills, because I don't think the execute is going to be there for you if it's an even situation. How about that? Bitter King just playing the smart game, trying to open up that soft surface, but gets absolutely deleted as Bullet swings on him. Beautiful stuff.
Bullet's had 2 great kills there as well. Just 1 step ahead of his, I won't say his former friends, but former players that he's played against plenty of times, and Mighty with the close. I mentioned that 2 rounds are going to feel like a bit of a smash and grab operation coming out from D plus Kia, but they've pulled it off, Tim. They've got themselves some breathing room here. FaZe, as long as they don't crumble on the attacking side, should still see this one through. But there's every chance, like we heard Falcon speaking about yesterday. Was it Falcons? No, it was M80. I want to say it was Fabian who said, they're not hard to beat. Cyber's the kind of... It wasn't even him. Who was it who said it? I forget who they had on the interview, but they basically said FaZe are a very predictable team because they play quite slow. Cyber is their only fast player. And if you control him... Yes, it was Hot and Cold. Now, just as I said it, I was like, I remember who said this now. It was Hot and Cold saying that as long as you deal with Cyber, because he's their kind of X factor, they become predictable, readable, understandable. Now, does that make them easy to beat? No, as many teams have shown throughout history. But it does make them a little bit easier to handle than a team that might be a bit more erratic and a little bit crazy. So, let's see how their attacking side shapes up. Let's see if D plus Kia can put up some good turns, good walls of defense here. Or if it's just a bit too far for them to bring down FaZe, and instead D plus Kia career down to our elimination bracket.
Well, the proof is in the pudding now of what I said. I was a little bit concerned about the map choice from D plus Kia heading to Night Haven Labs. They've got an 85% defensive win rate. That's now the side that they see on here. And the reason that I was concerned about that, like I said, you know, a lot of those matches are not against FaZe. They're against good teams, but maybe teams that aren't reaching this sort of caliber. And so to rely on that to be confident enough to take FaZe to their second favourite map, it's a big gamble. And we're going to see over the next couple of rounds whether it's one that will pay off. D plus Kia now on the defense. The bans that have come through, they've taken away particularly the Monte and the Ying, which I think both smart picks.
Absolutely, yeah. I mean, you look towards FaZe and you just imagine charging around on that shield 100%. And the Ying, they do play it a lot. I was saying it's like one of their main operators, their clutch ones that they like, crutch ones they lean into. Not necessarily, but as we all know and have seen throughout several games so far today already, Ying is very, very powerful for the execute. We spoke about it with Canadian running around with the shotgun, the smokes, the candelas. Ying does bring an awful lot, so just having that operator off the board can free you up a little bit. It means you haven't got to worry about having to run a warden all the time, for example. So, not surprised at all by the bans.
Going to have the Maverick available. It wasn't, of course, for FaZe, so straight away getting up there. Needs to be careful of opening this wall, of course, with that little line across the bottom. That's why they get on the rappel. Heartbreach Gadget will do its work. Doesn't need to be a big, wide hole in that wall. It's more just about preventing any players playing in or rotating through connector. Maverick will continue his work here. I always like to judge the Mavericks on how well they manage the trick, and he's done it absolutely beautifully. Cyber on hand with the skeleton key to open up the door, and that is IT access gained, connector access gained, and this is good early progress from FaZe.
Yeah, I kind of like it back to when we were speaking about Shopify Rebellion on this map yesterday, and moved through it incredibly quickly. Inside 90 seconds, had tons of control, loads they could do with it. Just then struggled to pick the move forward against Falcons at the right time, and that's ultimately led to a few rounds falling away from them. And FaZe showing much of the same proficiency. They've done the early hard work. This clash is now going to be a little bit of a thorn in their side, at least to impede them coming in towards Connector. But they need this control to have another angle of attack. You can't rely solely on having catwalk control and on having IT control to hit with. You need some kind of sidestab angle, but you can't safely push inside of electric knowing you haven't got connector control, so you also need to make sure that you push the players back from there too.
Getting the little bit of intel. It's interesting that the red ping comes and the player doesn't really move away. There was almost an opportunity there to take out the hatch and drop the player down in front of them, but not one that the puck takes. Souls is going to find himself on the losing side of a battle against Foles, who manages to get another onto Cyber. I think the pressure and the timing was just a little bit mismatched there, and they've given the opportunity to D plus Kia, who are happy to take it. And we can see now, how about this for a little bit of pressure though? Bitter King moves in, manages to down one, down two, 3 versus 1, 1 versus 2. It's 1v1 essentially. An absolute flurry of bodies hitting the deck in that final few seconds, and Handy wins it out for FaZe. And this is what I meant, Des. You can have a great defensive record, but that doesn't necessarily track against a team like FaZe.
Oh, tough as well, because Paul's done so much work in the early round for them, Tim. But got to give it to Handy. He played that closeout so well, knew which operator he was against, knew there was a shotgun coming his way, takes the long angle. It's generally the right thing to do as an attacker anyway. You've got the scopes, they haven't. You've got a better chance the longer the distance. Great 1v1 to win out. FaZe up to 5-2. You might argue they might not deserve it. It should be 4-3. But all that matters is that score at the top of your screen, 2 rounds away from taking a win and going into that promotion bracket.
Yep. And it's going to be a very difficult job now for D plus Kia to fight their way back into this, as they've just seen the scale. Those are the rounds that, you know, quite frankly, they have to win. Simple as that. If they're going to get into that sort of advantageous position, they have to be winning those rounds, because otherwise, you know, FaZe are just going to run all over you. You cannot give them any opportunity, and unfortunately, that's what that was. So we've got this time around a basement defense coming out from D plus Kia. Levitt is playing the Warden out on those vending stairs, so he's going to be the one that we see so commonly in that position. It's quite often a smoke with a shotgun, but this time they're going to be going with the Warden instead. Ying is off the board, so kind of an interesting choice, I guess. You know, look, still same shotgun. Deployable shield gets brought along, which can be useful. Still in pocket at the minute, interestingly, from Levy, so that utility not actually being played. So it just makes me think more that, you know, it's kind of stylistic. It's just about the choice of the Warden, but Drone is going to find Mitty early on.
Well, playing around these Romans for the most part now, that's going to be a bit of a headache. I think it's why having like the Dockerby on side, of course, speak about it a hell of a lot. Very important, very powerful at pushing defenders back. It lets the team move forward as a unit, either clear out those that hang around a little bit too long. Ideally, you want to try and save one for the execute itself, but with a mute on the other side, you've always got to consider the fact that they may well be sat on jammers, and so you can't always rely on the information entirely. Has been that slow first 60 seconds while FaZe, again, figure out where are these Romans, what are they doing around the map, and there are, you know, all 4 of them, sorry, up on this first floor, looking to waste a good chunk of time. They're the ones that you've got to force back. That's at least 2 back on site here so far, Tim. So not looking too bad, but we are nearly halfway through the round. Got to get a little bit of a wiggle on.
Yeah, Cole will come in. Like you say, FaZe maybe just not moving quite quickly enough, and need to get something going. An early kill, or a kill at least at this point, would be great for them. Mitty hasn't been moved yet. Pressure does start to mount with a flashbang coming in. Challenge is there, but Levy's got him backed up, and that's KDS taken down. Great teamwork from D plus Kia there. Just baiting out that push onto the Goyo and just being ready to double down with the Warden. Manages to find the kill, and I think we can see what the laugh from KDS Levy was about. The fact that Levy was so low health.
It's good as well. Baits him into that one too. He's now got him down, and the worry now has been safe to go and push in. Is there not a second player looking to support? Apparently not, as it's a freebie for Cyber. Down goes Mighty. To a 4v4 we go to him as we're in these last 60 seconds. And again, this is why I was a bit worried about the pace of FaZe overall. They're still worried about these players spread around the map. Are they going to try and pull out the same sort of thing that D plus Kia did, where they ignore them and just hit site here? They could certainly chance it, but they're losing players for the longer this goes on. I say that, Cyber's just picked up 2. That's looking great. A triple in the round. Only Levy and Nears stand. This should be a FaZe win. Beautiful from Cyber. He's on for an ace as well, Tim. Give it to him if you can. He's got 30 seconds to find his last man. I'm pretty sure they have a great idea as to where he is as well. Dug in on side of sight, gets rid of 1. But here comes Cyber, hunting down his prey as the final 20 seconds start to tick over, and he gets the ace he was looking for.
Did they not see Hot and Cold's interview yesterday? Just did. Just deal with Cyber.
Just deal with Cyber. Hello?
Just deal with Cyber.
Just kill him. Just win a gunfight.
And the rest of it's easy. No problem. M80 showed you how to do it yesterday. Cyber coming through with a phenomenal ace there, absolutely beautiful stuff, and just showing his explosive capabilities within the game, and that's why, you know, it's what makes him so valuable to his team. And I think it's honestly, you know, I don't want to pin it on individual players, but it is what made FaZe look so pedestrian yesterday, was a quiet day from Cyber and a quiet day from Souls.
Yeah.
Between the two of them, they are so phenomenal when they get running, and that's exactly, you know, the point that M80 were making. You stop players like that in their tracks and the rest is manageable, and today D+Kia just unable to do so. Great performance from FaZe.
We've seen the two of them, they're averaging over 2.5 kills per round. That's just Souls and Cyber, and of course you've got King not far behind on 7. It's been looking good. And on the other side, they don't have that hero. There's a couple of players right now in Mighty and Falls that are sat on +0. Everyone else is negative. They're not able to keep up with the players on FaZe when it comes round to these gunfights. I think a couple of the rounds from D+Kia have been good. Yeah, their setups on the attack I thought were okay at points. There were definitely parts where they were tripping themselves up and getting a little bit stuck in things. But FaZe were kind of more than happy to let them open up walls and get into the building, because they knew when it came down to gunfights, they would come out on top. And it does feel, Tim, like in this game, it's just a bit of a skill diff, to be honest.
Yeah, like I said, I think picking into, I'm going to come back to the map choice, I think picking into Nighthaven against FaZe, a map that they love, is always going to be a big risk, a big ask. And I think, you know, D+Kia, like you say, maybe just slightly out of their depth with this one. And they've still had a good performance so far at the tournament. There's still the possibility for them to continue. They will go into best of 3s for their survival after this, which is where, in all honesty, I think things get more difficult for them, because it broadens the map pool that you're going to have to play, and it makes it, you know, even more, you don't have that best of 1 opportunity to just clear somebody out on one map. So D+Kia are going to have to go back to the drawing board if this one ends up going to the side of FaZe. 4 rounds they have to close this out and to reassert dominance after a little bit of a wobble yesterday.
There was that moment as a viewer, you see like the outline and just think, surely he's not going to find him now, right? He was, of course, for another wall, so wasn't ever able to spray him off, but opens up the barricade, of course, now that creates that phantom pressure, the belief that there could be someone outside the electric window at any time, which means you as the defenders have to be showing respect to that.
Just going to be patiently waiting for any drones or utility to come on in here. D+Kia kind of sitting, sweating at the minute, I think, just waiting for FaZe to make a move, but they're happy to continue this intel game, this utility game for now.
All right.
Andy tries to step on into RT, gets taken down. Mitty managing to find the kill. Levy with one of his own onto King, and the first of 4 steps could be underway, as this is a serious advantage now. 5 versus 3 for D+Kia. There is still the Blackbeard of Cyber on side.
Oh, no,
Manages to
Cyber.
make it pay. That's 6 kills in a row without a death for him.
He can just keep on rolling at this point, Tim. He's got the Blackbeard as well. Absolute terror to come up against. If he's soaking up all his attention, KDS and Sol... Oh, never mind. KDS and Sol's going to say can do a lot around him, but now that he's gone down, it's a different conversation.
Yeah, I think a lot of value to be found there. Fall's taken some damage. But I honestly think FaZe probably struggled to find the space that they need here. Great flick from Souls. Souls is still on the board, you know, one of the most clutch players in all of Siege. So if a situation is winnable, it's winnable when he is there without a doubt. Still taking out all that utility around him. You can hear the Banshee, the default calm. He's having utility thrown at him. It's
okay.
Easy pickup for KDS.
Calm down.
2v4 became a 2v2, Des.
They've only got 20 seconds to go, though, Tim, which means now they're going to be forced in without any information on where these players are. One of them's maybe got to try and make a plant happen, which is even worse, too. It's not going to look too pretty for him, but they've really got a chance. This one, the player on IT door is the one they're watching out for. Smokes go down. KDS is in for 1. Souls has got to give the cover to his team and finds him as well. Just like that, D+Kia have seen this one fall away from them when it looked like for certain they were going to win the round. FaZe making amends for yesterday. They move into our promotion bracket, whilst D+Kia head down to their elimination best of 3 tomorrow.
It just shows how good FaZe are and why they are generally so difficult to play. Yesterday being an off day, I often say, Des, any team that goes on and wins a tournament will have a bad day at some point. It's just about having that bad day at the right time. And you wonder, have FaZe just got it out of their system now? They've had the wobble yesterday, and it's going to be plain sailing if they play like that.
I say it a lot that on any given day, wake up, flip a coin, the team can either be 30% worse than their normal or 30% better than their normal performing level, and it does feel like today FaZe have had a good night's sleep, got themselves refreshed, ready and prepped for this game, and have put on a little bit of a show, especially Cyber and Souls have had the kind of performance that we're used to seeing from them. Really looking forward to seeing who they play against in that best of 3 tomorrow as well, because we're against some big boys now. We're starting to get to the sharp end of things down here in the Swiss stage. For D plus Kia, they're the ones who are finding that out more than anyone else.
It's easy to focus on 24 kills between Souls and Cyber there, but the impressive one for me is that 78% cost for Cyber up at the top of things. For anybody a little bit newer to Siege, when I talk about cost, we're talking about kills, objective, surviving, or trading, your death being traded. And all those are considered things that happen in the round that contribute to a win for that round. So in 80% nearly of those rounds, Cyber has at least completed one of those actions.
7 of 9.
Fantastic stuff from him. What a performance.
It's much better because, although we heard M80 speaking about it yesterday, he is the X factor for the team. He is the more explosive player on the group. That's the kind of stuff we've got to see from them if they're going to have a big show. We'll see, of course, if that carries on tomorrow or if that drops off. You'd hope it won't, but you just never know at tournaments like this.
No, that's our 1-on-1 games done for now, Des. We are moving on to some exciting stuff. We are making decisions. Some teams are going to go through. Some teams are going to go home. There is plenty more action to come yet.
We've got a very, very delicious best of 3 coming up after the break as well, which is M80 coming up against Team Secret. Arguably the 2 best teams, at least right now, from their respective regions. It's going to be great fun, so don't go anywhere. Back with you guys in about 15-20 minutes for that one.
They can try and stick it. The drop. Charla comes in, finds one, can't find the second. Shepard getting the shutdown, but not before. Charla confirms the next one. Shepard's onto a 3K. They're sticking off on the plan. Pojo coming on the upstairs. Does Shepard know? He must know. Don't look away now. Shepard with a quadra kill. That's the way you clutch a game out, ladies and gents. A huge gamble by Raza Company Academy. Shaiko is just, he's somewhere else sometimes. He and Usus making quick work of the remaining defenders on site, and now it's all up to Paceto. With the UMP, no deaths to be had. 2 kills to his name. Paceto slaughtered by Shaiko. I don't even think he knew what happened.
Over towards default, big kill for Nate, shuts down Shaiko, and suddenly it seems like Furia might just have numbers, but they've lost a couple, and Philippe will see.
Just a bit of damage, just setting them off. Just for one, and Gohan will go down. No more IQ. Experience the second Astro down low. Baringa, are you ready for this?
Oh!
Baringa, are you kidding me with a third getting taken down? And then the drop right below. And it's turned on the face. Bingo!
Shaiko is going off tip. Finally finds himself down now. Usus has got to clutch up big.
This could be difficult. The Blitz just having to make a choice here. Handy. Let's see if the swing. They just need to make sure they're getting those entries and going on in and pushing forward. Ryder.
He's now 10-3 on entry throughout the series. That is an unbelievable success rate. Mates in a second. Mates in a third. Ryder. Oh my God. It's a quad.
A huge ace against BDS's team of facilities. And Ryder finishes it. That is an ace against BDS.
Brede holding up for the blood.
NJR destroys Miracle. Groovy is next. Revolver out. 13 kills for him. As there goes a smoke, and a reload is the smart play. Now around. Destroys June. He's on the blitz. Will all come down to Adrian on the comp. Bridge! It's a 1v5.
They had everything going! 1v5! Taking everyone down in a flurry of frags, leaving it just onto one man, PZD. Lukid, he has to plant the diffuser. He comes off it for a second though, doesn't fully commit. Waiting to plant the last available second, was hoping he baited them out! But all that means is that when he goes back on, he's left susceptible.
Solotov's down! 3 days off!
Available now.
And Fisho guy to continue to get some kills up here.
Very slow round after that first pick, Jesse. We'll get relays on the run. As the first logic bomb will go off. Second one now on deck for Baby Shark to use at his disposal as the Monty will continue to take up space upstairs. Fisher guy will be on the move with him and Bappin. Side by side, the Guzman Mines can be very effective at taking care of a fully extended Monty, but it looks like the fall off will come with 1 minute and 15 seconds left. I like this timing from Enterprise.
Yep, they're just wanting to waste some time. Ideally, you get one back, but against a Monty, I don't think it's realistic, so concede this to the teammates. You did waste your C4 for Fisher guys, so that's the only one that you brought. Won't be a factor late into this round, although some impacts do still remain. Excellent droning from Baby Shark gives him an opportunity to get this vert play, and I mean, Kansan is such a good vert player. Him above a bomb site is an absolutely deadly situation, so you have to watch for that as you're an Enterprise player.
Diffuser going down, Baby Shark with another pick. Numbers will get better for Wildcard. Looking right now just to cauterize the wound that's been bleeding quite profusely over the last few rounds as Enterprise has made quite the comeback. That's Fisher guy down below. He's hunted away. I don't know what you do if your relays in Bappin at this current point in time. You are boxed into the site. You'll have to swing your way out. That's exactly what Bappin does. Shreds through Baby Shark. Now it's dashed down as well. That Scorpion can be a mighty and formidable weapon as Bappin retakes from above. I like this timing. Relays will hop on the defuse kit. Popping off. The Monty emerging over towards Reading Door, leaving Bappin to contest with the 2 players from Wildcard upstairs. And it's Bay to get the exit frag as the Monty had done the job himself. On that case, Wildcard regain the lead.
Despite some heroic plays coming out from Bappin, that was probably the best attack we've seen from Wildcard since this game began. Really well executed push coming in through Reading. The top floor was cleared exceptionally with the Monty. Ram was perfectly used to get that verticality. The drones were good. The plant was good. Came very fast in that round too. I don't know if Enterprise were ready for how quickly that diffuse plant came on down, but Wildcard just putting all the pieces together. A lot of credit's got to go to Lagonis. A lot of credit's got to go to Spiker as well, doing a lot of that calling in the mid-round. The youngest IGL here at the Munich Major. He's been the captain of this team for quite a while on Wildcard, and I think he's been growing a ton as a player. It's been exceptional to watch him through the NAL. Here on LAN, he's been doing just as well. Wildcard looking to go up 2-1 if they can win this game against Enterprise.
That was a 3-round run for Enterprise. Starting in round number 4, they won 4 of the 5 rounds. So there was some very serious concern there for Wildcard that they were losing their grip on this map. It really just was a matter of time until some of the fraggers on the side of Enterprise really did wake up. It took some time.
Yep.
And Wildcard has cooled off a little
10
bit.
seconds remaining.
Again, I hate to go back to round number 1, but Enterprise got knocked off of their stride in that W7M matchup yesterday.
Yeah.
And there is a former W7M player on this Wildcard roster who helped channel that energy for Bay to allow Enterprise to lose a 1vx. We always want to hype up the big plays, but we have to be honest. When clutches like that happen, Jesse, it's usually because of mistakes that are committed by the majority. Realistically, in Siege, no player should really be winning a 1v3. Oh my god, what a shot by Baby Shark that was. Holy smokes.
Dude, Shark has been on one today. It's been ridiculous how good he's playing. Again, a rookie player chose for his very first pro team to go across the pond and join Wildcard. We're here in the south of Germany. He grew up in the south of France, not that far west of this location. You got to imagine if they do make it to main stage, he'll have some fans in the audience for sure.
Spiker and Relays right now in a standoff on red stairs, waiting ever so patiently. Oh no, Spiker. It's a terrible spot for Relays to be in. Where do you go? What do you do? I think your only real hope is to vault over the stairs and hope that you can get down without somebody being able to catch you. But I mean, Spiker with that DMR, the 417 is just, it's so strong.
I hate to point it out, but he did have 4 Kiba barriers in his pocket. Definitely could have blocked off 1 or 2 of those angles to make the rotate. I'm sure that was the game plan, but under so much pressure, it could be tough to remember to pull those out, and certainly not easy to deploy those before getting shut down. Bapping a big Nitro onto Bay and some more damage onto Tuhon. So these defenders, they're getting some back, but the pressure is still very real from Wildcard. Once again, with this top floor lineup, they brought the exact same operators as the last time, and now they've kept their Sens alive as well. So Spiker can get into position for these Sens walls. They can have a really strong freezer execute with all of the soft destruction being brought out by Canton and Dash.
It's really hard to underscore how poor Tuhon has been when it comes to killing potential, especially in comparison to yesterday. 3 of the 4 kills that Tuhon currently has all came in round number 4. Every other round he has been held off the score sheet up until now. You just simply need everybody contributing in some way, shape, or form. Now, the good news for Enterprise is that Tuhon will be playing utility ops quite heavily through most of these defensive rounds. Is a very strong op, so he will find value even if he's not killing. He gets punished by Spiker in that engagement. As Bappin and Fisho Guy do not see the dash as the defuse kit successfully planted. They do drop dash and will follow up immediately, as Fisho Guy might be able to hop on the case very quickly, but they don't have the all clear inside the site. Kansan is watching that from the back. Down goes Fisho Guy. Bappin off-site, 10 kills. Far and away the most competitive player when it comes to frags, but a lot of these picks have been largely impactless as he's been in the dying moments of rounds. He'll find his 3rd as he guns down Baby Shark, and now has Kansan and Spiker on deck. Not aware of where they may be, Kansan seals the deal, and Wildcard continue their winning ways, moving to match point.
I think that's pretty clear that's the push they were looking for in round 7, right? When you've got the Sens, that plant becomes so much easier. I like that they went in towards Sinks to get that defuse kit on the ground. Just was not able to get denied by Enterprise. Good early rounds to start those players off outside the building too. And another round where we've seen Bappin alive late, not able to have much of an impact back-to-back on the defensive side. Yesterday, Enterprise really struggled on their defenses. They had a 67% attacking win rate, a 33% defending win rate. It's the largest gap between the two sides that we saw from any team on day 1 of the Munich Major. And I think a lot of the defensive problems came from the fact that nobody was really showing up except for Bappin. Bappin had a defensive KDR of 138. The next highest was Tuhon with a 0.8. So a huge gap on the defensive statistics, and I was really worried when Enterprise went to that second half, would we continue to see those defensive struggles? It didn't look like we were. Their first couple defenses were great, but now we're starting to see those problems reemerge up against Wildcard.
It could just be Wildcard figuring it out as well, right?
I think so, yeah.
I think it takes some time for these teams, especially in international competition. One of the major downsides of a best-of-1 situation is that you don't really have a lot of time to recover if you find yourself in free fall, right? General consensus is in a best-of-1, anybody can win. In a best-of-3, the better team usually wins. In a best-of-5, the better team almost always wins. Because the longer that you go into it, the better, more experienced, and more practiced team is going to do well. Best-of-1s have some benefits. There's shorter time investment. They can be quite exciting. It's a one and done. You get to see more teams play. There are pros and cons to this system. But if you have a bad start, maybe you don't sleep particularly well, maybe you wake up late, maybe you get beaten and you have to wait 3 rounds for a next set of bans to come in. You don't have time to recover in another map. That's it. It's over. You might have already lost the match by the time the 3rd round is completed.
Well, Enterprise are going to choose to play the exact same bomb site back, Parker. It's their 3rd attempt at kitchen and dining after, frankly, a disaster round just 1 ago in round number 10. But it starts with a big spawn peak, and maybe this is the thought process for Enterprise. we're not getting Bappin involved early. Bappin's our defensive player. He's the guy who always pops off on this side for us. Let's get him involved early. Gets that spawn peek on Debay. Shuts down one of the best fraggers in Wildcard's arsenal. And so now that he's gone, you've got that early advantage. It feels a lot more like round number 7 when Enterprise got the early spawn peek onto Spiker. They had that man advantage, and then they were able to cycle that into more and more. The Valkyrie is also the one and only operator that they've changed up, bringing it for the first time here on the bottom floor bomb site.
History will repeat itself. The lineup is almost exactly the same. The only change is there's no fuse shield being brought by Wildcard. Instead, they go with a Blackbeard. I think most people will be very happy about that. I guess the Bravo was changed out for the Glass as well. And look at this value from the Valkyrie cam. We talked about Valkyrie in the onset of this map and how important she can be. And right now, Tuhan is getting just an absurd amount of value that is going back to the rest of Enterprise.
Bappin was holding a Nitro for a minute there. Again, there's really good information, but he's got to find an opportunity to toss that in a bit of an exposed situation still. Tuhan, front door. They seem to be aware that there might be somebody here. This could be an aggressive play.
And a run out. It's a gamble by Tuhan, but it misses his mark. And back to Kochek, he will go. As good as Bay has been, you talked about Baby Shark and how great he's been. You'll need a bigger round from him now as Dash gets dropped. Spiker goes by the wayside too. Kansan buried along with all of the bodies. And why not throw in Baby Shark for added measure before the dirt seals them all in the grave. A great bounce back round from Enterprise to stay alive. And yet again, we will need all 12 rounds to settle this one. When you get deeper into a live event, blowouts should be far less frequent, Jesse. We saw that in our first map. We are now seeing it here in our second match, as these teams will go the distance.
And that was a really cool Sens strat coming out from Wildcard. I know it didn't work, but that's an old school North America strat. Back before Sens was buffed and we saw Sens on every single bomb site, you use it in through the restaurant window to give you an easy access point straight into VIP. I think the original Wildcard roster in the North America League with very different players were a team who started to run a lot of that on the bottom floor of Cafe. It didn't work though because we saw Bappin toss out a two-brow canister and it actually brought down part of the Sens wall, which allowed Relays to get a big pick onto Spiker that I think was the turning point in the midst of that round that really started to give it to Enterprise, battling them back and forcing this 12th round. Really strong adaptation. I wasn't necessarily a believer of going back to the same site, but they make it work, Parker. And now, when it's round 12, they have all options available to them. They're going to go back down to mining and dining. They won this bomb site in round number 8. This has been a successful site for them so far. They just have to win it one more time, and they get a crack at overtime.
Right after we both agreed that Wildcard was figuring out Enterprise, Enterprise goes in as a stalwart defense, so I guess there's some proverbial egg on our face here. But that's the beauty of a game like Siege. Anything can happen at any point in time. Gridlock has been played by Bay every single round on attack, and there are few maps where she thrives as well as she does on Cafe. A big reason for that, as you can see that first set of track stingers thrown out, are the stairs. You want to cut down whatever angles back to the site or roamers can use for flanks as humanly possible. Stairs are the easiest way to get punished as a defender. Gridlock makes tackling an already hard situation even harder.
Yeah, and it's a common pick for Bay on this map too. By far his most common operator on Cafe through the stage. Plays a little bit of IQ, plays a little bit of ace now and again, but he very much loves the gritty on Cafe, so why not let him run around with it? Can be super strong on this op. For the reading room bomb site, it's going to be another task of clearing this top floor. I actually thought Wildcard did a good job of that in previous rounds, but it's about converting that into an execute. It's mining and dining, excuse me, but again, that top floor is still absolutely critical. Spiker outside the window, an important player as well, but I don't think Relays will be giving him the opportunity.
Relays now being hunted down as those boogie drones go to work above him. Yet again, Ram upstairs inside a piano is a frightening thing to deal with, not just because you lose that safety of the roof over your head as a defender, but also the noise it makes. It will conceal a lot of the advances of the attackers, and they're hoping that right now with the 3 players who are all over top of this mining portion of the bomb site, they're able to find some great value. I love the IQ as a pick to counter the Valkyrie. You saw how important Valkyrie was in the previous round. This time will likely have less impact on the general cut and thrust, as the IQ will hard counter it.
Yeah, and great use of the nades so far too. You saw that first one being tossed out so they get a rotate down from the bottom of red stairs, that wall not being reinforced. Interesting from Enterprise. they're going to have to deal with that 5v5 XU coming in with 40 seconds.
And down goes Bay at the hands of player overtime, looking progressively more likely, but hold on a second. We've been thrust into a post plant. Spiker gets the job done, and player dies shortly thereafter. Bappin and Fisho Guy finished off 2. The kill feed completely dominated in orange, as desperately Relays and Tuhan look to prevent a 1-2 scoreline for this team. Enterprise down to their last player, Tuhan fighting for his life on red stairs. 3 players from Wildcard all searching for this final kill. Track Stingers will be the end of it, and my goodness, Bay from the grave gets things done. Wildcard win the matchup without needing OT, punching Enterprise down to fight for their lives in a best-of-3. Wildcard themselves a single best-of-3 away from the main stage.
Shark making some noise at the end of it too. 15 kills, 9 deaths.
Enjoying that?
I was singing along actually during that whole break. It was fantastic.
Je deux amours, she has 2 loves.
Yeah, what he said. We've got a great game coming up now. We're into best of 3s. Hey! It's promotion time, Tim. So the next 2 games that we have on the stream are both best of 3s. The winner of those games goes through to the playoffs, Tim. Only played a couple of days this season. Already make it to main stage on Friday to get the whole week off.
I love the chaos of group stage where it's like within a couple of days you have teams going home, you have teams going through. It's like absolutely great stuff. We are right in the mix of it, going from our best of 1s where it was a 1-1, now over to our, as you say, qualification side where it's 2-0 for these teams. And we can see the breakdown of how things stand there. The other game, the 1-1, so obviously phase 1, the other one on ours. Wildcard were, no spoilers, 6-5 up when it was just switching across to us. I don't know how that one's finished, but we'll get an update as we get into our game.
The other game? The Enterprise one?
Yeah.
It was 7-5 to Wildcard.
There we go. Wildcard have won. Wildcard have won. Spoilers. But yeah, we move on to that winner's side. The elimination side, the disqualification, not really disqualification, is it? Elimination side is going to be on the A stream, but on B, we stick with those winners. M80 versus Secret. The first one, Falcons versus W7M to wrap up the day for us here. We've got another good, I'd say, 6 hours of quality siege heading the way of your eyeballs.
Quality content, Tim. I mean, M80 versus Secret, speaking about the game that we're about to jump into, is about as quality as it gets as well. Yeah, we saw M80 yesterday looking on fire. Absolutely
really
fantastic. Good. Really, really impressive performances. And the same can be said for Secret. Now, we haven't had the pleasure of casting them yet or watching any of their games, but there's a reason they're 2-0 as well, and I think this is going to be a fantastic NA versus EU clash.
Yeah, I think Secret were a little bit more consistent through the day from what I saw. Results very similar, getting the job done. M8, maybe, you know, it was a little bit closer against G2, and then just that blowout victory at the end of the day. Really, really good from them, as we said. Completely dominated phase on layer. Excellent stuff. I think this is going to be potentially a bit of a classic EU-NA matchup.
I completely agree. And of course, which way it goes, well, I'd love it to go the way of Secret, given they are one of our home teams, but M80, I've really been enjoying seeing them play. And of course, we've got one of our old friends in Fabian stood behind them as well. You can't knock it too much. But we'll have a talk more about that in just a moment. Here's how things have been going so far for the side of Secret. Savage having one hell of a tournament, Tim.
Yeah, it's no surprise to see Savage up there, top of the pops, with, you know, with Team Secret, a team that we know very, very well. We get the pleasure of covering them week in, week out in EML, and, you know, Savage being one of those names up there. Mowgli, a little bit quiet so far. I'd highlight him as certainly one to watch. We know that he's got the ability. We know that he can have those big play moments. Doesn't seem to have happened for him yesterday, but he's definitely one not to take your eyes off. Doom just working on a little puzzle there to keep his brain sharp before he gets into the game.
I need one of them. Keep me distracted, keep my hands busy.
Oh, he's done it. Look.
He's cracked it, mate, honestly. Absolute pro.
Easy as that.
People who like sit there with the Rubik's Cubes and just can smash it in like 3 or 4 seconds, and I'm just like, nah, you're a monster.
I've never really tried. I've kind of like messed with one, but I've never really tried.
By which I 100% hear that next event I'm going to find you the Rubik's Cube, and you'll be trying to figure it out all week long. Someone will walk up and grab it, 'cause when you slam it on the table and you've given up, someone will walk along and go, oh, Rubik's Cube, and they'll solve it in 3 seconds, and you'll flip the table.
Smash it to pieces.
You'll absolutely lose your rag. But let's take a look at what map we're going to as well between these two titans. Well, maps, plural, sorry, is a best of 3. So you pick one each, and then you have a decider at the end. We're going to start things off on Border. That is the pick of Team Secret. Then over to Lair, which is the pick of M80 before we settle things off on Cafe, if it's required.
No surprise to see Secret picking Border, if I'm honest. We saw M80, excuse me, play there yesterday against G2. It was.
I thought you were trying to hint at something then with that very tiny
No,
cough.
it was. No, it was.
Play. Didn't really play.
Yeah, no. No, we saw them play yesterday. They weren't good against G2 overall on Border. They got the win, and I was complimentary of the fact that, you know, they managed to dig that out. You've got to be able to win ugly, as I said it. Go to the maps that maybe you don't like so much and get a result. But I think Secret will probably maybe be a bit too much for them, a little bit of a step too far on Border. But, you know, then, yep, we go into Lair. That's where M80's big focus, I think, is going to be. And then Cafe, who knows?
The bans are really interesting, to be fair. Like, seeing M80 ban Bank makes total sense. It's one of their perma bans. It's one of Secret's best maps. Skyscraper does surprise me. It's also one of Secret's favourite maps, but M80 really like it as well. So it always feels risky, kind of almost being more afraid of what Secret can do on the map than what you're able to do on it, which then leaves, you know, a lot of choice open to Secret. And of course, to jump onto Border, that is their favourite map, Tim. It's top of the Pops for them. A 4-1 record. Their defensive success on it is excellent. For M80, it's their permaban. They never play this map. It's their 9th most preferred map, the very, very bottom of the table, which to me screams that they've wanted to let Border through because M80 have got some solid counter prep to do.
Yeah, I don't know. I think it's much like I said for D plus Kia going to Night Haven Labs against FaZe. I don't know if that's going to, you know, show itself as maybe a little bit of overconfidence because, like you said, Team Secret very, very good on Border. I didn't even, you know, I didn't even bring the stats up as soon as I saw the pick. I'm like, yeah, I can see why they've gone there. And I am surprised that M80 have allowed it through. What I think, you know, is possibly going to happen here if by, you know, some stretch M80 do manage to take Border, Secret might be in a bit of trouble there.
Not forgetting, of course, both teams played this map yesterday. We saw M80 play G2 on it and win 7-5. We saw Secret play it against Wildcard. They won 7-4. So there is still lots on the line in that sense for both teams, where they've shown each other recently what they can do on that map. So it's going to be a really interesting affair. We're just getting our players into the lobby before we look to jump in. What's your predictions for this one, Tim? Do you think it's an EU slam, we win 2-1, 2-0, or do you think M80 are just a little bit better?
I think we might go to 3 maps.
I'd like to go to 3 maps.
I think we'll go to 3 maps. I think that Team Secret will win. But I don't think it's going to be... nobody's getting embarrassed. I don't think. I think this is going to be really hard fought. I think it's going to be a well-played match. I'm expecting maybe an overtime or 2 throughout it. I think it's going to be one of them where we end up at like 40-plus rounds or something, like really, really good match.
It would be a surprise if either team sort of rolled over here and just didn't show up, given how well they played yesterday. Like, again, this is the winners bracket. Both teams are 2-0. Like, they're arguably the best teams at the tournament, alongside other teams that are in the 2-0. Of course, that game follows up next as well. But I think both should be putting on a show, and I think I'm with you. 3 maps is what it deserves. In fact, I've just found out we have got a small tech pause, Tim. We are having a PC swap. So we'll do what we did in the A-stream yesterday, actually, Tim. It's Q&A time with chat. If you guys have got any questions that you want to ask, whether it's about the major, whether it's about general life, whether it's something deeply philosophical and scientific, then feel free to ask away. I think in the meantime, Tim's got a bunch of numbers for us by the looks of it.
No, specific. I'm just having it's Lair that fascinates me because I'm kind of in my mind thinking Secret win on Border. So Lair becomes a really pivotal map in that case. Maybe it doesn't happen like that. Maybe M80, you know, do come out and get the win there. But I'm just particularly interested in Secret's prior performance on Lair. They've played it a lot, which means there's a lot of footage out there. 4-4, so it's, you know, a very even split, but they really do struggle to defend on Lair, and it is something that, you know, M80 second choice out of 9. It's a big map for them. So yeah, I think that we go to 3. If we have a look at the stats for Cafe between these two, that's I think going to be where this one is decided. There's really not very much in it.
Down the middle, isn't it?
There's really not very much in it.
Sandra popped up. How are you doing, Ace and Des? How are you doing, Tim?
Oh, a pleasure to Pleasure.
I believe she's coming to the event as well.
Yeah, I
Nice to
believe
catch
so.
up.
I saw that. It will be very nice indeed. Not seen her for a while. I'm very good. I'm enjoying Munich, and you know, what more could we ask for?
We are chilling 2 days in. It's going pretty good. Thank you very much. Hope you're well. Hannibal asked, where in Italy are you getting married? I'm getting married on Lake Garda. We checked out Lake Como, really enjoyed it, but Garda, don't know, something quite special about Garda, so that's where we're going. Favourite colours? We had this question earlier, actually. Well, I asked him this question earlier. Purple was your answer.
It was.
What's my favourite colour? Honestly, like, it depends in what context. Because if, like, what colour clothes do I like wearing?
Okay.
It's military green. Like, military green really suits me. But actual, like, colour that I like, probably blue. Probably because of the company and the colour of our logo and stuff, honestly.
Maybe,
Yeah, I'd say blue and green, a good
I
mix.
can appreciate a nice blue.
Why not? Why not? What's the best food we've had so far? I still say that chicken that we had for lunch
the
yesterday.
half-roast chicken.
Half-roast chicken with
seriously
rice.
juicy.
It sounds very simple, but
no,
it's very good.
it was genuinely really good. The chicken was seriously juicy and very tasty. It was
Oh,
really
this is actually a really important question. Light Rose, what hair product does Ace use? He took a mouthful of Sprite as I asked him that, and he nearly spat it everywhere. Oh, very close, very close. So this is a question not really to us, but in general. If you get 3 losses, are you eliminated? Yes, but your third loss that game will always be a best of 3, so it's as good a chance as you're going to have to be able to stay in. Tim and Des, are you two family friends? I wouldn't describe as family friends in the conventional sense.
I'd describe us as family now.
Oh, there. See, not family friends, we are just family.
There you go.
And the sentence stops there.
Yeah, no, not family friends, I don't think. No. As family friends...
Because we live quite far away, is probably the problem. It'd be a lot easier to hang out if we were closer to each other, but life's busy. So not really. We talk on WhatsApp semi-regularly, like regardless, like probably every couple of days or so. But
yeah, at the most.
And then at an event, we're always talking to each other because we're together. I've just seen Villa, by the way, are up 4-0. So whoever asked me that question, Dylan, I am buzzing. I've obviously not seen any of the goals or anything yet, but I'm definitely checking them back after we're done with this best of 3. Oh, favourite cheeses. You don't like cheese, do you?
Not a bit. So I guess I can throw a favourite cheese out there, but I'm going to get rinsed again like I do previously.
Cheddar.
No. No.
Mild cheddar?
Mild cheddar. So, to be honest, I really don't eat... I don't eat cheese...
Are you going to say Baby Bell?
I don't eat raw cheese, if you will. I don't know if you call it raw cheese, cold cheese. You know what I mean? I only tend to eat cooked, like, on pizza or
on your standard
on a
vanilla bland boring pizzas,
something like that. So I only tend to eat it cooked. I am partial to a little bit of Emmental. I like on a panini or something, you know, a little bit of Emmental on a panini, but it's not a strong cheese. Mozzarella again, not a very strong cheese. I'm not a strong cheese sort of guy. You know, I'm the one who's like I hate it in a restaurant when they bring out a cheese board and it's got you know, something really smelly on there.
No,
or
I'm not a fan of blue cheese, but anything else I do quite like. I love camembert.
Yeah.
I'll tell you what, I've said that now, and Bruno I know is already like shaking in anger.
I was going to say, Bruno's going to hate this conversation.
How I've said camembert, he's going to be so angry with me for that one. But me and my missus love it. You know, a bit of cranberry, a couple of sticks of bread, camembert. That's what it's all about. I love it. Do I answer this one the way that I really want to? Yeah, the devil on my shoulder is saying yes. Are the casters allowed to swear? I can't tell. Yes, we fucking are. Straight in there. To address that, actually, to break that fourth wall a little bit, obviously it's discouraged. This is like a professional broadcast. It's a product that's going out there. We have sponsors. They wouldn't appreciate if they just heard swearing all the time, right? So what you'll tend to find is casters will save a swear word for a particularly high moment. As you've probably heard at several events before, I won't forget Parker's holy shit when Iconic clutched up that massive play. So they tend to get reserved for the bigger moments, right? But it's not like you're trying to always find an opportunity to use it. More as you're feeling it, if it comes naturally and the moment suits, then you'll do it, but you won't find people using it in more passing conversation. And Tim will never swear because he's a good boy.
One day, there's going to be a moment big enough.
And you'll drop it.
And shockwaves will ripple through CG Sports.
Hannibal's asked, is Tim coming to the wedding? No, so the wedding is actually quite private, so we were actually going to elope, just me and my missus.
There's only 350 people going,
so
there
quite a small one.
There wasn't really space for me.
We're just taking direct family, but I do want to do a little party back in the UK or a dinner or something, in which case, yes, Tim, of course, will be invited. And you are invited on my stag. I don't think you're going to like what I'm doing on it.
Stag.
So you say that now. I don't think you'll have the same confidence or bravado when you find out we're going skydiving.
No, I'll do that.
Well, yeah. Sweet, because everyone I've asked so far has been like...
If I'm allowed to.
Yeah, of course you are.
No, I mean if I'm physically allowed to.
Yeah, in case your heart gives out.
Because of the heart surgery.
Last thing I want is for us to travel somewhere again together and you have another stroke or something.
But yeah, I will absolutely do it.
All right, sweet, cool. I'm glad you're in because I've asked like Fresh and he's been like, oh, I don't know about that.
Yeah, I would. Yeah, that.
And I'm like, bro, like it's the start of a new life for me. I'm getting married. Like, come on, throw yourself out a plane with me.
I'd be happy enough.
Even Ian Chambers was a bit like, oh, I don't know about that, and I'm like, you lot are so soft. yeah, we're throwing ourselves out of a plane. It'll be great fun. M80 and Secret not winning Grand Final. Why? Because they ain't got Stomp Goat. Yes, very, very good. If you could delete one map and op on attack and defense, what are you deleting? Map.
I don't really mind any of the maps massively. Are we talking about the competitive maps?
If you say ranked, because we've played obviously loads of ranks, so we'll know the pool.
I mean, I don't really want to get into like deleting maps. I don't.
Swap them out.
I don't. Yeah, I don't really enjoy Outback.
I was about to say Outback as well. So I'm actually quite a Canal enjoyer. I know it's not a
I
popular
don't mind.
opinion.
Yeah,
I quite
in
like
all
Canal.
honesty, I don't mind Canal. It reminds me a lot of Coastline, the way that you've got that sort of circular pathway with the hole in the middle. So yeah, I don't really mind Canal too much.
What about the ops, Tim?
What about the ops?
If you could delete one op on attack and defense, what are you deleting?
Again, I think it's not so much about deleting, but
I'd delete Cav. Only because I just hate people. But when it's against me, the Cav player is like the best player in the world, super sneaky. When they're on my team, they just int.
You see, Cav in ranked should always be very easily dealt with, realistically.
Should, is the problem, Tim.
Weapons don't lend themselves to long-range engagements at all, no matter which weapon she's brought with her. So if you find the Cav and you just basically section her off and engage at range, you should always win that fight. The big problem with Cav is when your intel hasn't been good enough and you don't see her, you don't know she's there, and the first you're aware of a Cav is just the pistol going and you're like, shit.
Oh, get out the building quick. Tim swore! Send ripples through the scene now!
I thought a Cav interrogation was worth it.
Yeah, that's very, very fair. Mr. Sherlock, he says, love you, Tim and Des. Love you too, mate. Looking forward to seeing you on the weekend. Fazan with a brilliant question, Tim. Does Tim wear a hat when he leaves his house so people don't get blinded?
I don't wear many hats. Do you know why?
Why?
If you want a serious answer, I don't wear many hats because
there's a great sticker of you on WhatsApp of you in the hat where you're like...
Yeah,
you know the one I'm on about as well. It's
Is
brilliant.
it the one with the pan of chocolate? No,
it
that's
might be.
No, I don't have a hat on that. Oh no, I know the one you mean.
Yeah.
That was from
I think it was in Montreal.
It was Montreal 2019, and it is absolutely freezing. Yeah, it is a very funny picture. Is that one? I do have a hat on, but I don't tend to wear hats. Joking aside, because I get a lot of headaches from them. If I wear hats and like the heat builds up around my ears, particularly.
I wish I could show the stream that.
I get a lot of headaches, so. Yeah, baseball caps, woolly hats. I don't tend to wear them an awful lot.
That's fair.
Everybody else.
Bruno, you can send us in when you're ready. We'll just keep on looking at these for now.
Everybody else just has to be blinded. It's their problem.
What's your elo in chess? I don't know what mine is, honestly. I think that's 700.
Yeah, I don't know. It's 701.
Shut up, Tim. Can you say hi to Thanks Josh's dogs? Woof, 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 woof. I assume that's how they say it.
Hello to the dogs. I'm sure that they are behaving fantastically.
Okay. What's been your favourite LAN location?
Favourite LAN location? I think Rio.
Yeah, I'd agree.
Absolutely loved Rio.
Rio's been unreal.
Year.
It was very good. Sao Paulo was also fun, but Rio
Sao Paulo
was next level.
was cool, yeah, but Rio was really good.
Oh, we're going to a rehost. We can keep on talking shit. Yay! Man City or Liverpool? Who's winning today? Because you're a Liverpool fan, but you know the reality.
Head or heart?
Go ahead.
Liverpool.
You wind-up merchant. Shut up.
No, look, Liverpool actually had a really good performance against Real Madrid. So if you'd have asked me that over a week ago, I'd have been like, we don't have a chance. We're going to get battered. But after seeing that performance, I'm like, if we can play like that, we've got a chance. So I don't know. We'll see which team turns up.
Oh, good siege question here from Nix, actually. Hi, mate. Do you guys think Secret's aggression is going to get the best out of M80? And I really like this because obviously we saw yesterday M80 having a lot of freedom on maps like Border. We speak about the gunner spot on the doorway, for example, coming out of CC. They look comfortable. I think Secret, knowing how aggressive they are, like we often say, they're one of the only two teams in the EU region where their attacking win rate is higher than their defense. They're a very, very good attacking team. It is going to demand, I think, a lot out of M80. But I think that's a good thing because it will force them to a new level.
Yeah, I agree. I think they're going to struggle with it on Border. I think somewhere like Lair, where there's a bigger map and more space, they'll deal with it a lot better. For example, let's continue that discussion about, say, the gunner spot in CCTV. I fully expect Secret to come in with a plan to just deal with that and remove him and aggressively go in there. And I think they'll find themselves losing bodies in those sorts of areas to Secret, where they were getting away with it a little bit with G2. G2 weren't necessarily necessarily going in and dealing with that in the same way. So yeah, I think Secret's aggression, particularly on border, going to be a test certainly for M8.
Very, very fair. Best ride at Gardaland. So that is a theme park on Lake Garda, just off to the southeast. Raptor was probably my favourite one. There are other ones that are like faster and more intense, but what was it called? Was it Blue Tornado? It's based on Top Gun,
Okay.
the movie. Yeah, but it's one of them quite uncomfortable ones where you get a headache afterwards. It's a bit too much. Like, you're not very.
Rattly.
Yeah, it's not the best. Shaman was quite fun there as well. Actually, now I think about it, yeah, I enjoyed it. It was good fun. It's a nice little park to go around. Can't quite say it beats Disneyland, and I'm sure Tim would agree with that, ever having been to Gardaland.
I've not been there. I'm quite a theme park guy.
Love a Disneyland.
Yeah, lots of different theme parks.
Yeah.
You know, I do have visits in the UK to our theme parks as well quite often. And yeah, I like a roller coaster.
Oh, most surprising team so far.
Most surprising team so far. I would say Weibo.
Yeah,
I was very pleasantly surprised. I spoke to Meepy briefly in the break between games when we were passing through and congratulated him. And yeah, he's obviously very happy, with the performance so far. And like I said at the time, it doesn't surprise me. He brings an awful lot of experience and knowledge to a team, does Meepy. And even his abilities as a player, I think, lend themselves towards that kind of role as well. You know, his knowledge of the way that he played as an RGL for, interestingly, Team Secret back in the day. Of course. But yeah, I think Weibo have really surprised me today. I'll hold my hands up. I didn't expect that win from them. And now I'm looking at them thinking, you could definitely grab one of those spots.
What the hell? Thanks, Josh. Please try the maggot cheese in No, I think I'll avoid maggot cheese. That sounds like the worst thing in creation. No, thank you.
I just feel like if you've got good cheese, do we need to stretch that far if we've got good cheese? There's hundreds of types of cheese. Do you know what I mean? There's got to be an alternative.
I don't think I need to go to the extreme end of the cheese spectrum.
There's plenty to go at.
Yeah, I'll pass. Skydiving is actually crazy. Are you okay? Yeah, I'm a adrenaline guy. I like seeking out experiences to make me like, woo, feel alive, So that's the one. I don't think I want to do things like base jumping or anything that far. Bungee jumping, I don't like the idea of my head careering towards the ground at terminal velocity. Skydiving, I think I can get away with.
I think if I was to compare the two, I haven't done either, but I think bungee jumping versus skydiving, it feels like skydiving is probably a little bit more detached from reality. I feel like if I was stood on the side of like an object thinking I'm jumping, I'm nowhere near as high, the ground looks a lot closer, all those sorts of things, but I think when you're that high up in a plane and you look at it, the ground isn't a real thing anymore. It's so far away. It's a different world at that point. So yeah, I think it'd be very different.
We have got a game obviously to cast now,
We'll
but
probably
I
have a
will
look
touch
at
on
it.
Hannibal's comment based on your recommendation on listening to Red Rising on the 4-hour car drive today. Best book series I've read in a decade. Tim's reading it as well. We're at the same point in the story. It is like Game of Thrones plus Hunger Games plus. It's just unbelievable. Fully recommend it if anyone wants to.
In space.
Yeah, in space, yes. I've heard, though, that the audiobook isn't great, but I fully recommend it. If you are into reading or just fancy giving a new fantasy series a go, Red Rising, go and give it a go. But, Tim, let's have a talk about the game then, because we are in. Now, Nix, of course, said, do we think Secret are going to push them? Maybe we do. Benny already starting things out good. He had a great day yesterday, Tim. A good few 3Ks being racked up by him to save rounds for his team. Here, at least, he's giving his team a little bit of breathing room. Adrian going dangerously low, but not quite finished off here. Still a 4 versus 3.
This is exactly what we expected coming in, wasn't it? I said, these power positions that M80 will want to hold on to, they're going to struggle to do so because Secret are going to go in there and aggressively try to take them away, and that's absolutely what they've done. Diffuser did get picked up there. He was down but not out, so the Fenrir is back online, but there you go, Adrian Noah managed to pick up one apiece. It's all up to Kino. 1v3 becomes a 1v2, and they know exactly where he is. The pressure's on. Adrian finds him. Team Secret take round 1.
All right, interesting first round. I mean, we look back at the games yesterday and I think again about this map. Gaveni, when he got that kill very early on in the round, I look back to the game yesterday, he was then given breathing room for a good 30 seconds. A lot of space to reposition, teammates to come to support. Secret didn't quite allow that. Mowgli, straight down 90, ignoring what was going on. Past beepers into site itself, gets rid of Gaveni, spins for hot and cold, doesn't quite find him. Already a nice, chaotic, aggressive first round. That's what I want to see between these two teams. I want to see haymakers. I want to see uppercuts. I want to see jabs straight to the face, Tim. And I feel like I got that in round 1. Good stuff.
Yeah, you want a real toe-to-toe matchup between these two. That much is for sure. And like you say, it looks like that's absolutely what we're going to get. Round 1 is basically exactly what I was saying about Secret before we came in here. If M80 are going to try and hold positions like, the hatch inside a CCTV, like that CCTV door, like East Stairs, these places, they are going to come under immediate and sustained pressure. And the question is, how can they stand up to that? It didn't go too well in round 1. They did fight their way back into it, to be fair to them. But yeah, I think we're just going to see that Secret will just throw bodies at them here and be confident that they're going to come away on top of those situations.
Let's have a look at Mr. Booney's stats again, Tim. How are these two teams faring up? No surprise at all. Two of our best teams at the tournament are basically already qualified. Shock horror. Things would have to go horribly wrong here and at finals for them to not be able to make it to SI, so it's looking pretty good. Thank you very much, Mr. Booney. It's really funny saying Booney, by the way, because you know our cat's called Yuna, we've got a ragdoll called Yuna. My missus, we call her Yoon sometimes, and then my missus one day just spun it on to calling her Boon. And sometimes if she's being like really just like not paying attention, she's like, ah, Boona, Booney. So when we say Booney, I'm always just thinking of my cat.
You thought your cat was here yesterday, Des.
I did. Your foot wiggled under the shadow. I was just like, my head snapped. I was like, what the hell is my cat doing here? It was unreal.
Okay, going to have Kino just playing inside of that triple wall. Again, it's one of those positions. He's going to come under immediate pressure. He does have the shotgun, got the ability to stand up to it. Just trying to play it aggressively a little bit, get on that angle, see if he can find anybody. Just conscious of pressure that might come in from that window as well. For the time being, Secret just dip away from that. The Selma charge was held back by the mute jammer. So for the time being, it's going to be plan B.
The thing about Secret that I think catches a lot of teams off guard, and there's not too many teams around the world that do this, and it might surprise you, is the ability to go from being really slow and around to suddenly really, really fast. And that tempo switch catches teams off guard when they're sort of settled in, waiting to find out what happens, and then suddenly it's like there's a steam train smacking you in the face. It's horrible to deal with. And so that's where I think a bit in the last round, you know, M80 got caught out by that. Secret, at least at the start of this round, have taken things that little bit slower. They aren't rushing the way through. They've got the air jabs down. They've used their Ateros. That first minute and a half or so has been much more about the setup here. That's a freebie for Doom as he's gone on the hunt and found one. Almost kind of gets the fear of his opponent there and backs away from Metal, but turns towards the one inside a bathroom. Modi gets shut down by Kino too. 2 kills actually go in the way of M80 here, Tim, before settling on a 3 versus 3. Still 70 seconds to go.
Kino's actually done a great job there. So when this wall was opened up that we saw in front of us, the triple wall, he dropped hatch and went into bathroom, and I thought, oh, you've kind of cornered yourself there. But he's actually come away with a kill and wasted like pretty much half of the round. It was about 1:30 by the time that he died. So that's not too bad at all. We found ourselves 3 versus 3, but now Secret in a position where they're going to have to start rushing. As you said, you know, they do have that ability to just speed up, to increase the cadence and to get themselves into the positions that they need to be, but it is risks that are inherent with that when you have to do so. Gaveni manages to pick up Savage, and that's what I'm talking about. You will start to offer up opportunities to the defenders.
He's going to get tagged out here as well. Maybe a shot from below to come on through if he can get underneath him. But one thing we've seen players on M80 do well so far this round is dodge around the verticals. Nades haven't bothered them, but Adrian on to 4 kills so far in the game. He was saying on social media earlier that he didn't have the best day yesterday, but hits the final 3 in the round. That's what you want to see.
Nice. He better comes out this after round. Like it's so free that you just get to these castles there and make it so fast. Like we're being too slow with this kind of stuff.
Okay, interesting. The speed of the round was something that we picked up on there, that they were a little bit behind things and they were having to take those risks. But Adrian getting in there, beautiful 2 kills at the end, and that's the problem when you're playing against a team like Secret. They can just turn it up and go big.
Let's see if we can hear Fabian. I doubt we can, but we'll try. That's not helping. We're going to hear that.
Disrupt them in the setup. What they want to do is 3 for 1s, and they want to go 5. If we fight 1 day before that, or 2 days before that, they won't get that 3 for 1. Come on, guys.
I love what I said because we half referred to it in round 1 as well. It's like, Gaveni got that kill. Yesterday, they'd have then 30 seconds to chill and figure things out.
Nope.
Mogi was straight on him.
Today.
And he's saying that. They're on you like dogs at this point. They're jumping all over you, seeing the opportunity. You've got to fight back. And this term power that you hear, power is like, right, make the power play, push, go aggressive, take a risk, do something. And Fabian's concern is they're giving up too much of the map to them, being a little bit too passive. This is why, as we were saying when Nick's asked the question, I think Secret will draw the best out of M80. But clearly Fabian felt they need a little push to be able to show some of that.
It's the difference between playing Team Secret and G2 on Border, and that is G2 don't usually play Border, don't like it massively, so yes, you can kind of offer them a little bit, and it's still going to take them time to figure out what we do with it, where we go, what's the next step. Team Secret won't do that. This is a map that they love. If you offer them something, they're going to take it immediately, and they're going to be on to the next step, the next step, the next step. They don't need to sit and wait. They don't need to think about what comes next. And as Fabian says there, M80 need to disrupt that. And how do you disrupt it? You get aggressive back. You go into those fights, you win those fights. You don't give them offers and opportunities.
Shock Horror really the best attacking team that we've got in Europe and maybe even around the world, Tim. Love playing on border. We spoke about the risks of coming into it, at least across those first 2 rounds. Still a lot more siege to go, showing why it's their favourite map, because it just matches up to their attacking playstyle so damn well. Adrian especially, as I mentioned, 6-0 here across 2 rounds. More kills than the rest of his team combined. The same number of kills as the entirety of M80 so far. He's often flying and at the races, and if he carries on at this pace, M80 are going to have some work to do.
Switchron manages to grab a couple of gadgets, a little default camera, a couple of mute jammers. Great value has been found there by Adrian. He's having a good game so far, 6-0. I'm going to have Noah just pinging out that player on the stairs as well. They know that he's there, but they're going to go for the challenge anyway. Outline looks like Mowgli on Nomad, just wanting to take that challenge. It's exactly the sort of position we'd expect to see Mowgli, getting aggressive, looking for that entry. The fight is on. The air jab goes in, the flash bangs, but still, it is not going to provide a kill. Noah does manage to find Kino. That's the castle taken out. And that is East Stairs cleared up as Adrian picks up Hot and Cold as well. And it's another round that is going in Secret's favour.
It is again. The problem is, Tim, attack timeout is normally that time that a team can turn things around. Look back at Shopify Rebellion in our game earlier. Down 0-3. Attack timeout comes in from Super. Didn't get a chance to hear what he had to say, but they turned things around and won 3 rounds on the bounce. Here, things not looking so promising, though, so maybe that impact, that chance to step in is not going to come to light, because here, it's a flawless round, Tim. That's not what you want to see after a tactical timeout.
The problem for M80, I feel like, it's not just about speed, it's not just about border and strategy. They're just losing gunfights as well. We just had a great top-down view of it there, where the Deimos just strafes into customs, picks up a kill. Absolutely no problem, not too much of a challenge, not too much of an issue. And that's something M80 need to change as well. When they get a player in their sights, they've got to be hitting those headshots. They're going to have to win fights quickly, because Secret will do the same. So they can't give them any breathing space. But right now, on border, it certainly looks like a little bit of a mismatch between these two.
It does. And we question, that choice to let Secret go to their favourite map. I did say, okay, maybe they've done some counter prep here and they've looked at how Secret play the map and feel they've got a way through. It's like the classic days of Team Empire, though, right? We often said, oh, well, they always do the same thing every single time. Look, they're so easy to counter prep. It was all good, but they were just so good at doing that one thing that no matter what you tried to do to disrupt it, to stop them getting away with outright murder, it didn't matter, because they were just so much better than you, even when you had all the counter prep in the world. And it's starting to look a little bit that way here for Secret. They look very, very comfortable. Again, a flawless round in round 3 off the back of attack time from M80 is a great sign that they are not phased by what the North Americans are bringing. It could well end up being a 5-1, even a 6-0.5 if it carries on, Tim. M80 haven't even looked close yet.
Yeah, wouldn't surprise me at all with the way that Secret are playing at the minute. Adrian still yet to die. 7-0, hasn't lost his life in the first 3 rounds. So let's get into it. Round 4, additional bans. Deimos, no surprise to see that taken off the board. It's going to be Armory that is the defensive site for M80. Saw it back in round 1. They were unsuccessful in holding onto it. We saw that early aggression from Secret. They got a couple of kills very, very quickly in the round. It was close come the finish, to be fair, but it was, down to a few magic moments from M80, and that's not something they want to be reliant upon. Switch drone goes in, and again, Adrian doing a great job with those switch drones, just to remove that electronic utility and gadgetry that they're going to be trying to fight against.
Get you out of this one, Red Like. This happens sometimes when you die on the drone. You've got to find a way to get off it by switching to a certain view, and there's all kinds of wonderful stuff you can do. There we go, he's found it. We're all good.
He's a pro.
Yeah. I know him, Medic, and Easy have had plenty of fun getting out of that one over the years. But alas, we are out. No one has gone down so far as well. Gaveni looking to challenge on towards the break room door here, expecting that Secret will come in from here, and why not? It is often where you'll have a bit of pressure coming in, given the focus at the start of rounds often is around East Stairs itself. No claymores on side, though, to drop down on these doors, which is why Noah's having to be so careful here and so respectful of break door itself, in case someone on M80 does step up and look for the challenge.
just going to hold this angle on Breakdoor is Gaveni, and this is kind of the aggression that we're talking about, that they need to be winning those fights. So if you remember, I said it's the gunfights, it's the individual. Savage, Noah, they managed to win theirs elsewhere. So despite what's happened with Gaveni, despite the fact that he's held them out of break and gets a kill onto Mowgli, M80 are still behind, taken down. Utility used well, Adrian 8-0. Savage managed to find Kino, and just like that, blink of an eye, Diffuser is in a 1v4, make it a 1v3 as he takes down June, continues fighting, but Savage shuts him down in Fountain, and that is going to be another round. Team Secret 4-0. This is becoming a slippery slope.
Making it look easy, aren't they, is the thing, Tim. You wouldn't imagine these are our two top teams at the tournament. M80 played so well yesterday, like we said, but they are just not looking competitive, completely outpaced by Team Secret. Though I'll say the classic thing I often do, 2 halves to a game of Siege. I know Secret can defend, it isn't as good as their attack, and that may be where M80 finds some success on this map, but if you're going into that second half 6-0 down, I'll say the same thing that I always do, Tim. M80 have to be right every single time. Secret only have to be right once on the defensive half.
That's it. You know, you look at it and it doesn't matter what your defensive record is realistically when it's such a high map preference for you as Border is for Secret. You need 1-2 rounds. You'd expect them to pick them up, even if it's just a case of defending top floor twice successfully. But there's 2 rounds before we get to that point. M80 will be on the defense for the next 2 still. It's going to be that top floor site once again, Armory and Archives. They've just been kind of ineffective, really, at stopping Secret getting into the building. We saw a good effort from Gaveni last time, playing onto that break room door. But it's like I said, he's got to get that kill. He had an open shot on the Lion. Those are the sort of opportunities that you get at this level. You know, yeah, it might not have been an easy opportunity, but you know what? He's a great player, so he should be hitting those shots. And that's something that I've not seen from M80 so far. They need to be more clinical. They need to be lethal, just like they were yesterday.
Really interested to see how this round plays out. We heard Gunnar kind of suggesting it as well during the when the cams were up on screen before the round started, that he was going to pick out a Kaid, and we've gone for a very, very defensively heavy setup here. Not looking to be crazy out on the roam, but instead you've got a lot of lockdown. 2 architects on side in Mira and Castle. Of course, got the Kaid to make sure walls can't be blown open by an ace, for example, and as well as mute jammers to keep things even slower. They're really looking to slow down the pace of the game, maybe realizing that right now they can't rise the Secret's pace, so the best thing to do is to bring Secret down to theirs.
So much utility here for Secret to burn through, as you say, just being done for exactly that reason, just to slow things down. Nitro ready to go from Kino over the top of Archives, will send it out, does not catch anybody. Actually over the top of Office Wall, sorry, into that corridor, does not get the job done though. Office Wall now gets opened up by Secret. We've got the slow march of Savage on that Monty, looking to push through, will start to take ground. He's got a mirror window to deal with. As soon as he knows that his side is clear, he will likely go up and smash that to prevent it being of any use to Kino inside of Fountain, but he's going to need a bit of it. In fact, he's going to put the Selma charge in instead. I like this.
Yeah, I mean, it's a good way of doing it. It will force the mirror out and give them a much larger opening too, because it opens up the bottom and also removes the mirror window from above. Also putting the focus directly in towards a classic ranked opening here, probably going to get opened up too and give Mowgli a wonderful line of sight the whole way through. The thing is, Tim, obviously might be feeding you this information on where the players are, but someone's got to be the one to step in and get the kill. It has forced Secret to slow down, but don't count them out, because like I said back in round 1, they are very good at going from very slow to very quick at the click of their fingers.
Mowgli just on a little bit of a rotate there. Just changing things up. They know that we've got a player inside of CCTV. We talked about the gunner spot, and he does it again. Absolutely deletes Noah from the round. Beautiful one-tap headshot. Doom taken out by Gaveni as well. This could be M80 getting themselves on to the scoreboard. 4 versus 2 as Savage manages to pick up Kino in the only answer Secret have found.
Of course he gets that kill. Needs to get rid of Gunner here as well. He knows that he's tucked in still. Sees the man, but you have to win that one. Gunner, just a little bit too better, I'm afraid. Mowgli living up to his name and leaving Savage, the only player to get a kill in this round, on his own. Turns out, Tim, playing this more defensive, locked-in setup is the way to bring Secret down to your level, and then you beat him about.
Yeah, good response from M80, and you know, I've spoken about them hitting their shots, and guess what they did in that round? They started hitting a few of those shots. Lo and behold, they went on and won it. Gunner, absolutely beautiful one tap round the corner with that TCSG, and then managed to get a second as well. Especially when the player of Secret, he knew exactly where he was. He was going in there pre-firing. You shouldn't be losing that fight. But M80 have just managed to sharpen up a little bit in round 5.
To lock in for their last attack then, Tim. I feel like I'm a broken record saying this because I said it in the game earlier too, but if M80 can win round 6,
yeah,
they get a 4-2 half, Secret are going to feel really hard done by because those first 4 rounds, not even close as we saw. We had a flawless round in the mix of it. Adrian was popping off in the first 2. They played ridiculously well. M80 have maybe found it and cracked the code here because they're going for a similar solo lineup here. The Kaid once again, the Mirror on side, the Mute to try and slow down the other side. So now all the onus turns on towards Secret. You're the ones that have got to adapt and find a way through the setups that M80 are going to be running. I don't quite know if, like, let's rush in and just see what happens is the answer. Maybe they don't either. In fact, as I say, that's changed off the Flores, who typically suggests you're going to see a bit of a slow start. They might just go for it with how things are lining up.
Just going to be defending that passport wall. That's a fascinating one. We've seen that line of sight getting opened up. The reason that you do that is to try and help East Stairs become a little bit more secure. They don't have anybody out on East Stairs at the minute, but we may see somebody rotate there as things go on. You can see bottom left of your screen, that double wall is Kaid electric load, so it's just preventing that line of sight being opened up from passport in towards that area, and indeed now Kino does locate himself on East Stairs. So the setup is complete for M80. They are now ready to see where this Secret aggression comes from. They're trying to get things going from West Balcony. Diffuser takes a lot of damage along the way. Namogli takes a little bit, and that's going to be Secret, I think, getting access to the map any second. Yeah, there you go.
I want to see them C4 start flying, Tim.
Yeah.
5 on side to just start popping in. It to me suggests they were expecting to see a shield come out. It's a great way, of course, to deny them. You might not get there with 2. So 5 will do. An extra 3 just in case something bad starts to go wrong. But clearly they've got their own game plan illustrated here, at least to us. Secret don't know that there are 5 of them in back pocket. Probably can wager a good guess based on what they've seen so far in terms of utility throughout the map. Starting to focus here on Fountain being opened up. We heard them speaking about that between rounds a little bit, actually, Tim. And that looks to be the game plan. Force them back here. Get them back down towards side. Go away! Thank you very much.
Yeah, I think that fountain wall has been opened by the Selma charge, but look at this. Still a presence in office, playing inside a sandwich there, making it really difficult for them to take any ground. Oh, absolutely beautiful from Gaveni. I want him to hit shots, and that's what he comes back with. Hit a few more, Gaveni. Absolutely beautiful.
First call coming out here from Adrian as they now start their step on forwards. Speak a lot about the power of Dockerby, and it actually nets a kill back the other way. It's Diffuser getting rid of June. Tim, looks like M80 may well find that second round.
Yeah, they've figured out this Secret attack. Maybe a little bit too late. They'd have preferred better than a 2-4, but still, they will take it. Adrian manages to peek around the corner, picks up hot and cold, though. Only 1 death to his name so far. Inside of 6 rounds, 9 kills. Nearly gets the second, but Kino is there to hit him with the 1 pump from the shotgun. That leaves us now 4 versus 2 advantage M80.
They've done really well to turn it around in these final 2 rounds here, Tim. And what I love is it hasn't taken attack timeout from Fabian to get involved. They figured this out by themselves, and that's what I love to see. It's not saying that Fabian's done nothing for them, and what he said during that attack timeout wasn't helpful, but this is what's getting the results. The team are problem solving. Kino getting 1, Diffuser the second, and they do get that 4-2.
Absolutely what they needed. A little bit of a steal with the way that Secret played those first 4 rounds. To come back and get yourself a 2-4 half there, not the end of the world. And as you said, Secret not quite as good defensively on border as maybe they are on the attack, so there is an opportunity for M80 to get back into it. I don't think at this point that they can, I mean, of course they'll be, you know, targeting 6-0. Why would you not every single time? But I think realistically over time, you know, that's got to be the finish line at this point. Get yourself there, and then, you know, anything that you can do beyond that, fantastic. But you've really just got to focus on getting those 4 rounds and, you know, getting them as soon as possible. If you can get maybe the first 2, first 3 in the bank, get yourself back level, put the pressure on Secret a little bit.
Maybe into bans then, Tim. First one will be the Azami going away, one of those 3 architects that I love speaking about. Maybe a mirror to follow? No, going to be the Fenrir. Interesting, okay. So that's M80 probably more than nothing else to me saying that we don't want to find ourselves in PD walking into a room, blinded out by FNAT, slowed down, forced to retreat. They want to come at Secret pretty hard and fast. Secret have probably acknowledged that as well because their 2 bans, to me at least, look towards those execute-focused operators. Ying being the very obvious one. Capital, smokes, fires, you name it, brings a hell of a lot to the lineup as well. So both teams to try and hinder the other at least with that. We're going to start up on this 2nd floor. We'll see how Secret can do on the defense. I've said their attacks are good, but the defenses look the same.
Let's have a look at that lineup. So they've got Adrian on the Warden, Savage and Doom on the Mute and the Smoke. An interesting combination, because I'm wondering who's going to play East Stairs, if anybody. Given the fact that they've both got the shotguns, I would expect one of them to be playing out there. It could be Adrian, to be fair, on the Warden, but he's setting up break at the minute, so I think he's probably going to be the one to try and hold. Sorry, no, he's in Armory. Yeah, I'm really not. We'll see how this goes. We've got Savage kind of heading in that direction a little bit. They're all now manoeuvring to their kind of final positions, but I'm interested to see if they try to hold East Stairs, and if so, who's going to do it. You'd expect one of the shotguns, realistically.
You'd hope so, at least anyway, yeah. Let's see how we step on forward then. For now, of course, Doom holding out towards East Stairs. No big surprise there. We spoke to the death about this point as well. It's often the point of ingress into the building for the majority of the attackers. Most teams stacking up 3 or 4 players to ensure they get control of it and force that player out. So the more time you can waste as the defenders, the more drones, the more utility you can soak, the better. See, of course, how long he gets away with it, though, because there are a good few nades on the side of M80 here they can send in. There's a shield they can rush him down with. You've got Diffuser on the Deimos. It's definitely going to be a rough life for any player out towards this part of the map.
Drone just spotting that player inside of office, also the one in the corridor as well. So M80 doing a good job of piecing together exactly what the secret plan is, what the secret setup is. Question is, can they get them moving? The Capitão not being on board is going to make things a little bit more difficult. Always a good operator to deal with areas like East Stairs, for example. Get people moving. Office as well. You know, try and get that little bit of space inside of there. But for the moment, it looks like there's going to be a bit of a coming together inside of CCTV. Kino's just watching, waiting patiently on that Carly. Just to see if there's an opportunity. He gets told exactly where the player is, so he knows which angle to hold now. No one needs to be careful that he doesn't give himself away.
I mean, the thing is, Kino knows this. He's just going to disappear outside. And no, Diffuser, you can't be letting that happen. Zoom in with the knife. Forget about spraying him down with bullets. A 5v3. They've taken away 2 big hitters as well. Diffuser on that Deimos, hot and cold on the Blackbeard. That's a lot of their sort of entry, their aggression. Okay, I think Mogan's a little bit keen there, Tim. Oh. It's funny how he just pre-fired over it. I was like, you know where it is. You've seen this laser a million times.
I don't think the pre-fire would have made too much of a difference there. Mowgli just giving himself away. Not really what Secret needed, but they will continue to hold on. I think the M80 push on to East Stairs was a little bit disappointing. 2 kills come in. Adrian and Noah managing to find them. That's one of them on that break room door. That's where the final one comes in. Noah on to Kino. The hold of East Stairs was good from Secret, but a little bit disappointing from M80. I think they just sent 1 player in there. And again, this is something that we've seen from a couple of teams over the tournament is not always giving enough attention or working as a team to solve problems. We've seen that East Stairs dealt with brilliantly a few times, and usually it comes from a combination of somebody working in underneath, applying pressure from the bottom, holding that angle from passport wall, from passport door, in waiting itself, somewhere like that, and then the pressure coming in from the top. So the player's got absolutely nowhere to go. A little bit of utility usage, maybe a nade, maybe a flash, get in there and clear him out, and that's just not something that M80 really did. They didn't send enough numbers there. They were kind of all hanging around break room door, and they were focused on the player inside of there. Noah was holding their attention, and that was a little bit of a problem because June punished them super easy from that position, and then they never really had a hope because what they're going to do, they're going to feed in another one to, into the meat grinder to try and get that position prized away from Secret. So M80, I think, need to learn from that, pick a point. Have pressure elsewhere, of course. I'm not saying you send 5 players in, to one area, but pick a point and concentrate on it. That's where you're going. That's what you're clearing out. Make sure you got the manpower. Make sure you've got the utility.
Almost trying to do a bit too much at once is what you're saying.
A little bit.
Yeah.
And it left them 1v1 on East Stairs.
Oh, they were stuck with 2 or 3 players all staring at break room door as a problem.
Jume's always going to win.
It looks extremely comfortable over there. Just the 1 player trying to sneak up on Jume, and he wasn't really bothered by it at all. Shouldn't be allowed at that point in the round to still be sat there. So absolutely with you, Tim. Let's see what can change in this round, because again, the owner still sits with M80. They are at a 3-round deficit. Got a lot of catching up to do, and we're getting to that stage where for Secret, they'll be 1 round away from getting this first map closed out, done. Moving us on to Lair, which is M80's pick admittedly. Hopefully we see a very, very different affair there, because you can tell that this definitely is Secret's map pick, and it is their favourite map. They've looked very comfortable so far.
Yeah, this is. I think when you look at the map ban, you look at this and you say, right, Border is you know a heavy favourite for Secret, and M80 don't normally play here. They're not great. Whereas when you look at Lair, I think M80 are the better team, but I think it's one that Secret are capable of winning. So from that respect, I feel that Secret kind of won that map ban. We're going to have an opening kill come in on Mowgli. He's having a bit of a torrid game, to be honest. He's struggled to get himself into it. I mean, you know, we have seen him trying to run past Claymores and things like that. So maybe not always helped himself, but just struggling to make his impact. And I think, you know, that's probably why you try something like that. You know, you're just trying to, you know, get the energy up and get anything going for yourself. But he gets taken out, as does Doom. Smoke canisters go with him. Could be an M80 round.
Could well be. They've got the numbers advantage to do it, and you've got nearly a full health hot and cold like Monty Shield staring you down to. No excuse for a team of this caliber to not see a round like this over the line, unless seeing a bit of aggression attempted, admittedly, but so far, wow, beautiful from Adrian, gets caught out with the flash, turning back for the player, but no, Kino's there on East Stairs, finds it through the soft wall. It's down to a 3 versus 1. Savage at range, trying to make that SMG sing, but Gunnar was there waiting for him to rotate round 90, picks him up. A really good round by M80.
Yeah, much better. Just getting in there, working as a team, creating situations where Secret really can't come away with the win. Those lose-lose is what M80 want to be looking for. So 5-3 on the scoreboard now. The M80 fight back continues, or begins maybe, depending how you want to look at it. But Secret, they're going to be going to bathroom and tellers, I believe, this time around for their next defense. It's going to be, I think, I'm not going to say a must-win, but I think it's an important one. They were 4-0 up at one point, let's not forget. They now find themselves 5-3 and M80 kind of clinging on. And yes, it's by fingernails. Yes, there's not, you know, too much hope necessarily right now, but you give M80 this round and it's 5-4. Big difference to 6-3.
I think I'm trying to dig up, because I remember talking about it before, was the difference for Mowgli as a player on attack versus defense, because we saw it quite a lot back on Walls, and I remember actually saying when he first came to Secret, the one thing I really wanted to see a Twister could achieve was to pull him back closer to his team, because a mistake we'd often see him making on Walls was they'd be getting themselves still set up to enter the building, and he'd be charging on forward really aggressively, and if he did die, there was no one there then to trade it. And we saw a little bit of that last round, but he was also playing his life inside a break. It was kind of the point. But I'm just want to double check in a second which way it kind of stacks up for him, whether it was attack or defense that he was better on, because it was definitely one of the two, and I'll let you know in a minute then.
You let me know in a minute, Des. We'll continue with around 15 seconds in. Defensive lineup has changed somewhat. Adrian on the Solis, we've got the Ella, we've got the Valkyrie. So definitely playing more of an intel game here. Looking to get a picture of maybe what M80 are doing. I don't know if they feel maybe that was part of the problem last time around, that they just weren't building that clear understanding, that clear picture of where the pressure was going to come from. Hot and Cold for the time being is going to try and muscle his way into East Stairs. I like that. The hold is actually from below by Doom this time. Toxic Babe canister comes out as soon as that barricade gets open, and that's going to force Hot and Cold away. He has to head back towards that break room. And Doom has got the next gas canister out in hand. I don't want to see him wasting that. Don't want to see him using that too soon, because the Monty has moved away. I think he has deployed it now, so there's going to be no retrieval of that. But he's not really going to gain too much, because nobody's trying to go in through that East Stairs door. Maybe could have done with just holding on to that very valuable gadget for a little bit longer.
Hot and Cold rocking the elevate skin as well, the Uwu onslaught. Just to really tilt your enemies as you're staring them down with a shield. Any more starting to gather around, but Savage the first to find. A great step out by Adrian onto Gaveni. 12-3. Adrian now moves up to, clearing everyone else in the lobby. See why Secret have got the advantage that they do. May well find it growing here, Tim. Now it's a 5 versus 3.
Hot and Cold's going to find himself in a tough position now. He's trying to get himself into CCTV. I'm not sure if he's aware of the player off to the left. You're going to have a little bit of a rehost, it would appear. We're just going to obviously get that one ironed out, and we will get back in just as soon as we can.
Lost communication, apparently, which is why we're going to get that sorted. Obviously sprung on us and surprised us just as much as it did Secret, but here we go. But yeah, that was a round that's going really well for Secret as well. Like, they managed to shut down a lot of the aggression that was coming through. They've taken 2 players off the board. So overall, really, really solid stuff. Would have been a hard ask for M80 to recover it back. So I'm not sure what happens with the round here, but we'll sort that out in just a moment. Again, any questions that you've got while we get this lobby rehosted, give us a shout. We're keeping an eye on things. Always happy to talk about cheese again. I'm sure you're not, Tim, truthfully. Not much of a cheese guy, as you say.
Not much of a cheese guy.
No.
More of a meat guy.
More of a meat guy. What's your favourite meat then, Tim?
I love chicken.
Yeah.
Yeah. Keep it simple.
Of course it is.
Is that boring?
I know that you're a steak hater, is the thing.
I'm not a steak hater.
You just think it's very mid.
I think it's
even a great steak is mid.
I think I don't know, whether it's the same in all countries, but in the UK it's kind of held up as this like fine dining thing. If you're going out for a we're going out for a nice meal, having a steak, like it's just cooked meat. It's not. I prefer something with a bit of spice. I really like Mexican food. I really like Chinese food. I really like kind of any of that sort of food where there's a bit more taste, a bit more flavour, a bit more variety. See, that doesn't fit your agenda, does it, Des? Your vanilla ice cream and margarita pizza. That don't fit your agenda.
Your water.
I do like water.
Just favourite drink, mate. Is it your favourite drink, water?
Nah.
What's your favourite drink?
I don't know if I've really got one. I like a nice lemonade.
Yeah.
And I'm talking like in the UK we'd call it. What would we call it? Would we call it like a traditional lemon? No, I can't think of the word.
Traditional what?
Traditional lemonade. You know, like
Sprite or 7-Up?
No. Like a proper old school like lemonade.
Not fizzed up like modern soda
yeah,
is.
like properly made.
Nice and refreshing.
I can't think of the word.
I swear you said yesterday you don't like lemon.
I don't mind it in that sense.
Right.
I'm not a big fan of it as a flavour.
Okay.
But yeah, I do like an old lemonade. It's going to bug me now.
Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant, honestly.
I'm an enigma, Des. What can I say?
Predictable. Enigma.
I'm an enigma.
Which I'm not quite sure if those two things contradict each other, being an enigma and being very predictable.
I think they might.
Good shout from Chieftain, actually. Dr. Pepper. I used to love that as a kid. Pepsi, I used to love more than Coke, but I think now I like Coke more than Pepsi.
Okay.
As I've got a bit older, my taste buds have changed.
They do.
Pepsi's just a bit, I don't know. Though we have this blessing at the hotel when we have our lunch there, that, and I don't know why this always makes drinks better, but the drinks are in glass bottles, not in plastic bottles, and for some reason that just completely elevates the experience.
I'm sure I read something about that once, and I don't know why I've said that, because I can't remember what it is, so it's now just a big disappointment. But
scratching in the back of your head.
I think more to reinforce the point that I think there is something to it. It's not just like a mental thing. I think there is something to it.
Oh, apparently the stream may also get disrupted. Did their game get knocked off?
Oh, I don't know.
Are we all in a rehost? Oh, yeah, okay, everyone did, okay. Maybe it's the LAN server then. Happens.
It looks like we're getting everybody back in, so I don't think we'll be too far away.
Us too, Gav, us too. What else people asked, actually? I didn't go and check. There's an easy one about cheese again. It was a nice restart. An interesting debate from Hannibal. He's always coming in with the big questions today, whether it's football or siege. At this point, with the number of years that APAC has had to catch up, why do we still see them being so far behind as a region?
I don't think that they are necessarily.
I think they're still behind, but not as far as they were a few years ago.
Yeah, I think
they're a lot closer now.
Don't get me wrong. I'm not saying that they're equal to Brazil, or I'm not. But I don't think they are that far behind.
No.
Look at Reload. Cyclops had a great run there. Was playing some really nice siege. Let's be honest. Cyclops have been so unlucky at this event.
Oh yeah. With the opponents they've had, it's
you
horrible.
come into a Swiss and play G2, FaZe, and Furia. That's just ludicrous. At what point do you think you're going to be 0-2 and playing a team like Furia? Like it's madness, really. So I do feel for them on that from that perspective, and I think we can look at the import rosters that have gone over there. Elevate and D plus Kia, of course, being the two that stand out. The two Brazilian rosters have gone over there, and it's not just been plain sailing for them. There was when you say that APAC are kind of a quote unquote weaker region, or that there's development needed. You look at it and you think, well, surely a team from another region should do very well then. It should be a clean sweep, and it's not what we've seen. It's been very competitive. I think more than sort of better or worse, the reality is that it's different.
Yeah, I think Jess has made a very fair point as well. APAC can't really catch up because they can't scrim everyday top opponents.
Yeah.
And new metas practice those like other regions do, which is a fair point. There's also the consideration of the fact that APAC is a bit of a melting pot of several regions together. Ping is always a consideration for them, for example. So there are things in the way. Obviously, we've seen the occasional player from APAC jump over to other regions and perform really well, mainly in EU, like Virtue, very much now a mainstay name. We had Jigsaw, of course, for a while on Fnatic as well. There are a few that have made the jump.
Yeah.
So it's not like they're a zero, but it is hard. I get it.
Like I say, I do try to back, the APAC teams where I can. Are they at the same level all the time? No, they're not getting to the finals, you know, but equally, I think, you know, I don't think they always get given.
Sorry, mate, you wait until China appears in the game, and then suddenly we're all doomed. They'll just take over.
I don't think they always get given enough credit necessarily either.
Very fair.
So I do like to try and big up the APAC teams.
Yeah. They're always very fun to watch as well. Like
I
we say,
love watching.
And we've always loved casting the Japanese region as well. It's always been super, super fun. Just need to see a couple more teams step up big. Import more APAC players, you won't be disappointed. Yeah, maybe not. If there's a couple of teams who have tried that, then they might say otherwise, but you never know. You just never know. I think we're about to go back in then, Tim.
We are.
With a little chit-chat of the little Desert Ace podcast draws to a close, and our game can resume. And yes, as you can see from the score on your screen, the round is not being gifted to M80 because it wasn't an individual player's fault, just our LAN server apparently went down, and so both games on both streams were reset. So we'll pick off where we left off in a 5 versus 3. So a small advantage to M80 there, who looked like they were on course to lose the round. The Bathroom Tellers is going to be where we head to.
It is what it is. It's the nature of video games. These things will happen occasionally, and the teams just need to roll with that. And it's all part and parcel of your ability to win games, is overcoming those little hiccups sometime. Bathroom Tellers, it will be then Secret. As you say, we're doing a good job last time around. I don't know if we're going to see any East Stairs presence again. I would do if I were Team Secret, given that M80 have struggled to clear that position so far. They've also had some success Secret out of CCTV as well, and so I think, you know, playing those two areas, you know, they're both very valuable areas here on Border as well. So I think, yeah, keep hold of them for as long as possible. That's going to prevent too much of an office presence because you know, you can always rotate round to that area quite quickly from both of those. So yeah, I think just give M80 as many problems as you can to solve, really.
Absolutely. More hurdles you put before, and the more chances they might trip over them on their run, Tim. Either way, it does feel like M80 have got something cooking. Admittedly, before the rehost, it didn't look like they were in that round, but the one prior, which they managed to get over the line, gave them that little bit of confidence that maybe there is a map to be won here. The Secret are certainly not going to make it easy for them. A couple of trap operators coming along in this game, if you could form a Lucy one. Trap operator, Inver operator, generally good operator. Take your pick on that front. But same story, Tim, as we said before, there is a player on East Stairs. It is Doom jumped in, and he's had a pretty good time here so far, getting a little bit of damage down towards the Monty, forcing him back out with the shield, and here we go. This is the pushing that we're used to seeing, but they really want to catch him. Drop down. Will Doom win it out? No, he will not. Gav gets rid of him, but Savage is there for the trade from below. So although they've got East Stairs controls him, they had to pay for it with Gav's life.
I think it's worth it. I think you get that area, and then you can start building from there. And if you lose one along the way, so be it. But look at the difference in the push from M80 there. It wasn't just one sent in to try and take a gunfight. There was a plan. There was a purpose. There was a shield. There was just nowhere for Doom to go. Much, much better from M80. Clearing that out, gaining a bit of ground. But Mowgli steps out and picks up one. Doesn't matter as two come in for M80. 3 versus 2. Mowgli Savage with it all to do. One upstairs, one downstairs. They're going to have to coordinate well.
And the war still carries on around East Stairs. Mowgli trying his best to retake it. A C4 up and over. Will it find Hot and Cold? He goes dangerously low, but not taken out. The challenge at least stepping up here towards East Stairs. They've got the ping on him, Tim. He knows exactly where he is. Pre-fire it, my son. That's a freebie for Savage. Down goes Diffuser. Well, down goes Diffuser and elsewhere, Tim. Not the player this time round, the actual case. Gets another freebie here. Oh my God, they've gifted it to him, Tim. What the hell is going on? A 3K for Savage, but he's got to beat Hot and Cold, and that is a big ask.
But look at Hot and Cold's health. It's so low. He's on the Monty, he's on the shield. He's going to have to expose himself to stop the plant being denied. This is going to be a real dance of death here. No choice but to go outside of the window. I just don't think he's going to have time here, Savage. He keeps trying to sort of bait him to come off the shield. Is the angle? Yes, there is. Hot and Cold plays it beautifully. Experience coming to the fore there. M80 managed to close it out. Savage did a great job there. Triple kill in the round and almost managed to get that one over the line. But I think the reality was he had to go and physically push that Monty. But with the time remaining, I don't think he'd have had time realistically to do that either.
And probably also a good sign of respect towards Hot and Cold there. Like, he knows he could have gone for the shield break to be able to get a little bit of damage down to Hot and Cold, but probably realising Hot and Cold, he ain't going to let that happen, Tim. Savage knows this operator inside and out as well. And interesting, these bans coming on through that we've just seen. Smoke and Monty being taken away. Seen a lot of smoke coming out from Doom, so not surprised to see that one disappear. And of course, Savage knows how these shields work, but is also sick and tired of seeing Hot and Cold on it. Away goes the Monty straight into a secret tack timeout. Can't really hear what they're saying though, unfortunately, this time round. Twister keeping that one under wraps.
We saw Twister before the game. He seemed his usual happy self, ready.
He was very jovial, wasn't he?
He was ready to go and compete. I've long admired him as a coach. I've watched him since his Furia days. There's going to be people saying, "What? Twister coached Furia?" Yeah, all the way back when, end of 2020. They lost every single game in SAL that stage, and that is how far they have come. They were one match away from being relegated from Tier 1 Siege. And Twister used to, bless him, because he was English speaking, he used to come on our interviews every week, win or lose, which was always lose, unfortunately for him. But he used to come on and he'd give us his time and he'd explain what was going on in the team, and he used to say to me, you know, we're going to get to SI. And for a team that was losing every game, you're kind of thinking,
yeah, right then.
That's a little bit of confidence there. But you know, he won that relegation game, and then they came through. It was that year that they came through the SI quals, got themselves into SI, and it was on the up and up from there. Obviously, you know, he parted ways with Furia and moved across to Europe. Now he finds himself with Team Secret. Been there a good while now, well established. But yeah, he's always had you know, a really good mentality around his teams, I think, and you know, a big vision. Always had a big vision.
And a big vision that right now is rewarding, of course, within EWC. Looking to be one of the top teams in the world. That's literally why they're in this game now. If they win, they find themselves going through to the playoffs. Looking pretty damn good for Twister and the boys. But M80 has started that fight back here, Tim. And that last round for me is always a key one. Like, you and I have spoken historically about round 9 and the importance of it, because the attackers win, they're up to 6. Well, those that are in the lead, win, they're up to 6-3. That is a big ask for the other team to get 3 rounds in a row to come back. Now, as you see M80 win it on the other side of things, they're within 1 round striking distance. You can kind of afford to lose this one and ride on winning the next 2 to send it into overtime. So I'd say actually the North Americans are looking in pretty good stead here so far, Tim. And hopefully in this round, with double shield coming through, ban away the Monty, and we'll send 2 more straight at you. They've got the same kind of game plan they can keep rolling forward with, because it is working.
Yeah, I'd agree with you. I think that M80 do. I said, you know, a couple of rounds ago, I said if they can get that, you know, let's not forget they were 4-2 down. They now find themselves only 1 round behind, fighting back, and this is Secret's best map, and you'd have expected them really to probably push on and win it by now, but they just seem to have had a little bit of a wobble, a little bit rattled by the North Americans here on defense, and how are they going to deal with those 2 shields? Just having a look, they've got 1, 2, 3 nitros, 1 impact nade. That's going to get thrown out, so no impact nades remaining. Nitro is going to be deployed as well. They need to make sure, and we just hear it there. If you were listening carefully, you'll have heard it being shot out. They need to make sure that they leave themselves something to deal with this shield threat.
Mowgli has tried so many times to make plays like that and just been completely shut down, whether it's the run out, whether it's attempted swings. There is always an answer. And that's a bit of an interesting trade going on here, but they're still finding the kills. Hot and Cold might be down, but it's still man advantage to the North Americans.
The fight continues, but they're going to hop in through the window. Kino just deciding an alternative angle was needed. Nitro goes out, unsuccessful. They haven't been able to use that utility sufficiently, haven't Secret, to just prevent this shield problem. The 1 Nitro kill they got was onto the Twitch, and it has left both Hot and Cold and Kino to terrorize them from there on in. It's all up to Noah. 1 versus 3. Gavene, Hot and Cold, both low health. So
you're against 2 shields.
It's not impossible, but it is very difficult.
Very, very difficult, Tim, absolutely.
Very unlikely.
Try what we can do on a south side run out, but that just invites the 2 shields to push deep towards site. Trying to line up, there's at least 1. Noah getting rid of his man. Good on HP here as well. Sees the blitz up nice and close, knows that the plant is going on down, but he's got to beat this blitz, Tim, and that ain't so easy. Spraying at the feet, Kino down to about half HP. It's Hot and Cold, was forced off for a second. Now up top, no, flashed out on top, and surely he's finished off. Indeed he is. Kino with a great round, finding 3 kills for himself.
Yeah, Kino's played that well there at the end. He's effectively in a 1v1 while Hot and Cold is planting, and he's not overcommitted. He's just kept that little bit of distance that kept him safe, kept his feet out of the line of sight, and then has been well aware of the possibility of that jump up. Really well played from Kino, and that brings M80 level now, 5-5. As you say, this could be a big problem. You remember if I said, Leia, we expect to go towards M80. It's their choice. That should be the map that they're going to be better on. Secret, we thought, would we win in border comfortably, in all honesty. If M80 can pick this up, there's a 2-0 on the cards.
Well, since the very, very dominant 4-0 start that Secret had, they've won a single round, Tim. M80 have got 5 on the board. 5-1 scoreline across 6 rounds is looking very good for the North Americans. Secret not quite able to put on the same show. It's why I said even at the 4-0 down mark, there are two halves to a game of Siege. It could be a very, very different second half, unless we had a 6-0 or a 5-1, in which case I do think Secret could have pushed on and got this over the line. But as it stands now, M80 are in a golden position to get this map away from Secret, take their opponent's map pick away from them, and then go into a map they feel strong on in Lair. We were kind of saying it feels like it should be a Secret series win, but M80 could be cooking something pretty special.
Okay, setup is complete. Noah is going to be inside a CCTV, which is where we saw him have success previously. It is a downstairs site, of course, but looking to still hold on to Armory and Archive. Just having a look if there's anybody joining Adrian. Mowgli is in Fountain. That's going to be his closest support, but Noah, of course, as well out there. But the problem, the concern I've got for Team Secret here is they've got 3 people holding top floor, but they feel like there may be just a little bit too much distance in between them. That'll change. Of course, they're mobile. They're going to be moving around. When a challenge comes in, they will move to support each other. But I just feel like there is an opportunity for M80 to just slice them up and dice them out of the round.
Yeah, possibly this time around only the one shield, but we have got Diffuser back on that Deimos. I've seen this a million times, Tim. There's always someone that they need to hunt down and pinch onto. They have to move forward pretty decisively, and Noah might be that player that's starting to eye up here. Pressure coming in from below from the Deimos. 2 or 3 players on the break door. Mowgli once again the first player that they greet on their entry. I'm always a little bit nervous because as we've seen across so many rounds now, he hasn't quite been able to be the player that we saw a little bit of back in the first half, where he was getting involved in rounds and having a big impact. He struggled to find kills here on the defense.
Yeah, we can see him battling away here on the break door. I think Hunter's sledge was his, sorry, not a sledge, it was, I think it was Diffuser who was moving across the door prior, and it was probably his best opportunity. Diffuser has moved downstairs now and is looking to get aggressive with those Deimos tracks, trying to clear Mowgli out of that break room position. He's taken some damage, but he is holding on well. A minute 45 wasted. He might actually get himself out to safety as well, and he can continue supporting Noah here. Actually really good from Noah, from Mowgli, despite not being able to pick up a kill.
No, like the fact that he's wasted 2 minutes now is really, really impressive. For all I was saying about him not really getting the kills that they need, wasting time as Aroma is also completely fine. Ideally, you get yourself back alive, and that's exactly what he's done. Diffuser is now down, recoverable by his team admittedly, but there we go. Mowgli's in, hot and cold, the Blackbeard is gone. Massive kill to find.
Yeah, Savage picks up Diffuser, Kino goes as well. 3-4 versus 2, Noah onto Gavini. It's all up to Gunnar in the blink of an eye. He's got to wonder how and where it all went wrong so quickly. It's going to be Secret that get the opportunity to take map 1, but will they be able to lock it down? M80 still looking strong, but Secret find a way.
They do. Now this makes things really, really interesting. As we've seen, it has been, as I remarked at the start of that round, across the 6 prior rounds, 5-1 to M80. But all it takes sometimes is a couple of rounds to be won out, and that can transform a game. That 1 round at least guarantees overtime. I imagine once we find ourselves going through to overtime, it would be Secret on the attacking side, because they pick the map, which means M80 get to pick starting side, and then Secret get to pick where they start in overtime. And I think you'd be a fool not to pick to go on attack on border.
Just got a little tech pause coming in again. I'm not sure exactly what the issue is, but we'll get it resolved as soon as possible. But yeah, Secret taking that little bit of momentum there. I feel like they need to finish this off first time. They do not want to be going to overtime. Given that it was their map pick, they will have the choice of side in overtime. So that's something for them at least. But I just feel, you know, for confidence, for everything else, border was supposed to be their map. It was supposed to be their strength. They came in, you know, and we did fully expect them to take this one. But being pushed to overtime really won't be too great for the mental heading into Lair. And I think losing border could be catastrophic for Secret.
We'll see what it gets when we get back into the game. Just bear with us while we get this rehost sorted out. I believe Man City and Liverpool is kicking off shortly, actually, too, if it hasn't already.
It's 20 minutes in.
Nervous? What are the stats saying? That's what we need to know, Tim. What are the numbers? What do they say? Yeah, they're beating you so far pretty handedly, at least on the stats. It's still 0-0.
So they're not wrong.
Expected goals, 0.79 to 0.05.
So they're not beating us then.
Possession, 55.4 to 44.6.
Still not beating us then. Don't get points for possession, Des.
That is true. That is true.
Don't get points for possession. You don't get points for 6-6 either. And that's the problem that Secret could face in this one, as M80 have continued to battle on. They've again shown great perseverance and resolve. The top NAL team showing that they are certainly no pushovers when facing off to the other regions. Went 2-0 yesterday, and then coming in here and giving Secret one hell of a game on border so far. I'd love a few extra rounds of this. I think you all at home would probably love a few extra rounds of this. Secret are going to be the only ones that want nothing to do with that.
Yeah, true, but someone said that Harlan missed the penalty.
Just fear can do funny things.
Yeah, he ruined it, mate. You're on it. That's it. Momentum shift. Like, obviously, M80 hoping for here in round 12. Last chance here to keep it going. Otherwise, it's not all over. It is a best of 3, as we said. A lair awaits. That is the map pick of M80. It's the last chance here to take away Secret's map pick. And we spoke about it coming in. A far better attacking team than many teams around the world. Secret are. This is the perfect playground for them to show that, and they did back in the first half. But it means nothing if you can't find yourself closing out a game, and that is where we're heading. Hot and Cold working his way underneath here on that Deimos. Passed around the operator a couple of times here, to be fair. A few players running around. The diffuser being the main one. This time around, Hot and Cold, who has been shields a couple of times throughout as well. Some more maybe for the utility than being a hardcore entry for them. Looking to get in below and cause some bother. Noah sat in what we've now affectionately started calling Gunner Spot Tim. Tucked in the same spot. They know there's going to be a player here. They have to force them out. But like we've seen from Secret throughout this game, they've always had a player in a room or two next door just to be able to provide a little bit of cover, a little bit of support, and make that power position easier to play.
Drone's going to continue to rein in. I think M80 just not fully sure that they've got kind of the lock on everybody's position. Just wanting to double check some of those spots, see what the movement is doing. I like this challenge. Beautiful stuff. Going to be Diffuser picking up a great kill. I can't stress how difficult that can be as well. Flipping from the skeleton key back to the rifle, hitting your shot, doing it quickly enough. That's not ideal either. Got to have those bars shot out, otherwise you get into that kind of situation. A big problem. It's going to continue to be a problem as Noah takes a ton of damage off that destructible ingredient as the pipe erupts into flame. It's not looking good for Team Secret to close this one out in regulation.
If he wants to play that spot, then really he's got to be shooting that out sooner. Oh, Diffuser is on one, Tim. The bomb's going off. 3 kills in the round for himself, and that may be enough to send us through to OT. A 5v2, and I do not see M80 letting this one slip through their fingers.
No, I would agree with you. I think they've shown drastic improvement over the last few rounds particularly, and right now, if anything, I think it puts them towards the driving seat. It's, as I say, depending on what side Secret have started or chosen to start on overtime, though, could be the real defining factor. If Secret have taken the attack, then M80 could be in big trouble. Noah, he's just trying to hold on for the time being. He knows that his position is probably short-lived here. Adrian having a sneak downstairs. He's surely going to get away with this. No, the flash goes out. No, Diffuser doesn't get it because it's against the Warden. Adrian using the glasses, but can do no more as Kino finds him at top metal. Noah has managed to sneak his way back into sight with the quick crossover from CCTV, but he's on about 1-2 HP. You don't think he even has a dream at this point.
Body shot plenty for them, Tim, and we're going to overtime, Tim.
We certainly are.
Oh, relax, buddy. You're old, not that old.
You're old, but not that old. I'll say that to you, Tim. You're old, but not that old.
I feel old.
You ain't grey yet.
I feel old. I'm not grey yet because I shave it all off.
Exactly. No one will ever know if you're grey if you just shave it off all the time.
I'm not, to be fair.
Ooh, M80 are on the... Okay, what's happened there? Did Secret really pick to go on defense in overtime? Like, no. I need to go and check this one out, Tim. I'm inspecting.
I mean, I'm assuming that's the way that it's gone because Secret have picked the map, so normally M80 would pick the start inside. And Secret then choose the overtime.
Yeah, I've just had it confirmed that they did pick to choose on defense. Start on defense, sorry. That is interesting. So both teams chose to start on defense then, which surprises me for Border.
I think they might end up ruining that decision in the next couple of rounds, to be honest with you, Des, because M80 have had such good momentum on attack. Secret have, only won 2 of those defences. They've won top floor once, lost it twice, and they're going back there again now. They've got to find an answer. They've got to do something different. Interestingly, though, if we have a look at the 2 wins that M80 have had, one has been with shields, one has been without shields. This time they have chosen to go without the shields, very much like they did back just in round 12. They're looking for a rinse and repeat. They're looking to, go down the same road again. Noah is setting up He's on the castle this time. He was on Ella last time, but he is setting himself up in that same spot. It was a little bit ineffectual last time. I think M80 did a good job of kind of circumventing those key defensive areas that Secret had set up, and if they're able to do the same again, M80 might just walk away with a little bit of a bonus.
Well, what I almost like from this is, Secret have gone the way of M80 and really look to try and slow the game down, which I think is probably not the worst idea in the world. They've struggled when they've tried to play really aggressive and try and challenge M80 outside the building. So digging back in that little bit further, sitting in behind the Kai, sitting in behind a bunch of C4s, and those castle barricades may yet give them a little bit more success. Quite a good pace so far as well from M80, probably realizing, hey, actually, they aren't playing as aggressively as before. We can afford to go and be a little bit more pacey here, get ease control nice and early on, start pushing in towards break. There's definitely a risk that Secret are taking, but if you don't change things, Tim, you can't expect different results.
Well, there's a comment about Genius in there, Des, somewhere.
Is what?
Comment about Genius and Insanity in there somewhere.
There absolutely is.
But let's see. We're going to have the castles getting opened up from the Selma Chargers. Just looking to break down that defense layer by layer of Secret.
Layer by layer? That's the second map.
It is the second map. It's going to be an issue here for them with the castle brought along. They need to get through to the core of that defense, and I think that's Secret, acknowledging that they just need to give M80 more problems to face. As I said earlier, force them to waste a little bit more time, force them into those bad positions. Mowgli manages to pick up Gavani. Been quiet for his team so far today. They needed that more than ever. A big entry. Savage managing to pick up Kino as well. And Secret, they've just managed, they chose defense, and all of a sudden, apparently it feels different when they've chosen to be on defense.
Well, maybe so too. It does change things around, I guess. Maybe mentally, I don't know, but it's leading to a different outcome so far. Diffuser's in underneath. It was on a tear in an early round, if you recall. The 3K that he got back in round 12. We're looking for more of the same as we're down to a 4 versus 3.
Noah's just going to be watching through that hatch. He knows that Diffuser's down underneath. This is going to be too easy. He has to step away, though. Thinks the challenge is coming from behind. Diffuser's maybe missed his opportunity. No, goes in and gets his man, but the problem is his team is falling around him. He's going to have to make his way upstairs now, 2 versus 3. And the challenge is going to be coming towards Fountain and Metal Detector.
Diffuser a bit like, guys, just stop dying. Just let me get us ahead, please. But it might be too little too late now as we get to the last 15 seconds. A track coming out hot and cold. They've got at least some idea where players are, but both found out. C4 from Adrian. Lovely headshot from Savage. Secrets up to match points.
Yeah, I think M80 were just lacking a little bit of intel at the end there. Totally understandable and forgivable towards the end of a round like that. But they were, very intent on watching the bottom of Metal Stairs there. There was nobody from Secret playing downstairs. They were all upstairs. And having taken their eye off the ball, they get hit hard by the utility. And Secret get the round 7-6. And looking to push on now and take the map that, in all honesty, probably should have finished a little while ago.
Want to give a nod towards Gavani, by the way. Prior to that round, he got caught up by Mowgli in this one, but prior to that, he was 4-0 on the entry. Been doing a lot of work for his team in those rounds, 8 to 10, that they pulled 3 back in a row. That was really on him, getting things moving with those entries in the rounds. Great game that he's having, but you've got to do something big here now, going into round 14. And as we saw in those first 4 rounds, Tim, of this game, Secret were excellent on the attacking side. M80 only managed to find a solution by slowing things down, playing Kaid, sitting behind castles, that kind of thing. In this round, they're going completely the other way. We're seeing a Solus on site. We're seeing the FNATs coming out of the Fenrir. We've got a Vigil from Kino of all things too. They're looking to take the fight towards Secret. They don't want to sit back, and I think Secret have realised that, Tim. They're in towards things like the Glaz. They've got the Blitz on side. They just want to rush their pants off here, knowing there's not a hell of a lot of utility that can stop them on site.
Yeah, the Lion as well. It's all
dear, oh dear.
Yeah, it's all going to come together. We know exactly what this is going to look like. You hold on to that E1D, and then you just get that forced out as Adrian goes in.
Again. Oh no.
I said 7-6, you see.
I see chatter enjoying it again.
Yeah, I thought they might. They love it. Yeah, you get the E1D scan going. Adrian rushes his way in, gets aggressive into the faces of the defenders. I think that's likely what we will see, but Secret just wanting to get themselves into position before they look to get so aggressive. June's just going to set himself up in Passport. They're opening Passport wall. I think that's the Selma we're here. We're have a smoke going off, but it's going to be Mowgli who gets taken down first. Adrian's likely to get a plant off here, though. This is a real sort of sneak attack.
Cover.
Savage on the cover, and now they just need to hold on.
It's a 3 versus 3. Okay, 3 versus 2. Recoverable, but they've got to get rid of these players, Tim. They're trying for the office run out. Upside down is Noah, waiting to see who comes exploding on forwards. As long as they manage this well, this is theirs for the win. They've still got another Lion scan available to them as well, Tim. It's looking pretty dire for the defenders, who have got to pull off some real magic here.
Yeah, that Lion scan was just brilliantly used. I think we will see another one coming in
wow.
as soon as it's online. If
I like
it does
this.
get there in time, this is a big, big run out. They'll know where he is. They've jumped themselves over. Gunners on the diffuser. Is there anything they can do about it? I don't think there is. What a play from Keno, but Noah's there! Noah's there! And Team Secret are going to take map 1.
They did their very best, Tim, and they came damn close, but Secret, they take their map pick, which means Lair could be where this gets settled, unless M80 can win it, in which case Cafe awaits in map 3.
Yeah, I think, you know, that was the expected outcome for Team Secret, Border being one of their favourite maps, but again, we've got to give the nod to M80. What a performance they've just put in there to take them the distance. 8-6 in overtime it takes for Team Secret to get that win. M80 really battling hard.
Like we were saying, the outcome was what we expected. I think the method of the journey to get there was not. M80 most definitely are not out of this one yet. It's going to be really exciting to see how things shake down on Lair. You'd arguably give it to M80, but you just can't guarantee anything, can you?
No, it's like I said, Border we look at and we think definite Secret favourite. Lair, it's M80 are the better team. They are the better Lair team, but I look at it and it feels like that gulf is just a little bit less, and so there is an opportunity for Secret to turn that over, but we can have a look at our stats there. 30 kills between Savage and Adrian, and that makes it difficult for anybody else to be getting in on the action, as we can see. But look at the side of M80 as well. 28 between Keno and Diffuser. Big match for Keno. I thought he'd got them back at least to round 15 there at the end with that long, big run out that he came around, but couldn't get it done for his team. What a matchup we've just seen.
Yeah, didn't quite have the vertical cover to be able to stop the player on high from getting rid of them in time, but it was a good effort at least, and that is what gives me hope for what's going to be map 2 as well. Lair, as we said, it is their map pick. But Secret are no slouches there either, which is what makes me a little bit nervous. It could be a 2-0. It's not tournament over for M80. If that is the case, they go on to fight on tomorrow. But let's go to a break. When we come back, we'll find out what happens. See you in a few.
Hold an angle, JV finds a kill, is on the scoreboard, boys.
First kill in 8 rounds for JV, by the way.
And very importantly, if they're gonna be very slow and they don't get this kind of pick, the clash, mirror window, and my magnets could be troublesome. By getting this kill early, you have numbers advantage, you buy a bit of time on the clock, and you get that confidence boost.
Oh, wow, beautiful pre-fire from JV92. And conversion from Herds as well. The round is surely done here. Anaton, oh, he gets pre-fired out of this universe. JV's had a big 3 to finally breathe some life back into his match. Anaton 1v4. Good luck, son. You're going to need it. It's not going to happen. JV a 4K. What a way to re-enter the server.
It's like he never left. That one round.
And a good conversion. Igor absolutely pumped. He takes his tactical timeout straight away. Furia have their best round that they've had all day long, arguably all tournament long. One more, and they'll push us into OT.
And I think for them right now, for Furia, it's just gonna be the same. Again, nice and steady. Step 1, 2, 3, and don't play into the mini games that CAG are so good at. Don't create chaos, create structure. This, holding an ankle for a good 20 seconds, eventually somebody might just push, you get that freebie, and then you can afford to re-aggress because you got that big lead. Big energy from Igor there as well. Just really giving JV his flowers there.
You can see the look on the faces of players like Herds and KZ, like they, especially Herds, because he's someone who gets energized. KZ is very much a silent killer. Herds, he's got the Alamau energy, right? He loves getting big, he loves getting at it, and all tournament long he's been quiet because Fury knows they should never be in this position. Like they're on day 2, round 3 of the Swiss bracket. They've had 0-2 in their first 2 matches, especially the Shopify Rebellion one, absolutely terrible. Now they're playing up against CAG, who, you know, a lot of people always have.
now Shepard with a quadra kill.
And now it's all up to Passetto. Passetto slaughtered by Shaco. I don't even think he knew what happened.
And Philippe will see. BDS steal that round for Furia. Are you ready for this? Bangu, are you kidding me with a third getting taken down? And then the drop right below. And it's straight to the face. Penta are going to the grand final.
This could be difficult. If the swing Mason a second, Mason a third! Ryder, oh my god! Wow!
Free-Day holding up for the plot.
It's a 1v5.
Attackers.
They had everything going! 1v5!
For a second though, just didn't fully commit. Waiting to pop the last available second. Was hoping he baited them out.
Solomon's down! Free-Day's up! He's also down!
Ink is the mark of the soul. Dragon, tiger, imprints of power and boundless ascents. If fate's dumb enough to stand in my way, I'll paint over it with my own damn hands.
They can try and stick it. The drop. Charla comes in, finds one, can't find the second. Shepard getting the shutdown, but not before. Charla confirms the next one. Shepard's onto a 3K. They're sticking off on the plan. Pojo coming on the upstairs. Does Shepard know? He must know. Don't look away now. Shepard with a quadra kill. That's the way you clutch a game out, ladies and gents.
A huge gamble by Raza Company Academy. Shaiko is just, he's somewhere else sometimes. He and Usus making quick work of the remaining defenders on site, and now it's all up to Passetto. With the UMP, no deaths to be had. 2 kills to his name. Passetto slaughtered by Shaiko. I don't even think he knew what happened.
Over towards default. Big kill for Nate. Shuts down Shaiko. And suddenly, it seems like Furia might just have numbers, but they've lost a couple. And Philippe will see. Just a bit of damage to start them off. Just for one, and Gohan will go down. No more IQ. Experience the second Astro down the Marinka, are you ready for this? Yes! Bangu, are you kidding me? With a third getting taken down. And then the drop right below. And it's turned on the face. Bangu!
Shaiko is going off tip. Finally finds himself down now. Usus has got a clutch up big. This could be difficult. The Blitz just having to make a choice here, Handy. Let's see if the swing. We just need to.
Well, that was your voice, I swear I heard then for a second.
It was my
Tim.
voice and my skin. There
Your
we go.
skin? Did you get to
Exciting
design it?
I didn't, but it is there based on my line and the play.
If I could design a skin for you, it would obviously be just a big, massive bald head.
Of course it would. Let's get on with the game.
Yeah, should we look at the veto again? We are going into Lair, but let's show you guys what's going down as well. We've just played Border. It was an 8-6 win to Secret. It was their map pick. The second one, as we said, is Lair, and then Cafe awaits if we need it right at the very end. We had questions about Border and how for Secret it's their favourite map. They're a very aggressive attacking team. It's always a risk taking them to that map, and that's exactly what it proved to be. Lair, certainly a better map for M80. It's their second highest preference. They've got a 3-1 record on it. Really good defensive win rate. But Secret have also played this map a lot. In fact, over the last 6 months, they've played it twice as much as M80 has. It might not be their favourite map, but they are very comfortable with it. They know the map well. So I'm really hoping M80 haven't kind of just like sleepwalked into a bit of a trap here.
Yeah, I think Secret are going to be good. I think M80 will have enough to take us to map 3. I said at the beginning I had a feeling we were going to see, near on 40 rounds or more. We've already started out that way. We've got 14 on the board, so we only need another 26 between these two maps. One more overtime will do. It wouldn't surprise me to see overtime on something like that, but I think that M80 will have enough to get it over the line.
We'll find out. They do start things off on the defensive side, Secret on the attack, and what is interesting about Lair is people always want to know, what is the most attacker-sided map right now? What's the most defender-sided? All that kind of good stuff. Lair has very quickly become one of those maps that we see actually being very attacker-leaning. It's quite a surprise overall. Border is actually quite defender-sided across Stage 2, which has been really interesting to observe. So knowing Secret start on the attack in there, all that we said about their prowess on the attacking side, the fact that they start here on a map that they have played an awful lot, makes me think that they could have a surprise for us. You're thinking it's M80? I'm actually kind of leaning towards a Secret 2-0 now, Tim, to be honest.
Okay, let's see how we go then. We're going to get into the action, into the good stuff, into the ban phase. And we will see who gets taken away. The bans have felt fairly pedestrian so far for me over the last couple of days. We've not had anything that we've seen, at least, that has been kind of like too surprising or too wild. We're going to have Blackbeard and Azame coming in. I'd say two of the actually, as I'm saying that, probably two of the not less common, of course, they are, we do see them as bans, but not seen too much at this tournament so far. Capitao and Mirror. So, well, mixing it up a little bit there, I think.
Very interesting because they aren't operators that are typically banned against Team Secret. So I'm looking at this and thinking, okay, you've kind of been looking at what they play when maybe other operators are taken away. But the problem here is you now open up things like the Monty to come out, like Dockerby, like the Blitz, things that have always been banned away against them, or even Double Hard Breach has often been a target. So is this the right play for M80? Not 100% sure. And on the other side for Secret, this can be a map, especially on the top 4, I think, where you can lock things down so comfortably with those architects, right? Yeah, we see Kiba setups going on inside of Ops. We see it inside of A site. You see the Mirror being set up in various different places, to be fair. It just makes this site far more defendable. So I think actually banning those away, Secret could give themselves a pretty good chance to get this top floor win over the line. By the looks of it, kicking things off with the Sens on side, with the Thermite. So I'm seeing an execute set piece play coming out, but I do also love the lineup on the other side. We've got that Chanka, you've got the Denari coming out, as well as, of course, Ye Old Faithful in Clash, which can be very, very frustrating to deal with if you don't bring a game plan to be able to solve that problem.
Attackers must locate and defuse a bomb.
Let's see where the problems can be.
That's a dirty floor, man. Someone needs to clean that up.
Can be solved or not. Lots of footprints there.
Yeah, someone's like, well, that's so inconsiderate of someone.
I feel like Jackal would be loving it.
He would, but I'd also be really frustrated that someone... To be fair, would he meant to track boots, or does he track feet? And the warmth of feet? I feel it's more the thermal signature that he tracks than like the actual foot.
Okay.
The boot.
I mean, it's a boot print.
It is. We're breaking the law of the game here, Tim.
It's not
exposing.
It's not a footprint that he's tracking.
Nope. Shouldn't be anyway. Either way, for now it's going to be getting in underneath, I'd expect, with this Deimos. We've seen it time and time again throughout the tournament so far. Getting underneath, put a lot of threat on, get a track down. You can make players move upstairs, and I imagine his eyes are probably focused on hot and cold quite specifically. If he can get underneath that clash and force him to move backwards, even better, get a kill, then we're in a wonderful spot to take away what is no doubt the main frustration or threat in this round.
Yeah, actually good quick progress from Team Secret, getting that wall open within the first sort of 50 seconds. That's just cementing that ops control that they've got. Nobody now can play in towards Mezzanine. We're going to have Savage working his way in from the basement on the Deimos. I think he's likely to try for those vertical tracks here. Maybe see if he can get a little bit of damage down or even push up Rocket Stairs. He's going to see his first one coming in. Not going to give him an opportunity to directly do any damage. He could chase it back, but won't. That's a cleverly timed Toxic Babe canister coming out there just to prevent that push from coming up Rocket Stairs. Keno really understanding what he was facing there. As soon as that track comes in, he knows that the pressure is likely to come from that side, so he just stops that happening. Well played, M8.
Secret got themselves forward in pretty good fashion here, though, as well. Have managed to press on. Yes, done no damage to the other side, but they have massage players back in towards site. Mez is all of theirs. Around display, I believe, is also all theirs and in their control. So they've got a lot of map with which to work now. It's a case of getting players lined up. It's a case of getting these Sens light screens down in the right place. And this is so cheeky. Planting in plain sight, essentially, here is Mowgli in the very middle. Smokes are going over his head, but no, they've pushed him tight behind the desk, Tim, and they've managed to deal with him here. That is their game plan exposed. And now they're going to struggle to be able to rescue this round in a 3v5.
Hot and Cold's just dancing around with death there at the desk, trying to keep himself away from those holes that have been opened up by Savage underneath. They've not been able to take the clash off the board. 5 versus 3, diffuser down in the middle of sight. It is a long way back for Team Secret. Noah manages to get it, and the lights, they're still there, but
oh dear.
No, it's crumbled at that point. I think Noah just going in and thinking, I'm going to try to, stick this down on the ground. The utility's still available, but you've got the Clash walking around the side of the light screens. They can see everything that's going on. M80 pick it up. Solid start.
Yeah, a bit too long to get rid of the clash there. I think Hot and Cold really needed to be removed in some way, shape or form, whether it was nades, whether it was the Deimos getting underneath and putting a track on him. Of course, burn the early track on towards the smoke instead. It then disappeared off into the nether. It was a good idea. The light screen in a good spot to be able to force the Chankashumikas and the smokes to go deep in towards the full plant spot. So I like the idea from Secret. They just missed out on that one crucial step of getting rid of the clash to make that sing. So, M8 hit the first round. Now we head down into the basement.
I would imagine there's going to be quite a fight over the mid-floor. Try and keep hold of those hatches if you're M80. Prevent that vertical pressure. We've already seen the Deimos being used. Not going to be the case here, but they're not to know that as defenders. They're going to expect Ram, Buck, Deimos to be raining down that pressure from above. As it is, it's not likely to be the case. Looking at what is being brought along, I'd expect this to be a little bit more of a lateral push, trying to get themselves, as I say that, Adrian, thank you very much, changes onto the Ram. So they're probably going to look for some vertical pressure.
As they should, yeah. And that then starts to invite the other side of M80, who have got a couple of players I'm looking at here that you'll see around the map. I expect Gunner and Hot and Cole will be the ones looking to keep them busy. Even Gaveni, arguably the same story. Once his gadgetry is down on the Goyo, yes, he's slow, but he's also got an excellent gun, the Vector. Highest firing rate in the game. It is a headshot machine, especially in the hands of a player like Avid. So, let's see how much time they can waste up around this first floor and the second floor as Secret try and work their way through the map. They have got a shield on side, Tim, but if they go for a full map clear, you can find yourself running pretty damn low on time come the end of the round. I can think of so many teams that try and control too much of the map. They clear out everything and then look for an execute. But by the time you get there, you've got maybe 20, 15 seconds left. You're screwed.
Monty just working, as I said, laterally, trying to get on it in there. Be a little bit more direct from Secret here, rather than looking for that clearance above. At the minute, they've pretty much largely ignored it. Doom is aware of the possibility of a bit of presence up there. Adrian's trying to get himself inside above as well, but it is simultaneous with the work of the Monty, who's looking to get those defenders moving round inside of sight. We can hear the boogie drones now doing their work. Nades go in, trying to unpick this, but M80 are just too aware. Diffuser steps around the corner. Easy little pre-fire onto the Grim. Big loss as well in terms of the utility there. None of those bees to fire on in to help you get that execute off successfully.
Yeah, pretty crucial execute utility taken away from them, like you say, Tim, and that's a bit of a worry now. You're kind of leaning so heavily into Savage on this Monty to be that tip of the spear that gets you moving. You've got a bunch of smokes you can work with as well, but the other side, Tim, they've got a few impacts they can throw around. They've got a C4, they've got the smoke canisters. There's a lot they can still do to keep you at bay. So while Secret have tried to move quickly, they've run out of steam very fast as well.
Adrian's just on a little relocate here, but Secret, let's not forget, they chose to start on the attack and they're immediately looking in trouble here. They're going to go 2 down if they're not careful. Gunnar manages to pick up Savage. Adrian's doing some work, but it's not enough, surely. Manages to get a pistol kill. He's fighting for everything he's got, but Kino takes him down with the Toxic Paper. Lungful too much will signal the end of the round for Secret. 2-0 down, and M80 looking like they've found another gear.
Found a rhythm, in a sense, haven't they? Yeah, like no matter what Secret threw at them now, there's a Monty knocking on our door at 45 seconds, skirting around sight. We've got Maverick holes being opened up. Nowhere looking to challenge us. They dealt with it, and it was very reminiscent of the game that we had yesterday for Falcons against Shopify Rebellion on Labs. I was saying at the time that Shopify Rebellion were brilliant at getting themselves inside the building, getting towards site walls, opening them up. But then when it came to actually pushing into the site and getting kills, that's where things start to falter. And we've seen that now from Secret across these 2 rounds. So we're very, very close back in the first to having a successful execute and getting the diffuser down. But that is not how things have transpired. It is the North American side in the lead. And now we go to the second floor to see what we can do.
Going to be, usually we would see 3 or 4 defenders up on the top floor. We'll see what complement M80 decide to go with. We've got them opening up rotates up there, reinforcements going in, utility being expended, so I would imagine there's going to be a big focus. Don't have any denial beyond the mute for the wall, so that should be pretty easily. Oh, sorry, no, they do have the Kaid as I was scanning across. I missed his little icon. Right, so we would expect that external wall to be electrified. They've got the Thermite with Adrian, they've got the Thatcher. It should be open in 2 minutes flat, to be honest. Get that done, and then Secret can focus towards the top floor.
This wall's always the key one, though, right? The Kino one. But they've got enough to get this opened up, right? As long as
should be done.
As long as they've got the basics, Tim, of being able to EMP a wall open.
Yeah, it should be done in 2 seconds.
We've seen teams royally mess this up, to be fair, historically, but I don't think Secret are that kind of team that are going to let it happen. Sure enough, wall's being opened up here. The second EMP goes off to deny any electric launch from being able to stick to the wall and re-electrify it. All well and good. It is indeed open in rapid time.
Yep, job done. And that means now Secret can focus their attention towards the top floor. As suggested, 3 of M80 do find themselves up there. Kino, Diffuser, Devaney are going to be the ones to be holding on above. So Secret need to get themselves in there. They're going to do that, working from ops, sweeping across mezzanine, trying to get that breach into mask wall to allow them to attack from an alternative angle. As it is, they don't follow it up. They go in through the door instead and look to continue that sweep across. But it's Gunnar who picks up the opening kill onto Savage. Again, they've lost the Grim. That makes the plant more and more difficult. Kino picks up Mowgli. He had a great first map and he's continuing to here on layer.
And it's just again another round where they've sort of got Secret a bit figured out, it feels. And I've spoke so many times about the early timeouts that we sometimes lean into. Say early, 3 rounds isn't really that early, but I won't be shocked to see Twister stepping in, because across the last 3 rounds, that has been that theme of them just getting chewed up and spat out. They're not mad at getting through the map, but when it comes to actually collecting kills, that is where things are going horribly wrong. June may be in a chance there with finding one, but it's a couple of licks of damage down onto Gaveni rather than anything too serious.
I mean, we knew how good a lair team M80 were, but we were expecting a little bit more resistance from Secret than we are seeing so far, as Noah manages to take down Diffuser. That's his first test so far here on lair, 5 kills to his name, and that now gives Secret at least a modicum of control up here on the top floor. They can start raining a few shots down into sight. It's Adrian that has Diffuser in hand. June managing to pick up Gunnar, leveling things out 3 versus 3. This would be a great escape indeed for round 3 if Secret are able to get a plant down. Adrian has moved outside, so he's kind of in position and waiting. He needs that support from his teammates above, though, to create the space for him to go in and put this down on the ground.
You can get good cover in a plant here. As you took him behind the bench, it's okay, and behind the pillar as well, but they're collecting kills to him, and this is the dangerous part now. M80 were in full control not too long ago, and now Secret have got a man advantage. Plant is going on down. All they've got is these two players above, and they have done all the work required here. Gaveni doing his best to step in. Adrian gets sprayed down, though, Tim, as we come to our last 15 seconds. The balls on this man to make a play like that, running underneath 2 lines of fire above him. He may well have got away with it. Can the 2 players come and find him in time, Tim? They see him, but he pops one, and Gavin gets the next. What an unbelievable play to save the round for his team.
Absolutely massive from Gavini there. The spray down onto Adrian. I love to see how long was left on that plant, because there couldn't have been more than a fraction of a second. Des, he knew exactly where he was. Hit his shot through the soft wall. That is one of the best players you will see today, if not at this tournament. Brilliant stuff from Gavini under pressure, and then picking up the last 2 kills with the shotgun. It was just a little bit of poor timing from Secret. They've got to hit him at the same time there. They've got to be able to challenge him together so that they guarantee the win. As it was, they gave him half a second, and it was all that he needed to find that 180 flick and to get that last kill. Great stuff from Gaveni. Great stuff from M80 to rally and get that round 3-0.
Unreal. I think they're quite helped by the fact that Noah was on like 1 HP. At that kind of range, the shotgun doesn't otherwise get that kill. We've seen some ridiculous shotgun kills, granted. But even I don't think it quite gets that range. But tap time out, as you can see, because it is going all wrong for Team Secret. Sadly can't hear too much of what they're saying, otherwise it would be...
I think Doom's chair is in the way, it's blocking the sound.
I can hear Anne. Hi, Anne. That's the A stream starting back up again, I imagine, after their first map concluded. I actually didn't see how that game ended. I know it was like going into OT just as we were jumping back in here. I'll do a quick check, so cover your ears if we don't want a spoiler. Ooh, Furia winning the first map 8-6 on Clubhouse.
Do the pebbles, the Z1, and then do the
Means they're going to Lair, same as us, so it's the double Lair day. Then they've got Border as their decider if required. Saucy series. We were saying earlier, it's crazy to think Furia could be going home already, but it's also a really unfortunate run for Cyclops given the teams they've had to play against.
It's absolutely wild. The fact that they're 2-0 in an elimination match against Furia, it's just, you have to sit there as Cyclops with your head in your hands thinking, what do we need to do? G2, FaZe and Furia, 3 of the probably top 5 favourite teams coming into the tournament. Absolutely unbelievable stuff.
All right, let's see if attack timeout can change anything, Tim. We've seen some be incredibly effective and turn it into a 3-round win streak for some teams. For others, we've seen them get flawless in the very next round. In fact, I want to say it was even during this series from Fabian earlier on. Didn't quite have the impact needed. We saw the outcome of that map in the end of things, although it got much closer than expected. Back up on that top floor. Hot and cold once again over on the Clash. Secret opting to ban away the Aruni, which you might look at and go, well, that's a bit of an interesting ban. Why is that coming through? DMR. Gunnar absolutely has been loving running it around. So I think maybe it's a case of trying to take away what is one of his go-to favourites, one of his most competent operators, and instead he jumps over onto the Chanka, which he did play on the site earlier on. So maybe it's instead looking towards a later site when we don't want him playing with those abilities.
Gonna have a Vulcan canister taken out already, so Secret is kind of doing the early work well sometimes. I said in that first round, got in there, breached Ops wall, took mezzanine, all really quick, but it doesn't matter. They're kind of only taking what they're being given. M80 aren't too worried about it, and they are just absolutely locking down the key positions that they need to. In this one, it's the desk, so they've got to have an answer to Clack. Have an answer to Hot and Cold here to make sure that he can't just sit in that position. Kino manages to pick up Mowgli. That's the Thermite gone. Big loss. Noah onto Kino for the trade. 4 versus 4, and Secret taking a little bit of ground, putting pressure elsewhere, but Savage is going to go down, taken out by the Shumika launcher of Gunnar. He will get kills however he can find a way.
I think Mowgli got stuck between a rock and a hard place there, or more specifically between barbed wire and fire, which gave a free swing from the other side as he was frantically trying to clear away the barbed wire. Has given him not the most ideal start to this game. Granted, one of his deaths did come from the attempted plant inside of sights, but you've seen that duality of the player sometimes, Tim. We've seen him pop off on the entry and be really aggressive and do a lot for his team. Here, he's playing a much more objective-focused role.
So Secret do have a little bit of the map at least. They've got mezzanine. They can work their way directly into sight. But they're not going to be able to. Diffuser's just been so good today. Going 6-1 at the minute. We've still got Roteros being sent in to try and take down bulletproof cams. It's the least of your worries at the minute, to be honest, Secret. The biggest of them is Gavani taking down Adrian. 4 versus 1. Noah starts to fight back but can do no more. It's that man again, Diffuser, to take him out. And that's going to be another round for M80. They look electric and unstoppable right now as they go 4-0.
It's almost a mirror of what we saw, excuse me. It's almost, I was just like, that was,
you good?
My throat was tickling, and I was trying my best to hold in the cough that was going to come out, and it just went... It's going to blew my mouth wide open. But I was going to say, this is an exact mirror of what we had back on Border. It was 4-0 to Secret. We were like, wow, like they're getting rolled, like there's no way they fight their way back in. And then the next 2 rounds are won by an M80, and we had a real scrap on our hands. This could still build the same way. We're going down to the basement. Big worry for me is that Secret haven't really looked too close. I'd say outside of that first round when they nearly got the diffuser down, that could have been their round to get their game moving, but as of yet, are yet to get into it. And it's Gavany and Diffuser in particular who are running the show right now. 5-0, 7-1, 12-1 between them. Secret are really struggling to deal with them.
Yeah, they are. They've got nothing at the minute, and you know, as you quite rightly say, we thought that last time around on Border, M80 were able to find a way back in, but honestly, at the minute, I don't see it for Secret, because you know, many of these rounds haven't even really been kind of close. Coming back to, you know, that botheredometer, how bothered were M80 in that last round inside a sight? The answer, not very at all. They're just able to hold those positions, get the kills before Secret were able to enter the room, and really wasn't too much pressure for them to deal with. I think there wasn't enough of a vertical attempt coming in from Secret there. You want to see them getting underneath with a buck and opening the floor up, making those positions difficult for defenders to play inside a site, but there was none of it. M80 were able to just keep themselves where they were. We saw that the last time around. It was a much closer round. Hot and Cold did a good job of holding on to his position because the Clash was being absolutely bullied from below, but not this time. Secret, if anything, seeming to be further away from a possible win on top floor than the first time they tried.
I find it really interesting that obviously we've seen the Deimos banned away, and so they'll still want to pair something up with the Dockerby. Gone towards a Jackal. Obviously had a bit of a rework recently. Many have kind of decreed him to be largely useless. Great for snipping up those footprints that we saw upstairs, Tim. But what can Savage get done with it? We'll find out, of course, as he works his way further through the map, has worked his way up yellow here, bypassing the shield, admittedly being caught up by that Denari gadget, which does keep you tagged up for quite a while here. Now dealt with, but of course the damage was also reintroduced to him, so that's a little bit of HP. He's not going to find himself getting back. Mowgli doming Gunnar there and removing him from the map.
Yeah, absolutely beautiful shot that from Gunnar, just using that DMR to full effect.
Oh.
Switches, manages to get another. Hot and Cold takes him down in a trade. Find ourselves now 4 versus 3. The damage done by Mowgli. Not ideal to lose the Dockerby that early into the round. You'd like to have that second phone call online for execution time, but it's
Savage,
not really going to matter too much. Savage almost falling foul of the fire as Kino manages to pick up Noah, and Secret again start to look like they're on the back foot. Kino is just like a god of death walking through this map, one kill after another.
The fact that Mowgli got 2 kills onto Roamers as well is kind of like, okay, you can afford for them to go. But you take out the Dockerby in exchange, you get rid of those 2 phone calls. Absolutely massive for how Secret want to play, how they want to move forward through the map. And now I worry that with just Adrian and Doom still standing, with 3 players to work through and not a whole lot of map control, this is going to get ugly. They're trying to hunt down Gavany. They've got no idea, I'm pretty sure, that he's off towards the left. Free kill. Zero idea he's there. Doom at least gets 1 back, but he's got to win a 1 versus 2 now.
He's got Diffuser in hand, so that's something for him at least, but Hot and Cold...
They've been stung by the position before. They can't let it happen again.
Hot and Cold is down in sight. Doom manages to spray him down. Opportunity to put the Diffuser down here if he can find a little bit of space. His concern is that Gavany's up above, but he's on a Denari, not a Solis, so there's not much that he can do to see where that plant's going down. The
Doom!
Couple of bullets that he shot were enough to pull Doom off the plant, but he didn't need to put the Diffuser down. It told him everything he needed to know. He was ready for the peek around the door frame, took his man down, and Secret at least get themselves around, and this perfectly mirrors what we saw on Border.
Can I turn it into a second? Because again, it'll feel like a real smash and grab. But I just worry. That was definitely a bit of magic coming out of Mowgli, and then the same from Doom at the end. Maybe a little bit aggressive in the close there, I'd say, Gav, on the way back towards site. Made it a bit too easy for Doom. But all that matters to him is that score at the top of your screen. It is 4-1. We're going to repeat that same site again. M80 not opting to go up to the second floor to try and defend one of our 2 mid-floor sites. Straight back to the basement because they feel that they know what they've done wrong. And that is letting Doom and Mowgli go massive.
Yeah, essentially. But you can't always control factors like that. And M80 pretty sure that they've got the answer to turn this one back around. More of a presence above, I think, will be a little bit the order of the day. We've got Hot and Cold and Diffuser up there getting hatchers, reinforcing, not wanting to give away any of that mid-floor this time around. And looking at the side of the attack, have a look at this from Secret. Savage and Doom, they've gone double shield. It's Blitz and Monty. They really want round 6.
Hate to tell you, Tim, it's half-time and it's 2-0 to Man City.
Yeah, I know.
You had half an eye on it. Well, hopefully your team here, I'll say the European team does better. Can't rely on Liverpool. You can try and rely on Secret, Tim, but it is still a mountain to climb. As you said, we've got that double shield coming in, the juice coming out from the Finker as well. Tops you up nice and light if you are being tickled down by things as you step your way through the map. Also very good on that big push in as a team, and we heard Fabian speaking during the timeout about the 3-2-1 countdowns that Secret do. Finker very much plays into that.
Need to be careful though, because Kino is on the other side with the smoke. The Toxic Babe canisters, of course, a bit of a counter to Finker. Damage will be taken quicker as you breathe in that smoke in quicker should you have the nanobot boost. So it's something they need to think about. June's taking a lot of damage there. He does get the boost from Mowgli, which honestly I think keeps him alive there. Adrian manages to get Gunner. This is the aggression we expected to come out of Secret. And M80 are just absolutely crumbling around them. Adrian managing to take out Hot and Cold with the fire coming from the Vulcan canister. It's up to Cavani. He's got a shield in his face and a shotgun does the damage. Adrian finishes it off. Team Secret do exactly what was done to them on Border. They go 4-0 down and then come back with a smash and grab round 5 and 6 to go 2-4 before moving on to the defense.
I feel like I've just watched one of my ranked rounds. Just literally having absolute chaos when there's a Monty in the middle of sight, shield down, taking headshots at people, gets away with 2 of them as well. It's absolute calamity. And that's what Secret do best. I spoke before about their ability to switch tempo. You know, shields typically start very, very slow, but once they say go, well, you may as well give them all 3 speeds. That's how quick they were breezing through sight there and absolutely destroying M80. So 4-2 it is, as you say, Tim. Let's see if they can start pulling back ahead, though, and re-establish that gap between them and Team Secret.
Much the same. As I said, in the same position for M80 back on Border. The next 3 rounds are very important. Secret need a 2-1 minimum. 3-0 would be even better, but a 2-1 minimum would get them back to 5-4 on the scoreboard, and it starts looking doable. It starts feeling doable. You're back in touch at that point. I think if M80 can get a 2-1 here, it's probably map over and we go to Cafe to decide things. But we're going to be up on the top floor to begin with Secret. They've got pretty standard lineup there. They've got Noah on the mirror, seeing as it's been allowed. Mowgli on the Azami, since it's been allowed. They've got Doom on the Clash, who I would expect to play in around Desk. I'm just having...
been allowed?
Since it's been allowed, that was... The defenders banned, of course, the 2 electrical operators, Kaid and Bandit. I'm just having a look on the side of M80. Switching across to the Deimos Diffuser. Good play. We've seen him use it already on Border. Loves the verticality. We saw him getting into customs, challenging into CCTV. I think we're going to see similar here. Much like I kind of asked last time around. Get underneath, make that Clash move. Whether it be in the corridor, whether it be in the main site itself. Get underneath, open up the floor with the Vendetta, put the tracks on it, and just make Clash really uncomfortable.
Well, Diffuser's been a great Deimos player, and we've seen him doing just that briefly too, so I do think that's what they'll aim for. They were trying to do the same back in the first half, Secret were this is Hot and Cold, but just couldn't quite slip him out as we saw in that very first round. Hot and Cold was the difference. First downing Mowgli when he was getting the Diffuser down the first time, and the second time just making it impossible to put the Diffuser down because he was standing there leering at you from behind that shield. So, we know it's effective. We know that it's a big blocker in the round. It's a hurdle they've got to overcome, which means Doom knows that his days, ideally at least, should be numbered.
They know that this is going to be coming. Of course, the mirror window will give that intel out, but there's not much they can do about it. Waiting with Impact Nade in hand. They are going to clear off the Selma charge. We can see there's a little bit of an awkward double breach there with the mirror window and the breach itself. Couple of Kiba barricades will allow Mowgli to stay in this position, but I think that's reasonably good early progress for M80.
There he goes underneath, and now we should see one of those tracks come on through, if not just a bit of blind shooting upstairs to hopefully find someone. But it always helps when you've either got your own tracking or your teammates are feeding you yellow pings from those drones, Tim. Means that they aren't giving away exactly where you are too early on, because now that they know that there's a Deimos downstairs, either there's a Roma who can go and join them, looking towards maybe, you know, one of the players off towards green stairs. Noah, in this case, who if he wanted to, could try and go aggressive that way. Doubt that he will. This is really interesting. They're going super hard towards us, but no, he's sprinting! Mowgli, what are you doing? And just like that, M80... well, they've made Secret fall for the bait. They've got rid of 3 of them, Adrian and Noah, to hold on.
It always feels like these kills are kind of consolation kills, and Gavarni manages to take down Adrian in a late trade all up to Noah as he works his way back upstairs, trying to get himself onto site. I think we know where he's coming from. Yep, the shot's come into bathroom. That tells us all we need to know. Nitro goes out unsuccessfully. They're using the mirror back against the mirror here. Noah trying to fight against his own gadget diffuser. Down time ticking 1v4. It's a matter of time until he gets picked up. Gunner's going to be the one, and M80 managed to get themselves the first of. I said out of those next 3 rounds, whoever gets the 2 is going to be the one that sits pretty. M80 get the first.
I think it was a really cool play from Secret. I like they tried to power on towards Ops to shut down the solo player inside of there and give them that as a safe point on the map. But I love even more the response from M80. They managed to get rid of Mowgli as he's sprinting towards them. Not really the spot to be in. Should really be good up there ideally. And then immediately the rest of the team, they're kind of like, okay, go. And everyone explodes towards site, realizing the Clash is inside of site. She can't impede us. This is our time to identify that gap and go. And that's exactly what they did. Really good round from the North Americans. They're up 5-2, a 3-round lead re-established. I start feeling nervous if I'm Team Secret right now, Tim.
Absolutely. You know, you've got one eye on Cafe at this point, realistically. You know, you're looking towards it thinking he's probably going to take that 3rd map, and once we get there, it's kind of anybody's, really. You know, if we have a look at the numbers for Cafe again, just to remind ourselves.
Proper middle of the pack map.
It is a proper middle of the pack map for both of them, but I would say that M80 have got the better record.
5-1.
5-1 versus 2-1 for Secret. The stats, though, are very, very similar. Attacker win rate, defender win rate, very, very similar. And yeah, it really is a roll of the dice for both of these teams. It's going to be a true test of skill. Secret, the question is, can you put the pressure on? Can you give M80 something to think about and get a couple of rounds here? Force maybe that overtime like they did to you on Border. At the minute, I don't think they will.
If you want an update on what's happening over on the A stream as well, obviously close your ears if you don't now, but Furia are up 3-0 on the attack so far in map 2. That's winning map 1 in OT, 8-6. It looks like they're heading towards a win over their Japanese opposition. It should be a shame for CAG, because as we said, they've had a real hard set of games to kick the tournament off, but as someone said to me yesterday, I want to say it with Spoit, you've got to be able to, you've got to beat everyone here. It doesn't matter who it is. At some point, you're going to have to face them, so you may as well face them now.
Yeah, that's how the cookie crumbles, and they just have to try and deal with it, but like I say, Cyclops certainly had, I think, the toughest route of anybody. Furia, it's not going to get any easier for them either. If they do get the win against Cyclops, they'll of course go into the 1 and 2 bracket. They've still got 2 best of 3s that they need to win if they want to qualify, and those are going to get harder and harder because, you know, arguably the quality of teams, the teams that have had some wins that are going to be getting down there. So it's not going to get any easier for them. Not going to get any easier for Secret either, as they continue trying to push yellow stairs here. M80 looking to get down there with the Blackbeard, and all they can do, Secret, is hold them at bay for the time being with a couple of toxic bibs.
Still seeing Gavarni just like yeet that round gadget up over the top of the wall. Can't imagine it's a particularly light thing. Tossing around 60-70 kilos of machinery. Beautiful stuff. But that means all of that lobby area is now opened up. They've got a lot of vertical control, but this is it. Hot and Cold is beelining it for the site. Keenan can now at least push backwards as we try a little backstab there from Secret, but finding nothing. It does mean that they know where 1 or 2 players are at this point. And with 70 seconds to go, Tim, this is tons of time to try and make this execute work.
Yeah, I think that was a really good play from Hot and Cold, just pushing in through that toxic babe canister because he knew that it took the ground, and it meant that Kino just had to be patient and wait because nobody could push him from the door. It's really grabbed them a lot of real estate that they can move into and start to work on softening this site. And look at Secret, they're really struggling to pay attention to everything around them, and it's no wonder because there are guns up everywhere. But how about that for a big double? That puts the diffuser on the ground. There's 40 seconds though for M80 to rescue it.
Of course, if they had the Yokais up, you could have stopped it going down, but sometimes bullets do plenty fine. Hot and Cold definitely recoverable here. Has managed to get himself around that corner, back to join his team. So the 3 versus 2 resumes. I imagine Hot and Cold will try again, given he has that shield and diffuser, Tim. He's unplayable on this map. They just cannot stop him. A 3K in the round. Plant going down once again. Noah managing to get rid of at least 1. And then dips away, but you've got to watch out for the players that are now starting to come together. Diffuser had dropped down onto site, collects his 4th. A great round from him, and another win for M80 as they move up to map point.
Secret a little bit unlucky there. They managed to stop the plant a couple of times, but M80 just had plan B, plan C, plan D. They had everything in their pocket, ready to go, and just still managed to get the round over the line. 6-2 now, and it is not looking good for Secret. As I said, out of those first 3 attacking rounds for M80, round 7, 8, 9, Secret needed to be winning that 2-1 at least.
Well, round 6 and 7, Tim.
Thank you, Des. They needed to be winning at least 2 of those first. They didn't. They now find themselves 6-2 down, needing 4 rounds in a row. Nothing that they've done here on Lair so far suggests that they're going to win any of them. It's not the end of the world. It wasn't their map pick. M80, we know, very good Lair team. And they've come in here and shown exactly why. And exactly why the NAL's #1. I've been impressed with them the last couple of days, really have.
Yeah, I've really enjoyed watching them play, and it's good seeing them work their way out of problems because, you know, we've heard some of the tap timeouts from Fabian, we've seen the impact, well, or the lack of impact back in Map 1, but one thing I commended them on back then was they figured out a problem by themselves. They learned that playing slower on border was the way to pull Secret down to their level, rather than M80 having to be forced to match Secret at their level, which is what Fabian was calling for, you know. Power them, play aggressive, get up there and fight them. Instead, thinking about that little bit deeper and playing more defensively worked wonders for them. It got them the 2 final rounds of the half. And so I'm enjoying that I'm seeing, 1, they can fix problems by themselves, 2, Fabian can step in with really good tap timeouts like he did yesterday to repair things. But also as a team, they look very complete, like especially Gavin and Diffuser I've been super impressed by, but let's not make any bones about it. All of them have had their part to play, and I'm hoping they make a deep run at the competition. Ooh, wow.
Yep, not the best start for
He's
them.
just playing the game on hard mode now, mate. That's all.
The thing is, the 6-2 up, you know, it's not the end of the world taking a chance getting up there. He's opened that up, I'm guessing. He's probably stuck his face in it. There's no nitros that are missing. Maybe the impact nade hit him, I don't know. But there's nothing wrong with that at this point.
You'll enjoy this. Nomus Ultimus in chat said, the Casters are British, one of them is hard Scottish. That's why he sounds like that.
It must be you that he's talking about.
Tim is Mancunian, so not quite as far north of Scotland. Trust me, if he was Scottish, you would not be able to understand him at all.
I'm not Mancunian.
You are, though.
I don't have a Mancunian accent.
Granted, not like I haven't got like a Brummie accent, but I still say I'm basically a Brummie.
We're Northwest. Am I North? I don't know. Northwestern's not really specific enough, but there we go.
Well, here we go, the pressure's mounting up, shields are bearing down on towards Doom, trying to stop them getting in, takes out Kino as he sidesteps around the Uwu shield, and a second one on below as well, finally finished off. Very reminiscent of the play that Mowgli made earlier in getting rid of 2, but he's also fallen in the chaos. It's a 3 versus 3, and a shield still stands as long as and the Doctor shield also coming back online and available.
Yeah, that's the big point here. Hot and Cold still having that Monty online. I think Hot and Cold's actually played a great game here on Lair as well. You know, he doesn't have the big kill numbers next to his name like Diffuser, for example, but he's done a lot for his team to get this to the point that it is, and he's going to continue to do so. Just that patient work, that patient progress of pushing forward, pinging out those locations so that his team know and can move in like a guided missile. Gaveni comes through. Hot and Cold tries to get his piece of the action, but he can't as Adrian finds the headshot. 2 versus 2, but Adrian low health.
So almost a snap on towards him as well, but doesn't quite manage to find him. There's still so much time to work with here is the most crucial part, Tim. Stern, not quite what we wanted there, Gunnar, because that was his last bit of utility. A C4 in Adrian's back pocket, Gun staying up for now. They've got to force this one way or the other. They've got the mirror window to work with 2. A pre-fire comes round, but Savage wins it out. Gunnar into one more. He's just got to get rid of Adrian now, Tim, to wrap this map up. Drops down, diffuser in hand. I'm going to try and look for a plant here in the back of sight.
Yeah, I bet he can get this down. Adrian's going to do a little bit of rearranging of the floorboards there to try and get the angle down onto him. And Gunnar's just going to move to a little random off spot, try and get this diffuser down. He sticks
no
it.
idea.
Adrian doesn't see him, doesn't know he's on the other side of the wall. And now Adrian on low health is surely going to have to approach this hatch.
He's really got to respect the shotgun though, Tim. We know how dangerous they can be, even at mid-range like this. He gets a single sniff of him. Gunnar is pretty much done, but Adrian looks like he's looking for something that just ain't there, Tim. He's so elusive at this point, Gunnar. Sat waiting, watching this hatch. If there's a drop to come through, it's going to be sometime soon, maybe hoping that Adrian assumes he's dropped away from sight, but he is not. He's still there, ready and waiting as we get towards the last 15. Out it comes, drops in, and Gunnar ready for him to come on through. Round 9 is theirs, the map is theirs, which means you've got a third map to decide how this one goes. Tim, M80 winning out on Lair.
It was inevitable that Adrian would have to drop the hatch at some point. Gunnar knew that, played that 1v1 absolutely perfectly. He has been instrumental over the last couple of days to these solid performances that we're seeing out of M80 and continues to do so, but it's Diffuser who really takes the grandstand, really takes the headlines on Lair.
Wonderful stuff, and then, to be fair, Tim, it's what you want for a big promotion game like this. You want it to go to 3 maps. I thought we would see a 2-0 rollover, truthfully. I thought Secret would just push on with the momentum of that first map, but I'm really glad M80 has showed a bit of grit and are still in this one. We spoke a bit about Cafe. Yeah, there's a great record for M80, but both teams are pretty good on it. I can't say which way it's going to go.
Yeah, the reality is that final map is absolutely anybody's. I think I always say this in a best of 3, it feels like the team that wins map 2 carries a bit of momentum and an advantage into map 3 at least. They're the ones that have bounced through, especially in that fashion for M80. 7-2, very convincing from them. Diffuser, as I said, already picked him out, but 13 and 5, 89% cost. What about Gaveni though? 100% cost, having a positive impact and effect for his team in every single round.
Yeah, I mean, for Gavin, we spoke a lot about him yesterday as well. Continues playing brilliantly. Diffuser again stands as the man of the moment. I looked at it earlier on. Coming into today, he was like 5th highest rated in the tournament. Can only guarantee across this series he's propelling himself further up those standings. Can't wait to see how all that sits and lies. But for Cafe, as I've sort of said, I just can't call which way it goes.
No.
Both teams have shown a lot of capability. If I look at like overall map structure, you compare Border, for example, to Lair. You'd say Cafe is a bit more like Lair than it is like Border. Do you then lean towards M80? Don't quite think so. I think a lot of it will come down to the bans as well and how the teams then choose to play the map.
Yeah, it's going to be a lot of strategy, you know, who can kind of big brain it and work their way through. It's going to be Twister versus Fabian. You know, the coaches are going to have a big impact. The setup's going to have a big impact here, you know, on what they can squeeze out of that map.
And it's going to be a juicy one. And speaking of Sim, let's go to a break. When we come back, that third map awaits. We'll see you guys in just a few.
They can try and stick it. The drop. Charla comes in, finds one, can't find the second. Shepard getting the shutdown, but not before. Charla confirms the next one. Shepard's onto a 3K. They're sticking off on the plan. Pojo coming on the upstairs. Does Shepard know? He must know. Don't look away now. Shepard.
Right on that corner.
Feed him? I don't
They think they're on
are.
the staircase, but they left earlier from that position.
Oh, Akali will have heard that. There's no way. JV surely thinks that this is free. He's been droned up ahead.
I'd be tempted to make a push. I mean, if they drone the rotate and there is no vert on it, which I don't know if there is or not.
Surely there is.
I mean, surely there is, right?
I like the gridlock pick here. We're seeing the impacts used to try and counter those trap stingers. Could this be an early execute from KZ with the Sens walls?
I mean, they got the solar, so they will know what's happening. Unless they do the thing where they plant on top of the wall, because see all those different dots? That's each singular little wheel drop from the Sens. They don't know if they're planting it on as they overclock, then you'll see it.
He's not going to know. He hears it. He knows where that plant's going down. But there's no way to deny that plant. He might be able to double impact it. Surely misses the second. That surely would have denied the plant, but no, instead, CHE have let it slip through their fingers. And Furia are well on their way to a decisive first half of Lair. CAG might just be a few rounds away from saying goodbye to Munich, but not if Akali has anything to say about it. Philippox might trade him on back. Job not done yet. Furia need more kills, and Herds has gone big for 2. Chibisu trades, but there's nothing left to be done for CAG. Furia dominate on their attack. It's a 5-1 split, and the Brazilians are back in action.
That round feels like a bit of a heartbreaker to me if you're a CAG fan. They played well. The sense, the information, the ping, the impact grenades, but the execution, it falls short. They were gonna deny the plant, they're gonna take down Nate, play the round 5v4, and they're not gonna give Fury a second plant attempt. But he's jiggling on the vert, and the second impact hits the beam and does not find that spot in between. And just like that, with that one singular mistake, Furia, they get the post plant, and with that, the round. The devil's back into being the details, and when that's the case, it means it's going to be a closer matchup. But again, in a close game, Furia, the more experienced team, the better team, will more often than not come out on top.
And now for CAG, 2 rounds away from elimination.
That sucks.
After such a challenging year.
It's been a challenging year, but they've done so well.
They have. I mean, they started this year by winning the APAC 6 Invitational qualifier and going to SI. They beat Furia 2-0 at SI. They exceeded expectations at the start of this year. We thought finally this roster rebuild is looking good. You know, Arkuli was back on the team. They looked really solid at Reload. Of course, the first ever APAC team to make a grand final. Stage 1 looking solid until roster drama. DD has to sub in as a coach. Well, firstly, they had to forfeit the whole of Stage 1. DD comes in the coach. Stage 2, these guys are like, we're kind of out of the conversation of the best in APAC North.
How good could they possibly be?
We're talking about Fearex and D+ now, and then CAG come through and do it. They not only win the APAC North upper bracket, but they also go and win the APAC Major Qualifier, take first seed at that LAN in Melbourne. Melbourne, and everyone's thinking they're the best APAC team. Ready to make a splash. They lose their first game against FaZe. They choke the hell out of their match against G2, and they run out of steam against Furia.
I had to wonder what could have happened if CG had a few more games to prove themselves. But then again, the best teams in the world don't get that many chances, right?
You know, what if they were playing teams like, you know, SSG, Wildcard, instead of teams like FaZe, GC? They did. They got a bit unlucky.
FaZe, G2, Furia,
but it's 3 different teams. I mean, look, D+ played Furia. It wasn't a problem for them. Shopify Rebellion played Furia. It wasn't a problem for them. You can't dwell on excuses. All you can do is act. And there is no time like the present for CAG.
You got the ops for it. Deimos and Blackbeard and Grim, they want to take full control of the information game and good weapons and gadgets. Right now they're waiting down that fire from the Goyo canister. Fire goes out, and Eniton walks on in. Has to make the play. Lead his team forward. Just gets a Sami behind him, and it's swung by JV. And just like that, another round with CAG are playing 4v5.
Another angle as well for Hertz. Dancing between the beams, Shuri will fall. Cully tries to save his pride, but a second will be found. Thankfully for him, it's even numbers. After the bloodbath in operations, Furia must fall back.
Even numbers, but still a long way to go. CAG, they're missing map control. They're all outside the building right now, just droning and resetting. We know Furia has fallen on back, but they need to make sure that there's nobody hiding in the corners, nobody going for a play. They got hot destruction, they got intel, 1 Grim P canister, and they got grenades and flashbangs. They technically have all the tools they possibly could need for this 3v3. It comes down to execution, it comes down to details. And that is where Furia has been the better team.
And what can CAG do when they don't have the Ying, when they don't have the Monty or the Blackbeard? What can they do when it just comes down to getting your guns up? The last of the Grimm's Bees is about to be deployed by DD, and it lands square in position. However, straight on that jammer, KZ will not be exposed. Nade prone in his position, but KZ will fall regardless. Pox and Nade. The clutch up for Furia and claim match point, but Pox has fallen. It's all up to Nade. TCSG in hand. DD puts it to bed. CAG are not done yet.
Simple but good. Simple but effective. And in that 3v3, when they were resetting the round, just droning it out, I could hear DD just talking the entire time. They are mapping out where the players were most likely and how they can pick it apart. Because, you know, breaching, planting, all those things, it can be a bit tricky against the smoke. So just trying to figure out where can we walk on in, what angles are opened up, which angles we gotta worry about, and take it from there. And it kind of comes down to Hertz going for a swing and a miss onto Akoli, because he whipped half his magazine. Sometimes it's as simple as, guys, I missed my shot.
And let's look at the energy from DD after that round happened as well.
He's screaming every round, and he's IGLing every second. The guy's voice has got to be shot soon.
Like, dude, is this the missing ingredient for CAG all along? They actually just needed to go and recruit their coach back onto the playing roster. I mean, he's never played on this roster before. No. He's only ever been their coach. Maybe they just needed that backbone, they needed that IGL, so everyone else on this roster who's a great fragger has that license, that permission to go and play how they need to play, take more risks.
There's got to be a ton of respect from the players, because if you assign someone to be a coach, it's because you respect their understanding of the game, their knowledge, and what they're capable of. When that coach then has to become a player, again, because DD was a player once before, I'm sure there is so much respect from the players of CAG, despite the fact that they are more experienced than DD is. Because he is now their leader, he's their captain. And they've not seemingly had any internal issues with that.
It's funny, I mean, we've talked a little bit about, you know, obviously getting DD in onto the playing roster. That was kind of like a band-aid fix to what was a bit of a dramatic moment. What's the long-term plan, though, for CAG, right? Do you go and you recruit another really solid Japanese player? There are tons. For example, Nina has, for a really long time, been one of the best players in Japan. There's plenty of others on that list you could consider. Realistically, don't.
Get a coach?
Just go and pick up a Brazilian coach.
Welcome back. If you want to keep on watching that game, then it's over on the A stream, but there is plenty to enjoy here on the B stream. We're going to map 3, Tim, of our series between M80 and Secret. We expected at the start of the series. I did think after the first map we'd see a 2-0 coming out for Secret, but both teams are really thrown down and show what they can do on their respective maps. Cafe is what now separates them.
Yeah, it's been reasonably spicy so far, but I think we're about to ramp up the Scoville level in here, Des. The heat is going to be applied, and Cafe is going to be a real fight, a real battle, a duel between these two to see who can take that top spot and qualify straight through to the next phase.
Absolutely. And, of course, the loser, they're not out yet. They go down tomorrow into the 2-1 bracket. So they'll still be in best of threes because they're still potentially able to
Another
qualify.
2 chances.
Exactly, yeah. They've got an extra few lives to play with because you've had such a great start to the tournament, and that is your reward. However, it's probably also slightly exhausting having to play best of 3 after best of 3 after best of 3 before you even got towards the final. But if you ask some teams, they'd say, actually, we really like the warm-up, the fact that we get to play a bunch of best of 3s and figure out the things that are going wrong in longer series for us, or work on our veto a little bit. There'll be various things that benefit them, no doubt. All that matters right now, though, is, of course, seeing out the end of this one. And at least from what my other screen is telling me, Secret start on the defense, Cafe being one of our more defender-sided maps, Tim. So it sounds like it favors them, but as we've already said throughout this series, Secret are a predominantly attacker-leaning team. It's where they are at their strongest. So if they have a bad defense here and M80 come out good on the attack, it could rock them enough that second half isn't enough to get them through the series.
Yeah, absolutely. I think both teams are going to be, they know what's at stake here, and they know that they need to come out and have a really strong start. Having that kind of slow, that weakness for the first couple of rounds is not going to be good enough. This is where you start defining good teams and great teams. And if one of them can come out and get an advantage, then more's the better. I'm not so sure that's going to be the case. I think it wouldn't be surprised to see 3-3 halves and a bit of overtime, or maybe 4-2 and a return 4-2 on the other side. I think it's going to be very, very tight.
Speak about Fury for a second as well, because of course they're playing in that elimination game against Cyclops right now. Are they hitting form at the right time, Tim, on day 2?
Did Fury just wake up?
Did they? Or are Cyclops not playing at the kind of level we know they can?
The question is, have they gone too far? Are they too close to the brink now to pull it back? Because they are in best of 3s. Every single one of them, if they lose, they will be eliminated now. So they've got to win today, they've got to win tomorrow, they've got to win the day after.
They're putting the game on hard mode, mate.
Yeah, exactly.
They've let FaZe have their fun in the sun, and now Fury like, okay, it's coming back to the real champions.
There's no extra chances for them. So, yep, they can turn it on now, but the question is, are they too close to danger to avoid it?
I think they could probably fight their way through. Yeah. The problem is if you get to the 2-2 bracket, and say for example M80 have had a brilliant couple of days, they lose this series, they go on tomorrow and lose that one. They're at 2-2. Fury will come up against again one of the strongest teams that we have at the tournament. One of them has to go home. So you're kind of just by the very nature of being down there today in that losers bracket, occupying a slot that many would put, I'll be honest, like a wild card or an Enterprise or a Weibo in there, but instead it's Furia, one of the best teams that we've got around the world. So it does make for some very, very tantalizing games on the last day of this phase. No, we're not talking about phase right now, Tim. We're talking about M80 and Secret. We're talking about these two as we go in towards Cafe, as mentioned. Secret start on the defense, M80 on the attack. Let's take a look at our operator bands first and foremost.
Yeah, see if we already spoke about, the little odd unusual ban. Let's see if we get anything different getting thrown in here, or whether it is stock standard. Have a couple of defenders will be banned out by M80. Secret will get the opportunity to ban out 2 attackers, and then once we've played 3 rounds at the start of round 4, there will be an opportunity for them to both ban an additional operator. Azami Monte, so we are stock standard at this point. And will it be a double shield ban, or will we see something like maybe a Ying taken away by Secret? It depends what they expect the focus for M80 to be. Everybody's selected and locked in, so they will come through.
Nice.
It's going to be a Blitz and a Castle, okay.
I was going to say, Azami and Castle are the 2 most banned operators against Secret on this map, so really following form here and sticking to what they've seen other teams doing. And on the other side, it's looking at those 2 double shield bans coming out. The Monty doesn't surprise me. That's also the most banned operator against M80. We've already seen what Hot and Cold was doing with it on the last map. It was banned away after round 3. I think Secret have just realised we really don't want to face off against that. But also removing away the Blitz removes the opportunity to see the Blackbeard and Blitz combo that we then saw M80 run for the remainder of the game. So it's almost like preemptively trying to get out of the way of things that really bother them the most. And it kind of surprises me that a shield team like Secret are the ones saying, we've had enough now. Let's just get them off the board. Don't have to worry about shields anymore, because I can guarantee in the second half, they'll be running them themselves.
Unless M80 decide to return fire right back at them. So we go into round 1, top floor. Okay, interesting choice from Secret. I've spoken at length over and over and over and over about this choice. It tends to sit around a 50% defensive win rate. It really is sort of win as many as you lose. I personally prefer the other 3 sites on the map. Let's see whether Secret can get it done. What I will say is if they go here for the first round, they've got a plan, they get it locked down up on the top floor, I think that gives them a real strength, because then they've got, you know, big sites that they're able to go to after this one.
But now probably starting the way up on the roof, as I think are all pretty used to seeing at this point on Cafe. Every team starts up there, they get the hatches opened up, they get their drones in. They typically want to get control of top red before worrying about much else. Of course, this top floor, you haven't got to worry about clearing out top floor to then focus on getting down towards kitchen or down towards the second floor. It is a bit more direct towards site, do not pass go, do not collect $200. But do they know about the player inside of Cigars? We've just seen him lay down behind that desk. Is he going to surprise him? I believe it's Savage who's in there, ratting and waiting.
I think he's been protected as well. The drone not getting deep enough in order to see him, so this could be a really big problem. It's the Blackbeard that's going to be pushing forward as well. If Keno's not aware of this, they're going to lose a serious power operator. It's going to be one or the other, a dead easy kill onto the Blackbeard or a dead easy kill onto Savage. The fact that he's gone left straight away under that new hatch would suggest that he's got no idea that the Solus is that in that position.
Problem is, if it's a shield bearing down on him, then it's a bit like, oh. C4 comes over and finds one up. He steps. They had no idea he was there, Tim. The basics of droning not quite follow them through this round. Gaveni's at least there to get the trade, but you've lost 2 massive operators. The flank watching, a gridlock as well as the nades that brings, but most importantly, Tim, the Kappa Tower and all that fire and smoke.
Yeah, big losses for M80. Going to be very difficult now, I would imagine, to get themselves on into this site and be effective. Going to just very aware of the possibility of that top floor jump out. Mowgli manages to take down Gaveni, and that leaves us now 2v3, 2v2 as Keno finds one, and this is M80 all over, just finding a way back into things with kill after kill, but Doom is going to shut down the Blackbeard, and Gunnar, all alone on the roof, is going to go for the rotate.
Got a lot to do here, yeah, and I don't see how he manages to pull this one over the line. Not against Doom and Adrian, who, especially Adrian, has been having a brilliant series so far. Just don't think he lets him in. And also, I'm sure there's a bunch of you in chat talking about it, but in case not, little update on what's happening over on the other stream. Close your ears if you don't want to hear it now. Fury have won 2-0, which means Cyclops are our first team going home, Tim.
I've said it before, I'll say it again, I really do feel for them. Secret is going to win out that first round. Doom will pick up the final kill, and that's going to see them go 1-0 up. And as I said, I feel that top floor is always a little bit of a gamble. It's always a little bit of a roll of the dice to pick that, especially as your first choice site. Going up there and getting that win for Secret, they've now got reading, they've got kitchen, they've got mining, all available for them. As it is, I think they're going to be going all the way down to the ground floor, to the kitchen site. They can follow that up with another power site afterwards. This looks good for them. They could come away with a 3-0 quarter. M80 are going to have to do a lot more than they did in that last round.
It's always the worry I have about this map, because like I said, it is one of our more defender-leaning typically throughout the game. Like, yeah, sure, there's maybe small pockets where it's not the most defender-leaning or where it's actually quite attacker-leaning for once. But by and large, Cafe always has been, I imagine always will be, quite a defender-leaning map. And I do think Secret are going to have a good half here. Dare I say we're going to see the same again, Tim, where it's like a 4-0 start and then M80 win 2 rounds at the end of the half just to pull it back a little bit. It would be classic given how the last 2 maps have gone.
Well, I believe the intel that I'm getting is whoever loses this map should face up against Weibo tomorrow.
Oh, well, enjoy your trip home then, Weibo.
So that's going to be, I tell you what, we thought that they might be losing today, Des, but they came out with the result. I think it is maybe going to be a little bit more difficult for Weibo when they get into the best of 3s, which they will be doing tomorrow. But, you know, they've shown us today that they are no slouchers, able to play, able to win, and could well have a surprise in the tank. But I believe that is who our loser will be matching up against, and that will be a qualification match. They will have another opportunity to get themselves through to the next phase. Of course, the winner here will already be qualified, and will just be enjoying a little day off.
Yeah, that's us on Tuesday, Tim.
It will.
Tuesday's actually the group stage day that we're not working, isn't it? So we were obviously yesterday, today, tomorrow, Tuesday off. Wednesday is round 1 of playoffs that is played obviously off stage. Thursday is then rehearsal and prep day. And then Friday, Saturday, Sunday, the live stage.
I believe so.
Which again, I'm so excited for everyone to see. It
so
is
good.
The coolest stage, genuinely, that we have had at a Siege event. And we've seen some very cool stages. So do tune in on Friday to check that one out. It is awesome. You're going to love it, I promise.
Okay then, here we go. We've got the mid-floor sweep coming across. Gavini is in there really quick actually. He's got the book. He's 1 minute 50 left on the clock. We usually, as a threshold for this clearance, look at about 1 minute 30 to be opening up the ground. The ram is already active. The skeleton key is getting to work as well. So this is really good progress from M80. Very quick, but problem is, sometimes you can be a little bit too quick. They've got ahead of themselves. Savage is going to pick up Gunner. So that gives an entry kill to Secret and a big advantage. Yeah, I got a bit too casual there and opening up all the things that you typically have to open up on the second floor before you can start looking down into the kitchen itself. It's giving Savage a free chance to just remove the ram on above. I believe he was on the double door above and exposed himself a bit too easy after that floor had been opened up. And down he goes from there. So it means M80 have got to play it out of 4v5. They've got things like the Sens on side, but you are now going to have to leave another player upstairs to deal with the vertical angles is my main concern. It does mean you've got less firepower on the downstairs when it actually comes to the execute itself. I'm not convinced about the placement of that track stinger there from Diffuser. I don't know how well they've kind of propagated and covered towards the red corridor, but they were certainly heading more up the stairs than down. And you know, you're not really going to get a flank from above at this point. You certainly shouldn't be anyway. Hot and Cold tries to go into those light screens to get a plant down, but as you can see, he was just being peppered through them. And right now, he just needs to kind of get a little bit tricky with his positioning. As he does, he goes in, looking to get in behind that bomb chassis, but the diffuser's been dropped. 28 seconds left to go. M80, they're in all sorts of trouble, Des. This is the Warrior. I've got the team, like I said, they're having to leave a second player upstairs. So Gaveni's up there. Kino's the one actually on site, and at this point, Secret can afford to wait. There's only 15 seconds to go, but Gaveni's got rid of Mowgli. Make that another. Surely not Gavin saving another round. It's a 1 versus 1. Gav looking to get his teammate up. Plant surely to follow. Noah has got to go absolutely massive here. And they've managed to find it, Tim. Gav is the magic man over these last couple of days. Another round recovered for M80. Absolutely phenomenal stuff. Taking the choice to get his teammate up. He knew he needed to because he needed that cover in order to be able to put a plant down. If you're a 1v1, and you go down to put the plant on the ground, you are leaving yourself defenseless. Great decision and well played in a very tough, high-pressure situation there with about 15 seconds or less left on the clock. M80 managed to grab Kitchen, and Secret will move on to mining. Just spectacular. Those are the kind of rounds that come the end of this map if it's close. That's what we're going to see. I'm telling you now, it's going to overtime. You reckon? I'll tell you now. Do you want to say the line early? Just say it now. Honestly, it wouldn't surprise me one little bit. I think they're going to battle like this, 1 for 1 for 1 for 1, and it'll be, you know, maybe 2-1, 3-1, but then it'll be 3-3, and it'll just, I think it's just going to stay super close. I wonder actually how many like big moments that we've seen him have throughout this series. I know there was definitely some yesterday that we've seen Gavin pull out, but he won 2 clutches on the last map alone. The 1v3 on border that he had, I think, is one of the best clutches that we're going to see.
5 seconds left before
today at least. And obviously that last round won't count as a clutch, but for all intents and purposes it may well have been, in which case you're looking at 3 in a series there for him, which is absolutely magic. You know, brilliant stuff, and those are the kind of things that can turn a game around. Obviously didn't help them back on border. It came close, but not quite close enough. On Lair, it was a very dominant win anyway. On Cafe, it could be what splits between victory and defeat. Savage doing work on the Soulless. Again, we've seen a lot of Soulless players prior to the buffs that she got, but very recently did get a couple of nice touch-ups in terms of the buffs. And now a lot of other teams are running around with her, and those that were playing her before, well, are playing her even more, Tim. It's good to see her back in the meta again. Does make it quite frustrating for attackers and impede them somewhat. It's why I think Gav here has got to cross on towards the IQ, just to help them sniff around and figure out where the magnets are, but most importantly, where the Soulless is. Much better placement of the track stinger. That's going to do a much better job of stopping any flank from coming up those stairs. And top floor is well defended at the minute by Team Secret. If we have a look, they've got 3 up there. It's Noah, Mowgli and Adrian that have been tasked with holding on to this. Gunner brings the Grim. We've not actually seen too much luck for people playing the Grim. They tend to get taken out before that utility is needed. Adrian manages to pick up Hot and Cold, but trade is going to be there. I really like that. The team play coming in from M80 there. We can see the multiple angles, the crossfire established from high, from low, getting the job done. Gunner was the one who found the kill. Hot and Cold is a big loss though. They've got no other verticality now that the gridlock has been taken out, and Secret are so comfortable. Is it a stock market, Tim? They're back and forth in terms of these kills. It's ridiculous. Once again, Gav is left in a 1vx, so has got a bit of work to do. And he's got Noah down? No. Noah literally had to wait for his teammate to come and join him there, and this could have been a pretty cozy close instead. I'll tell you what, he is the magic man, Tim. Give him Magic Wand. Give him the hat.
Yeah, go.
Do you get a kiss from your coach if you get 2 clutches?
Give him a kiss. There we go. Look, phenomenal stuff again from Gaveni. Absolutely brilliant there. The way that he just played around. Am I picking him up? Am I not? You get that little bit of a sound cue to the resuscitation, and it just wasn't going to be because he was up. He was guns in his hands, ready to go. Took the fight and won the situation. Brilliant stuff, and it pulls the timeout from Secret.
How do you have a conversation during that timeout saying, oh, yeah, this is how we respond to a guy clutching up? I said it a little bit yesterday, to be fair. I was like, in the spots when you've got players making big clutches like that, it's normally something you're doing wrong to enable it.
Smart, what they are doing, okay? Yep. Let's think about this, our swings on the late rounds. We think what we're doing. If someone is playing, we play together. If no one's playing, we can stay alive, we can stay alive.
Where you guys are playing, so people can react on the view, because people cannot see every time where you guys are playing or what you're doing. So make sure that you guys are talking about that so people can react properly.
We're playing really good. It was like perfect to making like time for fights to game too. Like we're pretty good guys. We just need to make sure. Yeah, we just need to make sure like we have this small stuff and we are.
So calm.
They're very right in the small things. Like I say, if you're letting someone clutch up, it's because you're the one making the mistakes. And I was a bit astounded at how Noah had taken a 1v1. I was like, what are you trying to do here? Why are you being the hero? He's behind the class shield, got stuck in the 1v1, couldn't get rid of Gav, and it left Gav into a 1v1 that he then ended up winning out. And with a bit of patience, it could have been a 2 versus 1. So I think, as you've heard Savage say, as you just heard Twister say, it's small things to adjust here rather than anything that is massively wrong in how Secret are playing.
Yeah, I would agree, but the problem is you've got to make those adjustments quickly, Des, because this one could run away with you up on the top floor again. Well, you know, Secret may well love this site. They may well be able to lock it down every time, but every time I see it, I just feel like it's an opportunity for the defenders, for the attackers to do something. If M80 can come away with a win here on the top floor, go 3-1 up, boy oh boy, do they cruise towards qualification. And I have Noah on the mirror. That's the one that I'm really looking towards here. Difficult operator to deal with up on this top floor. We've had the triple shield ban has come in from Secret during that banning phase. And also, no surprise to see the clash taken away. You know, they didn't win out the day for them in the last round, but it certainly could have done. And M80 wanting nothing more to do with it.
I'm not surprised. It's just frustrating to play against, isn't it, right? And it was more a misplay from Noah than it was the operator not being like fit for purpose or anything, because playing around that clash there, making use of the constant slow field that she projects, that would have been probably enough to turn a 2 versus 1 in their favour. Either way, it's off the board, and if you say so are all the shields. It does mean Capital, which has been banned away against M80 a couple of times now, is available to make use of. And I think as we've seen from many teams, Capital, a very, very powerful operator. Claymore's always helping on this map, but it's much more about the utility in back pocket, the smoke and the fire that really does the hard yards.
Gaveni always one now to keep an eye on. 8-1. Unbelievable stuff so far. Doom does take down Diffuser, but Kino is there. And we cannot overlook Kino's contribution to this, not a victory yet, but to this performance that M80 have been delivering. He has been solid throughout all of the maps and continues to be so. 4-2, picking up an important trade there. And look who he's taken down. It's going to be the Warden that is off the board. Always a big loss, especially with the Capitao on board. 2 smoke arrows still available to them. So that is now utility that could be really damaging to Team Secret.
It's been really interesting for M80. They've spun between like Nomad and Gridlock. They had both back in round 1. In this round, it was more the Gridlock, plus a whole ton of Claymores coming out. You know, partly because of the site itself, not wanting to see jump outs or run outs all the time, of course. Gridlocks tend to get used more internally on things like stairs. But it does just show they're very, very mindful of potential aggression coming out from Secret. Savage there trying to get into a pretty scary position, but dealt with handily by Gunner. Once again, the North Americans have got a man advantage.
And it was running through that smoke. Wouldn't have happened to the Warden, for example. Kino manages to pick up Noah, but Adrian is there on top floor around those small bars to be able to pick up hot and cold. Now 2 versus 2. Mowgli is low health, playing around bar. You've got Adrian in Cocktail, so there is a little bit of space on the other side of the map. If Gunner and Kino wanted to move in from Cigar and Piano, but they don't want to have to play into that mirror window that's in bar back storage. Mowgli has taken up that spot.
The problem is by trying to ignore Piano in that case, then you really restrict the options that you have. Can try and force the 1v1 here on towards the Iruni, sorry, of Adrian. No, sorry, it's Mowgli that was behind it on the Jaeger. He can't do anything about it. It's Gunner steps forward, finds one. Gav might be gone, but he's still up. It's down to a 1 versus 1. Kino, I mentioned he's been having a big series so far, Tim. Just got to find out this kill onto Adrian. No worries because of the bullet coming on through, but Adrian has rounded his way in towards storage. Secret get another round on the board, 2-2.
Just shows the value of those bulletproof cameras. It was constantly lighting up the position of Keno. He saw him glance towards it, but he just didn't have time to take his eye off the gunfight. And again, I know I talk about Brava a lot, but it just shows the value of that operator. Often not banned out, often available, often left on the bench. You can get those cameras cleared away, then that might have been a different outcome. Secret fight back, 2-2.
All right. Now we can say that line of we have a game on our hands, Tim. You didn't say, I think the score was 1-1 when you said it. You're like, oh, it's going to overtime. And I was like, really? Are we that early on? But so far, they are keeping pace with each other. Small correction from that tack timeout has got Secret back and cooking. But as I spoke about at the game start, Cafe is one of our more defender-leaning maps. They need to be getting the next couple of rounds on the board. You give them 80 a 3-3, start to feel a little bit nervous about the possibility of that second half. A couple of changes coming in as well with the Ram and the Book joining us for this round. No surprise, we are attacking down into Kitchen, which means once again we're looking towards those verticals and ideally not losing the Ram too early on as well to a cheeky straight shotgun from below. Oh, there's no Bravo though, and towards the Maestro. So I think Joom, I didn't see it at the time, but I think Joom hit it away because he had 3 of those bubbles still in back pocket and is now running around to get them out now that it's too late for M80 to be able to bring the Bravo along. So this could actually be a real headache, Tim.
What's that, Des? Not enough Bravo use? I keep saying it, and I will keep on saying it. There's so much value to those clutch drones going in and being able to destroy and capture those defender electronics, and I just don't think that we often see enough of it. You know, I look at an operator like Glaz. I'm not, you know, singling anybody out. Glaz can be extremely useful, and we see some real value, but the point is, if you're not going to bring the Brava when there's both a Fenrir and a Maestro on side, you better be making some value out of that Glaz.
How many times can you say value in a couple of sentences there, Tim?
Value.
Spot on. FNAT's at least taken, I won't say offline, of course, the ones that are activated stay activated, but there's no toggling of those anymore. But I actually think it was actually Mowgli also being hidden away, so they can seal both of those operators. You know, typically you see bulletproof cameras on this site as well, which is another consideration, but I've chosen to try and crack on here without Twitch, without the Brava, without any real option to deal with that gadgetry. We'll see how they get away with it. It's the same sort of timing as last time around, by the way. About a minute 44 it was on the clock as we saw these rolling on through site, destroying all the floorboards. M80 at least showing pretty good pace to them in the round, and this time around they're the ones with the entry rather than being the ones suffering from it.
The Book will continue to open up above, going to get around that hatch, just make sure that Freezer is a no-go area for the defenders so that they can get this hard breach gadget down in safety. It's a common one to maybe get a Nitro underneath and wait for that hard breach gadget to activate because it tells you there's somebody stood right there. It's sometimes an opportunity. Adrian is going to keep it in pocket for the time being. Being on the Tubarão, he is going to be playing inside of VIP. I have a look across. There's no deployable shields. I always worry about that position. I understand why you play the Tubarão there. You've got the Zoto canisters. You can play them onto the hatch to prevent it being breached. You can also play them to the bottom of white stairs to prevent yourself being swung. But I just feel like there's no protection when you don't have that deployable shield brought along.
Oh, at this point, maybe it's fire coming on through. There's a lot of utility coming through. The first 2 firebolts, rain smoke also to follow. Adrian for now tucked in deep, but Gunner's got a second in the round. 10 minutes, the smoke that's gone. Holding on to the angle was Gavin, but Adrian has put him in the mud. No one yet pushing him. The Outer starts singing, gets one. It is back and forth between the two, and now we're down to a 2v2. The east side held by M80. Secret holding on to Bakery in the west.
Keno absolutely finding that value that I wanted from the Glaz to ensure that it was worthwhile bringing them along instead of the Brava. Takes down an important position by removing VIP. This is why you want your Brava, Des.
Nothing they can do about it as well. They're going to see everything through the smoke, forced to chase them down. You might get rid of an Evil Eye, but not the operators behind them. They're a bit excited, Tim.
I bet M80 wish they had a way to deal with that Maestro.
They didn't see it, to be fair. It was very well done by Secret. They did conceal it away. But again, the energy is now important, I think, for the side of Secret. They've been very quiet the first couple of rounds, but since they've started getting a couple more on the board, you've seen those levels pick back up again. I think we've got a quick tech pause here while one of our players on M80 reconnects. And then we get things underway. I would say there are any questions for the chat, but I don't know how much time we've got. But if you've got any quick questions, give us a shout. we'll see what we can answer.
I think the big problem for M80 at the minute is they've actually played well in, I think, more than 2 of these rounds. They've had some big moments in rounds that they've lost, and given that they're playing so well but are still behind, I think it starts to become a bit of a mental block then. It's, you know, you've got to be careful that that energy doesn't drop within the team, because you don't want it to become kind of like, well, you know, what more can we do? And it starts to eat at you a little bit. You know, that's what they've got to be careful of at this moment in time, especially if Secret can win. I feel like round 6 is really, really big. If Secret can win this and get the 4-2 half, yes, they are moving on to the attacking side, which isn't going to be as easy for them. But I feel like it's just a big blow to M80 then. They've played better than a 2-4 scoreline at the half.
Absolutely.
And they'll know that.
Someone asked me, Des, what part of Scotland are you from? Birmingham, I guess, has magically moved up there, in which case you could say that if you really wish. Someone did also ask for a garden update, Tim. Yeah.
Honestly.
What's happening with the garden? In fact, someone else has now asked the question, so you've got to answer it now.
It was once, I can't. I love everybody for this. I will say that. Thank you all so much for your patience and fascination with my garden works. You know, it got mentioned once as a bit of a passing comment, and it's developed its own little following. It's been phenomenal. We're very nearly at the end. The patio was relaid. The vegetable planter is in. I'm going to get some pumpkins growing ready for next year. That's the plan there.
You missed Halloween this year.
Missed Halloween, but I took the seeds from the pumpkins that my daughter carved this year. So the seeds will be going in the vegetable patch, and hopefully next year we will have some homegrown bad boys to carve up. The decking's nearly finished. That's about 90% there. I've just shorted some materials, so I'm going to get them ordered ready for when I get home, and expecting to have it finished before December.
Yeah, before Christmas will be good. Give yourself a little few weeks of room before it gets before you really settle in with the mince pies.
It'll get painted next spring once the decking's had time to weather. I'm going to get some plants in pots, a little tree in a pot up at the back as well. It's all going to be good stuff.
People really want to know when they can have a garden tour. Now we're really going to the next level.
Yeah, I'm sure I can sort out. I'm going to be careful I don't dox myself. You know, but yeah, we can sort out some photographs and whatnot.
Well, we are back in, as you see. Managed to get Gunnar back into the lobby, so the game can continue. How things stand, Secret, they're eyeing up that 4-2. It should have been the scoreline they had really from the off. But M80 have certainly made them sweat all throughout this half. That attack timeout proving to work wonders for Secret, as they've won the last 2 rounds in a row off the back of it. And in this round, very heavy on the intels and now with the Newt, the Mozzie, the Solar's coming on through. A bit of an early scrap coming on here as well. That's a great C4 on the other side of the wall. Diffuser, no idea it was coming. Pays for it with his life, and after how well he's played in this series and yesterday, Tim, he's 0-6 here on Cafe.
Yeah, it feels like the momentum's just starting to kind of creep away from M80 a little bit. Secret building up ahead of steam here. Will they be able to find that next gear? Mowgli takes out Kino. The battle is still going on for top floor as Gavin works around Cigar, trying to push into Piano, keep them guessing. It's Gunnar that's going to find the kill from White Stairs window. Manages to take down Mowgli roundabout Pixel, and that can just give a little bit of space here for M80 to push forward. Everybody now has dropped back from the top floor for Secret, so they do have control, but they are 3 versus 4, so Secret with the man advantage.
At least for now, yeah, and of course they're the ones where it's all in their favour. They're on the defensive side as the attackers begin to lose more and more of their players. Things get that little bit tougher. A C4 actually finding onto, unfortunately, one of the gadgets of Ram, but it just gives away what's going on. Gunnar taking out Doom. 3v3 with less than a minute to play, mind you. They're going to have to figure this one out pretty quick and be mindful at the same time of any would-be flankers coming up towards them. It's Noah I'm looking at the bottom of Brown, but it feels like Gunnar knows about that one. Dropping down those Grim Bees to keep them at bay for a few seconds so they can focus on the site itself.
Yeah, there's a lot of low health across everybody here. 4 of the current players on the board have got less than a full complement of health.
There we go.
There's a lot less health now available on the side of M80. They find themselves 1 versus 3 after 2 quick kills in succession. Noah is simply a breath away from death. He's going to be the easiest one for them to pick up, but I'm not sure they're going to get the opportunity. As Adrian is led prone in the train, and he delivers, manages to take out that final kill. And that's going to be Secret 4-2 on the half, and M80, they can honestly feel a little bit hard done to there, but Secret just elevating their game now.
That scream was a bit of a jump scare, wasn't it, Tim?
Yo, what up, guys? We're back.
The energy is serving them
I'm
well.
here.
That's 3 rounds in a row. They've closed
I took
out
a little
there
nappy nap, but we are
However,
back.
now the side switch. Secret go on the attack, and I've said they're a brilliant attacking team, and they are one of the best in the world.
I had to watch
but
this
it doesn't
game.
mean M80 are a bad Cafe team or a bad defensive team. So I can't really call which way this one's going to go. Take a look at the bans first, though. M80 taking away the Blackbeard, interestingly, not the Monty or the Blitz, but I'm sure that may well follow. No, going to be the Capitao instead. Secret removing 2 of our Architects, leaving Mira up, but getting rid of the Azami and the Castle.
Okay, then M80. I think 2 really important rounds coming up for them. 7 and 8. They need to win at least 1, ideally 2, get themselves back level, and then you're starting to look towards that 4-2 half that they need. The big question is, how are Secret going to be on the attack? If we look back to their record historically here on Cafe, we can see over the last 6 months or so, we've got a 55% win rate for Secret. If they can maintain that, Des, they win here and get themselves qualified.
Someone did actually ask
How's Gavin 0-1?
coaches talk during a ban phase? Yes, they can. They get to talk at the halfway mark. Feels like a good time to have a conversation, to be fair, as well as, of course, during their tack timeouts. But, and we've kind of debated this a couple of times with a few teams about what the best approach to it is. And some have generally said if you know what your bans are going to be before you go into the game, well, you can use that time as a mini tack timeout. You can course correct, you can amend, so on and so forth. And so, it feels like a sensible way to be approaching those bans overall. But here we go. Let's see what Secret can do on the attack and how M80 fare on the defense. They're starting things off up on this top floor. A pretty standard setup, although we are seeing the Jaeger Wamai coming along together.
Yeah, I think
I knew that was going to come.
Yeah.
Gunner's managed to ping himself on the Aruni gate, so I imagine this will be a rehost as we get things restarted.
Yeah, fair enough. I think, you know, you bring in the Jaeger Wamai there because, especially seeing the shield, you're really looking to hold on to Pixel Corner. They've got, and the reason that they want that is that they've got the mirror playing inside of Washroom, so you need to keep hold of Pixel so that they're not running up and smashing the mirror so that they can't just throw a Selma on there or anything else to deal with it. But also the Jaeger Wamai is going to help to protect the mirror inside of Washroom from something like a nade, say, coming in from White Corridor window. You know, there's so many areas and angles that need to be protected to hold that Pixel and Washroom area. I think that's why we see the double up on Jaeger Wamai.
I think SSG are about to play a game of Siege, Tim.
You think?
Jesus.
Maybe. Just a sneaky suspicion.
They are ready to go.
It's got a feeling.
They're going to need to be if they lose, they're out.
Yeah, it's crazy to think, isn't it? Some of the teams that we've had down in that lower area, spoke about Furia. You know, it's just been mental seeing some of the teams that are down there. So people can understand what's going on. What has happened in terms of the rehost here is there is currently an Aruni bug where it can sometimes damage defenders. It doesn't disable. They run into it. They take the damage. There is also a bug sometimes with attackers where even though they aren't touching a laser gate, the hitbox is a little bit off and they'll get zapped and they will take damage. What the admins have decided, because Aruni's pick rate isn't absolutely crazy, because teams like to pick her for a gun rather than the gadget itself, she is allowed to be picked and played. She will not be put into quarantine, but that is always able to be under review. All the teams are aware. They were all told at the very start of the day, so they're all playing by the same rules. But generally, if we see damage taken in the prep phase or at the very, very start of the attacking phase, then we get to rehost the round. That's the rule that we're currently playing too. So that is why we're in a rehost, just so you are on the same page as us and you know what's going on.
Yeah, it shouldn't take too long to get it sorted and get everybody back in and ready to roll. And we will continue on with this one. Secret currently sit at 5-2. Big advantage for them. And it's going to be a tough road forward for M8 from here. No, it was 4-2, wasn't it? It was just after the half that we've had the top pause. It's so the
literally in our first round, Tim. Yeah.
Incorrect score up at the top left. That's what threw me. It's 4-2 currently to Team Secret. They haven't got that advantage quite just yet. But as I said, historically, 55% win rate for them on the defense of Cafe. If they can just continue with those, seems like an easy thing to do. It's certainly an easy thing to say, much easier than it is to do. They will be able to get this one out. They would get the 3 rounds that they need, but it's not going to be as simple as that. M80, of course, going to do everything they can to make it difficult. I like the colour of the keys on Doom's keyboard as well. Very focused on the peripherals this week.
I like mouse mat as well. Noah's mouse mats are all cool.
Come on, guys.
Seen plenty of interesting coloured mice. We've discussed the snow foam green mouse that we saw yesterday. We had the
very nice
lime green that is definitely not called lime green earlier too. It's going to have some weird name, I can almost guarantee it.
Okay, let's get into it. We're back with the game. Secret versus
I didn't put my camera on.
4-2 Secret, and we are heading up to that top floor. We just come back after a short rehost. We're going to have the same lineups, and I would imagine pretty much the same setup, given that we've got the same We've got Wamai and Jaeger both coming in there. We saw that setup that was happening around Pixel. Hot and Cold, of course, playing the Sentry, which brings along the deployable shield, but also the Nitro. Really valuable operator sometimes in terms of that, additional secondary utility that we can just see at the bottom of our screens. He is going to be deploying the shield onto Pixel Corner, so keep an eye through this round on that area, Washroom and Pixel Corner. There is so much utility going to be expended there. There'll be a mirror window. There will be
barely.
There will be Jaeger ADSs. There is a deployable shield there. It's all going to be in place to try and keep that safe, to prevent the attackers of Secret from being
I'm getting older, man.
across from that left-hand side of your screen.
When I stay up like that, the next day, I just feel like I'm like...
Zapped by a laser gate so things can roll on forward. We spoke a lot about this top four, and Tim, I know that you're quite a generation.
My brain and my mind feels like I'm low 20s, but my body is low 30s. Unfortunately,
look, it goes round in circles. But I know historically, over years and years, it is generally never more than about 50% defensive win rate. So I'm not saying it's a site that shouldn't be played. I'm not saying it's a terrible site. I'm saying it's a site that surprises me.
Even now, I feel like I could take another nap, but I'm pushing through now.
I'm gonna look at the stats.
That's not too much.
Have a look and see what they stand at currently, but if it is
a
seriously advantageous site for defenders, it'll be probably the first time in history. Hot and Cold will pick up that first kill onto Adrian. M80, I feel, really needed that. It powers them into the round. It takes Nomad off the board, so now you just leave those flank questions as well, and they need, I think, 2 rounds to level up 4-4 before they progress into the rest of this game.
You're going to love this, Tim. Go on. Baron Cocktail is currently 62% attacker-sided.
There you go.
The other sites are between 40 and 47.
Yeah.
There is a significant swing towards top floor being
always
attacker-sided.
Always has been.
But everyone loves playing it. It's where the defenders like to start.
But honestly, I think about, don't quote me on it, but about the best it's ever got is when you look like region-specific. Sometimes you'll have one region, like maybe SAL or something, will have like a 52% defender win rate. It barely ever gets above 50%. And when you look as a global thing, I don't think I've ever seen it above 50%. I don't know what the love is for this top floor side.
Turns out the colour of that mouse is slime green, by the way. Kino finding a C4. Yeah. Add an extra, put an S at the start, and it's completely fine, Tim, apparently. Savage in a good spot to put pressure on here, but they are in a 3 versus 5, Tim. There's 4 players out of bathroom at the very least, but there's still 2 more hanging around in storage. Not too pretty, but has got to find a kill. He does just that. Diffuser clocked through the brain at range by that pistol. Now gives his team a little bit more room. Forced out to charge.
Wow.
Well-placed name from Mowgli. Gets rid of Gavin, and suddenly a 5v3 becomes a 3 versus 3.
Yeah, a lot of this was going to come down to that Pixel Corner, as I suggested, and it has. Secret have come through and dealt with it fantastically well. Used the shield to power their way over. Gunner is low health as well here. Savage takes some damage, but it's Mowgli who's going in and really cutting this one wide open. Manages it's Noah to pick up the final kill after Mowgli had really carved a path for him. And that is going to be Secret getting themselves 5-2 now. And it is not looking good for M80. They put an awful lot of stock into Pixel Corner and Washroom, and it was as simple as walking a Monty through it.
Oh dear, M80. That energy in Secret is unmatched right now. Noah and Mowgli especially. There's a little bit of a love affair going there, a bit of a bromance, I want to say. Always hyping each other up, shouting down to each other when they have a big moment. In that round, it was Mowgli with an enormous, monstrous 3K. But really, for me, a lot of that work was done by the pressure that he created, pushing in towards bathroom, up through storage, dodging away from the C4 that came up from below. A lot of work being done, and showing that maybe, just maybe, we should have banned away a couple more of those shields, Tim.
Exactly that. You know, you've got rid of the Capitao. Wouldn't have been... Look, it's one of them. You change one thing and everything changes around it. If you leave the Capitao on the field, they're not going to deal with Pixel Corner. They're not going to deal with Washroom quite as easily because of course, the ADSs and the magnets will pick up those crossbow bolts now. So it's it wouldn't have been that straightforward, but still, you've got to look at it and say that Secret are just playing the game fantastically well. They play into what's in front of them. You're going to give us the Monty? We're going to use the Monty. Savage is going to bring it along again. We know how good Savage is on the shields. And whilst it's available, they're going to keep abusing it. And this one could be over before M80 get the chance to ban that Monty, which I'm sure is going to be the next ban.
Oh, absolutely has to be honest with you. Like, you did ban that, and you might well just run the Blitz is the problem. You know, they've got other options in their back pocket that they're more than happy to make use of. I just worry that that gap is now a little bit large. 3 rounds, it's more than the number that M80 have got on the board. Makes it feel like a, not quite an impossibility, but a very, very difficult challenge to be able to recover it. Not saying they can't do it, I'm very sure they can. The Secret are showing their attacking chop so far. The start to march on forward. And honestly, I don't want to put this on him as well, because he's had a brilliant series going 13-11, then 13-5. But currently, Diffuser is sat at 0-7 on this map, Tim.
Oh.
Just when they need him to get through this series, he's having a bit of a quiet one, and that is a real shame. He's dangerously on HP now as well. We're really not having a great time here on Cafe. Oh, that was a beautiful spin. That... Fair play, that was beautiful.
Moga's going to pick up 1, but M80 are going to pick up 3. You just said Diffuser wasn't having the best time. And there he is. Round 8 is where he starts. Manages to pick up a double, even though he's on super low health. And that gives M80 now a position of 4 versus 2. Diffuser probably going to be reasonably easily dealt with, so you could kind of look at it more of a 3 versus 2. He can't be going aggressively looking to get into gunfights. He's just going to have to take opportunities as they present themselves. But Secret right now, 2 of them are just starting to work and do what they can. Adrian is going to be the one down at the bottom of red stairs who can maybe start pressuring towards site.
There is that small little bit of...
Very separate at the minute, though, with Doom on 3rd floor.
Yeah, literally opposite ends of the map. Got a bit of work to do, but of course can create a bit of noise upstairs. Hacking out cam's never a bad idea either when there's a Valkyrie on side. So give them a little bit of information as to what's going on. You can just immediately see Mowgli, Savage and Noah all flick straight to the bulletproofs, all to the Valkyries to figure out what the Nora is going on throughout the map. A call coming out here from Doom as well. Only Kino not tagged up by it because he's inside the field of a mute jammer. These 2 of the players immediately moving it away. You know, Diffuser's the one that's a bit of risk here, I think. 1 HP to his name. A single bullet will be enough. We haven't got a lot of time, Tim. We're going to have to start this push on forward pretty much now.
And they don't seem too intent on doing so because they know that they are going into the Lions' Den. M80 have played this well and just held their positions. There you go. They knew it was coming. Diffuser has given himself every opportunity on low health to get 1, make it 2. What are we saying, Des?
Yeah, all right. bro was reminded, oh yeah, I've got 13 kills on the previous 2 maps. I need 13 here as well. That's 4 in a single round. Given he found nothing for 7 rounds in this game, that's a great way to get yourself reintroduced. The gap narrowed down to just 2 rounds, 5-3 to Secret, but M80. A cool and attack timeout. We'll see if we can hear what Fabian says, because normally he's quite loud.
We can't hear you. Yes, guys. TeamSpeak died. I can't hear anything. Oh, TeamSpeak died again. TeamSpeak died.
Rip. I imagine they'll get given another tap timeout in that case if they can't hear them. But as he was saying, it's the same sort of thing we've heard him say before. You know, you need to speak to each other. You've got to work together. You know, power was what he was saying back on board. You've got to be able to push aggressively on the defensive side and get in and at them. But we'll see if they get the one back on this in a second.
What up, Dwayne? How you doing?
We're getting 30 additional seconds, Tim. There we go.
Yeah, I think they kind of caught the beginning of it, but
they'll sort it out either way.
Yeah, they're getting that resolved. But yeah, look, absolutely right. Fabian's got to have some big words here if M80 want to bring this back. They've just, you know,
long shoes, man.
Momentum. They've got themselves a toe hold back into this one. 2 rounds down, so no worse than they were off at the half when it was 4-2. But the thing is, Secret can continue to play that game. If you remember, I spoke about Secret having that 55% defensive win rate on Cafe. That leads them to winning 3 and a bit rounds. 3 will be enough. They can just grind them out 1 at a time, 1 for 1 for 1 for 1, and they'll win.
Like, if we see that there's so many guys that are beyond and they're pressuring Champions for Monte, they're not going to have Monte after round 2. But use our manpower to fucking play together. It doesn't matter if we trade out as long as we do fucking group, right? We can always trade out. So make sure we do that. The microphones have been iffy at best. And then when we get to the 5-3, reset. Just get rid of the Monte for the next round. They're not going to have a chance without it. We've been playing great. We should have won the first one too.
Yeah, can we? When you guys have to make. I'm hiding the Maestro.
2 key things from that. 1, Monty's getting banned.
Get rid of Monty.
2, he's hiding Maestro.
Yep.
We'll see if they can get a sniff out on it or not. If not, well, if they do, then a Bravo's coming along. If not, Well, the Maestro is going to have a little bit of work. He's able to in this round.
Well, you'd certainly expect to see the Brava, but that being said, M80 on the attack chose not to bring that up along, and the Maestro did them some real damage. So I'm sure Secret will have learned from being on the correct side of that situation that they don't want to be on the other. As it is, we don't have
What age
switches yet.
do you coach?
Has been switched away from, so I believe they haven't yet the Maestro.
It's not necessarily about age. Just look at Canadian.
Ratting. Lay down inside a freezer.
It's about not being hungry anymore.
Away is probably gone far too limited. They haven't got the Brava on side, so they haven't seen him.
Nice.
There we go.
You know?
Exactly the same thing as what Secret did to them.
If you aren't hungry for trying to compete
I'm
anymore.
always a little bit frustrated in that I feel like it's a reasonable assumption to say that Maestro's going to come along when you're down on the ground floor.
Oh, Twain's talking about coaching football.
I don't think you'll lose anything by bringing the Brava.
Sorry, I thought you guys were talking about Fabian.
Yeah, so I think
the context there was lost.
And you know, if you get to a point where you've picked up every operator and you know there's no Maestro.
I'm a high school offensive line coach. Okay, so high school.
But you're not losing anything by bringing the Brava. She's
high school's a little bit more serious.
Great gun. No problem at all to have her on the side.
Seventh grade.
I think chuck her in anyway and remove
like a Rough Riders type situation.
Well, at the very least, Tim, we have got the IQ on side. We did have the Twitch that then got taken away. We do have a good number of frag grenades, 6 of them, with which to work. So it's not like they're completely out of options for dealing with those Maestro cams, but the last thing you're going to be doing when you're hitting sites itself is trying to roll these frag grenades onto those bubbles. You want to have your gun up ready for someone to come and push you. So it is going to impede Secret. It is going to be a little bit of a nuisance, but there are ways they can work through it. But first and foremost, Tim, they've got to worry about the 5 players on the other side and what they're doing to keep them at bay. Have got Kino sat inside of VIP. That Subaru once again returning to play in that position. Was Adrian doing it back in the first half, but a C4 at the ready. The Zotos also to drop in towards Freeze.
I
need get a little bit chillier in there. So a C4 can land that little bit smoother. But we already saw exactly the same again in that first half. It didn't quite catch the front man, the shield player, but it did catch the player.
You know when you feel like you're a little bit more of a dumbass?
In complete control of the upper levels of the map now, Team Secret. We see the sledge get into work. We'll be joined by
I don't feel as witty as I normally do.
On the other side of things, maybe in mind.
Or as quick.
Just doing a little bit of opening up as well, so that they can start. The main purpose of this is one, to clear utility, soften up the site, but the other main purpose is to force those defenders away from site. You don't want them sitting in those power positions and playing where
they needs this round
bad. You prevent them from being allowed to. Kino
losing this round,
3-6.
They're going to lose. Winning this round, we still have a game.
Preventing that hard breach charge from going off and delaying the inevitable, but delaying it nonetheless.
Savage having a sniff around the bottom of Brown stairs here.
The same way after I wake up. Yeah, I just.
Tracks coming out from Murgy that were there earlier.
I just feel like I'm an idiot right now.
Run up it earlier into the round. Now we're starting to descend on site in the last 30 seconds. They've got to get a bit of a wiggle on Tim. Like,
Cold
yes,
medicine.
Trying this little bit of a different approach with Savage is well and good, but the rest of your team needs
I'm a fucking hot mess right now.
They're ignoring Fireplace Hatch entirely and trying to use Savage as bait in a sense. Can they get the player laid down? They should be able to. Great snap from Noah. Kino is gone. In comes the round, but Gunnar is just a little bit too ready. Savage dropping the shield, pistol out, gets rid of
playing
himself.
For some shit college.
3 to ensue with only 10 seconds to go.
But
that really can sing when being pushed in numbers, and there are the final kills coming in. Gunnar did the damage from behind the bar.
Like, I can function without caffeine. I just don't feel like an intelligent individual without caffeine. I just feel like I'm a lazy bastard and I'm a dumbass.
To cut through you like a laser beam if given the opportunity.
Completely unrelated. I'm gonna go make my energy juice.
And they are delivering close.
All right, interesting that one because I feel like it was partly of Secret's own design. Like they tried a bit of a different attack, but they were very, very slow. You know, it wasn't until the final 30 seconds they were even starting to look at hitting that ground floor. There was nothing inside of site itself. Yeah, a little bit of vertical control being opened up.
Completely unrelated.
Evil Eye still stood. Every single player on M80 was still there. And so I kind of feel they just left it a little bit too late to make anything happen. That led to that little mad panic and flurry at the end. Admittedly, Gunnar played it brilliantly and managed to close things out for them. Interestingly, the Evil Eyes are on side once again, Tim. Maestro coming along here for the second time in a row. Do we see a Brava now? Because they're hiding him again.
Yep.
Do they see? I mean, you've got the Mozzie on side and the Mute to try and conceal this away, but
smart.
Are they going to see him? I don't think they will.
I don't think they will. If you've got Mozzie and Mute, you can pretty much close off the top floor to drones. You know, they maybe spawn up on the top and get. It's going to be a tough one. You're not really going to get them as far as you want to inside. So
I saw the Dockerby and I was like, that's also a cool idea to deal with them for a while, of course. Shuts everyone out from using cams for a period of time, but no. All right, no Brava, no Dockerby. We're not going to be able to get busy again with those Evil Eyes, but I've got to put them all down as right now 3 are still sat in back pocket.
Yeah, exactly that. Just sat in bar back storage, keeping himself off the radar means that he is not fully set up, but it doesn't matter. He's going to have 30 seconds at the beginning of the round in order to do that before Secret are in a position to pressure. See how influential those cams can be up on this top floor hold.
Not as influential as downstairs, admittedly, because they're easy to clear out. You can roll nades in for them, for example. Downstairs, you need to have vision really to be able to clear them off. Top floor, it's a little bit of a different story, but we'll still have an impact of that, I'm sure. Even if not for zapping and denying an actual diffuser going down, it's more about the information that it provides. There's a lot of utility you feed across to the rest of your teammates with those. We'll see how things carry on. Really, though, to my mind, up the 3 C4s in back pocket here, in Hot and Cold, Kino, and Diffusers back pockets. Use that to get below later in the round and either plants out, wonderful stuff, and it will demand for Secret that they clear in below as well. And right now, it looks like no one's working on that. I say there are a couple of players on the bakery roof, so they are around the area. But at some point, you're going to have to work your way through the map, take out all the drone utility, deal with any potential C4s below. Lots of obstacles still in front of Secret as we've got past the first 60 seconds.
I think one of the Evil Eyes was dealt with from the skylight. We saw the nade being bounced back towards it, so that should be one gone, cleared off the pillar. Yes, it is. And so we still have other problems that need to be solved here, Secret, before they can get to aggressive. Savage has moved in, got himself into Cigar. So that gives them something at least. 2 smoke canisters in pocket, so he will be able to cause a nuisance, but it's more Pixel that I'm thinking about, and that's exactly what he's looking towards. Kino needs to be careful, but how about that? It's Diffuser who manages to peek around the corner, take him out through the smoke. What a start.
This is pre-fire.
What position did you play?
That's exactly where he would play if he were on the glass, and Savage
have cheaters got any better? Not really.
Lost his life as a
What's new with the game? Not much. That's why everyone's been bitching.
Gav also to fall here. Hot and Cold finding
not much has changed.
We were speaking about them earlier on, but it's going a little bit pear-shaped here for the side of Secret, I'm afraid. It's a one-person street. Noah to try and recover.
David!
I imagine here M80 hold on to him, and that
little corn dog farming the drop viewers.
Yep, Secret just
of course.
Don't have the answers on attack at the minute.
Streaming Siege has been rough lately, bro.
A second wind.
This makes it a little bit more
momentum behind them. They
worthwhile.
Absolutely powering forward. Noah is just searching, seeking, trying to find the first of these engagements. Don't
get it twisted. I know it's some cringe bullshit, but like
he's working towards it. They see him, and Kino able
I'm trying
to
make it, man. I'm trying to make it.
That he had created.
I'm trying to make it, man.
3 in a row now for M80, Tim. Certainly fighting their way back into this one. The momentum is with them. Can they 7 and 5 it though? They need 5 rounds in a row to achieve that. At the very least, overtime could be abound, but you can't see them now letting Secret win the next 2 rounds in a row.
Yeah, people have been liking Solus a little bit more, but that's mainly one of the only massive changes.
I'll go back to what I said at 1-1, Des.
Legion and Fenrir lost the secondary shotguns. All the Fenrir ACOGs are gone.
Turns out you might be
besides DMRs.
Make the crystal noggin.
It's almost as if I've watched a bit of Siege before.
Just a few thousand games of it now, mate.
Yeah, just trying.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like I know it's cringe, but it's like
the mutant Mozzie coming along, but now swapping things out with the pulse.
Kind of have to do it.
On the downstairs and
if I don't do it, I see all these other creators that are larger than me doing it. It's like it's not using a tool that you're given. If you're given something that will help you grow, why would you not use it? You know? Especially when you see others using it.
Top floor. Top floor is what it's going to be all about. We've got the Brava brought along. Interesting when there's no Maestro. And not too much in terms of vertical possibility here. Of course, Brava having that shotgun. Mowgli also will likely have that secondary on the gridlock. So they do have, some that they can work with, but no buck, no ram, no availability to quickly get those angles opened up. They might not be too worried about them though, given that it's mining.
I've actually seen where the
bulletproof's
gone down in red corridor, looking in towards mining itself, which to me just screams they want to play C4s from below. They're not looking to actively try and trip those above. I thought for a second that was a kill. I was like, hang on a minute. Not looking for kills so much onto the top floor, but more looking for them from below, later into the round as the plant is going on down. So keep an eye on how this starts to shape up. Hot and Cold will be the key towards making that work, but having that bulletproof there to see if they do hit the site, it's certainly not going to hurt them too much more. And in the one round that we see,
2 different ways that I clear my artisan.
Mowgli is going to be able
one
to
Lysol spray and microfiber scrub.
Like you say,
and then sometimes I'll do a deep clean and like
have too much of an impact here. It's
I'll Lysol spray the whole living shit out of it and really scrub it, and then I'll like wash it with like
as well. But
bloodlust.
That's it. It's just go anything that moves. He's going to take it down 4 versus 3. And that's the Lion gone as well. Another one of those big execution operators. Your Grim and your Lion could have combined to create a lot of space and a lot of static, positions for the defenders when you wanted to move in to get that plant down. That's not going to be possible. So now Secret need to be thinking outside of the box. They've still got Savage, but it puts the pressure on him. It makes him more important on the Grim. He's the one that's going to have to create that space if they do go for an execute.
He hasn't seen the second. No, he's seen him. Okay, he's seen both.
Sometimes I'll do this.
Just laying down there at the last second was whoever it is.
Spray down my mouse pad.
With him. I believe it was the Malusi and the Mute that are tucked in there together.
Grab a microfiber.
Of course, Malusi not having the one and Mute having already made use
and
of it,
just
which means it's hot
kind of
Gunner
go at
that
it.
are going to be the ones being a bit of a
for like 30 seconds or so.
Both are down on that.
And it dries pretty quickly.
Ready with those C4s to rip sidewards.
So you can use it, and then it'll feel really fucking smooth right after you
inside a
do
fireplace.
this.
Savage tried to get the diffuser down for a second there, but was taken out by Hot and Cold. And right now, they're going to have to make a move. They can't try to hold on
M80, bro.
5 seconds left to go. Secret are moving, but they've got the pulse to deal with underneath. Hot and Cold is just feeding that intel. He's got a nitro in hand. There's a lot of possibility for him to find a kill from down there. Gavaney manages to find Mowgli, and it looks like M80 are going to be the ones with the opportunity to close it out in regulation. 15 seconds left to go. Noah battling for his team, for his life, for everything he can. He manages to get 2v1. Can he do it in the 10 seconds?
They will not give him this, Tim. Absolutely no way. Tucked inside a train here. He knows that he's in there, but has got to win the fight. You just don't win against Kino with a shotgun.
Oh, shit.
MVP for the series, but Kino's outperforming even him right now. He's looking absolutely fantastic.
Yeah, Kino's had a great day today. He's got a lot of kills on the board, but it's not been just about the kills. It's been about his positioning. It's about spots that he's held and the way that he's held on to powerful spots. Really, really good for Kino.
Yeah, the Lysol spray doesn't work super ultra effective.
Savage was very, very vehemently saying to his team,
if that's the only way that you wash it. So like, I actually do need to deep clean mine pretty soon.
4th round in a row now that M80 have won. Secret looked all right after round
7. The best. Oh yeah, we have like, I think we bought like a pack of like 36 or something, like the yellow ones. I have them lying around somewhere.
The North Americans in full control. One more round, Tim, and they avoid a very, very tense overtime.
I'm pretty sure that's from Costco.
Here, make their way into playoffs. And that'll be our first team to do so. It's worth stressing as well, because the next game on this stream, we'll see our second team.
Answers is all that's coming from both A and B stream today. B stream, of course, the qualifications. A stream, the eliminations. So, is it going to be a case of cooking up a victory down in the kitchen for M80? It's their final sight, their final opportunity. They only get one chance. Or we will be going into that fated overtime. Looking for a few extra rounds. We've got the Fuse Shield on side. None of the shields apart from Monty are. Oh no, we've got Blackbeard Band out as well, but the Blitz would have been available, but deciding that they're attacking into kitchen, so they would rather have those charges available to be able to play them through the floor and open up kitchen, get rid of that utility and find some opportunities.
The panic button being smashed to get back on the shield, right? Virtus Pro are smiling somewhere. Obviously had the real poor stage 2, so aren't here at the event with us, but inspiration being taken by Savage to make use of the Fuse for exactly that purpose. In case you are seeing this for the first time and haven't seen the Fuse all that much before, it's a alternative that Virtus Pro have been running, because a team isn't ever really going to ban away Fuse from you. So you know it's kind of like a guaranteed operator that you can bring, and if they do ban away the Fuse, then you run a Blitz, or you run a Blackbeard, or you run a Monty. So it's nice to have it in the back pocket, and Savage is slowly starting to lean in towards that. Whether or not it makes a difference, we're going to find out as we step on through. For now,
well,
getting themselves
you go Fuse for this site to destroy all the utility when you go above.
To lock down these stairs and make sure that they aren't being hit by anyone off on the flank.
Dream's just going to hold that long angle for the time being, but the problem for Secret here is that the time is ticking away. They don't have all day to sit and hold angles. They need to get moving, and that's exactly what he will do. Looking to just get a bit more of that floor open. Savage, where is he? He's going to be opening up the hatch, I believe, and then he can start getting those Fuse charges above and just making a nuisance of himself. Interesting. I tell you what he was doing. He was opening up the wall from pillar through to give that vertical angle. Exactly that one. Thank you very much. Opening up that vertical wall. That's just going to allow Doom at some point to go in there with the skeleton key and open things up. But for now, this auto canister is buying time for M80 Des. We're down to a minute, and M80 are largely unbothered and largely unmoved.
They are for now. But where does that go to as we get towards the last 30 here? It's really this last 20 seconds of setup they can now make use of. Savage, honestly.
Oh my God, 45 seconds left.
Use of those fuse charges. I know it's not the main reason for picking the operator, but that's still great gadgetry to clear out. Goyo canisters to force players to make move, maybe even catch out some move jammers.
Ghost, how much for a barnacle scrub on my balls?
Could yet come back to bite them, but Adrian's in. Has managed to find himself the entry onto Gunner. That's the mute taken away.
Sorry.
Last 30 seconds, Savage waiting for the go sign.
Yeah, this is just going to be a bloodbath. They're just getting themselves into position. They haven't dealt with VIP
oh
yet. That
no!
could be a problem, something that they need to address. It's Kino that's in there, and he's going to ultimate the challenge around the corner, but Savage goes straight for the diffuser. He's getting the plant down, but there's an echo drone, Des. I'm not sure how aware they are. They know now, and they take it down. Savage goes back in. Adrian picks up Kino. That's all the space they need. This should be secured. 3 versus 5. M80 start to battle back. Hot and cold picks up the fuse, takes out the track stingers. 2 versus 3 as we have a flurry of kills. M80 are fighting back. They couldn't do it, could they, Des?
They've got to go upstairs, though, Tim. Both players are upstairs at this point. You need some miraculous vertical cover if you're going to make this work. And I just worry they've left it already a bit too late to make that run upstairs. Doing the very best, trying to win the reverse angle, but Joom denies it away. Hot and cold. Not going to be able to win this one, I don't think, unfortunately, Tim. You can say the line now.
We're
going to overtime, Des. This one has gone the distance. We need those extra rounds to decide.
No charge for a good boy.
It will come down to just 3 rounds, and it is anybody's.
It feels like an elimination game. It's got that level of tension to it. Again, the reminder, the winner goes through to our playoffs. The loser, they still get to carry on playing. They've got a couple more lives. What's Savage saying?
So if you're not doing anything, you have to be super safe. And if you do something to actually be good, I think. Yeah.
Be chill, basically. If you're doing nothing, don't die. Forehead. But 3 more rounds to settle how this goes. It's M80 starting things on the defense, Secret on the attack. And we have seen defenders generally have the better run of things. So M80 did find 2 attacking wins in their first 3 rounds of this game. So it's not to say that attackers can't do it. It just feels more likely that you'll see the defenders walking away with it. So I'm behind M80 for this one, Tim. At least on my expectation. I'm sure Secret can surprise me.
Okay then, boy oh boy, we're going to find ourselves going to mining as our first overtime site. M80 on the defense. And let's just have a look at that setup. They've got the Valkyrie with the Nitros, 4 of them lined up, 3 of them lined up. We're going to see a couple of drops, and I think we will just have a little rehouse coming in whilst we get everybody back into the lobby. But, you know, let's just go beyond that, assuming that they look to play the same sort of strategy once we go back in mining with the Valkyrie cameras. If you can keep them hidden away, if you've got the good spots up in piano.
Oh, I'll show you a good spot.
Absolutely lethal. Need to see great use of that utility if M80 want to get this working.
I'm not sure what our rehost is for this time around because there was no Aruni in the lobby, but I'm sure we will crack on with things very, very soon.
I must be feeling better
found out
because I'm being stupid again.
Twister's just dealing out the
bro, those naps
the shoulder massages there. He's giving the players
little
tension, just ease it out.
Is there another game after this? I know SSG versus NIP is going on, elimination match, but NIP is garbage. SSG will be fine, so I don't really care about that.
No, you don't. Oh, yes, you do, really. Yeah. All the boys get one. He looks like he's enjoying it a lot more than Mowgli did as well.
Loud.
Be ready to go. The problem is, Twister, calm down. You don't want them too relaxed. You know, you need them on the edge here, ready to take the gunfights.
That'll be slippy.
Do you think?
That's a German for you. He does not look pleased about being touched, does he?
Brilliant.
That's such a June reaction. I love it so much. But Noah's like, when's my turn? When's my turn? Lock in. It's coming. Here comes Twister.
There we go.
He didn't look too pleased either, to be fair. Concealing his reaction. I want to say he's smiling.
I think it's Falcons versus W7M.
I'd say Savage enjoyed it the most.
That'll be a good game.
Then Noah, then Mowgli, Doom. I wouldn't even put him on the enjoyment scale.
Adrian looked pretty pleased.
I didn't. To be fair, I was not paying attention. I didn't see Adrian.
Adrian had a smile.
He's having a good time.
The question is Fabian dishing out the shoulder rubs?
Oh, well, he was dealing out kisses earlier.
Very true, very true.
Two very different team environments here. One coach gives out kisses, the other a nice massage.
Both getting results. Both getting results as we found ourselves absolutely neck and neck. 6-6. Just about to head into overtime. We've got a little technical pause and we will get you back in if you've just joined us or maybe not.
Which is so I got last all W.
What is going on? Where are we up to? Well, it's
Trust me, just like spray that bad boy down, move your keyboard and mouse out of the way, spray that bad boy down and just scrub it for a bit and you'll see.
On layer. Team Secret not
Trust.
anywhere near them, to be honest, and that finds us now on map 3, which is Cafe. 6-6. A good comeback from M80 as well. It was 5-2 at a point, I believe. It got 2, and then M80 got 3 rounds in a row, fought it back.
Sometimes what I'll even do is this.
And Secret just able to dig themselves out of trouble in round 12 to go to overtime. And this will all be decided. Reminder, the team who wins this will qualify. The team who loses, I believe, will drop
Pick
down
it up
to play Weibo
and then turn it around.
Qualification.
I have the big boy.
Jump scare.
To 3 rounds.
Yeah.
That wasn't our teams, by the way. That was the other game that's currently going on. Which I think is part of my
I'm gonna
now lost it.
Not deep clean it, but
SSG versus NIP.
I'm gonna scrub the hell of it right now.
Wow. Yeah. I mean, SSG are up 5-0. But I imagine if they've now accelerated ahead and we heard that scream, then they're probably up. Okay, maybe not. 5-1 they end up. 5-1 defensive half on Clubhouse, Tim, is nothing to scoff at, though.
Nah, it's pretty good, that.
Great start. NIP are a team that also haven't really got going so far in this major. There's a couple of them that have had slow starts. Fury, as we saw, they've kind of now recovered. NIP, it might be too little too late, unfortunately.
Defenders, protect your bombs from being defused by attackers.
Yes. Protect those bombs.
Indeed, indeed. That's the name of the game. M80 start on the defense, and it is indeed going to be Train. They are going to stick with Hot and Cold on the Valkyrie, and they are going to stick with those 4 C4s that I was talking about. They've got 1 bulletproof camera, so the intel is going to be there to give them the information that they need. They've got plenty of opportunities to get those nitro kills, so I'm going to keep a close eye on that.
I have an artisan
usage
hide.
and how much they gain from it, because they've really put a lot of their eggs in that basket. Secret are going to be coming in on the attack, and nothing too unusual there. Doom is going to switch away from the Deimos, go to bring the Bravo. I think that's absolutely fine. I would have expected, those vertical challenge coming in with the tracks had he remained on the Deimos, but I think, taking away the Bravo, go and grab the Banshees. I think it's going to be the Malusi particularly that they've seen that's influenced that pick, so that you can take out those Banshees and just clear your path a little bit.
Also, the free information it gives on the other side, right? If you don't destroy them and obviously they stay outside, then it reveals when the defender's running past them. Good for watching flanks, good for knowing any kind of maneuverability taking place inside of the site itself. Well, there's now being hacked out. There we go. Free bit of intel for you at the top of Brown Stairs. Lovely.
And then an even finer microfiber.
There you go. This is the value of Brava that I keep talking about. We've almost always got bulletproof cameras in the lineup. There's always something to be stealing with those Clutch drones. We get the silent entry as well after the double knock coming in from Doom. And he's going to look straight away towards bottom white. Nobody there to challenge him at the minute. And I tell you what, he could catch somebody out here quite easily if he gets the top brown unchallenged.
Ooh, well, he's up here.
They've no idea.
Oh, I think he saw a flick of the gun, but not enough to be able to bring down the player. Sat ready and waiting, but I think they're probably conscious that he's in the area. Now they know off towards his left. His Dream Door going to swing. Yes, it is. It's gonna. Down goes Jimmy, who's in a great spot there to have an impact. Tim turns out he didn't enjoy that massage, and he ain't enjoying this round.
Yeah, the timing just never really worked out for him, did it? Just caught a few glimpses, but nothing that he could really make an impact on, and then loses his life. 4 versus 4, halfway through the round. The drop comes in from Savage, just looking to push forward. They're obviously confident that they've got control of reading and beyond, so they can now start pushing in towards site. A little bit spread out here. Adrian is kind of taking up that June position at top red stairs, but he's going to be cut down by an absolutely disgusting long angle from Diffuser underneath the table. Manages to find his man. Hard breach charge is not going to go off yet. There's auto canister going to stop that. And I think it's going to be another 20 seconds before we see that wall getting opened.
They'll just keep them playing the delay game for as long as they need to. Here is the key thing, while they get a little bit of support coming on through. Opening out the top as a nade comes over the top. Not a bad way to try and clear out the Zoto, but it's so high up on the wall, as you can see. that I don't think they'll catch it out with a nade.
What?
No, they catch a player. That's one step better than getting rid of his Zoto, Tim.
Yeah, Gunnar just losing out there. I think maybe had nowhere to go. We can see that wall has still not been opened up though. 38 seconds left to go.
His feet.
Mowgli,
It's
he
on
has
his
to
feet.
continue pushing, but he doesn't know there's a man behind the desk. He's going to take some
Oh.
damage. Diffuser, Kino, one apiece. 2 versus 1 now. M80 look like they might just take the first round of overtime.
Maybe he didn't see his feet. Savage has got it all to do here, Tim, and it feels like a bit of a tall order. Looking in for the one at the very least. You say, bro, shoot, just shoot him, please, for God's sake. Flicks onto Diffuser. Has now got 15 seconds to go. And Hot and Cold tucked in elsewhere, but there's that Malusi Banshee we hacked earlier. Bit of intel being fed over. Savage maybe looking to finish things off here as well. But
Nice!
Comes through, catches out
Ew.
Savage. M80 up to match and series point.
Really smart play from Hot and Cold there. Knew where that plant was going down. Uses the soft wall to his advantage and just sprays, knowing that he's likely to take Savage out. Beautiful stuff. M80 get themselves the
real smooth
advantage.
now.
They have 2
Real
chances now,
smooth.
Des, to lock this out and get themselves through to the next phase.
You got a high next L? Yeah, that's why you like sometimes you just like swap it around. Just kind of like, you know. Should definitely do a deep clean at some point though.
Talk and communicate. They are the same thing, to be fair. Just communicate, I could have said there. But it was one thing I thought when we saw him charging in through reading was, I come back to the words that Savage was saying earlier on, and we heard him saying it was like, look, and Twister kind of said it as well, like, don't do nothing and then just go and try and do something crazy. Like, what's the point? Like, if you haven't got a part to play in that phase in the round for the team, just chill out a little bit. Don't feel that you've always got to be the one making a play or doing something for them. We kind of saw that freebie coming through from Diffuser. A very, very cheeky one, admittedly, on that soft wall through into reading and catching out a player for free. These are the kind of things that can come back to bite you. Let's see how things go then. Secret, they are on the defense, but M80 showed they are very much warmed into this now and ready to bring the fight to their opponents. It's been a great series from start through to finish. We've had 2 overtimes on the way through, but this is what it all comes down to. Just a couple more rounds, and the rest no longer matters.
M80, this is your chance. Attacking top floor. We've already
Bro,
been
these guys
over
are
the
so
stats
loud,
for top
man.
Floor. It doesn't generally favour defenders. It has for Secret today, to be
Casters,
fair.
that is.
They've been able to get this one locked down, but overall, there is a trend for attackers winning on this site. M80 could get this done and dusted here and now and get themselves through. They're going to be looking at the lineup. They've got the Ying, they've got the Glaz, they've got the Dockerby. It's such an oppressive lineup of attackers there.
They want to punch him in the face with this lineup, Tim.
Yeah.
There's no other way of putting it. They
So
really want to
oppressive.
smash through that front door. After a bit of prep work, admittedly, of course, locking down the flanks, making sure they've got control with the ram. Outside of that, it is all about the Ying and the Glaz putting in some real reps.
Mowgli's just going to be playing that spot underneath the skylight for the time being. Needs to make sure he doesn't hang around there too long. There is one of the M80 players up on the rooftop, maybe able to punish him depending which way he tried to rotate. Might not have any choice. Or balcony down to pillars and then rotate back up the stairs.
You haven't been coughing a lot when your abs are sore, bro.
As well there,
Vault's
but
up. No.
Ab
Left
workout.
the full cam up as well so they can see him here.
Yep.
Is he doing it as bait? I'll tell you what, this could be the big double bluff play, is it's bait. He wants someone to come and challenge him. Or is that just cope?
we're going to see a Candela going in, but they're just waiting for their moment here, M80. I think it's all going to be go. This is going to be a 3-2-1, essentially, based on that Candela going in, as Diffuser has got himself into Cigar, just ready to take a little bit of ground and just holding on to that utility, as we can see, and it's all going to be based on that. First one gets caught out, though, and that might just ruin the surprise a little bit for M80.
Well, in we go. I said it might be an all-in punch in the face kind of vibe, Tim. Outcome of C4, not finding anyone just yet, trying to do what they can to hold off, but Savage is the first to fall on the Mozzie. A response back as Ying falls down. Only one extra Candela going off, but we've still got the calls coming on through. Finds one, walking in through the smoke. It's a 4 versus 3. They're holding on for now, though. Secret able to fight back, but M80 have got the control.
Nice.
Noah taking a ton of damage, been downed and finished off. That's going to be the kill for Kino. Surely it's over. As Diffuser, after a great day, picks up the final kill. And look at the response from M80 as they
Let's
see
go.
themselves as the first team to go
3-0
through to the next
M80.
phase.
Big result for North America, a bigger result for M80. Certainly a result they had to win. Secret going to have to do a bit more work in future days, but a much-deserved win and a great performance overall. Even Diffuser, we thought were quiet for a while, he recovered his way back in. Gavin's had an unreal series. Kino's been brilliant. The whole team has really showed up in that series, Tim, and they are your first team into our playoffs.
Phenomenal stuff from M80. I've said for the last 2 days that they are looking good, that I like them as a team, and I like what I'm seeing, and they've doubled down again. That was not an easy game for them against Secret. That's why it went to overtime on map 3. It was a tough one that they had to dig deep to get done, and they have yet again found a way. They've shown us that resilience on border yesterday against G2.
I said that M80 is like a top 4 team right now, but so is Secret. So honestly, that's a big win because Secret has been playing pretty damn good.
For a couple of years, I would say. Like he was in the pro play, but not on any like relevant teams.
He was
not
often
playing insane.
talked about, but I feel like a lot of those Brazilian teams, they didn't cycle in new talent. Brazilian rosters.
It's been hard, though.
This is vibes-based. I don't have the evidence to back this up, but I feel like a lot of the iconic Brazilian rosters, Liquid, FaZe, now Furia, they've kept really solid rosters for a long time.
Yeah.
Right, and when they do make changes, they are massive sweeping changes. You think about like the FaZe history, right, where they dumped almost their entire roster except for Cyber and brought on all the old MIBR players. You know, Furia, this current iteration, back when they were W7M, they didn't make any roster changes for a long time, and then they've made 2 roster changes at once. It's the same case for a lot of these teams.
Even Liquid as well. Also
Liquid, I mean, obviously Nesk and Palu staying together forever.
And then they also like kicked out the roster, Legonis, you know, Palu, etc.
Totally. I think a lot of people would have expected that Fantasy would have found his way onto a top team earlier.
Yeah.
But he never did until he joined NIP. By that point, NIP wasn't really a top team anymore.
We're vibing. There was a player in Team 1. I completely forgot his name right now. That I thought was going to be the next big Brazilian player.
LML?
Good one. I need to look it up. I think it was Team 1 of these. And he was like popping up like 17 kills every match individually. And he did join one team later on that might have had potential, but again, never did.
They must have plenty of intel around like this.
I feel like a lot of the old Team 1 players have been really good.
I think it was Team 1 at least. Like an older iteration. Maybe.
One that's no longer active?
I don't know. I don't know where he is.
Well, I mean, a lot of the old Team 1 players are top players right now, like KDS, for example. KDS, Alamal, Levy, Neskin, was it him?
Nope.
No? Obviously, Dots, Maya, Loban.
He wasn't Team 1. They have a lot of good players in Team 1.
Yeah, I mean, Team 1 was just like the... I mean, Dash was on that team as well.
What? Okay. Team 1 was W7M before W7M entered the stage, because they're also, you know, crazy rosters.
Very much so. Hey, Philippox was on that team.
What?
Damn.
Well, you know.
Anyhow.
Brazilian rosters go deep, that's for damn sure. This round versus D looking better because they're all alive, but oh, doesn't call at the right time, gets the information, Hates gets shut down, couldn't teleport away.
Don't do it. Don't do it,
man.
Fantasy.
You want to because you've been so good, but not right now, not right here.
Don't ego chow Ashen when it gifts up match point to SSG. Ooh. Wow, they are contesting every vertical angle. As soon as this hatch is open, it's going to be a very different story. However, we need Newers on the Bucks to start opening up some of these angles. As he does so, Cons is so committed to the bit here, fighting.
Look at the lineup, right? They got Lesion, Mute, Castle, Scopus. They have no execute. They can't deny a plan. They can't deny a C4. They have to go for kills. They have to play this desperate round. Again, they're ready for it because they're aggressing themselves with a good follow from Benja.
Yeah, I like this. Straight into Church from Benja. He's about to be supported by 2 other teammates. Meanwhile, he comes and conjures up 3 kills. Pino in a 1v3. Good luck here in Church. He's going to need more than a hope and a prayer. J90 faults and Newers with the plant going down. He is being cut off by J90, who locks him down and locks in match point for SSG.
Love that play there from Benjamin. The follow from I was thinking, okay, Ashen solo play down the long haul. Not a good look when the enemy's aggressing for you, but there was a bigger play at hand for Space Station. Pushing blue, dropping Moto, making the play together and trading each other effectively. Benja saves the round. And I really like that pace switch from Space Station, slowing it more. Nice and steady pace. 6-3 now. Operator bands coming out, the final one. So this clash finally happened.
Yeah, I think that's a good move here for SSG because they want to play that aggressive style.
Yeah.
You know? not to use the buzzword, but that was kind of a bit of split theory there. We had, I can't remember who was
not missed that word.
on the Hibana, sending it straight
Ashen,
down. Ashen, yeah. So Ashen was straight down main.
Yeah.
Right? Meanwhile,
Looked like a troll play for a second.
No, but at the same time, you've got 2 players going both of the avenues into blue, and you've got Benja going in from Moto. So it's just everyone pushing at the same time from 4 different angles, technically 5 if you.
Bro, I was making a TikTok for Arc Raiders.
5
Dude,
different
I
players
fucking
in 5
love that
different
game.
positions, all pushing at once, and it was timed well.
I've been making so much content on that variety channel,
I mean,
man.
It does rely on players fragging out. Thankfully,
I did a tier list and everyone was everyone that commented on my tier list was upset that I ranked things the way I did, but I am like a level 20.
Yeah, that's it. Big obstacle.
I tried because I knew a tier list would do well, and it did. Just people were upset.
Yes, we saw that last game. Was it Furia?
It was in the Furia match, yeah.
And they just randomly had Clash sitting in lounge.
Kind of everywhere, you know.
Yeah, but no, she like died in the first.
Oh
20 seconds of the round.
Yeah, very going back to blue
round
stairs, yeah.
Yeah. Bit of a silly maneuver. Oh well,
But
Furia, I feel
it's
like
been a fun time.
Hot take, I know this is distraction for a sec, but hot take, I think Furia might be out of the woods.
I have guys that are like, I'm level 70 and I have 80 hours of the game. It came out last week.
If I match up against Furia,
you're wrong on everything. Fuck you, SenVale. Horrible creator. Horrible.
There are some good teams in that lower bracket run because of day 1 upsets. So I don't know. Yes,
true. I mean, it could be whoever wins this game plays against.
Why are you
Furia
such an
next.
angry little guy?
I think Furia might take that one, but you know, they gotta fight BO3s the rest of here in phase 1 because they're elimination matches, so I think they'll be okay. For SSG, I feel like I haven't seen them play much this event, sadly, but
They haven't
they're
played
looking.
much, dude. They got 7-1 and 7-5.
That's true, but they're looking better than the scoreline has shown.
Right now, absolutely.
First map though, a lot can change in a BO3. It can be a long series or a short one. They want to get this one down in a 7-3 fashion. And looking at that Calg attack, last time there was a roam clear. This time, nade, fire, watching the angles. But so far, Wizard stays alive.
Oh,
That's a
see
good
ya.
nade.
Wow, somehow he stays alive. I thought that surely would end him. Nade in the fire doesn't time it well enough, and they still cannot put him to rest. Hates is also covering in case SSG decide to make an entrance. And here they do so. Another fire goes out. The Blackbeard making his way up the stairs. It's J90. Oh, perfect timing!
Nice.
As Wizard goes to shoot the Vulcan canister, J90 threads one between his eyes. NIP are falling to pieces. It's Cons and Pino left on the bomb site. Try and make this one work for the Ninjas. But Space Station, they're dialing it up. And they're putting that pressure straight onto the bomb site.
There is no advantage to save them right now. It has to be Cons and Pino. But with that BB, the constant information game. So much time on the clock. There's the first shot for Cons. Gets back down one player, but there are so many more waiting for these fights.
Don't choke this now. The call run out. Ashen does not have any more remaining. There's not a lot of util to speak of. Newers has one smoke.
Could plant on breach, maybe?
Fultz is going to go for it. There's no sound cover. There's one nitro cell in the hands of Cons, but he doesn't have the angle going outside. He's not going to be able to see it, but that might cause enough of a distraction to enable Pino to march on forward. But NIP now just rely on Pino. Ashen straight up the stairs, and the Gym Bros flex their muscles on Clubhouse. Their first map win of the tournament. And they are back on top, baby. NIP on the verge of elimination as the Americans put them down on Clubhouse.
Looking good, looking convincing on map number 1, but what they need right now is consistency because they've had some sloppy games earlier at this event. Can they do it, James?
Map number 2 coming up after this, and we'll find out if NIP can bounce back.
Mirror, mirror on the wall. Who's about to kick some serious ass?
What?
Remember, I'll be watching. Now you see me, now you don't.
Get ready! I'm taking them out!
Changing mags. I got this. Got my eyes on you. Located enemy.
What do you think about the match? Well, NIP is a really bottom tier team. So I'm not surprised that SSG is probably going to win this game. Like, no real surprise to me. But that being said, SSG has not been looking good. I think they may win this game, but I think the next game, unless it's against an APAC team, I feel like they're going to struggle. They have not been hot. I'm leaning back in my chair a little bit. Bum, 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 bum. Bum, 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 bum. Where am I?
SSG are now one map up in this survival game here at the Munich Major, the first best of 3 that they're playing.
Your wife hates that song. Oh God, no.
NIP was really struggling to get a
Bro, it's the best song in the world.
Some players having a donut until a few rounds in that game, but what we talked about at the beginning of this game, what was needed from SSG was for the game plan to be A+ with the side of Fools.
I think it was 3 things. It was Fools as the AGL, it was Ashen as the entry, and it was Benja as the lurk. And what did we see? We saw the right game plan executed and called by Fools. Slow them down when you're in defense. They're the second slowest team in this tournament. We're going to play utility, and we're going to abuse that as much as possible. Great calling. Second thing, and that is Benja. Take a look at the first few rounds. Benja is given the space to lurk around and get kills. And that's going to get him a few kills by just being able to lurk around the bomb site, around the utility, go up the main stairs here,
Oh,
get another
no.
pick. The space,
Oh,
he's
no.
taking it. He gets a triple kill here. And here, on the second round, he's
Boom.
given a double kill with the C4, again by lurking, abusing the fact that they've got utility around the bomb site. And even in attack, he was finding that space, finding those gaps. That's the lurk that we were waiting for, Lax.
Yeah, that's exactly what we said needed to happen here, and it was being displayed, and a lot of that also was coming off the backing of Pulse. Even in that first round, being able to use that clash to feed the information, to stop and thwart off the attack from NIP, which then allows Benja to thrive in this environment. And again, this is where we needed to see everyone come alive, and they absolutely
Bro, I can't believe it's only
delivered on every
11:30 right
single
now.
front, which is why we would see such a dominant performance coming out here in Clubhouse, where I'd say they could have closed this out even sooner.
Yeah, and then even the entries game was going super well for them. I think Space Station overall, the 3 win conditions, they're all checked out, and that is why they take NIP's map.
I mean, even talking about the opening kills, I mean, I just even want to see the stats and what those look like, because this is something, again, that I really wanted to see. And the fact that we're highlighting Benja, we're highlighting J90. Sure, Bolts might not have had the best performance, but your IGL doesn't always need to be topping the chart, as we see players like Savage or Hot and Cold, big IGL step up. It's the fact of the matter is that he can lead them to success, that he can lead them to water, and that's exactly what we were seeing. And Benja, by all means, was taking as many drinks and gulps as he could take. I mean, 60% cost, 11 and 6, dominant performance.
8 opening kills for SSG, 2 for NIP. That's 4 times more for Space Station. That's just how dominant they were. It's exactly like we said. Every single win condition set up before this match is right now for SSG.
Well, it seems like the Space Station is definitely fueled, and they'll be taken off to Consulate very soon, with that being the second map of our series. We're going to be back after this.
Look at this shit, bro. Play with my brothers in this. They'd say not to shoot because they start killing them. Okay.
All right, I won't shoot.
My brother's like, why? Why not? Ha ha ha. Ha 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 ha. Murder. Murder.
You shot at us first. Shut the fuck up, bitch. No. You got him? Down one. I'm 1 HP down. You got me here. Oh, Hunter got him.
I love that game, bro.
Welcome back to the Munich Major. We're about to head into our second map of the series here for survival. SSG is on map point to stay in the competition. NIP need to bring it back. Now, for those NIP fans out there going into Conce, what is their spark of hope that they're looking forward to on the second map?
Well, I think on Clubhouse we started to see the hope in defense, and that was on the back of Fantasy. Look at how aggressive he was, just picking the gym window, jumping out, taking a gunfight on the roof. That just kept on going. He was the one player on the side of NIP that I thought was bringing it back for them. If he can do that again on Control, that would be amazing, especially because if you think about it, on which side is NIP starting here?
Defense.
So he can do that, go aggressive, bring them back into it, but he needs support here.
And I think that's the important thing to take away from here. Hope is a very, very dangerous thing to go against, especially when your back is against the wall here. And again, Fantasy, if he can have this same performance, he can muster out some of these rounds, claw them back. That can give everyone the confidence that they need to be able to step up their performance and realize not only for themselves, but as a team that they can compete with SSG. They can bring this game back. They can push this into a map 3 and claim their spot and not go home early. But again, it doesn't just start with one player. It starts with a single round that then snowballs and possibly turns into a match 1.
Well, they definitely can, but NIP will have to give it their all if they want to stay in the competition. Consulate is the battleground. We'll send it back to our casters, Dev and Pengu.
Thank you very much, Anne. There is no doubt whatsoever NIP do want to stay in the tournament, but it's going to be a tough one because SSG, man, they're finally firing. It's been a rough slog for them so far. Both of these teams got 7-1 and, of course, had another win, another loss for SSG. It was to Wildcard. Now they're up against the Brazilians, and it finally looks like they have a little bit of confidence in them.
Yeah, and I gotta say, after NIP showcase on Clubhouse, I don't see it, man. I feel like they're missing a bit of fire on the rounds they're losing. I know it can sound weird, like why would they be excited when they're losing? But it's like they are 110% when they win a single round. Fantasy usually won individually most of the rounds on Clubhouse that they won. And then when they lose, it's just quiet. I feel like they're missing the hype guy. Come on, guys, we got this. You know, come on. It feels like they don't fully believe in this.
Yeah. Especially when Ashen is yelling at them after every round. I mean, SSG are the opposite. They have all hype.
Yeah.
Sometimes all hype, no substance. But NIP, they just need whatever they can get. At the moment, it's just a fantasy train. And it could be...
shield play. God damn.
Yeah.
None of that.
No.
I love the fact that, you know, I don't think SSG will ban the shields come the sides up either because...
You want them to play shields because they suck at.
Whoa! True though. It is one of those. Although NIP will find some comfort in the fact they're starting on defense. So the first 6 rounds should be relatively straightforward for them, hopefully. And if not, that's game. Like, they need to get at the minimum 3 defensive rounds, ideally 4.
Yeah. Oh, well, here on SSG's map pick, NIP have their work cut out for them. It's funny that SSG picked this because actually, I mean, the only time they've played it in Stage 2 was a win against M80. In Stage 1, it was not their map. They lost to DZ, Wildcard, and M80. On the flip side, NIP actually beat Liquid on this map 7-4 and almost beat FaZe just a month ago 7-8. So NIP, they're no strangers to this map. They don't mind it.
Let's see if they have what it takes, though. In the first round, they're going to bring out a couple of interesting operators. The Aruni, the Pulse, the LF.
I love a bit of Pulse. No Shoddy, though, is a bit of a surprise. With the Reaper buff, I feel like a lot of people are picking Pulse Shoddy these days.
Yeah, they have. Just the ability to shoot people vertically to the floor and not only rely on the C4 itself. An early disc there from Folsto in the window towards admin offices, interestingly enough.
I think he was just trying to burn the Aruni gate.
But he threw 2.
Oh, true.
So maybe he burned the gate and tossed one in. Maybe that's what was the angle. And then Blitz, Repel, and okay, this could be a cook.
What is this?
Jump on in. Blitz, no diffuser, it's going to be a push.
Oh, okay, so he's gone deep. Like you said, no diffuser. He's kind of baited and switched it, but Hades does take him down when he looks the wrong direction. Con's aggressive, but this is a completely strange round from SSG.
Whoa.
I'm as confused as you are. NIP weather the storm. They find enough of the kills. Look, SSG, that strat, if it was an art piece, it was a Picasso.
Ooh.
Ashen finds one nice one tap, but he is swiftly put down.
I kind of like the push. It didn't work, but...
What was the push?
Yeah, so you know, Often on Contra, we see a lot of default plans like CO window, plan, combo, whatever. The blitz goes deep, trying to find the player by the connector window, but I think there's a small gap in the Sens wall, and secondly, a bad time with the pulse running in, looking the wrong way, etc. And then you just execute yellow skylight drop and then bathroom jump in.
People
they
think
lost 2 of the initial gunfights, so starting at round 3 with
SenVale, do I need a camera as a streamer?
Trading back from viewers,
You kind of do. Like, not having a camera.
If Fantasy doesn't get those 2 kills, they're going to have full CO control, full yellow
It just makes it a lot harder to really engage with anyone.
That's raps.
They're trying to go for some early
As
rush
someone who
bullshit.
hasn't seen a lot of this new NIP, I don't believe we casted them at EWC.
Nope.
And of course, we did cast them yesterday and today, but you know they haven't been an international event since Sao Paulo a year and a half ago. What I'm seeing at the moment, it actually reminds me of the very old Fantasy Furia roster.
Well, because it's Fantasy.
Because it's literally Fantasy gets a few frags every round, and the rest of the team just capitulates, lies down and dies. Look, Hates did find a 3-piece that round.
That's more than he did on the clubhouse.
Give him some credit, yeah, but yeah, I'm just not seeing as much substance. Obviously, that was, you can't read a lot into that round, at least not for NIP. That was SSG throwing a crazy rush, and NIP seeing how they can do it, what they can do about it. We'll see. Look, I like that SSG can be creative, but I want them to also have a little bit of the basics down pat as well.
On the opposite side there, I think control attacks are so difficult that breaking the norm is going to benefit you more often than not. And it came down to 1 or 2 gunfights, right? To be a winner or loss in that one. But SSG, they're known to have the one-off strats, the rushes, the fast ones, direct attacks, and then if it doesn't work, they can default back to basics, right? So I do expect this one to be a bit more stable.
It's possible to be a successful streamer without a cam, but having a camera makes it easier to feel connected and come back. 100%. But I think in 2025, not using a camera, your content has to be fucking insane. And having a camera just makes it easier. Way easier.
He's a scanning man.
He's not far from one player, but he wasn't looking the right direction.
Must have heard something.
Well, I mean, you can hear the bullets being fired from outside. I think that might have been false.
Whoa, that's like gasoline right now. Woo!
Okay, so
I put 3 hulking scoops in this, so I'm gonna be sipping that bad boy. It's not a chug.
This would be a very hard run out angle. He is gonna go for it. No, he's just gonna taunt it.
This pressure now is gonna get him off the rappel instead. They got good drone information. There's C4.
Ballsy. A lot of damage. No kill. Benja almost showed it in time. There we go from Wizard, though. The lurking Nook. I mean, Ashen spent the whole round getting into position just to fall. At least Cons will go down. That's the pulse. And Lewis is getting very active on this top floor. Remember, bomb site is down inside of lobby press. There's a lot more ground that needs to be taken. Love that usage of the Sens to cut that top floor in half and enable the push in from Newers, isolating angles 1 by 1. The Blackbeard, it's what he does best. And SSG have top floor dominance.
Great utility for sure. Little bit of lack of plan denial here though. No more C4s and pulse being gone, so they can just drop the hat, sense off, cover vertically, and go for what should be a pretty free plan attempt right now. NMP, all they have are guns blazing, going for gunfights.
Whoa!
Fantasy again on fire. Phenomenal shot on Genano.
Very rare from Genano. Usually a very sharp player. Oh, Newers. Guard broken for a brief moment. Pino's just tossed out another one of those Elemines as well. You're right, though. Fultz might have an opportunity to go for a plant here. If he drops down, it'll only be Benji to cover while Newers is isolated. Never mind, Newers is dead. And yeah, it is very bad. Fultz needs to drop straight down into the smoke. Sees a player amidst the chaos. Finds a double kill out of nowhere. Benja Master cannot drop into the site soon enough.
Oh, man.
Another strange
sloppy
round, another chaotic one, but NIP will take
sloppy,
it regardless.
sloppy.
I'm not gonna lie, I think Fantasy won the round again for his team. If Janano doesn't die, then he gets the kill instead. They get backstep pressure, bottom spiral.
I need to fix my bot timing a little bit more, because right now, what's happening in chat is a little bit too much.
What's also big is they knew the Fenrir was hiding either in server or Taylor's Visa. He was off the bomb side. That would have been a 4v2. And the smoke can't use his gadget either. That one gunfight, Fantasy just beams him on Spiral, changes everything. Great collab there from Fultz.
Yeah, it was very funny. I think you're on the money about that kill out of the Blackbeard. It meant everything.
Feels bad, man.
It might take SSG a while to win a round of attack, but let's not forget, I mean, map 1, it was very much a similar story. It was very defensive favored.
Sure.
NIP lost 5 attacks in a row. Of course, they ended up losing the game, but...
but those first 2 rounds could have been won by either team.
That's true.
Like, definitely.
That's fair. It seems like SSG, instead of trying to play textbook Consulate really well, they're trying to play chaotic Consulate. And it's like, look, if you roll the dice and it's a 50-50 or a 40-60, then you're still going to win 2 or 3 rounds. And that's pretty damn good for Consulate.
Exactly. That is all they need. And as I said, in the first half, in the first 3 round attempts here, they can kind of do whatever. And if it doesn't work, they can't just back to defaults. Because they got defaults. We all do here. It's top 16 teams in the world. Newers finds a pick onto Fantasy, a big one at that. And I guess it was a cheeky spawn peek-ish on Visa window. Newers expected it, held the angle, got that freebie.
Let's not forget, Deimos in play makes the roam clear far expedited. Bomb site is downstairs, and we have plenty of hard breach. We have plenty of verticality. This is, yes, in some ways, you know, the perfect lineup for SSG to be in a 5v4 attacking the basement.
And of course, if you get this opening pick, you can do one of 2 things. Either speed up and keep up that pace, or just slow things down.
No, Monica, because my bot, I had my timers fucked up that it never posted any of my timers. So now I'm trying to see what makes the most sense.
Flying drone set up, pick another pick.
It wasn't posting my shit at all.
Mira and Legion both remove from action with a fast push backside from Benji Master.
Oh, they're rushing.
Closing in that net. They're on site.
There's no one
Where
in
is
the basement. There's not a single player.
Hold up.
Not a single defender is in the basement. Wizard is upstairs. He does find 1 kill on Benja as he retreats on back. But Cons is quickly shut down. This is a very strange decision from NIP. I mean, why is everybody upstairs? I don't know whether SSG knew for sure or they took the calculated risk, but they completely stole the side. Hates his... I mean, he's dead meat, that's for sure. Weird round.
Great gap find, though. Gotta say. In the building, full info, push the bomb side, plant, profit, round win, that's it.
Yeah, easy as you like, bit underwhelming. Still cannot believe NIP did not have a single player on the basement.
Crazy band, I'm thinking Deimos, Blackbeard, potentially. Maybe Mira.
Get rid of that Deimos, I reckon.
Mira, Kaid, or Bandit.
What?
Glass.
Brother, they played Glass 1 round and they lost.
Interesting. Okay. Like the Mira ban. Big fan, big fan.
No,
it's
helps SSG rushing even more, doesn't it?
It certainly does. And also just, it can be awkward to have the right operator like Ash.
Did you know you can
spot, because rotating around the map of Control is quite tricky, right? Say you're going for an admin attack, you need the Ash elsewhere. You gotta go out on the rappel, up on the roof, run across the map, rappel down somewhere else. It just takes a while.
Yeah.
It's very one side to the other on Consulate. You don't see a lot of, hey, we're gonna start on A and then go all the way across on the side.
I've just thrown up my hands in confusion. NIP have banned Ying and Glaz, and they're playing Warden.
Well, if you think about it, there are other smoke grenades.
I really hope you guys can hear that at home.
It's loud.
Who is that?
Brazilian team, surely.
Oh, that. I don't know. Who's Falcons playing? Oh, W7M.
Ah,
it's because it's Falcons v W7M now on the B stream, about to begin. Bumped into Julio in the bathroom. He's playing it up against his old org.
Yeah, he is. Yes.
I also literally bumped into J90 in the bathroom.
Yes, did I?
Oh, really?
Yeah.
So we just like accidentally like almost killing him because I opened the door to the bathroom and he was there and he like jumped because I almost hit him with the door.
Oh, I'm a friendly kind of fella. I didn't do that.
I mean, it was an accident. I didn't want to be late.
Yeah, was it?
So I was
it an accident, James?
And so we just stared at each other and I was like, oh my god, I almost killed you. He's like, yeah.
Oh, so he does speak English.
J90, of course he speaks
English.
English.
He does, but he doesn't. Oh, J90. Oh, sorry.
No, not J92.
Sorry.
No.
I was thinking JV. Jesus.
No, not JV.
No, we gotta help SSG here. You know, they got Benjamin in the roster. Dude, I met J90's dad in Boston.
Oh,
and his dad is his son's biggest fan.
Oh, I love that. That's amazing. I love that. I feel like a lot of the North American players have family members come to these events. I've met a few.
Yeah, they do. And I think for SI, it's going to be a big family one. I hear everyone's bringing their mother and father and daughters and sisters and brothers. And
I love
everyone.
that. Yeah, I know it also definitely happened at Brazil with all the Brazilian teams.
Oh my God, yes.
So much Brazilian family and the partners and the siblings. Oh, it's adorable. Seeing KZ has his whole entourage, his whole family.
Yeah.
Turns out.
Oh, bit of feet there. Nice angle.
Not sure we can show that on Twitch news.
And he's got shoes on. Okay.
For now, I think he's just shot them off.
There could be a Kivera skin in the future, you know what I'm saying?
Okay, let me just pretend you didn't say that. Fantasy's found his.
Yes, he does.
Hungry for more. I mean, this is classic Fantasy.
He's
really,
feeling it.
He has this energy where he's like, I feel like I have to get a multi-kill every round for my team to win it.
The 5v4, you don't gotta make this swing, and if you die here, you look like a fool, but if you get a kill, though, you're the hero.
He's surely gonna die. He's in an exposed position. Out comes the fire. He falls on back as Fultz evens up the numbers.
There's the aggression.
Watch YouTube tutorial. I'm out of the merge store to YouTube.
They're waiting for it too, but he's just better. Another swing by a different player. It's turn.
We got a new merch store. All right, and I'm trying to add it to things. All right.
They're not letting SST
Leave me alone.
Deals damage first as well, and even though Newis puts him
I'm a
down,
noob, okay?
It just goes.
Are you happy? I'm a
aggressive
noob.
NIP have decided to be today. Two of them low HP. They got to be careful. This is clutchable.
There's the nade though. Nice piece of util. Good collapse. 2v2 at 25 seconds. Again, anybody's round. Pino low on health.
I think Ashen can win this. Great gun. No util to speak of, but it doesn't matter. Newis is low HP, so's Pino. Here we go though, the flank from Pino. Newis has made it onto Fantasy.
Is merch yet? Yes, there is.
Ground means that Newis has to decide, does he hunt, does he revive, or does he plant?
I don't like
the choice is the latter, and he's not gonna have a lot of time left. He's decided to fake it, and Pino's run it to perfection. It's a critical mistake from Newis, and NIP will lap it up.
Such an awkward spot for Newis to be in because he can't go for the revive because there's
Yep,
no
got it
no
all
time to wait for him to
up,
crawl back behind
going.
The corner. He can't
It's
plant
done.
because he's got the
It's
door to
all
his right,
good.
door to his left, so there's no coverage there as well. Doesn't have time to go to CEO.
I ordered a bunch of
SST will call
samples.
their tactical timeout. What do they have to say?
Mara shotgun, crew, and Fultz. I want you guys to pressure and copy seal window for that. We're gonna get him onto yellow early. After that, you guys are gonna flip back into doing our normal like fucking piano bass. Benji, you're gonna pressure piece when they're doing that. Jack, you're gonna play like B2 side the entire time for Liam. Like you two are gonna be on that yellow side hard, shotgun in hand. You want the B2 cut while those three are gonna clear across the other side.
So you want
Makes
the
sense?
Walker and then to just clear?
Yeah, I want you three to clear across the admin side. Benji, you pressure piece for the C4 below, then we're just gonna fucking float. Last time it was a pulse floating in and out, so just be aware of that. For basement fell, just read it as seen. We have the mirror band, we can ISO if we want to, or we can clear. It doesn't really matter either way. Just press the turn and see, read it.
Go boys.
Okay. Yeah.
Let's fuck him. Let's go. Jay, go nades. I want you to nade yellow. Like as soon as I'm like kind of at the top.
Putting the tactical into tactical timeout.
I was gonna
tell
say,
you what.
very specific.
That was some like military comms right there.
80% of that was one strat. This upcoming round where we're gonna have you go here, you to go there, etc. Then it was a quick basement. We can either go for a clear or go for a direct. Doesn't matter either way. And I actually did not expect it to be that specific for Corner. I thought it was going to be more about general stuff like expect the swings, the aggression, be ready for it, but it was very much like what we are going to do, not what they're trying to do.
He was the captain of the ship. He was telling you go here, you go here, you go here.
I feel like Kola definitely could have had
Let's fuck 'em.
a playing spot.
Hell yeah.
In today's era of seeds. Like he's got good comms, clear precise, he's got a good head on his shoulders.
Do you think he can keep that while in the midst of the chaos?
That's the thing.
I mean, call out, he did play for a while on... Did he actually play on the Astralis roster? I can't remember.
Ooh, there is maybe something there, actually. He was a player at one point.
Oh,
I
yeah,
don't
he
recall
was.
exactly.
But, I mean, I hate to say it, but I don't
He's always
think
been
he was
a
a
coach in, like,
particularly good player.
I mean, that's why he's coaching, right? People who coach are not good enough to play. That's pretty much the story.
Let me have
People
a
who can't
look.
coach, they cast. So here you go, buddy.
Oh, thanks, brother. So he played with a few different teams. He played with United.
I remember that United,
their main team, and yeah, they did not do great. He had a few stints on a couple of different tier 2 teams after that, but then moved coaching where he's had a lot more success.
Yeah. I mean, he's well suited for it. I mean, he's the main pushing force of the whole culture they built within the team, right? The discipline, the work ethic.
Was he on the team with Leo on a United?
I would assume so. I believe so. Him, Yeti, Leo, and 2 other guys. if I had to.
I don't remember off the top of my head.
I mean, I don't either, but I would assume so. But no, it's I like call out. Solid guy.
Yeah, a lot of respect for what he's done with SSG. I mean, these are the gym bros, the meditation yoga boys, sports psychologists. Like, you know, that's what they're all about. That kind of treat it like it's a
full commitment.
We are here in the BMW arena at the basketball court. It feels very befitting for an American team that conducts themselves in such a way.
Go slam a dunk in your off time. So we heard a specific strat in action.
She did well. Like she did do well. That's why I'm like trying to get it out there. That's what I'm
well, I'm not sure if they expected it to be the split
working on.
Because this is the first time NIP have played
it. You're right. They probably did not expect it at all.
But I don't know what I'm doing.
In a way,
so
it nullifies the entire tactical timeout from SSG. NIP taking us to this bomb site. SSG looking very direct now with that Monty.
That can work. I mean, walking, if they get visa control for the corner hatch, they could walk in and plant hard right here off the door, walk in for J90. And look at the outlines. Most players from NIP are quite far away on a different floor entirely. This might just be plantable, especially with Smokes live, but Cons has to be dealt with first.
Oh, they haven't checked the corner.
Nope.
Cons sees one and takes his head off. Looks for the second one. The Monty trying to take the fight. Ashen swings in to save the day. And now the plant opportunity is available for SSG. J90 starts forcing it down. It's a very safe tuck. And it will be a 3v4 post-plant retake now for NIP. And it's not going to work out for them because Benja is watching from outside the visa window. Perfect round from SSG.
Good problem solving. That Monty literally saved the round. And despite Cons going unnoticed for a bit there, going for one kill, they were quick to act back and go for that final pick for the bomb to go down. And now it's SSG's bit of a...
What did he say? Huh? What did Ashen say?
I could not tell. It's just, wow!
Sorry, we got Milos here. I thought he was going to tell us.
Mr. Lowe's!
He's just brought my laptop charger. Thank you very much, Milos. Did you hear what Ashen said just then? Nah.
No.
It's all energy. Yeah. Just dropped in mid-game. I mean, Ashen, he's all energy and no comprehension, at least. That's the way I interpret it. Maybe we'll get a replay. Here we go. You have defense?
Oh, you're G-bots? Like, I don't know.
No, I think he said, hey, you have defense, as in...
Saga.
You guys are defending, you should be winning.
Saga. That meant defense when he said that in English.
Maybe, okay.
There's something about it, but I don't get it.
About defense. Maybe he's like having a go at
I just feel bad because
this is something we talked about earlier on in the
she worked on it like all day long.
Yeah, I mean, NIP were up 2-0 at the start of this. Since then, SSG have brought it back 2-3. They've hit par for the course.
Yeah,
I'm gonna do all that.
They win one more, which is very doable, and it's happy days.
What?
It would be happy days.
Honestly, I was a little bit lazy with making a merch store. I probably could have done more. But
now they're gonna go back to a call-out and go, okay, what do you say again?
Honestly, I sold out on making a merch store for so long because I didn't have like a legitimate brand.
Flip it mid. Oh my, Fantasy is too good, dude. But Ashen flies in the window upstairs instead, finds a kill on yellow stairs. A trade back to even numbers, but smoke for ace. Pretty good value, I gotta say here, favoring SSG. But Fantasy is literally running into people's faces.
But now that I do,
in the world. He's being
somewhat
so
recently,
and finding those opening engagements. Cons, ton of intel. This time they can't quite act upon it though. And they hear that scanner being ripped up and down. And Ashen's got yellow locked under wraps.
Flank down below.
Yeah. Not sure if they're trying to get away or trying to get to someone. What are we doing here?
It's a very active defense here from NIP. Extremely mobile. Every single one of these operators making moves, rotating around that map.
You can see SSG, they're not sure exactly what to do right now. And I get that because they know there's a pulse somewhere. Call-Up mentioned that before. They always play that operator below. Ashen can hear the operator but can't quite see him.
He's on drone. That's the thing. It's a dangerous game if he does go for the flank because Ashen is watching his own flank. Now Giselle goes out. Hayes actually spots the drone, so good time delay here from NIP.
Very much so. And they can open the floor for a C4 plant denial on the concrete portion of the bomb site. So this ensures that Cons are safe in the late round unless they go beneath.
I mean, it means SSG do have to clear down below if they are to try and plant in Piano.
Or just get hatch control by taking the full bomb site, right? Because the Piano hatch is open. But right now, ST are very spread apart. Diffuser case on Sens' top floor, holding Visa flank, as is the Lion. And J9 at the building. Ashen on yellow stairs. They have no one really pushing the middle of the map. They're on the exterior and on the ends of it. They need a way into this bomb site.
It's a strange, complex position. Both of these teams trying to fake each other out.
Could be a catch.
Both waiting for the other to make the first mistake.
Doesn't he hear him?
Fantasy might gift it. In fact, he is gifted a chance as Ashen exposes himself. NIP in control with Faults on the floor. Wizard continuing to hold on to his position with the shotty in hand. He finds them both.
Jeez.
NIP have evened up the half. Or rather, they've exceeded their expectations. It's a 4-2 split for the Brazilians. And that might be just enough to continue their march forward. As they move on to the attacking side, SSG are the ones that need to lock in.
So this is what we spoke about. 3-3.5 is bare minimum. 4-2 for the defenders is what they really want to aim for, and they got there. NIP now, there are no excuses. They got what they needed in the first half. It comes down to their attacks. It comes down to the more difficult side. If SSG want to play their usual game, it's going to be about the layers, peeling back and having a backup plan for every single defense setup. NIP, they have to be good on the plan A, and they always need to be ready for a plan B if something doesn't go their way. So far, it's been Fantasy finding so many picks alone, single-handedly saving them. And I am wondering here, on the attacking side, where it's much more difficult to get those engagements, what happens when this kid stops shooting?
Yeah, that's the question, right?
He's so good.
Yeah, he is.
Attackers have discovered the location of a
But it's hard to force those fights. I mean, what are you going to do? Rappel in CEO window? No. Walk up yellow staircase? Probably no. It's going to be so hard for Fantasy to have that playstyle. He's on Ash here in the first opening round. He's going to go for kills. That's going to be his whole thing.
That's right. I mean, NIP have been playing this like little roam game. You get people sneaking around the map.
They were
Fantasy
active.
waiting for their chances. They're playing reactively.
5 seconds left.
Oh, the Fantasy. Yeah, I mean, he's literally trying to translate the defensive playstyle onto attack. I don't think it's going to work out.
I can see the nuke working, but it only works once.
I mean, the thing is, you look at the SSG lineup, and it's like absolute on-lock Plantanal, Goyo, Tachenka, Smoke. You've got Ella for preventing the creeps. I don't think it's going to work.
This is how you know a team is the real deal in Siege, okay? If they play Tashanga on top floor Consulate, you know that they're good.
That pay are good.
No, it's like if you don't,
I don't pay
them. This happens all the time in Tier 1 play, much more than it should.
Oh no!
I mean, I'll tell you what, if NIP plan on the window in this round, then
well, then it falls
off to them.
Oh, the timing's incredible.
Should be a freebie, and it is for Hates.
They had 2 attackers watch that angle, by the way. 2 separate ones. One on the roof, one on the ground. And Pino finds Ashen, and here comes the lurk from Fantasy. This is falling apart very quickly for SSG. Mind you, they have utility. They have 3 spare elements in pocket from J9. They're not ready for this.
No, not at all. They're playing way too aggressively. They lost a hell of a lot of firepower very early on in the rounds. And now NIP have to decide, okay, well, if we're going to clear the map, we're going to clear from admin, or are we going to go for a CEO take? Now, we've established with the amount of Plantanal available, probably don't go for a CEO take. That said, I mean, Ashen's dead, so your gas is gone. It's just Tachenka and the Goyo fire. I think admin take is the play in a 5v3.
I'm with you on that one for sure. They could also just go for a flood, right? You get an admin, you like jump in bathroom window, jump in meeting breach, you know. They got the 5v3. Like, the hard part is over in this round. Just gotta convert this into a round W. There is a meeting breach, for example, so once they're ready for it, they can go for a push. They're still just barely inside of admin, droning soda machine, top piece of stairs. But now it's starting to stabilize, and there's no cheeky C4 from SSG. There's no real easy way to get a kill but gunfights. And that's where BB of Cons can walk in first and get the info for his team.
Well, the thing is here that Tachenka can actually rotate and use the fire on the other side. I really like how Faults has used it very aggressively.
Yeah.
It prevents those NIP players from even peeking towards the side. And now that Hates has fallen,
trying to set up TikTok shop, but like it's trying to get me to advertise my address, which I don't want to do.
This could open the round. 4 ninjas in pajamas. He's putting the ninjas in their name. Straight back up from the yellow stairs. He finds one, looks for another with the pistol. But the projector meeting is clear. J9 flanking up behind. Cons on the Blackbeard. Knocks him down. Shuts him out of it. It's Faults. in a 1v2. The round that surely should have been to SSG has been ripped away from them. As the Blackbeard watches, Pino confirms that plan, and the Lord marches forward.
Can't wallbang it.
Can't wallbang that position of Pino, but he can bring out the fire, and so he equips the Shamika, tries to get the guard break effect. It doesn't land. Needs to take the 1v1, and he gets it. Cons, where are you? Faults is coming. Oh, and so he gets back onto this defuse. Cons has to make the move. False tries to bait him out, but the Blackbeard lies in wait. NIP find a 5th round on Consulate.
Nice try is all you can say there for False. I mean, that's an impossible clutch position, and he makes it so close to the 1v1. It almost hurts more because it felt winnable, but let's be honest, it never was. The BB post plant with 13 seconds left, open lines of sight, can play from far away. The BB made the magic happen right there. Shot down the flank, got the kill, covered the planter, and got the information for his team. It started off his team losing 2 players shortly after each other, and still it comes down to the wire. Fantasy flying yellow stairs, and the crazy part is J9O had 3 elements in pocket with half the round to play. One of those being placed on yellow would have stopped the entire thing, but they never expected the nuke to come into action.
Look, there are not a lot of winnable 3v5s out there, but that was one for SSG, and one that they're going to be really fretting that they lost. Ashen, mate, you're on defense.
Zaga.
Zaga. 5-2 in favor of NIP.
5 seconds remaining.
Lair up next, should they win this map. Reckon we'll go to a 3rd?
Attackers are moving to defuse a bomb.
I feel like this round will tell us that.
Yeah.
This is the one. SSG need to show us a convincing round victory, or they gotta just shut down the star player of Fantasy right now, because he is thriving, floating, and getting way too much value, way too often. And I feel like SSG, you know, going back to attack timeout, it feels a lot like they want to play their own game and not worry about NIP. But there comes a point where you have to worry about what they are doing that keeps messing you up.
Yeah.
And right now, I feel like it's unexpected aggression, but this far into the second map, it should be expected aggression. They had the trap operators last round, but didn't use the traps because they had a different plan in mind. When they were on the attacks early on the attack timeout, it was about where to go, not what to expect. Yo, we're wiggling. One could see it shaking.
Damn. That Rotera's got moves.
I like that. Put a disco ball on it, all of a sudden you got a dance party.
Germans do love their techno.
Yeah, it's true. They have a scene.
All right, Wizard in with the Roteras now. This one not for a dance party, just getting a lot of information. Not really going to actually clear any util, but not a lot of util to clear. I mean, you look at the lineup here, a lot of this is active utility. The Warden, the Pulse, the Solus, that's all util that the operators have to actively be using. A lot of it is about denying those drones, about finding that plant in the late round. NIP really focusing up on this ground floor, but that means they're vulnerable to the vertical game. Ashen spotted them, but those holes work both ways.
And that's Fantasy, baby. Careful, he's been so good this far, and the Monty's forcing back those defenders, getting so much map space for free. I mean, they're by the bomb site door, and they got the very above them, but they don't care, they don't mind it at all.
Utterly fearless.
I mean, they could just walk in, there's no one, there's a pulse in the basement actually, so a C4 is possible. Benja finds Pino as well, but they're stalling out in IP.
Yeah, we need this vert. That said, I mean, somehow Fantasy
in reverse.
Again, through the vert, finding a kill, and bringing things back into the realm of possibility for NIP. This is a good read for Faults. He's waiting, hates, goes for the swing, doesn't land the shot. Flashbang should seal the deal, but he dodges it, pre-fires him, and stays alive down below Faults. Still with that C4, deadly and ready to deny the plan in the late round. Monty sends it inside, NIP decides to get matters into their own hands, but Newers holds down the fort. Wizard in a 1 versus 3. He will need to live up to the name. And yet Newers will lie in wait on the side. He's taken down. 2 more to find. Diffuser equipped. Faults no longer has his C4. 10 seconds remain. There's no way that he's going to be able to guarantee this plant. He's going to need to bait it on out. And SSG know that he's not stuck it, so they don't even need to swing. The round is done. And SSG have got it across the line.
It all comes down to Faults. Winning his one downstairs, the C4 injuring. Would have killed the Monty if it wasn't for his teammate of Ella getting the job done first. SSG, they play the layers, they play different floors, they play together. Despite that being a very chaotic round, they stayed composed and patient with the plan in mind of what was going to happen next.
No unnecessary swings in the 2v1.
Not at all, disciplined. Not giving anybody any free fights. But it's going to be a round-by-round basis right now. One at a time, don't think too far ahead. This kill out here is disgusting. Through the floor, through the beams. Dukes the flash, pre-fire out, C4 shot there to right here, injures Monty. Or injures the teammate behind the Monty, rather. It's really good coverage. The thing about Consulate that I feel like makes it so different in our favor is that there's not that like.
Well, I got the merch store connected to YouTube at the very least.
Think of all.
No. I also love it. Sounds like they're yelling at replying to him, but it's actually just that the W7M versus Falcons game has almost perfectly lined up with us.
Yeah.
So our round is ending about 5 seconds before their round ends.
Because like, think of Oregon, right? You go basement, kid storms, tertiary. Yeah.
There's a lot of rubbish tertiary
It
sites.
is.
Even Clubhouse, right? Like Cash, a lot of teams hate defending Cash.
And no one plays bar. Here it's like you go basement, nice. Top floor, nice. Lobby, nice. And then you got the fourth split bomb site.
Also pretty nice.
Half the time pretty nice as well, but harder to play arguably. That means that SSG don't have to worry about the usual bomb set rotation of you win the first, you win the second, and that means this comeback is so possible for them. Fantasy now off the entry with the gun, but on the entry of the shield on Blackbeard. Not against it, but he has to make that work still occur. Maybe more solo play because he just walk in, face tank the angle instead of droning everything for himself first. Got the Dokkaebi as well, there's the call. Can push on in and take map control for free.
Oh, here we go. Ashen, for a second, I thought he might be gifted a freebie, but no. I think it was a Dokkaebi call that gave away his position. Cons is in the building. NIP taking from the top floor downwards.
Yeah, it's going to be a full clear.
And they got the ram for the vert as well when they do get down. They're actually using some of the ram offside.
They are. That can be costly later on because only having 2 boogie drones for all of piano vert.
There's a lot of. Oh, what?
Oh, it's a backside take. It has to be.
I mean, yeah, at this point.
It is too big of a commitment otherwise.
And there's no backup. There's no sledge or buck for more vert. I mean, technically, you've got
soft on ace,
charges,
maybe.
Yeah.
But still, I mean, you're gonna be kind of low on vert. I mean, there is a clash back here, but you don't care about the vert that much. You can walk past it.
Yeah, I mean, the clash is going to be the problem because if you're pushing from a rear take, right, you need the Blackbeard to be really having a big impact as you walk down those long hallways and start to aggress on kitchen. If that clash is still alive, it's round over.
No more vert. It's been used everywhere at the minute. It's a little bit limited, but it's there in the back and the front. This could be a full take where you push the front side and the back side all at once, but that's where the 5v5 of the SSG is going to favor them. They have clash that can shut down a whole hallway by themselves. I'm not sure about this attack. It feels very last second because those 2 bar canisters, they're coming out, and the hatch will not be opened up for a good while.
I have a very bad feeling about this for NIP.
15 seconds left.
Ashen in position. He's got the smoke. He needs to try and hold on for as long as he can. He will fall back. 1 gas still in pocket. He doesn't want to lose his life. And it's a rotation from Cons.
20 seconds. Flash goes out. Another toxic babe as well, stalling things further. There's the clash.
Yeah, this will need to be explosive from NIP. And with that clash, it's not going to be easy. Straight into the side, but Newers catches Hates before he can find anything. NIP, 1 by 1, funneling through these doorways, and 1 by 1 they will fall until none remain. Flawless for SSG. They're running it back, they are closing the gap, and they are chasing NIP.
This feels a bit more like Clubhouse now, the side swapper. NIP, half-baked attack, using utility, almost like it doesn't matter, doesn't have a cost, but it does. Limited verticality means where you use it is the only place it's gonna go down. If you had a buck and a sledge, you have infinite possibilities, but committing those 2 boogie drones for the backside, which you never really saw at the end of the day, that's expensive. Not getting the hatch, that's gonna cost you. Not getting main breach, that's gonna cost you.
I mean, I really wish we'd seen them rotate the breach, but it is a tactical timeout for NIP. Let's see what Dan has to say.
O que a gente tem que fazer? Demorou? Então, olha só. Mano, se eles forem server agora, eu quero que a gente priorize a horizontal. Só que o que eu quero, mano? Mano, traz demos, traz, mano, Black Beat, mas, mano, vamos explodir rápido, tá ligado? Vamos deixar a gente execar lá, mano, na porra do piano, por exemplo, com 30 segundos, os caras com Kaid, com tubarão, entendeu? Não faz sentido, entendeu? Por exemplo, a gente não abriu o alçapão do Moringa ali, tá ligado?
Sim.
A gente não abriu o alçapão do Moringa ali. Então como é que a gente quer progredir? Como é que a gente queria tirar aquele smoke ali, sendo que a gente faz o stepzinho de bangar lá?
Sim.
Demorou? Realmente. Então, mano, se eles forem server agora, quero que a gente faça horizontal, tá? E cuidado com uma subida, uma descida da amarela, tá ligado? Só cuidado com isso. E bora, caralho, bora?
Bora.
Bora.
Tá de boa. So if you were Dan, James, what would you have said there, huh? Are you gonna be hard on them or are you gonna be soft on them?
I don't know the players well enough. There are really some players you can't go hard on because they go back. We talked about, you know, the Kanto Raketi type player. You can't just like smack them down when they're losing. I mean, I think for NIP, the big thing is like, look, we know attacking is hard on this map. Let's not discredit the fact that it's really challenging to attack. Look, SSG only won 2 of them. True. Don't let it get in your head. All right, you're still winning. It's 5-4. You're 1 round in front. Like, don't worry too much about the fact that they've just won 2 defenses in a row. They were expected to win those defenses. The basement, that's hard. We made the wrong call, going for a server side take. Now we're going into the top floor. We have to decide, make the call early. Are we going to go admin? Are we going to go the other side? Let's make sure we get info on what operators they're picking so we can make an informed decision. Because if they're running Goyo, Smoke, and Tachanka...
You gotta speak faster. Like that, you don't have more time. That's 6 seconds. But I like what you're getting at, though. And I feel like if they cut you off, they would have gotten the message too. But you gotta either finish faster or stop faster.
I now have an extra appreciation for the coaches. I mean, we have so long to talk about
You need to
games.
really pick what you want to say.
You're right.
And if you even like mess up for like 2 seconds and lose your train of thought, oh, you're cooked.
Your point has been made, Nick. I feel like I was so savage, and I really like it. You just stared at me. He's like, time's up. Shut up.
But no, I honestly think you're right on it. Like, I also think it should be soft because NIP with the current roster, they're not the go-to every international tournament that expect to win it, right?
No, it's their first international event in a year and a half.
And have they played Perfect Siege? Oh, hell no. Have they met their expectations? Probably not either. But going hard on them now is not going to make them believe in it more.
No, and we know Fantasy's got that energy when he starts fragging.
Exactly.
You want to feed into that. Give him the confidence to keep on playing that way. Just make some better decisions in the macro about the strategy. Because micro's all right for NIP. I feel like it's just the big picture stuff.
I heard him mention smoke at one point. I'm not sure that was like, if you see the smoke, don't push where he is because you can't. I'm not sure if that's the angle, right?
Like I was saying, I mean, it's only Tachanka here for the CEO Plantanal, so they very much could go for it. They don't have to burn a lot of util if they did.
And I mean, they got the round, you know, victory last time around. They got the distance.
True, yeah.
Got to the bomb site. Falls almost clustered, but still.
Ooh.
Starts off on the wrong side, though. Goes down first on Capital, and now General can play this soda machine position. Who's shooting Newers? On the door behind him, I see.
Oh, Newers is 13-6, by the way. I missed that completely. J9-0. He's stuck behind. They had him. No idea! It's the whiff of the century from J9-0. Oh, you unlucky man that we were watching that.
The corner.
Come on, hide.
Stick the corner.
There's no way that you're going to survive this if you keep on peeking with that tiny little pistol. Get out of there while you can, son. It's been embarrassing enough already.
Swing and a miss. Here comes the push. Taking that sort of machine. Nate comes out as well. General thankfully moved away to top spiral instead. But there's a nasty crossfire. Only 35 seconds left. You got to smoke and you have to push.
Oh, the smoke fell through the holes. Oh, no. And so they have to push dry, and J9-0 redeems himself. A double spray and falls to close it. The distance has been made. SSG have marched their way back 3 in a row. And we are tied at 5 rounds apiece.
Right after the attack timeout as well for NIP. And like I said before, it's not gonna get a whole lot easier because, yeah, you lost downstairs, you lost upstairs, so now they're gonna go lobby a split, and that's also difficult. And to make matters even worse, almost every single site revolves around the same areas. Taking top visa, taking meeting and CEO, that's the key to most of the sites. We see Ashen saying Saga in in-game chat, and we saw Newers also say, stop picking, I think it said, keep picking those shields, you're really good at them. And I feel like if you were to like really simplify this BO3, I would say NIP playing shields and it goes against their success has been a big problem for them. On Clubhouse, not a single round did the shields work out. And so far here, one time it did. The first attacking round on top floor, that was the Blackbeard to great effect. But other than that, I'm not feeling the shields.
Yeah. I actually have a translation of the NIP tactical timeout, courtesy of Maria.
Okay.
She's texted it to us. She said that Dan was telling NIP they were jumping over a lot of steps, which is kind of what we talked about on that basement attack. And she said that the game is on them. They just need to keep focus on doing each step individually if they want to progress. Don't jump those steps ahead. And use the example of the hatch not being open, which I thought was mostly due to the tuber round.
Yeah, low on time.
And being low on time.
They could have gotten it, but there was no time left,
Yeah.
Okay.
Interesting that it's that specific. Like, he's going into the really nitpicky stuff.
I think he's gonna, if you're a visual learner, right, give them an example they can think about. Like, for example, missing that was crucial. Because you can say, like, okay, there's an obvious thing you can miss in every attack, and we can't miss those. If you look at the previous round...
I mean, it was the fact that you kept letting Janino in and out of that.
Exactly, like the fact that they never cleared it the first time, and he swings, injures the Twitch, and gets out, that was the big mess-up, I would say, previously. And it's a small detail, and it's a small mess-up, but it has a massive consequence. Contis is in the building with Blitz right now. Everybody else is on the repels.
Love that.
And again, step by step, as I said before, you gotta do the same things in most attacks. Take an admin, take an CEO, take a meeting. This is just like attacking top floor in that previous round, but you got more map to work with. And you have to worry about those C4s below if there are any. There's just Ashen on the Warden, who is playing top floor. No pulls, no trickery, but there is an IQ just double checking. So they're respecting the possibility of faults.
Yeah. I mean, a happy accident is maybe the IQ will spot the Vigil at some point.
Yeah? So that's like the 4th Boss G recently. Like, we're seeing more and more of that.
A lot of Boss G these days, yeah. People are loving it, despite the nerfs. NIP have been pretty slow, though. I mean, we've talked about they need to go step by step, but if you're not ticking those boxes, you need to expedite the process or have a simpler plan.
This is the problem, right? If you're going a little bit too fast and therefore skipping corners, well, if you're not playing perfect, you're going to play slower naturally. When you play slow against SSG, they will use the time against you because, like we said, they're disciplined. They're not swinging and taking silly gunfights. Look where they are. They are so far back on the map. They're not even near NIP.
Yeah, I mean, they haven't taken the correct half of the top floor. They haven't taken the correct half of the ground floor, and I'm pretty sure there's still a bit of garage presence as well. So in they go. Cons has to start making some moves, but those dread mines from the Fenrir make things very challenging. Not a single drone remains for NIP, by the way. They have no information, and they're just going to go for broke on the bomb site.
They're only taking half of top floor and straight to the bomb site. That means Vert can work against them. Hates finds one, though. Ashen is down.
Good pick. And they've also forced Newers back. I mean, not a great operator to be trying to contest against the Blitz. And 2 picks for Hates on the bomb side. The gates are open, and the flood begins. NIP have 3 kills, and the plan is going down.
2-0 for
Has
SSG?
to sneak back in, but he's taken out. It's Benja against the wall.
I don't know.
Up above, caught out by the air jab, and far too late to deny that plant. It should be a lockdown post-plant here for the Brazilians.
Oh, yeah.
Benja making his way back, but there's just no hope. I mean, like, they can sit all the way back and deny this when he gets on it. This is, yeah, so rehearsed, so tense. Benja is caught by Fantasy. Map point for the Ninjas on the verge of sending us the distance.
I gotta say, very impressive and decisive round for NIP. From the outside, it looked kind of over because there was no decisiveness in what they're gonna do, but they were just, again, working for that perfect setup. It was in top floor, air jab, leave one guy top for the flank watch, sprint downstairs, straight into side. No hesitation. And I almost feel like the fact they had no drones just made them more aggressive because they couldn't even opt for it. They had to go in with their face, with their gun, and make it happen. So quick to switch it around.
Fantasy is absolutely magnetizing to heads today, and the energy from him, it's insane.
I feel like that's his strength. Like he feeds himself off his own energy, almost like Ashen.
Oh yeah.
Ashen tends to kind of troll half the games when he gets loud.
Yeah, he does a bit. I've not seen that from Fantasy. I mean, he's always been Mr. Consistent, right?
Even from memory, I would say. So like back in his last peak, if you want to say, like that, back when he was on the Furia roster, being like the guy, madly consistent.
When Furia was winning, he was fragging out. When they were losing, he was still positive. You know, he was still fragging out.
Speaking of the Kara skin that might happen one day.
Oh, sorry.
Down on
Ashen, speaking of the devil, just spawn peaked Fantasy.
That is a disrespectful round for SST.
Wow,
That's the
point.
NA special. Match point, down 5-6. Kavera pick, check. Spawn peak Ego challenge, check.
That is insane. I only just noticed the Kavera pick. What the hell?
Yeah, he's been hiding in basement the entirety of prep phase. Got the shotgun now on yellow stairs. But there is a Dogebi on the board. There's BB as well. Two pretty big counter-ups, if you will.
Yeah. No, I respect the hell out of that from SSG, both of those things. So you were saying something about a skin?
Yeah, I mean, it's no big deal, really. It's just like, you know, if you want to think realism, because like Seed's like a game, right? Kavera's gadget makes her quieter when she moves.
Yes.
And if you take off the shoes, and maybe the socks
Oh,
too, you get quieter.
You want a dog's skin. You want a dog's out skin for Kavera. You want the dog's out for Cav. It
just makes sense.
Any operator got the dog. We actually have a dog's out skin for Grim.
I mean, we got the
like he's wearing like it's one of the collabs with one of the is it one of the fighting games? I don't remember what game.
Oh, is it the? I think I know what you mean.
Yeah, he's not wearing much. he's got like a little bandana on. Oh man. Anyway,
out goes the call, but I mean, the damage is done. Hade's low on health. They lost the player early. Kavera, I think, spotted by now, but where is she? You know, could be anyone running out the building.
Three of them inside of admin. Am I wrong?
There is two.
Yeah,
and one below as well. It's almost the reverse. You're attacking admin now, but from the defender's perspective.
Skopos and Ashen together. Nice one on the bench.
Second.
Yeah, very much aware that Ashen's in position. Oh, Ashen's about to get cornered and taken down. SSG were in the lead, but NIP have well and truly brought it back.
Okay. Again, decisiveness to take admin control, take the fight to SSG, get on the table for a safe spot. No, JK, get down again. No C4 on post, but there is one on General's Bandit. Newer's Kavera could still... Oh, hold on.
No way. There's no way.
It's close, but there's a metal beam in the way. Sadly, Newer's is in the basement, though, in servers, so a flank not possible. Kavera gadget kind of nullified in this positioning game. But with a singular C4, going for a planted out from below is kind of risky.
This should be a free kill. Geno's in a very awkward position. Out comes the nade, but he loses the fight. Good trade from Pino. This is where NIP could take us the distance to Lair.
No C4.
If Wizard and Pino can get this done, but there's a flank opportunity from Newers. He's snuck up on the Cav. It has been read by Wizard. He spots it, goes for the swing and finds it. Fultz needs to 1v2 and he's found the first. Diffuser planted. And the team captain from the Americans must take matters into his own hands. Can he stick this? Wizard is sending it below. Goes back upstairs. Fultz fakes it, swings it, bites his time, but Wizard strikes back for NIP. SST might have taken the first bat, but NIP
what's the move? Probably play some ranks. Maybe TMs? I don't know yet.
Left the chair in 0.2 seconds. Up, fist bumps, hands and cocks. Let's go next map, boys. I'm so ready. I'm so hyped up. They made that happen. It looked rough. Tag timeout. Dan enters the room and says, guys, step by step, don't cut corners. I believe in you.
First map win of the tournament. Check.
I was just working on the merch website on the background.
Stay alive. Let's find out on Lair.
That's the hardest part in Siege show is finding stacks. Like, I literally actively struggle to find stacks every single night. Like, anytime I've done like a viewer stack or whatever, I just get Q-sniped by a bunch of 5 top champs that just make it miserable for everyone, including me. And I'm like, I'm just sitting there thinking, why am I doing this, bro? It sucks. This is the end of the season is brutal. Yeah. We got a Mozzie skin today. Nice. All right, guys, I'll be right back. I'll be back in like 5-10 minutes, and I'll turn the camera on then. Stream staying on, obviously.
NIP tie the series back up 1-1. We don't have to say goodbye to any of these two teams yet, as we'll need a decider to see which of these two teams will be leaving the tournament. Now, talking about NIP, because of their comeback, one thing that we see from them a lot is that they can be very slow on their attacks. I think that's the thing that hurt them on Clubhouse as well, was hurting them here on console a little bit too, and SSG played into that quite perfectly on their defenses.
Absolutely, and that's why I was talking about Fultz being able to read into their opponent. How do you counter? You already know you're going against a very slow opponent, so this is where you then bring out the Tuberau, you bring out the Cade, you bring out the Clash, you bring out the Smoke, and you dwindle down that time, but that still simply wasn't enough to stop the attacks from NIP.
No, one of the biggest reasons for that was the way they were using that shield. We saw it from Cons. He was gaining space. He abused that as much as possible. I think that was a big thing to break apart the defense from from SSG that was bringing the Tuberaro, the K, the smoke, while you bring the shields, and you can see that. You can see that improvement. If you look at the team profile here, the attack win rate is at 25%. Now that's really low, but when they started this, it was at 20%. So the few attack rounds that they won in that map were the difference maker to bring them and save them from the direct elimination. And that's also, I think, on the back of someone else than Cons. Cons on the shields, yes, but Fantasy, once again, the player that steps up, the player that goes aggressively, the player that gets everyone hyped. He's the raw diamond that they've been refining. This is the stats from the second map. Already again double digits and already again involved in entries.
He was the catalyst in this moment. He was the reason why everyone at NIP could get behind him, find their footing, believe in themselves. And again, why we're now seeing them push it into a map 3 was solely due to the fact that not only was Fantasy performing in their first map where they were looking shaky, but they were able to do it here. And this was the round where I was talking about where SSG did use the smokes, use the clash, use the Tuberaro, use the Cade to slow down the attack from NIP. But again, it just highlighted how well NIP quickly adjusted and used cons on those shields off of Fantasy, playing extremely well.
Yeah, the shields are really annoying on the side of NIP, and I felt like SSG had some issues, I think, dealing with that here and there. Sorry?
It's been a big crutch. Like, Cons abuses his IGL style. He's all about the shields. He almost only plays that in attack, and NIP used it as much as possible in SAL, and that's probably what pushed them here in the major here in Munich. I'm thinking that's one of the things that you need to ban as soon as you start there. That's what you need to get rid of.
That is the question that I have, I guess. I mean, we talked about it in the green room. I thought that map 2 was a bit of a copy-paste of what we saw on the first map, with certain issues, I guess, arising again. How much of that will really linger into the third map, and how many shields will actually either be played or get banned? There's a lot of questions for us to still answer, and of course the main question is to answer who's staying in the tournament. Is that going to be NIP or SSG? We'll take a quick break and then we're back with the decider.
Available now.
more map is needed between NIP and SSG for this decider here for SenVale in the competition. Now, a quick question. What do we want to see from both these teams? Starting off with SSG for this final map.
I need to see them ban those shields, eliminate that comfortability from them, and then also controlling the tempo.
I think on the side of NIP, they're going to start in defense. You want to go and abuse the same things that they did on Club and control it, mount up that lead, and then afterwards, I need to see that chaos, right? That aggression from Fantasy, the abuse of shields if it's open.
That predictability.
Otherwise, use the Ying, use the Sens, use things that are going to break away a Turtle Strat.
I mean, that was, I guess, the question that we had. The question remains to be, who survives in this competition? Is it going to be NIP or SSG? Well, Lair will give us an answer.
Yes, it will, and it's the answer that we've been waiting for, the question on everybody's lips. Who survives to fight another day here at the Munich Major? And it looks like you guys at home are picking the North Americans, despite fumbling things on consulates.
I'm not sure if you can keep in track of numbers, but SSG started in the high 60, low 70s. Then they were 65, now they're 59. Time by, map by map rather, they're getting lower and lower on the score.
I tell you what, Fantasy has been an utter pleasure to watch for NIP.
Character.
He started winning me over. He really has. I think, if it's a battle between Fantasy and Ashen, Ashen talks more smack, but Fantasy, I mean, he's got more energy, and he proves it in the server.
He does. And that's kind of been one of the big talking points for Ashen throughout his entire career in Tier 1 is he's so loud in the chat, but he's quiet on the scoreline.
I mean, he's had his moments.
He's had like an even game, no?
He went 8-8 in that last map.
That's what I figured.
It's actually Fultz and Ewers got 13 kills each.
Yeah.
More than Fantasy did on that map. Funny that NIP won the map, but actually had a lot less kills than you would expect for a team that won 7-5.
Okay.
Let's dig into it. It is Lair, of course, the map that we've been waiting for to determine this series. The Ninjas, their first international event, their first major in a hell of a long time. SSG, I was having a look back in the history books, Nick. SSG have been at almost every international event, in fact, every single international event since Jönköping in Sweden in 2022. The last time they missed an international event was, ironically, Berlin, the other German major.
Nice.
It's been a long time that these guys have been through to the playoffs as well. They've qualified for all these events, but of course, first rounded, not a good way to end it.
And we expect more, and so do they of themselves.
That we do.
And I very much believe it's possible, but NIP, they're slowly winning me over, I'm not gonna lie. I gotta say it. Although I will say, a bit of a divide here between us and the desk about the shield situation.
Yeah, the desk really wanted to lean into the fact that those shields were
problematic.
A hindrance. Good blitz round, if I recall correctly.
There was like an individual round here and there.
Yes,
but overall, not a fan.
Even what Ashen was saying, or what SSG was saying, they were saying, keep playing those shields, you're really good at them.
I think that was a newest liner, but yeah.
Yeah, oh, there you go. One of the other toxic players.
Whoa, toxic. Someone penalized this man. I like how up here just not giving into chat at all. They probably have them muted since the beginning and have no idea this is happening.
Probably. I mean, one thing I really love about the Brazilian teams and the Brazilian players is they have so much energy and they get it out verbally and physically. They don't waste their time in the all chat.
They really don't.
With the exception of JV92.
Well, JV's a special boy.
He's special in many ways. He holds a special place in my heart. Actually, we've, I guess I probably shouldn't say the matches for tomorrow because I'm not sure if they.
No, I don't think you should.
Stream. But we know some of the games that are going to be happening tomorrow, so I'm getting very excited. And of course, we'll be casting JV tomorrow, so I'm very excited. You guys will have to wait and see who they're playing against.
We've cast every Furia match.
I think we have. Yeah, lucky us. I love Furia.
It's been fun to watch their story because it hasn't been, oh, they're winning. It's been, oh, they're losing. Oh, wait, now they're kind of winning now.
Great storyline throughout this tournament so far. Can't wait to see them win it all.
Kind of key. Okay.
Again.
They win their first game against CHE of the tournament and now they're going to win the whole
thing. They haven't won a major in 2 years, mate. Come on. It's about time.
It's about time. They must be hungry for it. Another box DMR in action. We saw one earlier today as well from Hertz, if I recall correctly, actually, on this very map. And he got 2 kills with that one. See if Benji can do the same. Very simplistic attack right now, but that's not a bad thing from Space Station. Take ops room, breach the wall towards the bomb site, gets a bit of pressure. They got the Monty for plant, the Sens to cover. But look at NIP's lineup. Tons of plant denials, C4, smoke, Tashanka fire. A default attack is not gonna cut it here, unless NIP they make a mistake.
Yeah, plant denial is gonna be the name of the game. So SSG have a shield of their own. They've rotated over to the other side of the map. What's Fult's going to be able to achieve? I mean, not much while the fire of the Janker is keeping him at bay. I think they're going to need some explosivity from over on Bathroom. You need some pressure on R6 room to prevent that Tachenka.
Instead of the bug beneath, can start finding something. But no, as I say that, he's dead. Fantasy. He ends some rounds and he starts a lot of them as well.
He is that guy.
He is that guy right now, and I think if you can make a simple strat, just counter Fantasy, take him out, you might just win the round. But SSG, that's plan A done. They lost to Verticality. Demo spam, can't play that operator. No one Sammy stuck in this corner. That should be a freebie.
What?
It doesn't go off?
He hit on the, I think it landed on the wall.
It clipped the corner?
It didn't, yeah.
Oh
yeah,
my
technically
God.
It's on the, that's so frustrating for Newers because that would have been a guaranteed kill onto that
All right, we're back.
tucked in the corner. It is Cons, I believe, and yeah, he's going to swing it on out. That is a calamitous way to go down for
Not a good start.
SSG, they just lose Benja early, and then nothing happens. Another rotate now from Foltz as he tries to get aggressive, but the Tachenka is owning this bomb site for NIP. A second for Cons, about to be a third if Foltz is confident enough to peek it, but I don't think he is. J90's on the grounds, and eventually Foltz will go down. Flawless start to Lair for the Ninjas.
Frustrating way to start off that third map for SSG, but they got a strong mental. We know that. They can keep it cool, calm, and collected, but they gotta really stop their game. Fantasy is too lethal in the server right now at forcing the plays. And NIP is simple defense, but I gotta say, Tashanka can be pretty strong, no?
Yeah, well,
that fire, man.
I know you've been at Tachenka Sim for a very long time, but that map in particular.
I mean, that Selma though, oh, heartbreaking. I thought there's no mute being played, like, what's happening? But it just clicked the wall.
Yeah.
Now, I will say, Benji was already... Benji was already dead earlier, so I'm not sure we're mad all that much, but it's these small things that SSG are missing the mark on. And small things can make or break these rounds. We see it time and time again.
Sorry,
do you remember? No, I was just thinking. Sorry. Do you remember when Ace first came out and he, you know, how now you throw a cell mat and it was 3 explosions.
I was actually thinking about this the other day because I was thinking about the buffs that we're getting
next season,
which they haven't talked about, right? They haven't said what they are.
You can say it.
Have they? Have they said what they are?
Do not say it. Do not say it.
You almost got me fired there for a second.
Hey, it was my bad, but I mean,
I crush it! I crush it! I crush it!
Things are not public, no, you cannot talk about
Okay, well anyway, I was thinking about, you know, what the things they might be doing. And
might be doing, allegedly. They're not actually doing this.
I don't know what I was going to say. And I was thinking about, like, Ace is so good, and he's already been nerfed significantly.
Yeah, like years ago, yeah.
One of those operators that got nerfed in, like, so much before he even came out. I think it's hilarious when operators get nerfed before they actually release. The one that always, like, my Roman Empire of operator nerfs is Nomad.
Oh my
Remember
God.
when Nomad came out?
Was
she
like
was not a
Sophia
flank watch
stuns.
operator. She was
Entry.
she was literally an entry fragger used to flush people out of cover because it would detonate mid-air when you shoot at someone.
Just like Sophia's stunt with the knockback effect, it was crazy strong actually. A whole different operator.
That was hilarious. Literally like the most funny thing that's ever happened.
Least balanced thing ever.
Least balanced thing ever. Hilarious.
Yeah.
Because there's no counterplay. It was
the Jaeger every round.
The fact that could have ever been an operator was just ludicrous.
One day I'll make a book, but I did bid it as an operator like in 2018 that will never be released because it did not fit Steve, but it was crazy as well.
You have to tell me after the show.
Okay, we'll see if I can do that. But SSG, slow and steady, trying to find their pace, and NIP, I gotta say this with respect, they're really holding on well. Nova on Clubhouse is swinging everything for no reason. Now they're swinging things with a reason.
What was that? I think, how did he get stunned? I think that might have just been the fire extinguisher detonating right next to him. That is perfect.
A little concussion there to add to the negative effect. When the player jump in, the
Oh,
bait is
no.
perfect for Hertz.
Yeah, this is not a very pretty situation for SSG. Ashen, surely he was favored in that fight, and yet the concussion loses it for him. Fultz desperately jumping in the window. This might be back one for Newers. Can't get enough damage.
One more bullet would have done it.
Hey, they have thrown everything they have at this NIP defense, and they have very little to show for it. Ben just got to go and recollect that diffuser. It died with Fultz cold on the ground. Cannot believe that Fantasy is still alive.
They're just running past the vert. He's also 1 HP now.
Disrespect.
Same guy of Newers who can't land that final crucial shot. 20 seconds, and SSG gotta come knocking because time is running out.
All right, here we go, Benja. This is the way that SSG win the round. It needs to be a Danish explosion. Only Wizard is gonna turn cloak and help out SSG a little bit, but Benja won't find any kills.
He just killed everybody. His teammates, the
Fantasy's
enemies.
like, dude, what's going on? Wizard's like, I'm busy. I kill everyone. I don't care what side they're on.
Well, I think they're counting how many games. 2, 3.
The only player that died on whatever. Let's listen to this timeout.
Benja, we're gonna say cut out. We're gonna say fuck the lurk below. We're gonna prioritize more so the top pressure. Ban the. I think we do the Tachanka third here. Quite frankly, our match is gonna be a fucking shit show to push. So just say fuck the mirror, go for that. Same thing for the fucking garage side right here. If we want to go garage side, get a shield in front of the face. If not, clear across the whole top floor and look in back towards like the gen side. You're looking for one of those two things on garage. You got that?
Yeah.
On the master side, Benja, when you're clearing across the top, they're going to ban one of the shields third. We can either pick up a fucking second shield, we can go long along with the trophy side split pressure, or the Tachanka ban, we can just do our base and look on the site. Because rocket should be relatively easy to take again. And then Jack, let's prioritize the floors this time on master as well. Clear that shield they have on like the server side, so if we do want to do the fucking kill through, we can do it.
Alright, let's fucking go. Let's talk more. Let's just fuck these guys. Come
Drop
on.
good by Licky Pack.
Very tactical, trying
Fucking
to get those
terrifying backside here for lack of backstab. One needs to pick up the bomb, put it down on the bomb taxi itself. Oh! Wait, he killed him with a fucking bailiff that far away?
He's right. It's going to be a shit show if left open because they've been so effective with that operator. And then just small operator changes for SSG like the Forest, like getting a shield in front of them. And it makes sense. These intra-gun fights,
Holy shit, he bailiffs for fucking that far away?
No follow-up, no crossfire, no use of those shields, and they need some of that magic to happen.
What?
You cannot the operator Vito, knowing that we've now gone the
Chaco calling somebody a pussy. It's funny.
Looking at the stats, Nick. It doesn't look pretty for SSG.
Really?
Ever since Lair has come into the map pool, it has been Space Station's least favorite map. Last time they played it was in Boston at 6 Invitational. They lost it to W7M. The last time they won this map was over a year ago in September last year, September 2024, against the Unwanted roster. So it's not even an international game.
Oh, that is not good.
I mean, on the flip side, in the last 90, 180 days, NIP are nearly undefeated on this map. They lost it to Weibo 7-1.
Yeah.
Obviously, that was a really embarrassing game. Perhaps that's what SSG saw. They thought, oh, NIP suck at this map. But before that, I mean, NIP had beat Los, FaZe, ENX, 9Z.
Oh, damn.
Dragon.
No one on SSG has kills?
Map that we checked so far.
Dude, they're 7-1 FaZe.
They own FaZe, apparently.
Yeah.
What? Have I seen that right?
It certainly doesn't bode well for SSG. The historical
Not
data
what?
tells us that this is a very NIP favored battleground, and the first
How many
two rounds
TKs did
told
NIP
the
have?
same story. Now they've used their tactical timeout. There's no second tack you're gonna get.
I quite like it being this early because they know that they gotta get over the line on attack. Just get those 2, maybe 3 rounds. They'll be okay on the side swap, but it's about that mental boom before you get there, right? If you go down 0-3, 0-4, it's like, okay, guys, we're kind of choking now. Fultz, the captain, on the Monty now to help stabilize this round, get that shield in front of them that can call the shots and just move step by step. It's almost like SSG have to pull an NIP. Don't cut the corners. Step by step, communicate what we need, and don't make a blunder along the way. But it comes down to gunfights. We always say this, at the end of the day, Siege is an FPS game, and one-shot headshot is super lethal. Fantasy, one-shot headshot, through the wall perhaps even, takes down Fultz. But he's the Monty.
Why are you vulnerable? Why is his head exposed? Did he aim down sights? I thought the Monty was the perfect ingredient to help SSG. It simplifies things. You just march on forward, you get the info. But no, I mean, now Benja is desperately trying to find one of these players in R6 room. He can't figure out where they are. J90 finally opens the equation for SSG. but it doesn't all add up just yet. There's a lot more to be done as NIP continue to pull back their defense.
They got Ash on the flank in the hallway as well, waiting for the right moment. There's a bomb right in front of him to keep it as well, lock him at bay. Giano goes down, and NIP, they keep fighting. They're not falling back, James. They're fighting every single kill they can get.
It's a disaster
Oh my God.
for SSG. The tactical timeout gives them nothing.
Damn.
NIP 3 defenses in a row, each one just as convincing as the last. SSG have 2 kills so far in this map. 2 kills in the last 3 rounds. And now
SSG needs an actual shield player, like that ass. They do not have one.
They're expecting a shield.
They're like Ashen or Fultz going shields, and that's not the roles.
It was a Brava ban. Now this can mean, well, they're showing it. It usually means the Maestro. That's the most obvious pick because Brava is
Need a shield, bro.
operator.
This sucks for SSG.
And yeah, also it's a curveball. They called the attack timeout as well. They banned the Brava. They might force the Maestro. This is just a big curveball that they haven't necessarily prepared for, and it's gonna give NIP a new win condition they have not shown us before. It's been aggression, it's been gunfights, it's been C-Force vertically. Now they're playing the Maestro. It's a whole different thing. It also means that if Fantasy is not successful at Fountain's opening pick, they can rely on utility now in a much greater fashion. And also, thinking about this further, if they were anticipating the Shanka ban, Maestro is like a huge plant and operator.
Yeah.
Much more reliable than like just a single C4. You get 3 Evil Eyes.
We need more nades, we need more explosives. You're kidding me. You're kidding me. We saw the Sophia teased out. We've got Flores, and we don't even have the nades because you ditched the Blackbeard in favor of the Monty. This is not enough explosives.
I don't think so either.
I can't believe they haven't read this. Pick an Ash, for goodness sake.
Mirror window. They literally cannot deal with mirror windows besides the Selma charges.
I'm so scared.
Maybe if they're a little bit lucky to Flourish drones not being watched, they can kill them with the Flourish drones or the useful Evil Eyes, rather.
You could smoke the mirror window.
Yeah.
The smoke's not going to do anything against the Maestro. The Ying's not going to do anything against the Maestro.
You know what
This is an elimination game, by the way, guys. SSG could effectively go home after this,
so little hard destruction and
if they lose,
so you're not gonna be
which is leaning that direction.
I mean, they just used one of the 4 Roteros on a bulletproof camera.
There's another game going on right now that is
Three.
W7M versus Falcons, which is a banger game, but it's not an elimination game. That's why we're not as focused on it.
They are making so many different problems for SSG that they are forced to either spread themselves super thin, the jack of all trades, master of none, which is kind of what they're doing here, or they say, screw the Evil Eye, soft destruction, screw the planter, verticality, or the plant denial, verticality, but they need to bring a bit of everything, which means they're gonna be lacking a lot of stuff.
What?
I missed both of those summons, actually.
Yeah, it's not a deal from Cons, but he's still on that Azami. He can still continue fortifying his position.
Oh, here comes the
second Roteros, and again, it's just clearing this Keevers. It's
not getting anything.
No, not getting those Evil Eyes at all.
Oh, they might not know until now, actually, that there even is a Maestro. That's
Guys,
possible.
this is just like Siege X 101. If you see a team ban Brava, they're probably leaning into Maestro.
Okay, okay. At this point for SSG, I feel like we just need to rely on getting a kill somewhere. And I mean, Fantasy, he's been a bit greedy, but in a good way for him. If you're waiting for it, nope.
Oh, no.
Nope, he's too good. That was with the Dokkaebi call. Good trade from Fultz, though, and a grace up that rocket stairs.
The only other win condition against that Maestro, the only other counter was the Dokkaebi. Now it's gone.
Well, the timing
could not be worse for Fultz. Might be able to be traded, but being abused by 2 players, Hates confirms it. The Monty is dead. J9 desperately inside, but him and Newers both find kills and restabilize. It is a 2 versus 2, and it might just be winnable for SSG.
Smoke flashes, but Newers pushing a little bit too early before the smoke pops and gets shot down. J9, he's found 2 kills so far, and he has to find 2 more.
A lot of bullets, but he needs to land these headshots, and he has no support. It's a low rate of fire weapon. The gas pushes him forward. He jumps up, waits for the peek. Good read on the Cons, but not the kill as of yet. Continues spraying.
God.
Gives him a face full of buckshot. NIP, they're not slowing down. They're speeding up. SSG can take their tactical timeout. SSG can have more bans, but ninjas in pajamas are dominating them regardless.
it's so hard to be critical in a tactical timeout because you don't know the ins and outs of how this team operates. You don't know anything about their situation. But it feels like the aggression from Fantasy, the aggression from NIP keeps catching them off guard time and time again. Now, we didn't see the exact build-up for the Fantasy opening kill, but he's doing this every single round, almost flawlessly. And on the tactical timeout, we're just talking about what operators to bring, strategy, what to do, and then NIP, they keep throwing curveballs. Go back to Consulate, right? Tactical timeout, call out, okay, this upcoming round, they're gonna go on this bomb site. Bring this operator, you go here, you go there. They go 4th bomb site split, and the whole thing doesn't matter for another 3 minutes. It just feels like SSG are expecting NIP to do a certain play, and NIP are showing us depth. They're showing us layers. And they're catching seemingly SSG by surprise on the 3rd map in a BO3.
Yeah. This is a completely different Ninjas to what we've seen throughout the whole tournament so far. I mean, keep in mind, their first 3 games, they got 7-3'd, 7-1'd, and then 7-3'd again. That was their first 3 maps of this tournament. Then they won 7-5 on Consulate. Now they're 4-0 up on Lair against SSG. And it's starting to give a bit of a grim look for these SSG guys. I mean, look, they've pretty much dominated domestically. 1st place in Stage 1 in the NAL, 2nd place in Stage 2. But you look at their international results recently, I mean, top 4 EWC, that's great, but it's EWC, it doesn't really, it's not part of the main circuit. And then Rio, they got 1st rounded.
EWC should be part of the main circuit. It is more money than... I think it's about the same money as SI.
Happened for SSG.
When this day started, I feel like a lot of people, myself included, was like, NIP, they just don't have what it takes right now. And I think the first round Clubhouse shown us that, yeah, they're not really here, mentally perhaps. Yeah. But they really changed around between map number 1 to map 2 and now map 3. It's a different kind of beast in the server. SSG bring out the shield again, the Monty looking for Fantasy, they find him, they injure him. They've yet to confirm that kill until that very moment. There we go. They get the 5v4, they shut down the star player. This is the best shot at an attack and run victory for SSG so far.
Every single round up until now, NIP's found the opening kill. Every single round up until now so far, SSG have been second-guessing themselves. They've looked lost. They haven't had the ingredients to deal with the setups from NIP. For the first time, they are in the driver's seat, but they have to make good on it, otherwise they're going down 0-5. And Hate somehow has found Benja, who's been so quiet. 0-5 for the Dane in this game.
He was good on clock.
I mean, 0-5, 1-4, 1-4, 0-4.
Kill. This is a great spot for Spacious. You might walk down the staircase, take down the smoke, do the vert, and hit a plant spot. Now Hate has changed it around. He gets shepherded in, but stays alive. He's gonna be a flank later on. Because he stays up, you have to either get a flank drone on 2 different staircases or constantly worry about the flank. And Cons walks down, they're watching the window, he knows it.
Flash.
Come on. Gonna stick it 50-50 on the shotgun, gets one.
Way.
Oh my god.
He's tearing them apart! Fultz will trade it, but not before he takes a hell of a lot of damage. And I gotta say, credit to Pino with that Yokai drone. He is what enabled that play for Cons. And the 2 of them together have dismantled Space Station Gaming. NIP now on the road to making it a 5th round straight on Lair. And Pino is continuing to harass these SSG players.
He tried to throw a smoke and had Harbor charge. Chalked.
And full slow on
Chalked.
HP will desperately look for a Fran opportunity. Reloading. The diffuser not planted yet. Pino though, oh my god, it doesn't matter about those Yokai drones when Wizard is coming up from behind and Newers can't do anything about it. NIP 5-0 over SSG on Lair.
One of the highest value echo rounds I have seen.
Shocked. He had 2 hard breach charges and tried to hard breach charge nothing.
Yokai stuns throughout it.
Shocked.
And to make it even worse, Dokkaebi hacked the cameras incredibly early. They knew where every Yokai was. Here, 3 Yokai stuns went off. Then 2 earlier and 1 by Saturday the Planter. Every single area of the round, step 1, step 2, step 3, there's a Yokai disrupting SSG and giving permanent information for ninjas in pajamas. And that was Fantasy dead early. That's a 5v4. That was gonna be like the easiest round you've had so far.
We said it. That was literally the one round SSG had to win. They were meant to win. They had everything gifted to them. Opening kill, ground, they had the
Monty, like... all the tools. And again, I gotta really praise NIP here. Playing Echo, recognizing they're bringing Monty like every round right now, crushing it. Banning Brava, playing Mindshot for the second round, having a backup for the Shanghai ban. And also, we heard Call Out say, normally we would ban the mirror, but we gotta get rid of the Tachanka because that's gonna suck. We just gotta deal with the mirror. Well, the mirror is also being played now.
The Tachanka was only relevant on that top floor.
Yeah,
like, let's be real.
It might have been one of those cases where, like, recency bias, like, we got really screwed over by this operator. You know, like in ranked, right? Ash gets a 4K, let's ban the Ash guys. They play demos, let's ban the demos guys.
I mean, the problem is now, you talked about how the Brava got banned. It's left that Maestro in. That's not just useful on the top floor. I would say it's more useful on this middle bomb side now.
Definitely. This is the direct plant. You need intel on the attacking side.
Thermite, hard breach. Again, you said it. They're not bringing a lot of hard breach. Now it's being juggled by these impacts.
It's been impact tricked, attempted every round by NIP. Half the time it succeeds for them. A single Thermite, this is not possible. And I mean, sure, you can just throw another Selma, right? Right, Pingu, sure, but it's costing you a lot of utility. Why not play a Thermite who can play smoke grenades and hard destruction versus Ace, which is playing soft destruction, which you're not going to use, by the way, and 3 Selmas. It feels like, again, it's just spread a little bit too thin across the board.
It's almost time for Star Wars, bro. But I think they're just whimpering off into the night.
How are they going to counter these Evil Eyes? There's no plan.
There's no sense.
Without taking down these Evil Eyes. Like you said, no sense. They could have even brought a Thatcher, for goodness sake. There's 100 ways they could have dealt with this.
It feels like they have to go for kills, but looking at the lineup, you know, this is not a kill lineup. Flores, Nomad, Capital, Gridlock, and the Heartbreacher.
2 flank watch operators.
It's utility and flank watch. It's half clears. I feel like the operators speak one story, but strategically they need a different one. So they, oh, this is tricky actually. Now that's an entrance.
Yeah.
I like
Weird.
that.
Entrance for Benja. This could help though. Bit of hard breach, but Ashen's fallen elsewhere upstairs.
Yeah,
I guess he tried to sneak on, and I mean he was found by
Must have
Nino.
been swung, right? Surely.
Yeah, I mean playing too aggressive.
But how are they
going
gonna plant you, James? Tell me how there are 3 guys by this breach and they're gonna plant. They have top floor control, mirror window, Maestro camps on the bomb side, Warden for smoke grenades. I don't have any, by the way. I don't see how that is gonna work. I don't see it.
It would take SSG to pull a rabbit out of a hat to win this round.
It would take them to unplug NIP's keyboard mice at this point. Like, they can't.
Well, False has fallen. Fantasy is feeling great. And SSG are looking like they're on their last legs. Benja will fall. Him and Ashen both have not found a kill in this map. J9O desperately, again, just holding a flank watch position, but he's had to get a face full of Nino. New is up against the world. Another flawless round for NIP. 6-0.
This doesn't even deserve the Star Wars.
Domination.
Bro,
SSG
SSG
from the server. One more round, and it's goodbye to their major.
There's a very clear point when I got worried for SSG.
SSG's been getting slammed by everyone.
Because something very specific happened. Earlier we cast Furia, and we're talking about how Hurts looks like a guy who needs a hug and a bunch of kills in the server.
SSG needs a roster change. They need a shield main. Bolts is not a shield player. Ashen is not the shield player. They need to drop somebody and get a shield.
Actually the instigator for these fights. He's swinging the hallways, going for kills, and he was a bit lackluster earlier on Clubhouse. He has found himself in this BO3 now. 6-0 is not the scoreline. I mean, okay, let's be super copium. It's Lair, defender-sided map, NIP, lucky team, SSG, unlucky team. That's why it's so one. No, NIP right now, they are showing the skill gap, the skill difference between them and SSG. And it's a big surprise because going into this one, NIP looked weaker.
SSG looks like they're playing this like ranked and shot called it on the spot.
Like you mentioned, they don't get first round almost ever, but it would make it.
That one round encompasses everything that's happened right now. Montaigne bringing hard breach charges and trying to throw a hard breach charge as a smoke. The prep is in there.
Brought in Newers, right? That was meant to be a huge upgrade.
Who do you kick? Who do you pick up? Like, it's such a hard conversation because this roster on paper is solid.
It is.
Unless you import a Brazilian, I don't know how you're gonna make it that much better.
And the foundation behind this roster is so good as well. Like, we've talked so much about their regimented.
And it takes time to introduce that to a new player.
It does, right? And anyone who would join SSG, you have to be part of them. You have to be one of the boys to be on SSG, right?
That system
you have to fully embrace it. And these guys do that. You can't deny it. Newers is taking damage early somehow as well.
Through the window, I suppose. Or the Journal maybe actually as well. There's a nasty ankle on it.
Can I just say that we have 6 kills in 6 rounds for the entirety of SS.
Consistency, baby.
6 kills in 6 rounds for the whole team.
That's intense. Like, that's...
Fantasy, Pino, and Wizard each individually have as many or more kills than the entire team.
And Carnes and Hate's only 1 and 2 behind as well. Like, it's 1v5 in the scoreboard in that regard.
This is one of the most dominant maps of Siege I have seen in a very long time.
Let's see if they can do it. Side swap can be a hell of a thing. They got the clash.
What's that grenade gonna do?
Quick Muncie and Ace from Space Station. Double Heart Denier and NIP from the Bandit and the Kaid. It's nothing out of the norm. Again, I really like the Muncie ban because it can be an issue to deal with, but now comes the Blackbeard instead. The problem really is Fantasy's been open and kill Demon, but the other players, Wizard, Pino, they're all fired up in the kill department. Here comes the Heart Destruction, Blackbeard covers, through my breaches again. Great problem solving from NIP.
Yes, we like this a lot. And the clash is going to make things awkward, but...
You know what's funny? Sorry.
Please.
SSG was so worried about the Shank and they banned it, but they don't play it themselves. Like, I just feel like if it's so good and so annoying, why not play it?
Great question.
Just a little small...
there's a lot of problems going on right now for SSG.
And I think that's the thing. What's the solution to all these problems? There's not one solution for all.
Took their tactical timeout when they were 0-2 down, and they have not found a round since. The clash is what they're hinging this on to try and prevent against that push from the Blackbeard. Here comes the entry, though, inside of
Fantasy.
Bathroom. He's in a crossfire. He goes and puts the shot in his back. There's no way!
No!
What is going on? Just when SSG needed to lift off, the doors have fallen off the space station.
SSG home.
The ninjas in pajamas have obliterated the Americans and stayed alive here at the Munich.
That was the most one-sided match I've ever seen in Pro League. Ever.
A convincing victory for Space Station on Clubhouse. A bit of a barn burner of Consulate and a complete
one-sided.
blowout to close off the series.
Not even close.
Unexpected. Surprising.
My ranked matches.
I don't know what happened, James.
And the team that is known for their...
I don't think I've obliterated anybody that bad in ranks.
Been outdone by Fantasy. He's returned.
That is honestly embarrassing.
Stage with a new team
So
in NIP, and man, it looks beautiful. After only winning 4 rounds coming into today, NIP have their first win under their belt, and will break it all down after this.
Yeah, I mean, that was embarrassing Siege, bro.
It really needs to be a whole team effort.
Nothing else need to be said.
Not sure there's anything strategic specifically that's been going wrong for them. I just think some of their executes have been really poorly drawn up, and nobody's firing on this team.
Bad match for W7M, that's for sure. And unless they can turn this around, it'll be Falcons skating into the main stage. We do have an update for you in...
That can't be good.
We do have an update for you on the NIP SSG matchup. After a spirited 2-map series that went to map number 3, Space Station is officially the second team to go home. Ninjas in Pajamas dominating SSG 7-0 on map number 3. And we say goodbye to a second team today. We'll be saying goodbye to more teams tomorrow, but we now have an answer as to which teams will go out without a victory. The answer is from Japan, CAG Osaka, and from North America, Ninjas in Pajamas, or sorry, Space Station Gaming.
It sucks, Parker, but at a tournament, somebody's got to come in last.
It was horrible.
There's always going to be bad teams. That's how it works.
Yeah, and I mean, even if there aren't
I think maybe they had
teams,
7 kills altogether.
The best teams will struggle to have bad moments, and I think
no, SSG was bad. I'm not saying that NIP looked good, but compared to SSG, they looked like the major winning team.
Still in a spot where they have been performing.
SSG just looked very bad.
W7M will not face elimination if they.
NIP has been getting fucking worked by everybody else.
Wild card in a best of 3 tomorrow, and that could be.
NIP lost 7-1 to Weibo and 7-3 to W7M. But slam SSG into the pavement. Okay.
It's been a long time since those two have shared a server, but would be a big moment as all 5 reigning major champions come together in one matchup here in Munich.
Do your little prayer circle.
SSG needs to stop working out in the gym a little bit and start playing this game a little bit more.
It's tough for teams, right? I mean,
low key, high key.
The top 8 based on the run that they had. It was a tough go of it.
Yeah.
But to be fair, it's not like they're the
Parker, I
worst
was just
team
gonna say
in
there's
the
some
league.
Great news for
They're
any fans
just
of the Bulls, and that
the-
is that there
by
are
far
less
the worst
than
North
5
American
players
team that we're out there,
inside of
man.
Aqua, and we're
Dark
already
Zero
just
would've
a
done
second
better.
into the round. So clearly a different strat being brought out. In fact, nobody has touched that side of the map. It's going to be a connector-focused execute coming out from W7M. Work being done on the IT wall as we speak as well. The Maverick doing everything that he can try to get some angles here. That's Dots, the hard support player. He's left Lobin to play the shield, as Dots has been the primary shield player for this team for many, many years now, but Lobin can be extremely deadly too, especially on the more aggressive shield combos of Blackbeard.
Falcons won the first map, by the way.
It's the Blackbeard today, hopefully going to be
Now
something
3-0 in
to
second.
allow Lobin to get his first kill of the map.
SSG only won 18 rounds in all the games they played, by the way.
Jeez.
It's not an ideal number to have. Dodez really needs some help at this point. He's still the only player through 4 rounds on W7M.
I don't know what stat line that
He
is.
did lead things
18
off,
rounds doesn't sound that
tearing
bad when you
through
say it like that,
Solitov.
but
He'll now contest with even more as Falcons look to be quite safe inside of this bomb site. Shaiko taking some serious damage. There's the offense that we need. Volps and Dodez there. Uses the only kill at this point in time. He'll
this
get a
looks like the
second for
SSG
his
game.
trouble as
So,
him and Breeden
Kobe,
to stand against
you missed the SSG
Hordes.
game.
Uses
It looked like
finding
this
the
right now.
Volps and Dots. What can they do? 1 kill between the two. Down goes Dots. A quad kill from Uzis. Why don't you give them all of them, Jesse? Who will find Volps, or will Volps find them? A standoff with 35 seconds left. Uzis has case control, yet to die. Looking to go 7-0. Breede also yet to die. Volps will send an EMP in with the sidearm out, walking in, and Breede will deny the ace, but Falcons win yet another round. 4-0
They lost. Yeah,
to start.
Falcons beat them.
Uses
Look at the
a
vibes.
monster,
Nope.
man. So good up in top of
When you're
rafters,
feeling like
playing
that,
around
you're not
IT
losing.
breach,
I
and
don't
then
look at
any other
them.
angles coming at him from below.
But
or
they're not
from,
out. This is
or
a
from
2-0
off the ball. Just hit some brilliant
promotion
shots
game.
on
So
the
these
hour.
guys are like
25-year-old support
already
box player
probably
coming
thinking
in
about the next match they have to play.
Some ridiculous shots.
SG though, lost
Even though he
0-3.
plays somewhat support roles alongside Breede. The talent that is on this Falcons roster is absolutely ridiculous. Played a bit more of a fragging role back when he was on that M&M team, and now has been extremely flexible for this Falcons squad. A big part of the reason why they've been so successful. I think sometimes you look at this Falcons team and you talk about Shaiko as one of the best players to ever touch this game. You talk about Leakyfac, an exceptional roamer, an exceptional captain who does so many things for his team. Even Solitov, who I haven't had a chance to mention it yet, but the highest rated player from the first day of competition here at the Munich Major. None of them, the main stars for Falcons in that last round. It's Uzis to come alive instead. Really a nice play coming out.
I mean,
We'll continue to
actually,
play that
looking at
out
the
for
scoreboard,
round 5 as
this
well.
game is less one-sided than the last game was.
Working, why bother changing it up? W7M took the clash out of action and was hoping for an easier way to the bomb site for the second map in a row. That the British shield op not being favored by the attackers, and for good reason. That clash was a huge impediment through 3 rounds of the start here of Night Haven Labs, and also had a big impact on 2 rounds on Bank, which is why she was taken out. But Falcons made some changes. Dodez, once again, all but 1 kill on the side of W7M. The offense is sputtering for this Brazilian team.
And it's crazy because, again, this was the best attacking team yesterday, Parker, in the entire tournament, an 80% attacking win rate. Dodez is a big part of that, and he continues to be great on the entry, but what does it matter if the team can't follow it up?
EFAC is the first one to die. Guess who killed him?
Dodez.
Dodez killed him! Again, the only
You get back
player
to the major? Yes, you do.
with some teeth here. Dots has sustained a serious amount of damage. Lobin dropped by Solitov, who's himself had a deceptively quiet run. 3 kills at this point in time, the highest rated player yesterday. And
Are you in there?
he's looking for more. Find it onto Paul Liu.
What is
Breede's
that
been
comment?
dropped. Can he be retrieved?
Did he get banned yesterday on
Somebody
Twitch?
On W7M debated into securing. Oh my, a good read from Volps as now he'll find a second for his trouble. Securing Breede, killing Solitov.
You went out of your way to
W7M.
find me to
First
say
time
it
in
again?
this series, haven't
Why?
That's Pauly with credit for the kill onto Breede, so that's going to be a 3rd member on W7M getting out of the donut. Could be more to come. Uzis very separated from Solitov, and the team is hitting the site. He is not going to be a factor in this execute if they go fast.
Shaiko and Uzis combining for 10 kills. They're the last 2 standing, and boy, oh boy, they can come together to do some real great
It's over.
things. Shaiko will take down Dodez, and Volps and Dots are both very low on HP. A single bullet will fell them. Uzis finds 2. That's 6 kills in the last 2 rounds. 5-0 for Falcons. W7M have no answers. I don't even know what you do at this point in time.
Why gotta be like that, bro?
Don't look
I don't
like
even remember what I
themselves.
banned you for.
This team stalls out in a way that we're not used to seeing.
Oh, I think someone else banned you,
They
actually.
Go through the top floor. It
Someone
goes
banned you because
pretty
they just
well.
didn't want to see the
get a
brain
man
rot.
advantage,
I mean, it's
then they
brain
go,
rot,
they get the
effectively,
site,
is what
they
you're
all
doing.
Go down storage,
No.
Parker, and I say, this is great.
If you request an unban, I can
1v3
unban you.
Jesus is on the top floor. They don't have to worry about that guy. And then they sit.
But that's
bottom
it. That's if you
storage,
care.
and they sit
I don't know
bottom
if you care or not.
cargo,
It's up to you.
And they sit bottom cargo, and they
It's
sit
not
bottom
brain rot,
cargo.
bro.
And then uses Insight, and he kills the last two players. I mean, it's really been a disappointing map from W7M. They are not playing a great game of Siege today. Falcons, for their part, have been phenomenal. Everybody seems to be stepping up, but Uses in particular has been ridiculous. 8-0 is the stat line to start this, and he is on pace to have his best game of the season.
You know whose name we have barely said today?
Whose?
Shaiko.
Yeah, I was just thinking that.
Like, think about it here. I know
Yeah.
that it's not the Shaiko show anymore. And for people who haven't watched Falcons in the last couple of years, they think, okay, well, Shaiko's going to spawn him. He's absolutely going to dominate. It's not a bad thing to think Shaiko is still one of the best players on any given day here.
For
but
sure.
you've got an incredible supporting cast. It really goes back to what not just we say, what other teams say, what other casters say. And it's really quite simple. Who would you replace on this Falcons team? Where is the upgrade potential? Right now, there is no weak link on this team. W7M, if you exclude Dodez, they have a combined 19 deaths and 3 kills.
I mean, that's just horrible for the start that they've had, again, on their map pick, too. And they've just found no answers, whether it comes to the utility game in the early matchup, or whether it's the late round executes. Dodez is still fragging. He will stop LickyFact for going for an aggressive run out. That's a bit of an ego peak from the captain of Falcons, but rightfully deserved given the scoreline we're staring at. One player on W7M who's in the server shuts it down, but what else can come from this?
Uses still has not died, by the way.
Yep.
He has been invincible up to this point. Now it's Shaiko under fire in IT. A nice upside down repel. Dots gets on the board, and another player breaks that goose egg that they have. W7M finally maybe waking up. At this point in time, you need anything you can muster because Falcons are 2 rounds away from a berth on the main stage. This has been surgical by W7M. Bride slaughtering Palu. Uses in a rat spot right now in command center, and he's been droned out. He knows there's another in the same position. Uses takes one down. He's about to be flashed. Completely blind. You've got to be kidding me. Lined up on the door. He pops up, but unable to ADS in time. That's going to leave Bride to clutch a 1v2. And Jesse, you know he's been here before.
That he has, Parker. Bride in a very powerful spot.
They
Doesn't
said
have
I'm
the nitro
trying,
cell, so
bud.
it's got to be all with the SMG-11 shotgun combo. Dodez and Volps, plenty of time to work with. They can recover that defuse kit as well. It's just upstairs with them. It won't be too difficult to pick that one up. They've got strong drones, both of them trying to find this last player right now. If they're finding out exactly where
Dodez
he's
has been
not,
having a good tournament.
they'll learn quickly. He's just tucked inside of control. Shoots the drones now. Both of them finding him at the same moment. Now is the time to reposition and hopefully clutch this up with Dodez on the kit.
It's almost inhuman watching Bride read situations like this. Volps and Dodez, still being alive, are traditionally 2 of their best fraggers. So if you have a chance to take him down, you're going to send these 2 guys after him. Shotgun out to engage in close range. He doesn't have control of the other bomb site. That might prove to be a bit of an impediment. Down goes Volps, reflexively expecting a quick follow-up from Dodez, but he's too far behind. If Bride can wait out the time, it'll put Dodez in a position where he has no choice but to plant. Intel inside of the bomb site, getting in the head of Dodez as he's stalling for time. Dodez taking the opportunity to go with the intel. Bride marching in, and he wins the round. Falcons 6-0. 1 away from the main stage.
Let's wrap it up. I haven't seen domination like this in so long.
Thank you. Unwatchable. My bad, but
Did you not watch the NIP SSG game?
No, I was casting this game, and honestly, I would wager that this has been more dominant. Falcons look like they're playing a ranked stack at the moment up against W7M, and part of that is the mistakes W7M are making. Part of that is the ridiculous clutch gene that seems to be bred into all 5 of these players, Uses and Bride in particular, putting on a ridiculous clinic that round. That was a 2v4 2v4, if I'm not mistaken, with all of those players. 2v5, I was mistaken. All of the players on W7M still alive at a minute 39. They've got time on their side. They've got numbers on their side. They've got positioning on their side with nearly full top floor control. They had information on Usus too. They had utility on Usus. He was full blind, and he still just got main character syndrome. I mean, there's only so much you can say about a performance like this. Usus' best game this season came July 7th against Team Secret. He had an 11-4 KDR with a 146 EPS. He is smashing those numbers right now. Only one round separates Falcons and a top 8 berth. They will be the number 1 or 2 seed alongside M80 heading into playoffs if they can just get one.
Hey guys, I'm going to restart the stream really quick. Just really quick. It'll turn off and turn back on.
I don't know if all the other casters who've been talking about this team have
just heads up.
Julio's impact.
Because it's going to turn off at 48 hours, and it's at 41, and viewership is going to go up once the stream actually ends. So we're going to restart really quick.
Over the globe in almost every single region, helping teams to succeed. But boy, oh boy, is maybe he the secret sauce here on this Falcons roster. So credit to Julio for all that he's been able to brought. And I mean, I think Falcons were even barking earlier.
They've been barking a lot, yeah. And
just a bunch of dogs just chasing cars right now, and they've managed to catch most of them.
Yeah, the cars are broken down, the highway's shut down, and they're going to need some real heroics to start it back up again. For W7M, I'm not going to say it's a GG go next. You know how good this team has been.
There is no next.
the next is tomorrow.
It's GG go to the games tomorrow. Yeah.
Next
we reset the stream because at 48 hours,
for now, I mean, we've seen this team
it'll
back from
turn off automatically. So I did it now before the official stream ends.
But there's a first for everything. Good map play coming out from Brede, gets that wall nice and open. Leaky Pack opens the wall as well. They didn't actually ban hard breachers. They went for Buck and Damos. So a bit of an orthodox banning strategy from W7M, and maybe that's what's needed when the task is this big.
Momentous.
Momentous.
That's
Thank
what
you.
you're trying to say.
Late.
You can't keep saying it's late. I just said momentous.
It is late.
It's a byproduct of the Alberta education system, ladies and gentlemen. I wonder if the Clash will be able to do anything on.
I had to reset for the VOD.
Dots has been struggling all across the board today when it comes to kills. I mean, struggles on the offensive side of W7M have definitely been there. I'd like to remind everybody, this is W7M's map.
Yep.
So I'm a little bit confused as to what is happening.
Oh, Jen.
But I mean, Falcons are Falcons. They look mighty, mighty good. That Secret M80 game definitely felt like a big match. This one not so much. Shaiko punishing Dodez.
I don't want to refresh. All right, stare at a blank screen then.
On the side of W7M now in Afterlife.
You do you.
Shaiko hunting for top 8. It's been extremely rare that he's missed it in the past. 17 S-tier events, and only twice has he missed it.
I'm pretty sure
Solid finds the second. Shaiko with the third, and they are just 2 kills away.
Wrap it up, Jesse. It's all up to Dots, setting his shield down, laying down his arms. Falcons searching for a flawless end to this series. They've got Dots trapped as they circle the wagons, and they will get it. 7-0 for Falcons.
Gonna drop 10 in like 4 or 5 hours.
Joining M80.
Goodbye to them, but still, like, another 7-0, that's a big statement.
You know, at this level of caliber siege, getting 7-0
M80 winning, Falcons winning.
Than even when it was back
Base BT plus, Shopify lost to Weibo.
There's a lot more things you have to be aware of.
And I beat SSG, Furia winning 2-0, Wildcard beating Enterprise, BDS beating G2.
How well a team like Falcons and a team like NIP really is playing when they're on point.
Yeah, I think we're seeing the evolution of Falcons. I was thinking to myself, they used to have trouble getting into a tournament and starting well. Well, they've done it. They've done it. They've upset the curse. They won the first game, and then they went in, played W7M, a clean 2-0 victory. That's announcing of good things for the team that was disappointing everyone at EWC.
We can have a look at the schedule for tomorrow as well, then, because we have best of 3s only for tomorrow, but we're once again operating with a dual broadcast. Now, if you want to see all the drama, if you want to see all the tears and the heartbreaks,
These are all BO3s tomorrow.
Over on the A stream for the first game and the third game, because those are the elimination games that we have on our stream. And then the second one on B will be an elimination game as well. We'll be sending a team to play us as well. I'm quite excited that we get to do that for our second game on the A stream as well. But quite a packed schedule. I feel like any team that would lose out tomorrow and drops in that lower bracket, there's just an alligator swath with difficult teams there.
In these elimination games, we're already getting like playoff contention that would have been there, or that we would have thought would have been the teams in playoffs, but we're seeing them in a situation of do or die, getting sent home or continuing their run here at the Munich Major. It's an insane, and again, I think predictions that everyone has made kind of have all scattered, to say the least.
Yeah, one big thing to note is that Furia, G2, Shopify Rebellion, 3 teams that were all favorites from their region coming into the Munich Major, are all back against the wall and 1 game away from getting eliminated. Tomorrow is going to be super important, also for SI points. I think a lot at stake.
Yeah, I'm sure we'll have a catch up with that as well tomorrow about you know, how the SI qualification is looking like in regards to probability with all of our teams. But as that concludes it here for us today on not just the A but also the B stream, because that
we're gonna keep going, bro. Get your drops in
as well. We can only expect and hope for more action and great, maybe even tense or super dominant games coming out from tomorrow. We'll call it a day for here now. We'll see you again tomorrow. The first game starts at 2:15 p.m. CET on the A and the B stream. We'll see you again and have a great rest of your night.
Is that it for the event? No G2 play? Oh, they play tomorrow. Is SR out? No. G2 plays tomorrow at 21 CET. What time conversion is that? I don't know yet, but it's later on. It's the 3rd game of the day tomorrow. And all the games tomorrow are BO3, so G2 plays when we're probably all going to be awake against D plus Keo. How long are you streaming drops till? A lot longer than I should. Let's just say that. I don't plan on getting off. So do with that information as you will. I believe drops still go for several more hours, but I won't be getting off, so. Yeah, you can get your drops here. How much is 91% of 9 hours? I would assume that is probably about 30 to 40 minutes-ish. And I believe drops go on for another like 4 or 5 hours, I think, based on what I see for Twitch drops. So we will see if that is actually the case or not. But I have drops, if drops are on. There's 29 minutes. Wait, 29 to... I thought... No, I think it's longer than... No, you said 3 hours and 29 minutes, not 2 hours. Because it's 1:30 my time. It says it ends at 6. So 30 minutes is 2. I think it's 4 hours and 30 minutes. I believe. I can actually just check real quick. I mean, let's not be a lazy bastard real quick. Here. Yeah, no, I'm right. It's actually an extra hour, so it's 4 hours and 30 minutes. 30, this is 2, then 4. Yeah, 4.5 hours. I'm only here for the drops. Devil.
Be ready for stage 4.
Swapping!
Bob on mold. You done? I actually got a decent amount of sleep, so I'm feeling pretty good. Do I play Death Recon? No. I'm not sure what that is.
10 seconds left.
Devil, I figured it's probably...
Op 4 has located a bomb. Be ready for hostile action.
Setting down my +1.
I figured it's probably better that I slept in as much as possible.
Throwing the bait.
While some of the less interesting games were going on, so I can actually stream later and not VOD like a zombie.
Deploying the bait.
I think of the major, no real upsets. SSG performed horrible. But everything is kind of how I predicted so far. Nothing too, like, out of pocket crazy from what I've seen so far. And honestly, a couple banger clutches, but like honestly, the level of siege has definitely been like, eh, so far.
Changing Meg.
Friendly, last operator standing. All friendlies were eliminated. Mission failure.
All right. Ba-da, 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 ba-da. Ba-da, 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 ba-da. Bro, I want to play Arc Raiders, man. I want to play Arc Raiders, but we got drops. So I'm stuck here. Could be worse, though, you know. Stuck here for good reasons. Did you know? The champ live, it's just casual. We just finished watching the major, so we jumped into casual. So people that are swapping over from watching the main event on the main channel are looking for people that also have drops. So I just jumped into a game just so people knew, like, hey, I'm live, I'm streaming, I have drops. What's up?
Be ready to eliminate hostiles.
These are not champ lobbies. I'm the only champion in these lobbies. This is a heads up. No offense to anybody, but I'm the only champion in this lobby, probably. Don't worry, we're stuck watching you. Oh. No, but I mean, it's a good problem to have. Like, you know, like, look at viewership right now. And honestly, this is gonna be like, I feel a little emotional about this. So like less troll shit.
Op 4 has located
Last week, after coming back from Florida, for like after 4 or 5 days taking a break and coming back to stream and just seeing viewership like really drop off, it made me feel a little like fucking cooked. So with the major happening and then like viewership being really high again, I'm like, okay, no, I'm grinding fucking hard. How come you don't play with a squad? I will play with a squad when I can find one. Well, that's not, I mean, it's probably going to happen. I'm just taking a second to reassess, see who's on. Oh, it's a little early. I actually don't know that many people that play Siege this early. If we're going to be honest, all the people that I know play pretty late night because they do scrims. They do scrims and then they do and they play like ranked and shit afterwards. Because all the people I play with are comp players. Because I don't like playing with fucking scrubs, low key. I play to win.
Last operator standing.
I died. Unfortunately, I wasn't able to watch SSG perform. What was the score? Oh, horrible. SSG lost. SSG lost the most dominating way I've ever seen in my life. SSG had 6 kills altogether in 7 rounds. Combined. SSG got completely mollywopped. It wasn't even close. It was like watching a 5 top 100 champ stack against the Emeralds with point eights. It was terrible. The most one-sided match I've ever seen in my life. So SSG's going home.
Mission failed. All friendlies have been neutralized.
My team kind of butt. Let's try an unranked. I want to try an unranked because I want to like get like an actual, like somewhat of an actual game going. Ba-da, 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 ba-da. Oh, gives me time to set up a Facebook stream. I have been posting content on a Facebook page. I haven't really advertised it on Twitch at all, but it has been going pretty well, I'm not gonna lie. I don't really know why it's going so well on Facebook. Maybe because not that many people post content on Facebook. Maybe because I'm a little bit older and the general Facebook populace is a little bit older. I don't know, but it's actually been going pretty good. Favorite sandwich? Jersey Mike's Philly cheesesteak. Don't even have to think about it. Instant answer. If you haven't had it, don't judge it because you're wrong. Sorry. I'll try it. Try it. Trust me. Like I've given bad advice, but I've honestly have only tried Jersey Mike's like one time in my life. And now I'm addicted. We go as a couple times here and there. But like I tried it like a couple months ago. I'm like, you know what? I want to try Jersey Mike's. So we go to Jersey Mike's. I'm like, oh my God. Why have I been sleeping on this? You compare Jersey Mike's to Subway, it's honestly an insult. It's like comparing McDonald's to Five Guys. Maybe that's not the best comparison, but and the price is the same. You pay the same amount at Subway and Jersey Mike's, and it's just like, holy crap, dude. Inshallah. Oh, sure. Oh, sure. Sure. Sure.
Protect the bombs. Be advised, a bomb location has been compromised.
So I was talking to my girlfriend really quick.
10 seconds left. 5 seconds to insertion.
What teams? I need to change the title.
Located a bomb.
Probably just ended for the day.
Throwing alarm. Alarm. Now you see me, now you don't.
I have to change the title doing this, bro.
Changing mag. Jammer ready to activate.
Stop. Champion. Save. Go live. I might not be the best player in the world, but I'm still a top champion. So, there you go. Show some tech. Her. Would that have been funny? I was trying to show you tech. It did not work. You bitch. I blame you, Kelby. Early stream? Sure, let's go with that. How you doing, that? I have been streaming for 2 days. Nice try.
Op 4 eliminated. Mission successful.
There we go. There we go. I'm putting hours in now. This is gonna sound sad and not many people understand it, but it's like, out of all the times in the year, this is the time for me to go hard in the paint. Yo, with the woo with Prime, how you doing, babe? This is the time to go hard because yo, call me with the T with a T1 with the 3 months. I want the T3. Let's go! Hell yeah, the double sub. Let's go. Could you false ban my man? What was the name of the account? I want to go look. You know that KD can't actually ban people, right? Like, I actually learned about this. He actually doesn't have the power to ban someone. He sends it to someone for them to check, and then they decide if the guy's cheating or not. So it wasn't just sent by KG. It was banned by a dev. So just as a heads up. It's not KG hitting the ban button. Help me? I mean, no offense, Tezzy, and I don't mean this disrespectfully or anything. I don't know if you were cheating or not. Like, I can only vouch for people that I am, like, 100% confident of. And, like, I don't know maybe if you installed free cheats or not. No offense to you. I just don't know. But I can't really vouch because I just don't know what happened. I wasn't involved. I have no recollection of anything that happened, you know?
Down to 5 seconds. Op 4 is located the bomb. Get ready to engage.
Shiba deployed. Surface secured.
Yeah, and me saying that, I don't think that you were cheating, but I also can't prove that you weren't. Like that's literally it. I mean, 3 weeks ago. How'd you get banned recently? I don't know. Hello?
Reloading. Op 4, last operator standing.
C4 out.
Diffuser located. Disable it. One friendly operator remaining.
I have no idea.
Mission failed. All friendlies were eliminated.
To watch your ARC videos, I've been so unlucky in finding BPS? What's BPS? I don't know the abbreviation of that. But hey, ARC is honestly so much fucking fun. So maybe you wanted to invest in ARC. The only thing that's keeping me streaming Siege right now instead of ARC is you guys in stream right now. I mean, look how many people we have right now with like drops and everything. Like, I am fucking fiending like an addict to go play ARC. You using the video filters? No, I never have. But look, I'm using OBS filter. Look what it looks like when I turn off that filter. It's an OBS filter. I have it lowering the gamma, raising the contrast, and increasing the saturation, and slightly lowering the brightness. Here's what it looks like with it off. Oh, I'm gonna load it in so you guys can see it. One sec. If we load in.
Protect the
All
bombs.
right. This is what it looks like with it on. Here is it off. On, off, on, off, on, off. So, we don't wonder just why I use that. What he's telling me is, I need to buy ARC. Yes.
Well secured.
Yeah, you can still claim your drop. You don't need to claim your drop before it's over. You just have to have the 100% of the drop
5 seconds left.
before the drop campaign ends.
Keep an eye out for Op 4 attempting to defuse your bombs.
So as long as you fully do the drop, then you're good.
As designed.
No, I know it's hezzy. I know it's difficult. I know it's hard, but like, I don't know, man. Like,
Op 4 located a bomb. Protect it.
C4 deployed. Detonating.
I just don't know what happened.
Reload.
Fuck.
Reloading.
Hopefully, Tez. I'm sorry that happened, though. Your cat doesn't look like a cheater, if that means anything to you. But I also don't. I'm not in control of bands or anything.
You never see it
Yo, Tez with the prime. Let go. We're gonna change those color settings. Well, mine's in OBS. So like, what the thing you guys are seeing right now is how I'm changing the colors. That's not how my game looks. My monitor is very, very high end, so my monitor looks good. My game looks good. But to you guys, for some reason, it looks like this.
Operator standing.
But to me, it looks like this because my color settings on my monitor. So fix that. I added an OBS filter of color correction to do that. Well, Beyond, how you doing? You're in ranked? Not yet. Watching the major just ended, so I hopped into an unranked. I definitely plan on playing ranked, but I don't have anybody yet.
Mission critical. Bomb diffuser activated. Op 4 last stop standing.
Might have been good to make a rotate there earlier.
Located the diffuser. Destroy it. All friendlies
Robot.
were eliminated. Mission failure.
Do you have updated graphic settings with Siege? Well, I have a settings video on YouTube when Siege X dropped. I can make a new one pretty soon, but like my graphics are weird because I am using a 5090 now. So I cranked some things, lowered some things to make sure. I even have TAA on and DLSS off. I'm officially out now, geez. Everything falls apart. Go down.
You never see it coming.
Yo, beyond me with 2 with 4 more to go. W. Huge. Your voice have aura. What does that mean? Yeah, no, when I made that video, I had a 4080.
We need to locate a bomb.
I mean, the biggest things that I would do, change one thing at a time and then benchmark. It's going to take a while, but change one thing, benchmark. Everything on low, shadow on medium, and then when you fuck with DLSS, because you should, because it will make you have more frames, it'll just make the game look like crap a little bit. You either want it on quality, balance, And if you really need frames, you put it on performance. And if you are running on a potato and really need frames, ultra performance. You'll have a ton of frames running ultra performance, but you will see that it looks like crap. But
your mission is to
frames,
locate and defuse a bomb.
it's an FPS game. Frames over graphics. But I wanted to invest in my stream. That's why I bought a 5090, so I can have frames and graphics. Because I'm also playing on 1440p right now.
Swapping mags.
My team's dead.
You have located a bomb.
Robot got me killed, yeah.
Kawan Hive is ready to. I'm reloading. Kawan Hive is ready to engage. Kawan Hive placed.
Op 4, last operator standing.
Should be enough ammo.
Friendly, last operator standing. Bomb diffusion initiated.
2060? Oh, hell no, Bath. Shot me in the toe. I was an adventurer like you until took an SMG-11 to the knee. Where the fuck is he aiming? Well, this guy is rotating around weird. Whatever, bro. I'm like aiming at the door.
Op 4 neutralized. Mission successful.
Aim at the door, bro. Want to hear something super fucking sad? I have a 3080 Ti in my stream rig. The graphics cards that I own, 2070 Super, a 1660 Super, a 2070, a 3080 Ti, a 4080, and a 5090. I let my brother use my 3080 Ti, and I upgraded to a 5090, and then I took back the 3080 Ti and put it in my stream rig and gave him the 4080. Because I didn't need a 4080 in my stream rig. A 3080 Ti is more than enough. But I was having some stream issues with the 2070 in my stream rig.
Need to use your drone to locate a bomb.
I know which one to get. I'll make it extremely easy for you. You want a cheap one that runs really well? 9700 XT by AMD. You're welcome. Yep, Ty's said the exact same thing. With the lady's gonna catch up. There you go. That's two people that said it instantly. 970 XT. If you want to go higher than a 9070 XT, you need to go like 5080 or 5090. And then you're talking about massive increases in money for not much more pushing power. I wanted the pushing power though. This is my job, so.
You must locate and defuse a bomb.
Let's get our heads in the game. Save it.
I wanted to really fucking crank it. 9070 XT, I'm not sure how much it is, but it's definitely not, it's like half the price of a 5080. I know, but it's definitely not half the performance. It's like 80 to 70% of the performance. process of elimination.
Throwing frag grenade.
Okay, bro.
Must recover the diffuser.
I should have ran up on him a bit. Oh, they have a trench rotate too. Makes sense.
Clear the blast!
I mean, yeah, but Doc, that's the question though. Is if you wait a year, there's going to be better technology for cheaper. But, like, how long do you wait? Because I mean, January is still like, I mean, it's a couple months, but the 970 XT is relatively cheap for what it is. The longer you wait, though, the better tech that will be released. Buying tech around Cyber Monday, though, is probably the best deal you're going to get in the year. So this isn't a bad time to buy tech. Because everyone's gearing up for the next biggest and best bullshit. I can't believe that I fucking have the best graphics card I can physically buy for Siege. Like, why? I don't know. I'm an idiot.
Op 4 eliminated all friendlies.
Want to queue an hour? Sure. I'm down. Let me know. RAM, however, is another thing. Everything is spiked so high in price. Yeah, but RAM prices being higher, it's like compared to graphics cards. Yeah. So another thing that kind of sucks for Siege, if you go NVIDIA, you have to get a really fucking good card for it to make sense. Because Siege runs on DX12. NVIDIA does not like DX12. It doesn't. Look it up everywhere. It does not like it. AMD, completely fine with it. So 9070 XT, even though it will underperform on everything else compared to like a high 50 card, on Siege, you're getting almost the same performance as the high 50 cards. I did a lot of fucking research when I bought this 5090. I mean, it was fucking $3,000. You know I'm gonna look at everything up. Same with Intel CPUs, Intel and AMD.
To use your drone to locate a bomb.
Job selective? Yes, they are. Well, yeah, like I'm a psycho, and I want 360 frames on 1440. 1440 makes my stream look nicer because there's just more pixels on the screen. It looks more appealable to you guys. It does help me with like vision a little bit, but not very much on Siege. But the 360, I've tried aim training on 144, 240, and then 3060, and I definitely have a better shot on 3060. Like I'm just faster and more responsive. Yeah.
Insertion in 10 seconds. 5 seconds to go.
Yeah, Jazzy, I found that out when I was trying to play that game called Stalker 2, like the Shadow of Chernobyl game. And that's why I upgraded my CPU, because I thought that would fix my issue, because it was already on DX12 and my game was basically fucking exploding. But then I still had issues because NVIDIA. I didn't realize that. Ah, okay. I'm sick of not having teammates, man. So always shoot me from the window because I just have that guy just in Narnia. I play 1440. You play 1440 max settings and get 300 plus frames with the 9070 XT, and I don't doubt that. I don't doubt that. Like I said, the 9070 XT, when compared to a high 50 cards, is very, very, very comparable to the 9070 XT is very comparable to a high 50 card on Siege, on DX12 games, specifically on DX12 games. But when you talk about other games, it starts to be a little bit more of an issue.
The diffuser is no longer in your possession. One friendly operator remaining.
Like Arc Raiders, I can crank my graphics. Granted, Arc Raiders uses a lot of processing in graphics because the game looks amazing. Like, I think Arc Raiders, I have everything set to medium and I get 144. But like in a game like Arc Raiders, I don't think I need 360 because it's not like that type of game. You have a GPU guide? No, because I don't want fucking YouTube elitists being like, actually, SenVale, this is what... I'm like, all I know is what I've looked up and done research on. If you have any questions about anything, let me know. Reconnect? Still going? Yeah, it's over. Why can't I reconnect to that? That's weird. Yeah, if you're only playing Siege, a 9070 XT is completely fucking fine. What do you have an MSI 360 Hertz OLED? I have an Alienware 360. I don't really know the exact model of it, but I know that this monitor was $900. My setup is actually fucking disgusting now. Like I went from streaming on a console without a camera to having a buddy send me a camera to like this setup. I have a Canon EOS as my camera. I mean, look at my beard when it zooms in. Look at that. Canon EOS is my webcam. I have 3 monitors, a couple capture cards. Elgato's actually sponsoring me soon, so I'm gonna get a better capture card too, and probably a hand cam from them. So. Elgato! TwitchCon actually helped me out a lot. It helped me get in contact with Ubisoft devs, as well as some sponsorship opportunities. So, hey, definitely not a waste of time going to TwitchCon. Yeah. No, it is big. It is big. I tried to get a teleprompter so I could talk to chat like this. Like, I would look like this while reading chat. It would be weird, but... Yo, time to give some back. Let's go! Ty the goat. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, no, I actually have a couple things cooking. In fact, I have something cooking next week, and I did mention that. I'm not sure how much more I'm supposed to say, how much I can say about that, but we got something cooking next week. Yeah, and I got something cooking next month. That's actually fucking massive for me. So you guys will probably see about that. I'm not going to say anything more about that, though. But hey, good things. Good things. Arc Raiders are getting 200 frames with frame gen on Epic. Frame generation? Yeah, I was afraid to use frame generation. I didn't use it. Probably could. Yo, Ty, we're going to give something toxic. Let's go, Ty. W. Taylor, I need to experiment. Next time I'm on Arc Raiders, I'll experiment with the frame generation. I was just like, I saw that it increased the latency, so I was a little bit skeptical about that. Because I'm such a diehard, like, FPS guy. So I was a little bit scared about that, but I'll probably try it, because I like, put the frame generation on. I was getting like 300 fucking crazy shit. I was like, But when I saw the latency going up slightly, I'm like, The only time I really fucked with it was in the tutorial, and I was just like, this one has less latency, so I want to use this one. Make a video on how to get blueprints easier on your ARC channel. No, because I fucking listen. I only want to make content on ARC Raiders when I'm 100% confident on something. Because I made a weapon tier list, and literally every comment is just roasting me. SenVale, I've actually played 120 hours in the first week of ARC, and actually, you're just dumb. It's like, how to get blueprints easier? I'm just a guy, bro. You know, I'm just a guy that plays. I don't really look things up. I just kind of, I'm like a fucking square block trying to shove something through a circle hole, you know? I just brute force everything. Turn anti-lag on? Okay, I'll look into that, Taylor. You know, like, I mean, like, even with, like, streaming on, like, Siege content, it's like, I don't do everything the best way possible. I just do things my way. I don't really look up how other people are doing things. I'm just like, I'm just me, bro. Like, shit, I streamed like one viewer for like a year and a half. Actually, no, that's a lie. I streamed to 3 viewers for a year and a half. My phone, my iPad, and my computer. I remember doing jump kicks when I got a follower because I got like 1 follower per stream sometimes. And I was like stoked I got a follower. Times have changed. Where does the triangle go? That's right, in this square hole. No. Yeah, well, look at them all cook me. Nah, they're literally all cooking me. And I think my tier list was fine, except for the like higher end guns. I didn't quite know where to put the higher end guns because I was like, I haven't really used these, so I've just looked up damage, how they perform, how they're used. I'm like, here's how I would rate them. You know, but I'm not perfect, man. I was here back in the day with headbands and you blocked me for talking smack. I mean, I don't want to be a dickhead, but like, and talking shit to myself, but I'm just like, honestly, even when I was 18, I'm like, I just don't like drama, dude. I've never liked drama. I'm like, I have someone talking shit to me for no damn reason. I'm like, can I ignore this? Yes, by clicking a button. Okay. You know, like, yeah, first one I see is now I know this guy hasn't played the game. I haven't played the game.
I went down.
There's a reason why I ranked this fucking shotgun so high.
Extra shields.
He does.
Got it down, Raider. There. Yeah, outside.
And
He didn't have any shields. Heavy shield. Oh, there's one. And Patina. I'm good.
But yeah, I haven't played the game. Fuck you. You were in a PK event one day, and I said something stupid like 8 years ago. You're fine, man. Like I don't hold. I only hold grudges if I remember it. If I don't remember it, I don't really care. It's online content. I know that people are going to come in here and make fun of me for something. Like I can just exist doing nothing. Now I'm going to be made fun of. I already know how it is.
Reloading!
If I don't remember it, I don't really care. There are bigger fish to fry. Is Ark worth it? Ark is a $40 game that should be a $60 game. When I say it's worth it, yes. I've never been more sure that the game is worth it than Ark. Anyone that hasn't bought it.
Incoming!
Fuck that angle. Ugh. I think drops are going on for about 4 more hours. Then last night you were top 100. It was probably a VOD while I was sleeping because drops were offline last night. So it was a VOD. But I did drop a lot this season. I've just been playing a lot. And throwing my elo. I don't like playing my ult. I get so fucking bored. What's shotgun called? Like the little Toro? Lap, if you get that shotgun, you will see what I mean. That thing, I wouldn't say it 1 shots, but it 2 shots. Anyone. Like, you can wipe an entire fucking squad with that.
Op 4 last stop standing.
Why am I not Here, let me show you another one. I think I just keeping me away. Where's this shit? Oh yeah. Rattler. All the way upgraded, so it's 22 bullets. Downed him.
Oh, there's still another one running.
We didn't mean
Don't
to.
shoot.
There's another guy.
Alright, I won't shoot.
Why? Really?
You shot at us first.
Shut the fuck up, bitch.
No.
I'm so sorry. Oh my god.
Yeah, but I haven't played the game, remember?
Down one.
I'm 1 HP.
Down. Got me here. Oh, Hunter got him.
Yeah, but I haven't played the game. Sure.
We need to locate a bomb.
That's a long load time. We won that round? Oh, we did. Wow. Okay. If any of you boomers have ever played The Last of Us, it feels like Last of Us. It literally feels like Last of Us.
Ten seconds. 5 seconds to insertion.
The drops are supposed to end in several hours. I don't know if they're still live or not. I see a couple people complaining, but I don't really know. I don't fully know what's going on. I'm just a man. I'm just a man. I'm just a teenage dirtbag baby. Come with me Friday, don't say maybe.
Reload!
I'm just a teenage dirtbag baby. Like you.
Located a bomb.
I'm so good at getting 1 kill, but
Come on, step on the tracks.
I've got 2 tickets to Iron Maiden, baby. Come with me Friday, don't say maybe.
Friendly, last operator standing.
That's not how they sing it, but that's how I like singing it.
Op 4 eliminated all friendlies.
Because my voice doesn't get that high, so I kind of change it a little bit. I do a lot of karaoke, I'm not gonna lie. Anytime we go to the bars, bro, me and my buddies, we always try to hit up some type of karaoke place, I'm not gonna lie. And my friend always tries to get me to do Lose Yourself. If you had one shot, one opportunity to get everything you ever wanted, one moment, would you capture it or just let it slip? Yo. Palms sweaty, knees weak, arms are heavy. Bomb on a sweater already. Fuck, I forgot the lyrics. This nervous, but on the surface, it looks calm and ready to drop bombs, but it keeps on forgetting when he wrote down the whole crowd goes sometimes it's open. Yeah. I need lyrics in front of me. You 100% had black emo hair as a kid? No, but I definitely had skater hair. Hold on, let me see if I can find a photo really quick.
Need to use your drone to locate a bomb.
No, you can't see that. Can't see it.
Be advised your drone has located a bomb.
Like, if I grew my hair out, it would go straight down like a rocker. Like, my hair is extremely, like, thin. I always had that issue. Like, super fucking thin. That's why people come in here like, Shenva, when are you going bald? I'm like, brother, my hair's been like this since I was a fucking kid. I won't go bald.
Make your way to its location.
I will go gray, though. I'll be doing, yeah. Another one of my go-to karaoke songs is like, into the streets where we began, feeling as good as lovers can, you know. And we're feeling so good, into the fields where thoughts can bloom, into the room where it's not in the afternoon.
Throwing a frag. Here comes
That was a headshot, by the way.
A really big fucking hole coming right up.
Searching.
Pulling for a drag.
The diffuser is no longer in possession.
I'm reloading!
One friendly operator remaining. Four last operator standing. Op 4 eliminated all friendlies.
Do you use the skills to kill also? No. I did I just did sports like crazy. I was just a weirdo. Also, if I'm getting real drunk, sometimes I'll sing some Mulan. Catch my breath. Say goodbye to those who knew me. Boy, was I a fool in school for cutting gym. These guys got me scared to death. Hope they don't see right through me. But when I wish I knew how to swim. Be a man with all the force of, you know. I don't remember his old SenVale streams when he used to do karaoke on stream. Those were the days. Show you a sleeve real quick? Yeah. The Gamers Up sleeve. It's like the one that Rexon uses, low-key. I did sports. Yeah, my mom was a drill sergeant. I ran cross-country track like crazy. I went to the Junior Olympics several times. I ran at state and cross-country like 4 years in a row.
Secure the area. Keep the bombs protected.
And I broke my back in 6 places running cross-country. I am a very, 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 very competitive person. I don't like losing. Which kind of transfers to why I'm a little bit of a dickhead on, you know, with gaming. A little bit. Yeah. Why if you want it, it does. It does.
Bomb location compromised. Plan accordingly.
Definitely when? Ty, I've looked it up. It's gonna take a minute. I have to find a company that's willing to sponsor me so they can make them. Or I have to order 150 of them all at once and send them out myself. 150, yeah.
5 seconds and counting.
150.
And
I'm going crazy on the beauty of my crazy. If I'm alone, you reach a hold of my hand. I know this song. I don't know the lyrics very well. I'm gonna be there right by my side and I'll be down to you, man, and be my kryptonite. Yeah. My mom used to do hilarious shit, like drop me off 10 miles from home and say run home. Like, I'm not even joking. Like, I was like my cross country workout for the day. It's like drops me 10 miles away from home and like, hey, get home now. Like, bitch, what? Yo, just go with raid. Yo. Full SenVale sleeve. Hey, I'm not saying that the SenVale sleeve ain't gonna happen. I'm just saying it might take a second or two. Not play with a stack anymore? I play with a stat, bro. I'm not playing ranks. Right now, we're just kind of chilling. I'll be there right by my side. I'll be be my kryptonite. Yeah. Where the fuck that come from? I think I know where that came from. Yeah, I was right.
Reload.
I'm throwing grenades at me.
You have been spotted by hostiles. Fall back. Op 4, last operator standing.
Call an ambulance! Call an ambulance! But not for me!
Op 4 eliminated. Mission successful.
I ruined the clip by saying stupid shit, bro. Great. It's all good. Lips of an Angel. I don't know what that is. I've never heard that song. I probably have. I just don't know the words off the top. Godwin, what up? Really good, brother. Sound good, man. Oh, not getting left behind in the wild 10 miles away. No, but like I was running a lot. Like when I was like 16 years old, I was running like 100 miles a week. My fastest mile in high school was a 4:26. Like I was pretty competitive. Like I was like kind of into it. But that's also why I broke my back in 6 different places, because I was running a lot. And I don't know if you guys have seen me at an event or anything. I am not built like a cross-country runner, and that's why I broke my back. Because I was doing cross-country, but I was also playing football. I was a linebacker. Like, it doesn't make... I'm a weirdo, bro. I don't know.
Sorry, Agent, it's all right. I damned to try and get past.
Good time if you sub? Not yet. One day, though. Do you have drops? I do have drops. One day, though, we will get a charm. I'm going to keep grinding. It's not going to stop, but we do not have a charm yet.
Bomb location compromised.
Drops are done. Are drops done? If drops are done, drops are done. But if drops are on, then I have them. So I guess that's the best way I can say it.
10 seconds. Down to 5 seconds.
Go, like... Oh no, someone like runs that corner.
Op 4 has located a bomb. Be ready for hostile action.
I got another body of a reader, not a runner now. No, I feel that. Yeah, I was like 6'2", 180 pounds. Like I was still like not small, but like I was definitely like not big. Now I'm like, I grew a foot around my shoulders, started working out a little bit more, and then now I'm like 250. Like when I was like 180, like I literally had no, like I had zero body fat. But I remember looking in the mirror and thinking I'm a fat ass. But like I remember having like no body fat at all. They should have had a charm? Yeah, but you know, coulda, shoulda, woulda. Makes you go fucking crazy. Can't worry about things you can't control, can only control the things you can control. Don't worry about anything else that's out of your power. Not working, just our channel now? No. Rub, all the streamers have drops when the event is on. Sometimes the drops carry over past when the event's off, and streamers have it then. That's what happened yesterday. Is that happening today? I don't know.
1 op 4 remaining.
It sounds like it's off, based on all of you guys saying it's off.
Shield locked in.
So. Because the drops thing said it ends in 3.5 hours from now. But based on everyone complaining, I mean, you know, I think we have our answer, Ed.
Moving cover. Remain vigilant out there.
Op 4 eliminated. Mission successful.
Yeah, but Ty, like, it's just inconsistent. Like, no, but like, guys, they put random ass times on the drops. They put random ass times on the drops, but like they've always said drops are on when the event is on. It just so happens that sometimes they're on when it's not on. But like, I have some people saying they're on, and then some people saying they're off. Well, Ty, if you never turn the stream off, then you definitely fucking have all your drops, because you know damn well I've been here. Yeah, but thankfully the Mozzie skin was right before the final drop, so if you missed the last one, it's not the end of the world. It's just one of the alpha packs. We've got more tomorrow. Just make sure you don't miss.
Protect the bombs.
Camera ready, UI.
I don't care about the packs. Honestly, Ty, you want to know the God's honest truth? I don't either. But everyone loves them, so you stream for you guys.
Deploying my
And for me, obviously. 'Cause, you know, crazy turnouts. Crazy turnouts I would never have without jobs. Let's be real. At least not yet.
Down to 5 seconds.
Deploying the bait.
You know?
Op 4 has yet to locate a bomb.
Yeah, if it's bugged and drops are still on, I wouldn't worry about it. You'll get your drop. If the drops are on. Popping to drops. I don't know, bro. I'm not drops Twitch support. Bro, I'm just a guy, you know? I'm just a guy with a giant cock. Sorry, I couldn't finish that.
145.
Well, I definitely am more rested today than I was yesterday. That's for sure.
Proximity alarm.
Do you have a charm? No, not yet. One day though, baby. One day.
Window barricaded.
Are you by chance a few drinks deep, or you like this normally? I feel like I'm like this normally. This isn't ranked, so like I'm more relaxed. Like when I'm in ranked mode, I'm like fucking dead serious. I'm not fucking around. Like when I'm not in ranked, I'm like, you know, just... like, I'm playing, but like I don't really care about the outcome of what happened. I see. Trouble in Paradise, huh? Okay, okay. Nothing there.
Friendly, last operator standing.
I was gonna knife his shield away,
All
but
friendlies have been neutralized.
fucking black rain. Think Denari's cool op? Yeah. I think that he's a little underwhelming. But do I think it's cool? Yeah, because the creativity out of all the operators we've ever had, it's definitely the most creative op. So, but is it the best op in the game? No. How come you don't use observation blocker on Alibi? Because I prefer procs. When I have your chat close to the game screen so you don't have to constantly turn your head. Camera angles. I'm told a lot that I look tired because I'm a tall guy. And I'm trying to, my camera set at a spot where I try not to look as tired. And the reason why I look tired is because, look, it's shadows. You see the shadow under my eyes right now? These shadows there? No. Shadows. Shadows. So I have my camera as low as possible.
Need to use your drone to locate a bomb.
I don't know. Is my setup 100% perfect? Exactly how I want it? No, but it's pretty damn good. I think next time I would set it up a little bit differently in it. Next time I rework my entire setup. Because I know now more. I know more now than I did before.
10 seconds.
Like about lighting, green screens, monitor work, like
5
all that
seconds
shit.
before
Things that
insertion.
are never going to be applicable to anything else other than streaming, but
Your mission is to
I know a
locate
lot
and defuse a bomb.
now. But now I'm just lazy. All trade setups? No. The setup's not perfect, but this is like SenVale setup 17.0. So SenVale setup 18.0 is gonna go hard, but 17.0 is pretty fucking good. Like it's pretty good. That's why I haven't really. It's like fixing an issue that's not really an issue, but it's just kind of annoying. Like How much energy do I want to expend to do that? Requires a lot of work and not much payoff. Where the fuck are they?
Boosting a bit.
I know where one guy's not gonna be.
You have located a bomb.
I knew I got that grenade kill because I knew I downed his ass. Fuck. I wanted the doctor. Come on, man. I got nothing. I didn't know an X3D like you. Hog. No. There's nothing wrong with my setup. I just have to just move things around. That's it. A lot of bullshit. Oh, the side was up top. Oh.
Loading new mag.
Doesn't make sense.
Setting up a breaching sequence.
Ambitious.
Op 4 eliminated. Friendly mission successful.
I unpinned the message. I'm gonna be honest, I really don't like pinned messages because I feel like it forces weird interactions. Like I don't know. Especially when there's a drops thing going on. Like I don't like mask because like the notification will be over the drops thing, so they won't see if drops are a thing with the pinned message in front of it. Because a lot of people are brain dead, Ty. A lot of people are brain dead. So I have to make it as simple as possible. You know newspapers are written at a 5th grade reading level because that's the average reading level of the American adult population. You need to make it really fucking easy and simple to understand because a lot of people don't know what's going on.
Setting down my +1.
So I'm like, I want it to be like, if there are drops, you guys can see the drops. I don't mind pinned messages if there are no drops or anything. I don't mind it. But when there are drops, I'm like, I just don't want anything to fuck with it. Because people are gonna get confused. They're gonna know what's gonna happen is they're not gonna say a word. They're gonna see, come in, see that there isn't drops, and then leave. They're not gonna, move the alert aside. They're not gonna know how to do that.
5 seconds and counting.
Setting my +1.
Hi, I'm OCD and ADHD as hell. I think about stupid, pointless shit too many minutes of every day. When he hears somebody ask ChatGPT, I don't read a newspaper. Yeah, no, exactly. SSG got bodied harder than any team has ever been bodied ever. It was honestly embarrassing to watch and be part of in any conceivable way.
Eliminated.
I'll be there right by my side. I'm eyes up your mind. I'll be equipped tonight. Yeah. Well, to post a link if the bot lets you, sure. But I just don't like links normally because links. Sometimes people say they're going to post something and they post something entirely different. But if it's actually that link, then I don't really care. But yeah, no, the SSG game against NIP, the third map, was just like embarrassing. Big LG feels weirdly manageable, but also obnoxious to deal with now. It's annoying. But people are weird, that's why he doesn't like links. Yeah, because have you guys ever heard of anyone getting their account hacked on Discord? It's because they clicked the link and had all their stuff stolen instantly by clicking that link. Don't click links by people you don't trust, because bad things can happen. Like, I remember, I think it was Kino who clicked the link from his coach, joined an FPL game, and was yelling racial slurs in Face It Pro League because his coach got hacked, who then used that to hack Kino, who joined Face It, joined the lobby to yell at everyone else. So that was when I was like, no. So yeah, personally, I don't like clicking links at all, ever. Yeah, exactly, Chef. Like, I mean, like the fact that you have to like make sure it's like actually like, you know, it's that, it's dumb. But that link's clearly okay. It's, you know, I'm just saying, just in general, why I don't like links. It's easier just for me to just be like, I don't like clicking links, than like, oh, that one looks okay. I don't have to look at that every time. You're educating guys? Yeah, it sucks. But if I'm going to be honest, that SSG versus NIP game is not worth watching. SSG looked fucking horrible. The TLDR, being blunt, they look horrible. Not saying they're bad players, but they played really fucking bad. Really bad. NIP has been getting slammed by everybody. And they lost to arguably one of the worst teams performing at the event currently. SSG did not deserve to be there based on how they were performing. Just saying. You can still like SSG or whatever, but I'm just saying how they performed, they did not deserve to fucking be there. M80, on the other hand, is looking like a fucking powerhouse. Fury looked pretty bad too, but not as bad as SSG. Not even close. But M80 looks like a fucking powerhouse. Secret, I knew, was like a top 6, top 4 team, and I mean, yeah, it was a banger game watching M80 go against Secret, but M80 ended up winning. So I'm like, yeah, M80 is definitely a top 4 team right now. War's machine pistol goated? No. It is a gun that works, but it's like shitty SMG 11. Like, if you have to use it, use it. Oh, it's right now we're solo queuing? Oh, sorry, no, you're good, Ty. I missed that comment. No, this is just, we're just solo queuing on right. I'm waiting for a stack, so we're just kind of kicking it. M80 looks much stronger than any other North American team. If you disagree with that, you haven't been watching. Just saying. Just saying. Just saying. My girlfriend went to a spa with her friend and had the worst fucking experience. So I'm gonna have a story when she gets home. Is it M80 forfeits the old Beast Coast roster? Yes. W7M I thought was like a powerhouse to win these kind of events, but now I mean Valkyries look like they're more back in form.
Proximity alarm out.
I don't know.
Proximity alarm.
10 seconds left.
Putting a shell in play.
5 seconds left. Op 4 has located a bomb.
Putting on a
Ready
little
for hostile
show.
action.
So the reason why I like these clones is I can tell when someone looks at them. Like I can tell if someone goes Hall of Fame or goes Penthouse at all in any capacity by glancing. I'm like, okay, Hall of Fame and Penthouse clear just by glancing at that. I didn't realize these make noise.
Reloading. Cover me.
At that moment, Bravo decides to move. Fuck, dude. I was going to look right, kill Twitch, and then turn around as fast as possible. Fuck. Bad play by your boy.
I dare him to try and get past it.
That's not something. What?
Reloading.
The brick wall. I mean, this guy has general like FPS like game sense, but he's very new to the game. But this is what I assume newer players look like that have played. Oh, he's a champion. That is a fucking champion charm.
Op 4, last stop standing. You have been spotted.
Shields with me.
Is he a cheater? Because that looked, I don't know, like it looks like someone that would be gold. Watching.
Shield place.
I'll look him up now. How does he have a champion charm? He's never hit champion in his life.
Down to 15 seconds. Time expires in 10 seconds.
How does he have a champion charm?
One friendly remaining. 5 seconds to go. Time limit reached.
Oh, might be console. Might be console. Kind of looked like he looked through walls. I saw that. That's why I looked him up. Probably a console chant. It just looked weird. I'm a ship here. Cotterin, what do you mean? Because you just said something that makes me question something. You said we put timers longer than the actual event because we calculate overtime for every game. Are you part of Ubisoft? I'm just curious. Up, Hitman, how you doing? I think it was just a console player though. But it did look a little weird, didn't it?
Secure the bombs.
Or you just mean like Ubisoft did that. But like, yeah, Ubisoft has said they have drops enabled for the event itself. But they say nothing about after the event. But it should say somewhere on there that they do turn off when the event's over.
10 seconds.
Whoa, reinforced!
Because it does leave a lot of people
5
confused
seconds and
on what's
counting.
going on.
Op 4 has located a bomb. Get ready to engage.
Doesn't matter if it says they should go to. Yeah, I mean they should put something on there that said they only go while the event's going on.
They took the bait.
Part of the content creators team.
Here's a snack.
I know those timers are longer because they calculate for the maximum overtime. Yeah, that's kind of what I figured they were for.
Okay.
Your location has been compromised.
Reloading!
What's that headgear?
Reloading!
Setting any improvement tips. I think my biggest struggle is picking the right ops.
One friendly operator
You just have to
remaining.
think about it. Don't just like randomly pick an operator because there's no, you know, just because like fair. Think about what you actually plan on holding and doing, how they're going to attack, what side you're going to, what you're bringing to prevent it. Like you just have to just kind of think a little bit more. That's the one thing that a lot of people do in Siege that they need to do more often. Like, let's see what set we plan on going. First of all, we're gonna ban like Blackbeard or something. Ah, tie. Valid attempts. So, like, let's say we're going kitchen. What do I plan on doing? I want to hold office area as well as lobby area. Granted, they went service, so I could try to work lobby more often and open up that doors for a run out. I'm gonna have procs to the main door, so I can just leave the main door open, and so I'll know that if they walk in entirely, and I could just put my clones for office, so I know if someone's actually pushing through there through blue bar. Make blue bar a feed hole, so I can see when they go into blue bar. Then have ally clones in security, so I can see if they actually are pushing through security side. Like that's the kind of shit I think about all the fucking time, like things like that. Just like real quick, just like this is why I'm going this op. I can tell you exactly why every time I run an op. It may not be the best thing in the world, but it's why I'm doing it.
Protect the bomb.
So like me saying that out loud makes me able to set up a lot faster because I know exactly what I have to set up now.
Op 4 has located a bomb. Be ready for assault.
Loading the magazine!
Reload!
I'm reloading!
Ten seconds remaining.
Home improvement time.
Deploying my
5
trump
seconds.
card.
I call these alibi
Get
clones
ready
the
to
bouncers. To get through the door, you have to shoot them. So I know that you can at least see them.
Deploying the bait.
Proximity alarm out.
I'm gonna chill here for a second.
Loading full magazine.
Engage. Go back to the original plan. Waiting for this guy to make some movement.
Changing mag.
Yeah, exactly. Like this, Hades, you just have to have a general plan of like what you plan on doing. Like, what are you holding? What are you actually doing at any given point? Like, if you just think, what the hell is that? No, I'm not doing. If you just have a general idea of what you're going to do, it makes it a whole lot easier to do shit. Let's see, right now it looks like the right's probably going hookah. Door's closed. You killed that thermite that was up top.
Reloading.
Op 4, last stop standing.
Alright, I'm sick of you.
Op 4 eliminated. Mission successful.
I also have a lot of tips and tricks on the YouTube. On just like general game positioning, how to have better game sense, win more firefights, how to play certain operators, how I think about the game, all that fun stuff. Like, yeah, I may question what I do on Arc because I'm like, you know, I'm pretty new to Arc. I'm not a perfect player, but like I have a lot of hours in Siege. I have a lot of hours. So I'm pretty confident what I'm doing on Siege. Yep, that guy died purely because of a default cam. 100%. That shot wasn't even that nasty. It was just fucking knew he was there. See, and one problem a lot of newer players have is they don't have plans when they're attacking. They just pick an operator and they're like, what should I do? Brother, I can tell you exactly what I'm gonna do. If they're hookah, I'm gonna have my preset drone in Sunrise. I'm gonna air job off hookah door. I'm gonna try to air job off somewhere in luggage or aqua door. I'm gonna work big window. If I can't find a kill, I'm gonna go swing aqua and walk in through there. I'm trying to make a play. Like, having a general plan of attack is going to make you a lot fucking faster and more efficient in Siege. You don't need to necessarily go off of everything you just planned because obviously, you know, that's not how the game works. Like, I don't know what the other team's gonna do. So we'll see what they do. How do you learn more specific calls on Clubhouse Basement B1, B2, B3? It's the boxes, right? And you always think of it from an attacker's perspective, left to right. Yeah. So an attacker's perspective, the default plant would be from the kitchen hatch. So box 1 is the closest, box 2 is the tall one, and box 3 is by the mannequins.
In 5 seconds.
Same thing with cafe, B1, B2, long bar, C1, C2, C3. You know. In kitchen, you have K1, K2, K3. You know? So they are penthouse now, so completely swapping up what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna go work Hall of Fame, see what I can get done. Actually, I'm gonna work big window. OT Kane, okay, heard.
Breaching sequence activated.
Hello, dude. Save my mind again because they're almost all dead.
Air jab in position.
Op 4 remaining. Op 4 4 eliminated.
Okay. I guess I'm not gonna have on to it. That's cool. I don't know. To me, that guy kind of looks like he's probably a cheater, bro. You guys are saying he's console, but he's chat muted. Well, I know those calls. Are there any videos on these types of things? Yeah, there's a lot. I made a long video of setting up every single site and just like calling out where everything is at. Like it literally took me fucking days to do this. Sites. Yeah. I need to redo that video, but fuck, that was a pain in the ass. Then you're gonna run an hour and 48 minutes long. I need to redo that one, but how to set up every single site and ranks on every map. And just the general call outs on like those maps. I'm confused. Is your room really decorated karaoke? No, it's a green screen, bro.
Need to use your drone to locate a bomb.
Castle. No, we're gonna do that. We're doing the thing I was talking about. There's no perfect play. You just have to do whatever you think is going to work in the moment. There's no such thing as a perfect play in Siege. It's risks and rewards. If you take risks, sometimes you'll be rewarded. If you take no risks, you won't be rewarded with anything.
Insertion in 5 seconds. Drone has located a bomb. You found a bomb. Make your way to its location and defuse it.
Risks and reward. No, it's castle, but they can easily open that. Yeah, I shot my default cam. Sunrise. There. Oh. That's fair. Cool.
Charge deployed.
The diffuser is no longer in your possession. Last stop standing. Down to 1 friendly. All
Thought he'd
friendlies
run.
have been eliminated.
See, that was a risk. I went to go breach it because I thought he'd run away. He engaged. I thought he knew he had diffuser. He had no idea. Risks and rewards. Is it good to think of it like a strat game? Yeah, like this is more of a strategy game than it is an FPS game. But you can't sit still and do nothing. You have to think quick. You have to be fast. It's like a combination of Call of Duty meets like StarCraft 2. In a way, that's how you can think about it. which is dumb. Yeah, no, I'm sorry about the drops, guys, but I am live literally all the fucking time. So if you guys are here, you won't miss drops for the next time. Just saying. You know why they end drops? I'm just a guy, bro. I'm just a guy that has drops when drops are on. I don't make the rules. I have no idea what's going on. I know as much as you guys know. In fact, I bet you guys know more than I do about the drop situation. I just know that they were on, and you guys are saying they're off now. I'm like, oh, I don't know.
Be advised your drone has located a bomb.
Like I said before, and I'll say it again, I'm just a guy with a giant cock. That's all. You know? Just existing. They're only available on the official channel now. Well, I'll only butt in when you guys are saying incorrect information, because that is false. It's not only available on the official channel. That is wrong. They're available on all streamers' channels when the main event is on.
You found a bomb. Make your way to its location and defuse it.
So yesterday they were on after the events, but I don't think that that was intended. I think that that was unintended. What they had today was intended. Don't go based off of timers of how long, you know, the drops say they go on to. Go off of what I'm saying right now. They go until the games are over.
Boost incoming!
Grenade for the util. Going hard.
Recover the diffuser. One friendly operator. Op 4 last stop standing. Op 4 eliminated.
All I'm gonna say is I'm not ending stream, so drops for tomorrow, you'll get them. Like, I streamed every single second of the major. The majors didn't go for a full 9 hours today. I'm at 99% for the last pack, but it's only a pack, so it's like I still got the Mozzie skin. I just didn't get the pack, which is like, it is what it is. Like I've said before, worrying about things you can't control is the definition of insanity. The dude in the team is a cheater? Yeah, no, I think he is a cheater. Oh, look. I'm curious. I do think that he was a cheater. He plays like a fucking robot. Or not, I guess. If you guys didn't get your drop, blame SSG for getting slammed. It's SSG's fault. Yeah, they're doing it again tomorrow. Yeah. Everyone who's been watching live since drop went on today is stuck at 99%. Yeah. I wouldn't worry about it. Like, it's just, you're going to drive yourself insane worrying about that bullshit like that. You can't control it. Maybe we'll get the drop later because it's kind of false advertisement, or maybe it's just null and void. You know, it is what it is. We'll see what happens. Okay, rebooting. You know? How do you get such good aim? Do you have a drill? No, I just play the game like nonstop. I'm not ultra flicky leany, but I know how to shoot my gun. I've never once thought I was a flicky leany player, but if my crosshair's aimed at you, I'm confident. Epic with the prime, let's go. Love you, Nance. Hey. So are the drops only attainable for watching R6 streams? No. Just when the R6 streams are live. You can watch any streamer, anyone you want, that has drops enabled when the main event is on. Whose fault is it? Twitch or Ubi? A combo effort. Twitch doesn't allow for flexible timing. But I'm gonna say drops end when R6 stream ends for the day. They put a time that's like the maximum expected time. Because think about it. You're all here. You wanted the drops, right? They're better off overestimating than underestimating. That's why a lot of people would put, like, if I knew that it had the potential for going less than 9 hours, I'd only set drops like 7 hours. Even if the stream itself was like 12 to 14 hours long, I'd only set the drops like 7 hours. Make it actually obtainable to get everything. But they just don't want to see a drop in viewership at all during the event. So that's how it goes. That's the nature of drops, guys. Cutthroat. It would be useful to learn crouch level crosshair placement. If you have good crosshair placement, crouch level crosshair placement is not difficult. Depending on my gun, I aim crouch level. Like a DMR, I'm aiming crouch level. Because I either headshot you or I shoot you in the body twice and you're dead. I feel like I gotta answer the same thing multiple times because newer people keep coming in. I don't mind answering it, but like, let me know when you guys are listening so I don't have to say it over and over. But it is the nature of drops, so I can't really blame you guys for that. But it does feel like I'm just repeating myself like a fucking broken record. But I don't mind it too much. Because there's new people in the door that wouldn't have been here otherwise, you know? Drops are available on any streamer's channel when the main event is on. Need to pin message? I don't like pinning messages though. I'd rather have someone ask and talk than look at something and then leave, you know? It's like walking to a store, and instead of going in the store to ask the clerk a question, you see it on the sign outside, so you turn around and never walk in the store. But when they're in the store, maybe they stop by, maybe they buy a bag of chips, you know? That's kind of how I think about it. I don't mind asking it, like answering the same question over and over, but it is what it is. Yeah, DMRs, I aim for dicks, bro. Like, dead ass. I'm not even joking. Because you want to shoot their torso, but I aim low because if they crouch, then you shoot them in the head. And they're standing, you just rip them apart. If you're very strong mechanically but don't play very fast, what role should you play? Support. If you don't play fast, you're a more of a support player. All I'm going to say is people frown on support players, but if you have a support player that can actually shoot his gun, you're probably winning the games, unless you have an entry going 1-12. Just saying. If you have a support going even or even positive, chances are you're probably winning a lot of your fucking games. Yeah, Duke, if it was me in charge, honestly, if I said it goes to this time, I would just let it keep going. But I'm sure that they'll probably let everybody have the drop. If you're 99%, they're probably just going to give you a couple extra seconds, you know, that we need. I wouldn't worry about it. We shouldn't cry and complain about it. Because, I mean, we all have the Mozzie skin. It is just an alpha pack. It's probably just battle pass points anyways, let's be real. We all just want the skin. It's just that being a support player is a euphemism for being bad and baiting. But it's not. Because if you're an aggressive, good support, like, what role do you think I play, guys? Like, honestly, what role do you think that I play? You've been seeing how I play. What role do I play? You're solo queuing? I'm solo queuing unranked just to kind of like try to get a rank stack. Yeah. I am a support / flank watch. But I'm not a bitch. Second you get that wall open, you're no longer a support, buddy boy. You're Ash. You're an entry. The can roll back is heavy roll. Reeve, that's just because I play with people that aren't at my level. Ba-da-ba-da-ba-ba-ba. Blah, ba, ba, da, ba, 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 da, ba, ba, da, ba, ba, da, ba, da, ba. I just gotta sit there and garage while my team executes. Yeah, but that long angle stops the plant. So yeah, it is kind of a baity roll. But if they have head holes open, then you need to hold control of garage because your team will fucking die otherwise. If they have head holes reinforced off potentially, then you can push forward and maybe try to go for something while they're executing. You're not there to really necessarily get kills. You're there to distract them while the plant's going off. And maybe kill the guy in red that's throwing a nitro or a smoke canister at your team. Like, you just have to think about it more like that. Kills don't mean anything in Siege. Kills mean a bit. But I would say distractions while a plant is going down is still more valuable than a kill. Like, I will gladly throw my life to make sure a plant goes down. I don't give a fuck. If we get the plant down, chances are we're winning. Well, in ranked, everyone plays entry, secondary entry, bro. Like, you know, it's ranked. Like, shit, my main operator is Finka in ranked. I wouldn't say I'm an entry, though, even in ranked. Well, Crit, you have to stay alive in Garage. When your team is ready to go for a plant, that's when you start applying pressure. You start applying pressure when your team is going for a plant. Yeah, you know how many times I hear that someone's going like 14-2 and losing? Bro, I'll go 14-2 and I lose every game in OT. Like, you played 9 rounds and died twice? You baiting piece of shit. People get it twisted. With like kills, and then they bait like crazy. There's one thing getting kills when you're the guy driving the fucking push and murdering everyone on that team. There's another thing is when you're hiding outside, aiming at a window, hoping the enemy team is undisciplined and throws. One is good. One is horrible and bad habits. You have to be able to flex your team's full entry or full support. Well, I mean, you see it in Pro League, right? You see entries playing like Hibana sometimes. You also can't plan if 5 enemies are up? I disagree. Sometimes you can. You're thinking about it in white and black. I'm talking about the gray. Kills are important, but so is playing for objective. Saying one's better than the other is ludicrous and stupid. And you don't understand the game if you think that kills are all that matter. Because if you don't play for the objective, why not like, let's say we're defending CEO. Why not just hide in Garage? On Bank, sorry. Why not just hide in Garage? Because they're going to plant. Oh, they're going to play the objective. So I have to play the objective, right? Otherwise, they're going to plant and win. I see. A lot of people, you think that's a silly comparison, but a lot of people don't understand that in ranked, bro. I think suppressing yourself into a tiny box saying I am this, you're going to be an ass player. You should be able to be everything and do everything. If you can't play any role or do anything, then well, when I go support, if I open up the wall, to me, if I open up the wall and kill the entire enemy team, then I think I did really well. My game plan is to murder everyone on the enemy team. That's my game plan most rounds. I'm playing to do that. Yeah, kills aren't all that matters, but if you're going like 0 and 9, then they kind of matter, bro. Like, let's be real. You're not that useful if you're going 0 and 9. But if you're going like 5 and 9, and you're playing heavy util, either with time denial or like by going, you know, bringing shit or whatever, There's no role in Siege unless you're T1 or T2. You just need to do what needs to be done. Yeah, but I disagree because I think that even in T2 people are sloppy. I think there is no specific role for T2. As you'd be surprised. I've played in T2. It's not Pro League is like people that practice day in day out on like how to beat really amazing teams. T2 are people that have jobs and school and shit, and they show up and play a comp match. It's a different thing entirely. Some T2 teams are different, but most of them are like what I just said.
10 seconds left.
I was being generous with T2, yeah.
5 seconds to go.
I remember I had a T2 match that we had to forfeit because 2 people had jobs and couldn't get out of it, and we couldn't use an emergency sub.
The time limit has
So we lost the match because 2 people had jobs on a time that we knew they couldn't play, and we begged admins to let us change the match, but they wouldn't let us do it. So we lost without playing. I'm like, oh great, awesome. When T2 people are mad and thrown because the ego is killing them. T2 players have massive fucking egos, but here's the thing. T2's not even that impressive, bro. It's really not. I've played in T2. I think that's probably the least impressive thing I've done in Siege. It's not that big of a deal. I did it with a pug stack, like, whatever.
Be ready to eliminate hostiles.
I fly to you just like I always do. Good wall on my team, great. Yeah.
10 seconds left. 5 seconds. Op 4 has located a bomb.
Yeah, man.
Be ready for hostile action.
Jesus fucking Christ, bro.
Deploying razor wire. Reloading. Swapping mags.
I thought I shot him in the dick at least. T2 players are literally ego inflated. Oh, I'm not saying you're wrong, bro. I'm not saying you're wrong.
Changing mags.
Can we join, please? Just kind of chilling right now.
Searching for electronics.
Looking for a rankedy rank stack.
Op 4,
Nice.
last stop standing.
Spec you active. Looking for intel.
Yes.
Op 4 eliminated. Mission successful.
Make you steady. Up, really? How you doing, man? It's funny the certain way people will trash talk or try to get in your mind. You one tap them and put them. I mean, when someone starts yapping, I just mute them, bro. And then I'll just, anytime I kill them, I'll just talk shit. Because I don't want to hear the response. I don't care about the response. I just want to break them.
Friendly drone deployed.
But you can't break me because I can't hear you. Lol. See ya. See ya. Bitch. See ya.
Insertion in 10 seconds. 5 seconds to insertion. You found a bomb. Make your way to its location.
You.
Changing mag.
Oh, my hand. Yo. Some people call that bitch made, but I'm like, bro, I'm a fucking 34-year-old man. I don't give a fuck about some weirdo talking to me in a video game. Talk all your shit, bro. I don't care. I don't care about you. None of the things I'd rather fucking do than fuck with you.
One hive ready.
Is it VOD? No, it's live. What time is that? That's a good question. I'll figure that out in a second. Uno momento, por favor. Sorry, my computer's being a little fuddy-duddy. My taskbar's fucking gone. Never Hungers. I think I'm going to try to play some ranked, I believe. Here, Twitter. Rainbow 60 Sports. Day 3 schedule right here. So 14:15 CET. 14:15 CET to PST is 5 a.m. to 5 a.m. official game start time. So the stream itself will probably turn on around 4:30 a.m. PST. So I need to be on by like 4:30. Yeah, 4:30. Yeah.
Fine. 4 is reinforcing its location.
Yo.
We need one if you have anybody.
I'll look around, but I don't know if I have anyone.
10 seconds.
So it's like
Insertion in 5 seconds.
drops. So I'm gonna be like fully locked in like 4:30 a.m. my time to make sure, you know, drops and everything.
Break fire going in!
Drone up and running.
Oh, it goes. Didn't drown.
You have dropped the diffuser. One friendly operator remaining. Op 4 eliminated all friendlies. Operators prepare to engage.
So we just played this team. We're going to see how it looks, because I think that this team was not legit. Let's find out together, shall we? Do I need to show anything more than that, or should we keep going?
The attacker's bomb diffuser has been dropped.
Yeah. That's a free TikTok clip right there, bro. I don't know if he's aim locking, but definitely walling. This husband didn't care. Yeah, but it's casual. I didn't really care, but I want the clip. I'm not gonna play the entire game out against someone that's fucking obviously cheating. It's gonna piss me off. You know what? Why bother? Why bother? So Ty, and actually anyone, I have a conundrum. So drops ended early, right?
Friendly drone deployed. Op 4 is reinforcing its location. 10 seconds before insertion. Insertion in 5 seconds. Proceed to bomb the location and defuse it.
I'm gonna play one round. The drops ended early, right? I'm debating on doing Arc later on. Not yet, because we're gonna do some ranks, but we're gonna do some Arc tonight. I guess it depends on viewership. If it like really dips down like later on, then I'll probably do some Arc. Because I
think Chris just got on.
I've been fiending a little bit, so we'll see. We'll see. Should get my brother on. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see. We'll see. Because I do kind of want to go to sleep tonight. and like not feel like I have to do some degenerate bullshit. You know? I'm getting a little sick of it. I'm gonna be grinding like crazy. I'm definitely gonna be streaming the main event when it's on, but I feel like I could just start the stream for the event and it be fine. You know? Yeah, I don't feel like I need to just AFK farm. Yeah. Like it was, you know, I learned by doing, and it's like I looked at other streamers' chats during the event, and I just saw everyone else's was a little bit more active, even though they're AFK and everything. But it's like they started their shit at the start of the event, so I was like, and I want to play Ark, so I'm trying to justify playing Ark. We'll see. We'll see. It's an idea I'm playing around with. I don't see why not, to be honest. Well, the reason why is this is really helping my overall average for the month. For the charm.
Yo. You there?
Ice Smelly with the raid. What's up, bitch? How we doing? Shout outs. I call. Ice cold. W mans.
Yo, son.
Yo.
Chris said he's gonna play in like a game, so I don't know if you just want to keep. I don't know if you want to wait or whatever.
I'll just keep doing my casual thing, bro. It's fine.
Alright.
Well, Max. Oh. Like a live AFK farm. I'm sick. No, and I get that. Like, I get it. You know, I get it. I see other streamers doing it, so I'm like, I'm a person that follows by example. I don't like setting the trend. I'll follow the example, though. If I see people doing it, then I'll do it too. If no one else is doing it, then I won't do it. But like, this is like the time of the year that's like really fucking good for streamers. I mean, how often do I have this many viewers? Should know. So Falcons and M80 are in first right now? Yes. M80 looks really good. Seeker looks pretty good too. I'm not calling out names because I'm not actually trying to pick fights, but like, I kind of wish that they cracked down on this shit a little bit more. So I didn't have to do this shit. But I refuse to let the rich get richer. I'm fighting back my way. One blow at a time. Those Waymo motherfuckers. Yeah, honestly, Maddox, you're not looking crazy anymore. I thought you voted for them. What are you talking about? They're throwing your shit. It actually looked pretty good. From what I remember, they beat Shopify.
I got the wall. Reloading.
Setting my +1. Proximity alarm.
10 seconds.
Throwing alarm.
5 seconds and counting.
Setting up a diversion.
Op 4 has located a bomb. Get ready to engage.
Oh yeah, no, Fury has been fucking.
One friendly operator remaining. All friendlies were eliminated. Mission failure.
People wonder how I can tell if someone's cheating or not. It's pretty fucking easy to tell. So we just play these guys, and you know, after one round, I had a feeling they might have been cheating. Let's go see why I thought that, shall we? That's me killing one. There's me killing Blackbeard. And now we watch this guy. Oh no, we gotta run back a little bit more. There's me dying. Like, dude. Deep breaths. It's fine. I'm just giving you more TikTok clips. Those clips go huge. But I hope those were the same guys as the guys on Villa, and it's not multiple different cheaters. What was the same guys? Like, I would be willing to gamble everything I own, all social media platforms, literally any dollar I've ever spent, that those guys are cheating. Are you willing to say that they're not? I don't know.
Friendly drone deployed. Op 4 is reinforcing its location.
Down. Sacrificing, yeah. Hell. JW. We're all gonna have a rank stack pretty soon. I'll probably play ranks with them until they get off, and then probably go do Arc.
You've located a bomb. Make your way to its location and defuse it.
See what happens.
down to one friendly. We have been eliminated.
Amario. Oh, yeah. Standing out in the open, throwing a flash like a robot.
Friendly drone deployed. Op 4 is reinforcing its location.